In the land of fire, within the hidden leaf village, lies the Southie Shrine. Today marks the monthly assembly of the Uchiha clan, aimed at nurturing the bonds among various factions within the family, alleviating internal grievances, and exploring pathways to ascend to the higher echelons of Konoha, perhaps even to the esteemed position of Hokage. Although the Uchiha clan currently finds itself in a position of disdain from the village's upper echelons, the situation has not devolved into a life-and-death struggle. Rather, it is characterized by mutual disdain. Bang! An elderly Uchiha with snow-white hair and a face etched with wrinkles rose angrily, slamming his hands on the table. His piercing gaze fell upon the clan leader seated at the head of the table and the surrounding elderly members, his voice strained and high-pitched from fervor. The position of the second Hokage was personally bequeathed by Senju Hashirama to his brother Tobirama. In the wake of Uchiha Kageme's passing, we witnessed the third Hokage's seat fall into the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and now the fourth Hokage's position has been claimed by Namikaze Minato. What happened to our promised strategy to maintain the second, strive for the third, and contend for the fourth? What kind of farcical plan have you devised? Decades have passed, and I have yet to even touch the Hokage's chair. As he concluded, he noticed the other elders either gazing at the ceiling or fixating on the floor, none daring to meet his eye. What? Are you all now planning to lay siege to the position of the fifth Hokage? That Namikaze Minato is merely 24 years old, with a visage that suggests he could live for another 50 years. 50 years? Your sons are already dead. A sigh escaped Uchiha Fugaku's lips as he withdrew his hands from his sleeves, calmly regarding the irate elder. The clan leader. He had grown accustomed to such displays of agitation. The clan members were in a poor mental state, often reacting excessively to misfortunes, with some even challenging his authority at the slightest provocation. After a moment of silence, Fugaku gestured for the elder to take a seat and shifted his gaze to the assembly of clan members before him, all of whom had awakened to Sharingans. 3 Tomo. Elder Ryoichi, please have a seat. That I refuse. Uchiha Ryoichi dismissed the clan leader's suggestion with a wave of his hand, striding over to confront another elder, grabbing his collar and biting out, "Old man, you were the one who proposed the plan to maintain the second and contend for the third and fourth, weren't you?" "Indeed, and now the plan has failed." "Ryoichi, do not panic, I have subsequent plans." "Subsequent plans? You say that my grandfather perished the moment we entered Konoha with Lord Madara, spitting away the saliva that splattered on his face. Uchiha Asuka cast a glance at the two bickering elders before allowing his eyes to drift toward the ceiling, his mind gradually emptying that he had been in the ninja world for 18 years. And initially, upon discovering he had been reborn into the Uchiha clan, he felt a flicker of excitement. However, shortly after his first birthday, that excitement waned. The second great ninja, war, had left him. The sole survivor of his family, by the time he turned 3 and gained mobility, he had realized the absence of a golden finger to aid him and began contemplating how to escape the Uchiha clan and seek a life elsewhere. He thought he could even serve as a shinobi in another village, living a comfortable life. Yet, as he perused the family history, he dismissed that notion. While escaping and living incognito might be feasible, becoming a traitor to another village would render him a target for relentless assassinations from Konoha as well as his own clan. Moreover, large ninja villages had clandestine agreements, refusing to shelter rogue ninjas. That it was quite likely that any village that welcomed him would eliminate him once he had sown his lineage there. In the past, some members of the Uchiha clan who defected had mysteriously perished on their journeys. When he reached the final segment of the history, Asuka found himself pondering conspiracy theories. To prevent the Sharingan, or perhaps Indra, from slipping from his grasp, he suspected Kagaya's loyal offspring might be manipulating events behind the scenes. Realizing the peril of becoming a traitor, he turned to studying commerce. However, after several days of contemplation, he abandoned that path as well. The technological landscape of the ninja world was bewildering. Electrical energy, chakra energy, wind energy all present. Light bulbs, white paper, cement far cheaper than before his transmigration. Agriculture and medicine appeared to cheat, relying solely on human endeavor without the need for machinery. With the commercial route thwarted, he redirected his focus towards the path of a ninja. It is often said that hard work can alter one's fate, but this adage scarcely applies in the ninja world, where lineage dictates destiny. Possessing one of the most prestigious bloodlines in the ninja realm, he dedicated himself to mastering skills from a young age, believing he would undoubtedly achieve wealth and distinction. Even if he fell short of Uchiha Itachi's prowess, would at least possess the means to ensure his own survival. However, upon stepping onto the battlefield, he grasped the folly of comparing himself to the son of the sage of Six Paths Sasuke, for it merely served to diminish his own potential. During Uchiha Itachi's first time on the battlefield, witnessing the horrific carnage, his Sharingan awakened. The brutal scenes left him numb. Uchiha Itachi observed the bodies of fallen ninjas scattered across the battlefield, contemplating the meaning of life. In that moment, he pondered whether he should defect, recognizing that swords and shurikens do not discriminate, and he could easily perish on the battlefield. Uchiha Itachi witnessed familiar comrades fall before him, resulting in the evolution of his Sharingan and a significant power boost. This experience propelled his thoughts to a higher plane, enhancing his resolve. Subsequently, the sequence of events adhered to a conventional path. Schooling graduation, participation in War's awakening of the Sharingan engagement in Warfare evolution to the Freedomo Sharingan. By the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, he had risen to become one of the few jonin within the Uchiha clan, earning the privilege to attend clan assemblies. An assembly, observing the squabbling elders, Uchiha Asuka's lips twitched prior to attending the gathering. He had anticipated a somber atmosphere, filled with discussions pertinent to the Hokage and the future of the Uchiha clan. However, upon arrival, he discovered a rather jovial ambience, with topics of discourse seemingly unrelated to the Hokage. Indeed, these elders likely had conversed about the Hokage for decades, long past the initial thrill. This assembly proved to be rather tedious. Gurgle gurgle. Noticing his stomach protesting, Uchiha Asuka stood up to expedite the conclusion of this monotonous meeting. He approached the center of the hall, addressing Fugaku and the assembled elders. Esteemed elders, cease your quarrels. I possess a method to elevate the Uchiha clan to the status of the fifth Hokage. At the sound of this youthful declaration, the arguing elders abruptly fell silent, turning to regard Uchiha Asuka, the newly appointed jonin. Ryoichi raised an eyebrow at Asuka, curious. Pray tell, enlighten us with the thoughts of this young Uchiha. Why proposal is this? Surveying the expressions of the assembled Uchiha jonin, Asuka placed a hand on his flat stomach and inhaled deeply. Perhaps clan leader Fugaku should contemplate divorce and pursue a union with the current leader of the Senju clan, Lady Tsunade. The Senju clan is now represented solely by Lady Tsunade. Should the two clans unite, not only would the future fifth Hokage undoubtedly belong to the Uchiha, but over time, the Senju clan would also merge into the Uchiha. During the Warring States period, those clansmen dreamed incessantly of annexing the Senju clan. And now, should the esteemed leader Fugaku accomplish the feat of subjugating the Senju, it would be a monumental achievement worthy of inscription on a stone tablet for posterity. As soon as the words left his lips, he sensed an unusual silence enveloping the hall. The sound of a single dropped pin would have been as audible as the shattering of a glass. The elders of the Uchiha clan exchanged glances, their eyes darting between Fugaku and the young man. Bird, an elder, his face marred by scars, rose to his feet and turned to face Bird, speaking in a low, grave tone. How disgraceful for the illustrious clan of Konoha to rely on its leader resorting to such a disgraceful bargain. To ascend to the position of Hokage. Even if I were to acquiesce to this wretched notion, the others would certainly not, nor would the clan leader. Indeed, chimed in another elder, who had lost an eye. What a ludicrous idea it is to merge Uchiha with the Senju. Though our aspirations of preserving the second and contending for the third have faltered, it does not preclude us from once again aiming for the position of the fifth Hokage. Shut your mouth. At that moment, Elder Ryoichi stood once more, pointing an accusatory finger at the one-eyed elder, his teeth clenched in indignation. Back when Lord Madara was still among us, we set our sights on the Hokage position. Yet after the village's establishment, Lord Madara and your forebears relinquished the title too. The Senju that we then redirected our ambitions towards the second Hokage, only for Lord Madara to abruptly depart from Konoha shortly thereafter. Our ambitions were dashed. Later, Uchiha Kagami, through great effort, became the second Hokage's protector, and we aimed for the third Hokage, but he met his demise while negotiating in the land of lightning. Our aspirations were once more thwarted in the aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War. We hastily selected a representative to once again project our ambitions towards the third Hokage, particularly as Sarutobi. Hiruzen's position was not yet firmly established. However, the individual chosen was a fool, leading clan shinobi into a year of battle with victories fewer than my visits to the restroom, dragging our clan's reputation through. The MUD-AS, the Third Shinobi World War commenced. The clan leader finally secured an opportunity to be a candidate for Hokage, and we aimed for the fourth Hokage. Yet, with the emergence of the prodigy Minato Namikaze, our ambitions were thwarted before they could even be drawn from their sheath. At this juncture, he swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and continued to berate the one-eyed elder. And now you wish for us to direct our sights towards the fifth Hokage? Spare me your foolishness. If the leader's physical sacrifice is the only path to the Hokage title, I shall begrudgingly accept it. But when I reach the Pure Land, I shall personally kneel before Lord Madara to explain this travesty, observing the Uchiha clan members gradually splintering into two factions, with tensions escalating towards potential violence. Bird discreetly retreated towards the door. As he slipped out of the hall, he quietly closed the door behind him. TSK. Turning to glance at the bickering group behind him, Bird smirked without uttering a word. The Uchiha were somewhat unhinged, and, as a family plagued by such eccentricities, their management was remarkably lax. Gatherings permitted unrestrained discourse, even physical debates and discussions of ninjutsu outcomes. His recent proposal to have the clan leader divorce and marry Tsunade, thereby indirectly securing the fifth Hokage position, had ignited those who had previously failed in their bid for the fourth Hokage. Utter madness. With that, Bird executed a swift body flicker and vanished from the scene, preparing to gather his belongings before witnessing the fourth Hokage's wedding, after which he would defect. A sudden surge of heat enveloped the back of the avian figure, causing him to halt in his tracks and turn to gaze in the direction from whence he came. The sky above the South Shrine was ablaze with a deep crimson hue, intermittently punctuated by the explosion of fiery orbs that burst forth like spectacular pyrotechnics, presenting a breathtaking sight from afar. It appeared that the elderly gentlemen had failed to convince one another through mere words. At that moment, the avian figure was abruptly startled by the sound of a child's voice emanating from the nearby underbrush. Turning his gaze, he beheld three children, cameras in hand, their faces etched with terror as they stared wide-eyed at the South Shrine, their voices trembling with fear. Is the enemy attacking, Big Brother? Approaching the trio, the avian figure gently patted their heads, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. No, that is the shrine of the Uchiha clan. They are merely engaged in discussion. Is that so? The children exchanged doubtful glances, their eyes darting back to the ever-exploding fireballs in the sky. No matter how one looked at it, it hardly resembled a normal discussion. It was undeniably terrifying. However, the handsome older brother seemed trustworthy and unlikely to deceive them. By the way, the avian figure looked down at the trio, noticing their cameras, and inquired with curiosity, "You're not from the Uchiha clan, are you? What brings you here?" One of the children holding a camera waved it excitedly, the fear in his demeanor gradually replaced by exhilaration. "It's almost the day of the Hokage's wedding. We wanted to find a picturesque spot to film a congratulatory message for the Hokage. Big Brother, would you like to join us?" The avian figure pondered the notion of a congratulatory message. He had never interacted with Minato Namikaze. What could he possibly say? Yet, seeing the eager anticipation in the children's eyes, he decided to tidy his hair and replied, "All right." Once the camera was ready, he flashed a peace sign towards the lens and delivered the message he had long contemplated. "Congratulations to the fourth Hokage and Lady Kushina on your marriage." All right. With that, he waved goodbye to the trio and departed. He planned to gather his belongings and make his escape during the wedding festivities of the fourth Hokage, taking advantage of the lax security at that time. The simplicity of the people and the beauty of the scenery made the village of Konoha, with its harmonious blend of technology and tradition, a place one was reluctant to leave after just a glance. The avian figure, too, felt a strong desire to remain. Yet, lacking any extraordinary abilities and being significantly outmatched by the 8-year-olds who had once dismantled Konoha, he found himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, his tongue had betrayed him. After 18 years of wandering, he had yet to articulate any profound insights. In his previous battles, whenever he attempted to outwit others with his words, he had faced the sting of kunai. Furthermore, even if he were to alter the fate of one Itachi Uchiha, who could predict the emergence of another? Such uncertainties were inescapable, particularly concerning the elders of Konoha. After 18 years of arduous training, he was uncertain whether he could best Danzō. Certainly, he would not stand a chance against Sarutobi Hiruzen or Lady Kushina. As the bird's thoughts wandered, he was suddenly greeted by the respectful greetings of numerous villagers ahead. Following the sound, he beheld Kushina, her long crimson hair flowing, standing in the middle of the street with a small basket in hand, warmly acknowledging the villagers around her. The basket was filled with baby supplies. Observing the maternal radiance emanating from her, the bird felt an involuntary twitch at the corners of his mouth. A surge of urgency rising within him. Had Naruto already begun to grow? As he passed by Kushina, he offered a brief greeting, then casually purchased some food before hastening home. With Kushina's pregnancy, it signaled that less than 10 months remained until the night of the 9 tails. 1 month later, on the morning of the wedding day, bang! He placed the heavy package on the table with a thud. Uchiha Aki glanced around the empty room, letting out a soft sigh. Throughout the month, he had sold everything he could, exchanging all his money with the old cat lady for kunai and explosive tags. Items purchased by rogue ninjas were always pricier than those sold to legitimate ninjas, as black market traders thrived on greed, knowing full well that one would hesitate to cause trouble, lest they be reported. Regrettably, he could not sell the house. Otherwise, he might have had some funds left for essential supplies. Over the past month, he had watched Kushina's belly grow day by day, his heart brimming with anxiety, unease, and melancholy. Though he had never even touched her hand, and the child within her was not his, he was still an Uchiha. After the night of the 9 tails, the survival of the Uchiha clan would plummet drastically. Without divine insight, the appearance of the Sharingan in the eyes of the beast could not be explained. In the entire ninja world, even children understood that the Sharingan belonged to the Uchiha clan. In a few years, Itachi, that devoted son, would once again wield his blade. Gazing through the window at the familiar scenery of his clan's land, he committed the view to memory before pulling out the Konoha ninja headband from his pocket. Murmuring to himself, "Fear not, during the festivals, I shall burn paper for you." Upon finishing, he began to study the headband in his hands. After all, it was his first time as a rogue ninja, and he lacked experience. Should he draw it horizontally or vertically? Ding! Host information detected. Counterattack system activated. Name, Uchiha Aki. Age, 18 years. Identity, ninja of the Uchiha clan. Strength, Jonin. A mechanical voice echoed in Aki's ear. Instinctively, he drew a kunai, eyeing his surroundings warily. But as he grasped the meaning of the voice, he paused, a mix of excitement and resignation swelling within him. Did this system require me to resolve to become a rogue ninja before it could bind to me? Regardless of the system's activation conditions, it was time to embrace it. This system serves as a reversal mechanism, assisting the host in successfully overpowering Naruto Uzumaki and becoming the strongest in the ninja world. Do you wish to accept the novice gift package? As Fei Niao cast his gaze upon the system's succinct introduction, a spark of brilliance illuminated his eyes. Merely from the system's brief description, he discerned the formidable capabilities it possessed. The prospect of becoming the strongest in the ninja realm was exhilarating. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Fei Niao promptly opened the novice gift package. Acceptance. As the words left his lips, several items materialized on the previously barren table. Taking a deep breath, he picked up an object that resembled a voucher, gazing at the large characters inscribed upon it, and instinctively recited, "Honey mustard flavor fried chicken family bucket. Quantity, infinite. Method of use, crush to summon." Upon reading this, Fei Niao stood frozen in place, rendered speechless for an extended moment. What conceivable connection could this have to gaining strength? If memory served him correctly, consuming too much fried chicken would lead to weight gain, would it not? He then lifted several other items, scrutinizing their descriptions and continuing to read aloud. Accelerated knowledge learning card for ninja school textbooks. 3 days. 1 day counts as 1 month, saving you more time for training. Detailed explanation of the Will of Fire course at Ninja School, containing annotations and insights from various instructors. Memorize it, and you shall completely evade Danzō's scrutiny. A comprehensive list of habits and preferences of all instructors at the ninja school. Familiarize yourself and employ it flexibly. And even if you skip class to train in the future, the teachers will turn a blind eye. A micro camera with no battery or capacity limitations, allowing you to record every moment at the ninja school. Fei Niao stared at these items on the table, his expression one of bewilderment. System. I concede that your novice gift package is rather impressive, but have you not noticed that these items seem tailored for students of the ninja school? What is my current strength? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the mechanical voice echoed once more. Jonet, surely. You have erred in providing this novice gift package. I have graduated from the ninja school for 8 years now. What purpose does this package serve for me? After verification, no error found. My strength? Jonet, what kind of individual is this novice gift package intended for? Ninja school students. You must have made a mistake. No error. With a sigh of exasperation, Fei Niao observed the items before him. He set down his backpack and turned towards the park in the village. The matter of defection could wait. The fourth Hokage was hosting a banquet, and he would seize the opportunity for a meal. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village, Park. Esteemed guests, friends present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. As the host spoke, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Once the applause subsided, he raised his hands to calm the crowd and continued. Today marks February 1st, the 51st year of the Hidden Leaf. As we gather in this park to celebrate the wedding of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, I am Narashikaku. Firstly, I would like to express heartfelt gratitude and warm welcomes on behalf of the groom, the bride, and Lord Jiraiya, as well as the third Hokage, for your presence today. Welcome, everyone. Last year, we endured the most devastating battle since the establishment of Konoha, the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. In that conflict, we lost far too many comrades and suffered the loss of countless loved ones. However, we take solace in the fact that we emerged victorious. By the end of last year, various villages gradually signed ceasefire agreements with us. We are grateful to those who now rest in eternal peace. They have forged a tranquil environment for the generations to come. As I listened to Rikuju passionately deliver his speech from the stage, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of my mouth. Surely, the manuscript in Rikuju's hands was not borrowed from the third Hokage? To audaciously link marriage and childbirth with the will of fire, burning oneself to allow new leaves to sprout, stepping resolutely into the grave of matrimony, all for the sake of letting the next generation witness this beautiful world. Bah, the shinobi world is far too cruel. Having lived only 18 years, I already feel weary of life, and yet there's an expectation for future generations to experience it. With this thought, I turned to my side to glance at Itachi Uchiha, who was continuously sipping on soda. Leaning slightly towards him, I whispered, "Kid, you ought to drink less of that." "Why?" Itachi replied, looking at me with a perplexed expression. Initially, he had been seated at the children's table, but the raucous behavior of those little brats made it utterly unappetizing, prompting him to relocate to this table of relatives. To my surprise, having just settled in, and after only 2 cups of soda, he was already being lectured. "It's nothing particularly significant," I shrugged nonchalantly. "I merely heard that your family received a gift of 200,000 Rio today. I'm concerned you might fill up on soda and miss out on the feast. After all, your parents married early, leaving your family at a disadvantage. If they had divorced and remarried, perhaps they could have earned back a little from the fourth couple." With that, I crossed my arms and fell silent on the matter. If my memory serves me right, the fourth couple is soon to pass, and that 200,000 Rio will surely go to waste. Furthermore, with Naruto planning a wedding ceremony while Sasuke has not, the financial loss could easily amount to 400,000 Rio. What a tragic family dynamic. 2 meals consumed, and a loss of 400,000 Rio. Beautiful bride, do you take this handsome groom to be your lawfully wedded husband? I do. The resounding cheers around me reverberated in my ears as I gazed at the couple on stage, who were unabashedly showering affection upon each other. My lips twitched slightly as I joined in the applause, caught up in the excitement. Although my relationship with the fourth Hokage and his wife was not particularly close, I had still contributed 1,000 Rio as a gift. One must partake in the feast. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of the system, I would have departed once the meal concluded. Casting a glance at the now silent Itachi, I closed my eyes and resumed my exploration of the system. After initially reviewing the beginner's gifts, my enthusiasm had waned, but now that my emotions had settled, it was indeed time to investigate how this system could enhance my abilities. Novice task: Uchiha Daiki, taking advantage of his status as the elder's grandson, has repeatedly bullied you while your brother, Uchiha Itachi, is away on missions. Please defeat Uchiha Daiki and make him your steadfast supporter. As a prerequisite for subsequent tasks, the novice task cannot be abandoned. Birds of prey were filled with confusion. Uchiha Daiki, who in the world is he? After rifling through his memories, he found himself at a loss regarding who Uchiha Daiki was. Moreover, why is his brother Uchiha Itachi? Turning to his left, he looked at Itachi. Placing a hand atop his head, he asked while ruffling his hair, "Itachi, are there others in the clan with your name?" "No." Seeing Itachi shake his head, he turned to the old man on his right and inquired, "Elder Madu, is there anyone named Uchiha Daiki in our clan?" The elder set down his cup, scrutinizing Bird of Prey with a bemused expression. He shifted back slightly, perplexed. "What do you need him for?" "Nothing serious." Bird of Prey lifted his cup, taking small sips before blurted out without a second thought, "I just suddenly remembered that I was bullied by that guy before, and since I've been bored lately, I thought I'd challenge him to a fair duel." Bang! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the elder's hand slammed down on the table with such force that the dishes jumped off the surface, startling Itachi so much that he nearly choked on his food. With his bowl in hand, he looked around in bewilderment, only to see the elder's face turn an alarming shade of purple. "You Uchiha Bird of Prey, how dare you seek a duel with Daiki? I opposed your proposal at the clan meeting, and you actually want to take revenge on my grandson?" Observing the elder's beard bristling and his body trembling, Uchiha Bird of Prey blinked in confusion. "How old is Daiki this year?" 2. Upon hearing this, Bird of Prey froze in his seat, then quickly scooped up Uchiha Itachi and switched places with him, hastily distancing himself from Elder Madu. "How reckless of me. System, what year is it?" "Year 57 of Konoha." "Nonsense." Casting a glance at the fourth couple kissing at the wedding altar, his gaze drifted past them to the banner behind, which clearly stated, "Congratulations to Mr. Minato Namikaze and Miss Kushina Uzumaki, who wedded on February 1st, year 51 of Konoha, supporting each other and growing old together." Bird of Prey gritted his teeth, his heart ablaze with indignation. This is definitely the year 51 of Konoha, and the wedding ceremony for Minato Namikaze is still underway. Please adhere to the time recognized by the system. Sigh. Bird of Prey exhaled deeply, calming himself before continuing to inquire, "Furthermore, why is Uchiha Itachi my brother? Even by generational reckoning, I should be older than him. As brothers born of the same mother, he was born 3 years before you, thus rightfully your elder." Bird of Prey was so enraged that his body trembled slightly. "How absurd. I am the sole heir of my family, having been nurtured solely on formula since birth, never having tasted another's milk. Hence, how could I possibly have a blood sibling?" After a moment of contemplation, Fei Niao began to discern the underlying issue. This flawed system had been activated 6 years prematurely, and more critically, it had mistakenly bound me to the wrong individual. The longer I pondered, the more it resembled a system wherein I had inadvertently transmigrated as Sasuke. Nevertheless, since it had manifested in my existence, I might as well claim it as my own. I demand a modification of the task. Task modification is not permitted. I am not Uchiha Sasuke. Do not burden me with his assignments. Please adhere to the task relationships as recognized by the system. As a Jonin, and one of the most formidable within the Uchiha clan, is it appropriate for me to engage in combat with an infant who is yet to wean? Is this truly what they call a comeback? Consult a dictionary and see how comeback is defined. Please complete the novice task. I harbor no animosity toward Uchiha Mado, so if you were to assign his character to me, I would gladly confront him instead. Please complete the novice task. I shall uninstall this system. I wish to defect. Please complete the novice task. Huh. Fei Niao cast a cold smile upward, realizing this system was nothing like he had envisioned. He could accept the notion of gaining strength through sign-ins, even performing tasks. However, striking a child was beyond him. Furthermore, the obstinacy of this system was astounding. It adamantly refused to acknowledge its error, despite having bound the wrong person and misremembered the timeline. Uchiha Naoki is merely 2 years old. If a genius like Kakashi could graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a genin at 5, it stands to reason that the Uchiha clan's innate talents are no less than his. This implies that Uchiha Naoki would possess the prowess of a genin by the age of 5. In comparison, A jonin challenging a genin to a duel sounds far more palatable than a jonin striking a child. While both scenarios involve the strong preying upon the weak, a jonin engaging a genin in battle is akin to allowing the latter to experience the harsh realities of the ninja world in advance. Reflecting on these matters, Fei Niao discreetly observed the old man Uchiha Amado from the corner of his eye. He resolved to bide his time for 3 years, eager to see what surprises this system would bestow upon him. The system meant for Sasuke had now become his own. Congratulations to Lord Minato Namikaze and Lady Kushina on their marriage. Thank you, thank you. As we stood in the audience, watching the Hokage couple, a twinge of envy stirred within me. With the Hokage now blessed with a wise partner, it is certain that the recovery of Konoha will once again be at the forefront. Peace in the ninja world is hard-won, and Konoha will not instigate conflict. The future tranquility must be upheld by all of us. Lord Hokage, when you have the opportunity, do visit the Hyuga clan's territory and impart your wisdom on the younger generation of ninjas, ensuring they do not fall victim to ignorance on the battlefield. The head of the Hyuga clan graciously responded, "You are too kind. I shall make it a point to visit each prominent clan and share invaluable combat experience." As the fourth Hokage and his spouse graciously welcomed the guests attending the wedding banquet, regardless of their identities as either ninjas from other villages or villagers from their own, the observant Hinata, seated nearby, quietly reflected on their backs. This exemplifies a powerful alliance. Yet, as the Uchiha clan, the most esteemed family in Konoha, we find ourselves entangled in intra-clan marriages. How narrow-minded is clan leader Fugaku? Why cannot he prioritize the clan's future, swiftly divorce, and pursue a union with the illustrious Tsunade Senju, the woman from the once great Senju clan? Suddenly, Itachi, seemingly perplexed, dropped his chopsticks to the floor. Hinata promptly offered him her own, saying, "Continue eating. I am not speaking of clan leader Fugaku." "I heard everything," he replied. "Since you are aware, what are your thoughts on my proposal for the union between the Uchiha and Senju clans? Moreover, given that the Senju clan is now represented solely by its leader, only clan leader Fugaku possesses the standing to marry Princess Tsunade. If the leader refuses to divorce, who shall?" Upon hearing Hinata mention this plan, Itachi shook his head vehemently, his expression clearly displaying disapproval. Recently, while shopping with his mother, he had inadvertently overheard discussions regarding this proposal, which had made his heart skip a beat. His mother had nearly erupted in fury, almost donning her ninja battle attire to confront the instigator. While the plan itself was quite sound in theory, the proposer had evidently failed to consider the opinions of himself, his mother, or Lady Tsunade. Most crucially, it was unlikely that either clan would consent to such an arrangement. Noticing Itachi's prolonged silence, Hinata retrieved a beginner's gift pack from her pocket, extracting the book titled A Detailed Explanation of the Will of Fire Curriculum. After perusing it briefly, she softly recited, "When I attended the Ninja Academy, my teacher once told me that Konoha is a great family, and we are all members of this family. We must not view issues solely from the perspective of an individual or a clan, nor should we adopt a narrow viewpoint. More often than not, we should consider matters from the village's perspective." Ignoring the disdainful gaze of Uchiha Amado beside her, Hinata naturally peeled off the book's cover, tucking it away in her pocket, and continued reading. "Only by reconciling internal conflicts can we confidently confront external challenges." Subsequently, Hinata closed the book, rose, and firmly guided Itachi to a secluded corner, crouching down to ensure he did not have to look up at her. Glancing at the wedding festivities in the distance, her gaze returned to Itachi, and she praised, "You are a prodigy, endowed with wisdom, rationality, and exceptional analytical skills. Clan leader Fugaku often extols your virtues before us. Though you are merely 4 years old, I implore you to consider the issue of divorce from the Hokage's perspective, without being constrained by the boundaries of the Uchiha clan or the village. Reflect on this, envisioning yourself in the role of Hokage. Additionally, if your father fails to win the affection of Princess Tsunade after the divorce, he could very well remarry your mother, potentially reclaiming 200,000 Ryo, or even profiting further. Thus, no loss would ensue." Having spoken, he offered Uchiha Itachi an encouraging glance. As for Asuka, he was entirely unperturbed by the prospect of tarnishing the reputation of the son of the clan leader. The teachings he imparted were devoid of fault, being directly annotated by the esteemed instructors of the Ninja Academy, embodying the true essence of the will of fire. Furthermore, Itachi, this young lad, had already begun to adopt a troubling perspective, contemplating matters from the village's standpoint. Given this, why not consider the issue of father's divorce and marrying Tsunade from the village's perspective as well? Gazing at Asuka's vanishing figure, Itachi squatted upon the grass, plucking at the blades while reflecting upon the earlier conversation. As the son of the clan leader, he was certainly privy to certain internal family matters. The Uchiha clan, as one of the founding families of Konoha alongside the Senju, had repeatedly found themselves on the cusp of obtaining the position of Hokage, resulting in a considerable accumulation of discontent within the clan. During the last clan assembly, the elders had even resorted to physical altercations over this very issue. If such tensions continued to mount, it was inevitable that the clan would eventually clash with the village. The solution to this dilemma was quite straightforward. The Uchiha clan needed to produce a Hokage. However, he had heard Shisui mention that it was exceedingly difficult for the Uchiha to elevate one of their own to the position of Hokage, not solely due to internal emotional deficiencies, but also owing to various external factors. Yet, if the Uchiha were to wed Princess Tsunade, the circumstances would indeed be transformed. As the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, the disciple of the third, and the aunt of the fourth, Tsunade's standing was impeccable, and any offspring resulting from her union with the Uchiha would undoubtedly represent the ideal heir to the Hokage title. Contemplating this, Itachi turned his gaze towards the banquet, where his father and mother sat at the main table, exuding an air of familial affection. This stirred a deeper conflict within him. Advocating for his parents' divorce would be deemed unfilial, yet it could serve the greater good of the clan and the village. Conversely, dissuading them from parting ways would be an act of filial piety, albeit one that might jeopardize the village's future. But why must it be his father? Simply due to his role as clan leader, who must assume the burden of sacrifice for the clan's sake. As time passed, the banquet gradually dissolved, and the Uchiha clan leader and his wife, after exchanging pleasantries with the fourth Hokage and his spouse, prepared to depart. Uchiha Mikoto scanned the venue, noticing elderly women packing up leftover food, which prompted her to reminisce about her own grandmother. She recalled a time during her childhood when she fell ill and could not attend a wedding. Her grandmother had lovingly packed a bounty of food for her. While lost in these cherished memories, Mikoto's gaze fell upon a child in a corner of the venue, diligently packing leftovers. A smile instinctively graced her lips. Despite the stark differences in status since her childhood, she still longed for those simpler times. When that child suddenly looked up at her, Uchiha Mikoto recognized his familiar visage and, in disbelief, blinked her eyes. Abandoning Fugaku, she stepped over to the table and softly inquired, "Itachi, what are you doing?" "Mother." Hearing a familiar call by his ear, Itachi noticed his mother unexpectedly approaching his side. He waved the plastic bag in his hand and pointed at the leftover food inside, saying, "Someone mentioned that the clan's finances are rather strained, with income and expenditures gravely imbalanced. As the junior clan leader, since I lack the ability to increase the clan's finances, I must focus on frugality." He continued, "Back when World War II had just concluded, our village faced similar financial difficulties. During weddings, villagers would pack leftovers to take home and warm up for a meal." He added that his mother, having lived through that era, should resonate deeply with this sentiment. Upon hearing this, Mikoto Uchiha's smile froze on her face. Initially, she thought Itachi was merely collecting these items to feed the kittens in the clan's grounds. She never anticipated that they were meant for their dinner, even if they were indeed quite delectable. Taking a deep breath, Mikoto knelt down, affectionately stroking Itachi's head, and said, "It was indeed like that back then. But the current circumstances are far better than before. Moreover, you've packed far too much. We won't be able to finish it all." "No." Itachi shook his head and placed the bag on the floor, counting on his fingers. "Because my parents married early, and at that time, Mother did not know Lady Kushina. So there were no gifts from her during the wedding. Today, however, Mother has given a dowry of 200,000 ryo. Even if I marry in the future, and Lady Kushina returns 200,000 ryo, when her child marries, I will have to return another 200,000 ryo. In the end, our family is still at a loss of 200,000 ryo. Unless..." At these words, Mikoto's heart skipped a beat. She suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, focusing her gaze on Itachi. Observing the conflicted expression on her son's face, her demeanor softened, and she gently asked, "Unless what?" Itachi sniffed, having finally grasped an idea after much contemplation. "The village comes before the clan, and the clan before the family. although suggesting that my parents' divorce may bring more benefits than drawbacks. Stating it outright could lead to repercussions. I must be more tactful and even gauge my mother's views on divorce beforehand. At this crossroads, Itachi, akin to the fateful night of clan extermination years later, chose to prioritize the greater good over his own family. With a decision finally made, he took 2 steps forward, embraced his mother, and rested his small head on her shoulder, speaking like an innocent child. Unless father and mother divorce and remarry, then we would not incur a loss. The dowry we earn could be partially donated to the orphanage, and the rest could enhance the living standards of the clan's orphans and widows. Mikoto's expression settled into calmness as she regarded her son. She suddenly found the prospect of him starting school earlier not so difficult to accept. As long as he obtained a ninja school diploma, it would not merely be about the dowry that he would advocate for his parents' divorce and remarriage. This fool must have been influenced by someone. Who told you this? Upon hearing his mother's cold voice above him, Itachi felt a twinge of unease. Without thinking, he confessed softly, I sold the bird. In the previous encounter regarding the matter of persuading his father to divorce, Uchiha Asuka held Itachi in her arms. Turning to gaze towards the Uchiha clan's territory, her lips pale from being bitten. That individual must be deranged, pondering how to convince Fugaku to part ways with her. Minato. Upon hearing Kushina's call from the living room, Minato, holding a frying pan in one hand and a spatula in the other, peeked towards Kushina, who was seated on the sofa, and replied, I am here. Kushina, today several ninjas from the Uchiha clan have come to extend their wedding blessings to us. Kushina fiddled with the camera in her hands, her face beaming as she watched the recorded messages of goodwill from the Uchiha ninjas. However, the smiles on those Uchiha faces appeared rather forced, as if someone stood nearby, persistently coercing them with words. Suddenly, a waft of cooking oil filled the air, and she looked up to see Minato, having approached her without her noticing, gazing down at the footage on the camera. Observing the spatula dripping with oil, Kushina gently patted the sofa, expressing her concern. Be careful, the sofa is newly replaced. Sorry. Minato, realizing the situation, dashed back to the kitchen to return the spatula and apron before rejoining Kushina to watch the footage together. The blessings not only came from their fellow village ninjas, but also from those of other villages, including the Hidden Cloud village, which had yet to sign a ceasefire agreement and was still embroiled in minor conflicts. Minato, at that moment, Kushina draped one arm over Minato's shoulder while the other caressed her gradually swelling belly, inquiring, a few days ago, I heard Mikoto mention that the internal conflicts within her family are escalating, and managing the clan members is becoming increasingly challenging. During the last clan meeting, someone even suggested that the clan leader should divorce and pursue the leader of the Senju clan. Minato looked at his wife with a bewildered expression, his mind drifting to the affectionate relationship between Fugaku and his wife, hastily asking, why? Kushina set down the camera, exasperation evident on her face. It's all due to the turmoil surrounding the Hokage position. Ever since Mikoto married Fugaku, she has been driven to the brink by those clan members, who incessantly urge the clan leader to reminisce about the past. For instance, how the first Hokage once patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder, promising to pass on the second Hokage position to him. Then, the second Hokage similarly reassured Uchiha Kagami, stating that he was the most likely among the Uchiha to inherit the title of third Hokage. Later, the third Hokage also assured Fugaku that by repelling the enemy's attacks, his name would emerge among the candidates for Hokage. Minato, as the fourth Hokage, it is your responsibility to maintain the stability of the village, and the Uchiha clan stands as the foremost family in Konoha. Observing her wife's hesitance, Minato immediately recalled her earlier mention of the leader of the Senju clan. Is she implying that I should act as the intermediary? In that case, I might be struck down by Lady Tsunade. The mere thought of my master being pummeled into the hospital by Tsunade, only to be healed and then pummeled again, made Minato vigorously shake his head, murmuring to himself. No, Lady Tsunade would surely eliminate Jiraiya-sensei. Kushina looked at Minato with a perplexed expression, struggling to comprehend his train of thought. I was discussing the internal conflicts within the Uchiha clan and their potential impact on the village, and yet he veered off in an entirely different direction. Fool. Kushina mounted Minato's lap, gripping his collar with both hands, shaking him back and forth. Why don't you just reassign that ninja who advised Meichin to get a divorce? If he can't attend the clan meeting, he won't be able to voice any opinions, right? Reassign whom? seeing Kushina's hair standing on end. Minato quickly raised his hands in surrender, wearing a conciliatory smile. All right, I understand. Recently, due to a number of UMBU personnel requesting to return to the regular ninja ranks, there has been a significant vacancy in the UMBU. In due time, the UMBU will extend invitations to distinguished ninjas within the village. And during this time, Minato, momentarily at a loss for words, stole a glance at the fuming Kushina. One hand soothingly patted her back, while the other stroked his chin, his expression tender. Recently, there have indeed been some Ninja Academy students applying for early graduation. If that individual has no psychological issues, we could appoint him as a temporary teacher for a while. Kushina, what was that Uchiha ninja's name? I'll review his file when I return. Now that's more like it. Kushina picked up the camera that had been cast aside, flipping through it for a moment before pointing at a particular blessing video. There he is, Uchiha Tobira, a jonin of the Uchiha clan, a remarkably versatile ninja. It is said that even during his time as a chunin, he already possessed jonin-level combat prowess. Now he is a jonin, though his exact capabilities remain unknown. So it's him. Following Kushina's finger, Minato recognized the somewhat familiar figure in the camera. Gazing at that familiar silhouette, Minato fell silent as a flash of realization struck him. Noticing Minato sitting there in silence, Kushina shook his shoulder, concern etched on her face. Is there something wrong with him? Not at all, Minato replied, shaking his head, as memories of the Third Great Ninja War and Tobira's profile flooded his mind. Gradually, he spoke. His experiences bear some resemblance to Lady Tsunade's. However, he is one of the few combat-type ninjas proficient in medical ninjutsu. Moreover, the records indicate that the Third Great Ninja War claimed all his comrades. The extensive time he spent mastering medical ninjutsu allowed him only to perceive the life force ebbing from his companions. He was unable to prolong their lives. Consequently, he renounced his medical ninjutsu and never employed it again. Is that so? Upon hearing Minato's account, Kushina was momentarily taken aback. Due to her identity, she had not participated in the Third Great Ninja War. Yet, during that time, white flags of mourning fluttered from nearly every household in Konoha. At the water gate, Gyo-Xin Nai appeared somewhat discontent. He gently caressed the other's abdomen and spoke. Tomorrow, I shall assign a small team to him. Meanwhile, Asuka sat in a chair, surveying his empty room, a hint of regret creeping into his heart. That old cat is truly cunning. When I bought it, she gave me a 10% discount. Yet when I sell it, she claims a 30% cut. In this back and forth, I've done nothing and my fortune has diminished by nearly a third. Sighing deeply, he spat the remnants of a roasted chicken bone onto the floor and then turned his gaze to the large orange cat sleeping on the table. Observing the cat, which had grown excessively rotund, he gave it a gentle nudge and said, "Wake up, go deliver this letter for me." Sensing the persistent nudging at its posterior, the orange cat slowly opened its eyes, instinctively stretching, only to notice a letter seemingly tied around its waist. In an instant, the cat's stretching came to an abrupt halt. After a prolonged silence, it glanced at the recipient's details, then looked up at Asuka, a human-like expression of resignation on its face, and murmured in a voice reminiscent of a young girl, "I don't want to deliver a letter to a widow. It's bad luck. Besides, the Senju clan and you are sworn enemies." Huh. Asuka spat on the ground, then directed his gaze towards the Senju clan's territory, stating, "They have been eradicated, and only one woman remains. What enmity can we speak of now? In the past, when the Senju clan was still around, we exchanged a few harsh words. But now that they have all perished, it would be excessive to kick them while they are down." Upon hearing this, the orange cat regarded Asuka for a moment before casually opening the letter and reading its contents aloud. To Tsunade Senju, leader of the Senju clan. As the Third Great Ninja War gradually draws to a close, the ninja world finally approaches a fleeting peace. Though this tranquility is merely temporary, I, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, wish to discuss the future of our two feuding clans and the fate of our village, as well as the future of the ninja world. Uchiha Fugaku. Suddenly, as he reached the conclusion, a slip of paper tumbled out from the envelope. The orange cat picked it up from the table, glanced at it, and exclaimed, "Asuka, have you struck it rich? Why did you stuff 100,000 ryo in the envelope? Without money, Tsunade would hardly respond to us. What are you working so hard for?" With a light smack, Asuka playfully swatted the cat on the head, retorting, "I merely wish to live my life in safety. Any form of conflict signifies danger. And if we can resolve this peacefully, We shall certainly do so. In the early morning, a hazy mist descended, draping the 50-year-old village of Konoha in a shroud of gloom, rendering it lifeless. After completing his morning routine, Asuka pushed open the door, gazing at the thick fog surrounding him, murmuring to himself, "At this moment, how delightful it would be to savor a grilled fish generously coated with chili powder. Wouldn't you agree?" Turning to glance at the room, he noticed the plump orange cat still in slumber. With a twitch of his lips, Fei Niao snapped his fingers, summoning 2 buckets of honey mustard fried chicken, placing one on the table while he cradled the other as he stepped outside. Today marked the monthly clan meeting. Having resolved against defection, it was time to attend the gathering and perhaps glean insights on their plans for resurgence. The streets were relatively empty in the early morning, and the sound of Fei Niao indulging in his meal echoed down the avenue. Upon arriving at the shrine, he found a number of elderly gentlemen had already assembled. Humph. Upon hearing approaching footsteps, Uchiha Mado recognized Fei Niao and let out a cold snort, turning his gaze elsewhere. "Hey, Elder Mado, have you forgotten yesterday's events?" "Silence. I have no desire to converse with you. Have something to eat. It's not healthy for the elderly to skip 2 pounds of meat in the morning. Take it away. I do not wish to consume such greasy fare." "Greasy?" Fei Niao's expression hardened as he scrutinized the bucket in his hands. "Do you think we are just anyone? We are Uchiha. Other clan elders may need to eat lightly for health reasons due to poor digestion, but do not place our clan on the same level as others. Moreover, I have heard that Lord Madara's grandfather, despite being over 70, consumed 5 pounds of fried meat at every breakfast and lived to see the founding of Konoha." As Fei Niao raised 5 fingers towards Mado, the latter's cheeks twitched. Indeed, some individuals possess robust health, smoking 2 packs a day, drinking a pound of liquor per meal, and consuming 10 pounds of meat daily. But that does not apply to me. Bang! At that moment, Fei Niao used summoning techniques to conjure a plethora of greasy dishes, distributing them to the surrounding elders. Just as Mado expected the elderly to refuse the food, he watched in astonishment as the white-haired gentleman accepted the greasy offerings without a hint of hesitation, devouring them heartily. Damn it, just yesterday they spoke of vegetable porridge and pickles for health, and today they feasted on this. You old geezers will never witness the Uchiha ascend to the position of 5th Hokage. Taking a deep breath, Mado felt a surge of competitive spirit. Gazing at the oil-dripping chicken wings, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Bring me 2 buckets." When Fugaku arrived at the Nanga shrine at the appointed meeting time, the rich aroma of fried chicken wafted through the air. Observing the clan ninjas with grease lining their lips, he kindly suggested, "Esteemed elders, it is not wartime. There is no necessity for such indulgent meals in the morning." "Humph." Uchiha Mado snorted disdainfully, although he felt slightly nauseated. He persevered against the wave of discomfort and replied with a calm demeanor, "The Uchiha clan is the strongest in Konoha, and our stomachs are indeed made of iron. In the past, Lord Madara's grandfather could consume 20 pounds of meat in a single meal. What we are having this morning is merely an appetizer." A melodious belch resonated from Elder Madu and Uchiha Fugaku. Inhaling the increasingly rich aroma of fried chicken in the air, felt a slight twitch in his eyelid, prompting him to advise, "Elder Madu, refrain from addressing the traitor as lord in public." "I understand," replied Madu, who, with his prominent belly, made his way directly to his seat. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Nana shrine, 4 rows of tables were arranged from east to west, each with a differing number of tables. The southernmost row boasted dozens, while the northernmost had merely 1. Witnessing this sudden rearrangement, Asuka, standing at the entrance, was momentarily taken aback. Had it not previously been just 2 rows? The elderly took the front seats, while today there were inexplicably 4 rows. However, the other Uchiha clan members who had come to attend the meeting seemed to be well aware of this change. They swiftly located their seats and sat down, leaving only the outermost seat vacant for Asuka. Once he dazedly occupied that position, he glanced at the nearby Uchiha Fugaku, then tugged gently at the elder beside him, whispering, "How did I end up here?" The elder wiped the grease from his mouth and casually responded, "Last time you fled, did you not witness my prowess?" After the conclusion of the last civil war, the Grand Elder arranged our seating this way, laying the factions bare for all to see. The outermost row hosts the most boisterous. The middle row is home to the competitive, while my row, though less populated, represents the tranquil-minded. As for you," he glanced at Asuka before dipping his finger into the teacup and inscribing a few words on the table. faction for encouraging divorce. Asuka's expression darkened at once. He glared at the distracted Grand Elder seated at the table and gritted his teeth. Does that old man hold a grudge against me? Oh, so you are aware of the Grand Elder's discontent? From the moment you insisted on learning medical ninjutsu, he has harbored ill feelings towards you. And after you proposed the marriage alliance yesterday, his displeasure only deepened. So what do you think? Would you be interested in nominating me for the position of Grand Elder? Given his advanced age? Silence. Hearing the whispers below, Fugaku raised his hand to quiet them. After scanning the front row, his gaze settled on Asuka as he spoke in a low tone. Uchiha Asuka, I have just received orders from the 4th Hokage, appointing you temporarily to oversee 3 newly graduated students. In due time, you will transition into the 4th Hokage's direct department, the Umbu. I hope you can serve as a bridge between the village and our clan. I am to become a teacher? Asuka pointed at himself, blinking in disbelief at his clan leader. Is it truly possible for someone from the Uchiha clan to take on the role of a teacher? What is the Hokage thinking? After granting a confirming nod to Asuka, Fugaku then signaled to 2 others, conveying the news of their entry into the Umbu. Before lowering his gaze to the assembled clan members and continuing his address, the 4th Hokage intends to mend the rift within the clan. As the head of the Uchiha, I should take the initiative to extend goodwill. In due time, I shall enroll Itachi in the Ninja Academy, and after his graduation, he will apprentice under the 4th Hokage. The clan members around nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a consensus. The prowess of Namake's Minato is well recognized throughout the shinobi world, and being his disciple is undoubtedly a boon, particularly since Itachi is the son of the clan leader, a matter beyond their jurisdiction. Most significantly, becoming a disciple of the Hokage signifies the clan's renewed access to the position of Hokage. With this thought, several elders cast gleeful glances at Fei Niao. Although the clan assembly is a place for open discourse, where even the most outrageous acts can be brushed aside with laughter, some actions, once taken, are indelibly etched in one's memory. For instance, advising the clan leader to divorce. Ahem. At this moment, Fei Niao lightly cleared his throat and directed his gaze towards the direction of the elder, speaking in a calm tone. Elder, I would like to introduce a marriage proposal. The bride is the grandmother of a friend from the Hyuga clan. For the honor of our family, I hope you will not decline. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing shrieks filled the air as countless shuriken, emanating ominous black light, descended like a swarm of locusts, controlled by some unseen force. Heading straight for Uchiha Fei Niao, the shuriken obscured half the sky, forming a massive funnel that enveloped the heavens above Fei Niao. You old fool, Fei Niao exclaimed. Gazing upward at the deluge of shuriken, he raised his right hand, his voluminous sleeves falling away to reveal arms sculpted like jade, white and powerful. A crimson sphere of light blossomed in the palm of his hand, and in the next moment, it burst forth, radiating intense heat in all directions, instantly vaporizing the tea at the gathering into steam. At that moment, Fei Niao resembled a deity, holding aloft a sun. Fire release, scorching sun. This was his original ninjutsu. Conceived during his studies of the Rasengan, he found the power of his technique lacking and, inspired by the lava release Rasengan, infused his fire chakra into the Rasengan, resulting in a technique of tremendous destructive capability. The beauty of it lay in its lack of hand seals. Gulp. The surrounding Uchiha shinobi gazed in awe at the ferociously blazing, crimson sun, swallowing hard. No matter how many times one witnessed this ninjutsu, it remained breathtaking. However, was this really necessary? As he observed the shuriken being incinerated into molten metal, falling like fiery rain, the molten shards splattered onto the ground, creating dark craters. Enough. Once the sky was clear of shuriken, Fei Niao casually dissipated the fireball in his hand. He swept his hand to the side, brushing aside the molten metal that dripped onto the table with a shuriken, then retrieved a pen and paper from his robe, documenting his thoughts. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month of the 51st year of Konoha, since Uchiha Fei Niao became a shinobi, the clan elder has persistently challenged him. After arduous training and fierce battles, Uchiha Fei Niao has finally triumphed over the elder for the 27th time. Justice prevails once more. Gazing at the elder, who was fuming and glaring, he waved the booklet in his hand and casually picked his nose. The elder, do not forget the rules you established. Each person shall employ but a single technique. An excess of moves may sow discord and undermine unity within the clan. The elder took a deep breath. suppressing the urge to unleash his pent-up frustration upon the audacious Uchiha Feiyao. His feelings towards this individual were profoundly complicated, a tumultuous blend of admiration and disdain. Within a family, it takes years, even decades, to cultivate a prodigy. Yet, the emergence of such a genius can irrevocably shape the course of history for years or even generations to come. Events that unfold gradually or in parallel may compress into a fleeting moment that decisively influences the fate of many, determining life and death, the survival or demise of a clan. Such pivotal moments often transpire in a single day, an hour, or more frequently, a mere minute. Uchiha Feiyao was indeed such a prodigy, albeit one who squandered his potential. Before even enrolling in the Advanced Ninja Academy, he diverted his efforts towards mastering medical ninjutsu. When he finally attended the academy, he was preoccupied with concocting potions and conducting scientific experiments. Upon graduating, he delved into the study of legendary sage arts, neglecting to grasp anything beyond medical ninjutsu, which he has now reportedly abandoned as well. All those years wasted in vain. After observing Feiyao for a while, the elder slammed his palm on the table and turned his gaze elsewhere. He harbored a profound disdain for geniuses, especially those who squander their time. A prodigy's time should be devoted to rigorous training, not to researching potential companions for the elderly. Companions from the Hyuga clan, no less. Regardless of who they are, it was of no concern to him. Uchiha Fugaku watched the departing figures of his clansmen and sighed deeply. As the clan leader, he understood the disposition of his people well, and thus he did not take their antics to heart. A petty-minded individual cannot lead a clan, let alone the Uchiha family. The erratic nature of his clansmen was exhausting. Moments ago, they were in a flurry of anxiety, and now they were debating the merits of children consuming fried chicken. As he observed Feiyao walking alongside a certain elder, the latter stuffing a bucket of something into the young man's arms, Uchiha Fugaku sighed once more. The burden of leadership was indeed wearisome. Outside, Feiyao, with a chicken bone dangling from his mouth, fixed his gaze upon Elder Ryuichi and inquired softly, "Elder Ryuichi, when shall we stage our coup?" "A coup?" Elder Ryuichi trembled slightly, casting a startled glance at Feiyao, then cautiously scanned their surroundings before replying in a hushed tone. "What on earth? Have you rendered me obsolete?" "Not at all." "Then how is it that I am unaware of any coup? The position of Hokage has eluded us for far too long. Are we not to stage a coup? Is this what the younger generation now considers dangerous thinking?" As Feiyao gazed with curiosity, Elder Liang shook his head vigorously. After securing the family bucket in his arms with its lid, he cast a deep glance at Feiyao and quietly remarked, "Feiyao, I am indeed your second grandfather. Although your parents departed early, your second grandfather remains alive. I hope that the next time such perilous thoughts arise within you, you will reflect on your grandfather." "Hiss." Feiyao looked at Liang, whose face bore an unmistakable expression of rejection, and murmured, "I know you are my second grandfather. But tell me, when shall we entertain thoughts of a coup?" "You brat." Elder Liang shot a glare at Feiyao, pondering how this young lad's mind was consumed with notions of rebellion. Could it be that the absence of his comrades during the war left him hollow and yearning for affection? At 18, perhaps he was also at the age of marriage. After a moment of silence, Liang patted Feiyao on the shoulder, shook his head, and departed. Indeed, men must possess vulnerabilities. Those devoid of them tend to harbor dangerously radical thoughts. Watching Elder Liang Yi's retreating figure, Feiyao gently stroked his chin as he walked home. Reflecting on the narrative of his previous life, through his probing, he was certain that the Uchiha clan harbored no intentions of rebellion at present, although life was somewhat burdensome. It hardly warranted such drastic actions. Could it be that Uchiha Fugaku had taken it upon himself to instigate a coup? As he recalled a recent conversation with an elder, who had hinted at certain information, Feiyao squinted towards the direction of the Nana shrine. Uchiha Fugaku is one who esteems the future of the Uchiha clan above his own life. Proud of the clan's insignia, he is exceedingly strict with his friends, family, and himself, tirelessly sacrificing for the prosperity of the Uchiha. Such a person might indeed contemplate a coup upon perceiving a bleak future for his clan. After all, his ability to awaken such eyes hinted at a somewhat unhinged spirit. Perhaps it was prudent to investigate matters concerning Danzō. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, Irika, a young girl with long purple hair, faced Irika, her eyes occasionally darting towards the door, filled with anticipation as she inquired, "Do you think we will be assigned to the same team?" Who will our instructor be? I am uncertain, Iruka replied, shaking his head. Then turning to the purple-haired girl with equal expectation. It is likely to be a chunin, or perhaps a special jonin, or even a jonin. Humph. At that moment, an untimely derisive laugh emerged from beside them, as a girl with black hair and white eyes regarded the door with disdain, slowly uttering. The Ninja World War is not yet over. Most jonin are burdened with missions. How could one possibly serve as our instructor? Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had she spoken than a series of knocks resounded at the door, and before they could react, the classroom door was thrust open from the outside. Soon, a ninja with short black hair, clad in a tight black combat uniform adorned with green jonin armor, appeared at the threshold. He held the paper in his hand and stepped towards the podium, glancing at the 7 or 8 children seated in the classroom. He looked down at the list in his grasp and called out, Uchiha Iruka, Yuzuki Yuka, Hinata Hanabi. Noticing the 3 of them standing up with a hint of nervousness, Asuka smiled at them and said, "Follow me." As they observed the back of the jonin, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, Yuka and the others exchanged glances, their faces revealing a complex array of emotions. It was well known in the ninja world that the strength of the Uchiha clan was inversely proportional to their spirit. Indeed, although their instructor was a jonin, they secretly hoped he would not be from the Uchiha clan. Once Asuka led the trio to the rooftop, he turned to face them and introduced himself. I am Uchiha Asuka, a combat-type jonin from Konoha. I enjoy cooked food, and I also have a fondness for raw dishes. My recent hobby is journalism, and my dream is to live a safe and fulfilling life. Now, it is your turn for self-introduction. Gulping, Iruka took a small step forward and spoke softly. I'm Uchiha Iruka, a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy. I love the ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku, dislike wasabi, and my hobby is soaking in hot springs. My dream is to become a teacher. Asuka nodded, shifting his gaze to the purple-haired girl. I am Yuzuki Yuka, also a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy. I detest greasy food. My hobby is enjoying flowers, she began, but suddenly felt her cheeks flush. Covering her face with her hands, she murmured, "Is it possible to skip my dream?" Of course, Asuka replied. Surprised by her instructor's amiability, Yuka's eyes widened. Was this Uchiha so easygoing? And you? Asuka inquired. I am Hinata Hanabi, a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy. I enjoy bananas, dislike milk, and my hobby is daydreaming. My dream is freedom. Upon seeing the girl with white pupils and the mark on her forehead, Asuka instantly comprehended the meaning behind her notion of freedom. A caged bird. How tragic. With that thought in mind, he casually formed a hand seal and summoned 3 family buckets of food, stating, typically, instructors boringly subject their students to difficult tests, such as fostering teamwork or snatching bells. However, I am different. The way to earn my approval is to finish these 3 family buckets. If you cannot, you will be sent back to the Ninja Academy, as I am a combat-type ninja, and this task of teaching you is forcibly assigned to me by the Hokage. It's that simple. The 3 stared at the family buckets in disbelief. This assessment is simply, of course, it is not that simple. As he spoke, Asuka vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, the trio beheld him holding a pile of food, milk, wasabi, and oil. In that moment, an ominous feeling surged within them. These are all the foods we detest. After the bird bit open a barrel of milk, it tipped it directly into a bucket of fried chicken. Thud, thud, thud. Witnessing the gradual immersion of the bucket in milk, Hinata Hanabi stood nearby with tears glistening in her eyes, murmuring to herself, enough, enough, truly too much. Once the bucket was saturated with milk, he donned gloves and spread a thick layer of mustard over each chicken leg. Finally, he retrieved a brush, dipped it in oil, and flicked it onto the chicken legs. Ugh! Observing the oil dripping from the chicken, the bird couldn't help but shiver. He then solemnly handed the 3 large buckets to the trio, stating, "This is the first lesson I impart to you. As ninjas, you are not permitted to have distasteful food. Oh, by the way, at this moment, the bird sat on the railing, gazing at the 3 conflicted children. As if a sudden thought struck him, he continued, my medical ninjutsu skills are exceptionally high. Although I once vowed not to employ medical ninjutsu, should any of you suffer from food poisoning, I could begrudgingly provide assistance. After all, odes are meant for outsiders. Eat up. Even if you must endure an additional year at ninja school, you must finish this today." The trio looked up at the bird, noting his serious expression, then lowered their gazes to the food in their bowls, an instinctive wave of nausea washing over them. What is this? Milk-soaked honey mustard? Will the honey mustard and unknown oil upset our stomachs? Half an hour later. Ugh, ugh, cough, cough. The bird, who had already fallen asleep, was awakened by a chorus of painful groans. He glanced at the three in torment on the rooftop and then at the empty buckets before him, a smirk appearing on his lips. Congratulations, you are now qualified genin. Teacher, my stomach hurts. Upon hearing this, he leaped down to Utsuki Yuin, who was half kneeling on the ground, her face contorted with pain. The bird's palm emanated a green glow as he placed it on her abdomen. Moments later, feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his head and muttered, "Those deceitful villagers. I asked for any bulk oil, and you gave me fish oil." Observing Utsuki Yuin's gradually calming complexion, he removed his combat outfit and tied it around her waist, patting her head with a look of apology. Since you ingested fish oil, your stomach couldn't absorb it properly, so you're likely to have diarrhea. Head to the school restroom and stay there for a while. I'll take you home tonight. By the way, don't touch the oil stains on your backside. They're difficult to wash off. Upon hearing this, Yuin cast a curious glance at Uchiha Feinyao, puzzled about why he had tied his combat outfit around her waist. Oil stains on my backside. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she reached behind to feel. So much oil. Utsuki Yuin stared intently at her oily palm, remaining silent for a long moment. She then raised her head, looking at the bird with a face full of grievance before turning and dashing toward the restroom. You have consumed too much milk, lingering in the restroom for ages. You have overindulged in mustard, and while you need not visit the lavatory, remember to procure a bottle of laxative from the hospital. For tomorrow's trip to the restroom will prove quite uncomfortable. After tending to the remaining two students, Feinyao wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and gazed at the sun, which was gradually sinking in the western sky, muttering to himself. Being a teacher is exhausting. It feels as though I am already on the brink of isolation, and we have scarcely begun. Typically, mentors conduct assessments on the first day and take the newcomers out on missions by the second. However, due to yesterday's bewildering turn of events, Feinyao found himself with a day off on the following day, as all three of his subordinates had called in sick. Though ninjas possess remarkable vitality, they remain, after all, bound by the limitations of humanity. Feinyao first visited Irika, who was suffering from the mildest ailment, merely a sore throat that rendered him mute. Upon hearing Irika's desperate attempts to communicate, he placed the watermelon he was holding upon the table and turned to the young man with concern. Irika, you must refrain from straining your voice, take ample rest in bed, and finish the watermelon that your teacher brought. It will aid in your recovery. Irika, with a hoarse voice, responded softly, glancing at the sizable watermelon on the table and then at his caring mentor. Truth be told, it was difficult for outsiders to comprehend the complex emotions swirling within him at that moment. He contemplated whether he should request a different teacher, uncertain if it was too late. Very well, I must attend to others now. Do take care of yourself, Feinyao concluded, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing outside the window. After discerning the direction, he made his way toward the residence of Ugetsu Yuka, who was currently suffering from diarrhea. The thought of the unfortunate state he had inadvertently caused made Feinyao turn back to the fruit shop, selecting the most expensive fruit available. Upon arriving at Yuka's home, he surveyed the freshly washed sheets and garments in the yard, furrowing his brow as he muttered, "Is the diarrhea truly that severe?" Knocking on the door, he waited a considerable time before a feeble voice emerged from within. "The door is not closed." Hearing this, Feinyao twisted the doorknob and entered the tidy abode of Yuka, nodding in approval at its cleanliness, which surpassed that of his own home, at the very least. There were no cat hairs scattered about. That fat cat, shedding fur year-round, ought to be shaved regularly. After waiting for a brief moment at the entrance, and seeing no one come to greet him, Feinyao stood on tiptoe to peer inside, and called softly, "Hello, is anyone home? I am Uchiha Feinyao, Yuka's mentor." Mentor? Yuka sprang up from the sofa, clutching her stomach with both hands, her face reflecting sheer terror as she gazed at the figure standing at the door. "What brings you here? You even have a durian with you." The thought struck her. Surely, he does not intend for me to consume durian skin today? With that, Yuka found it difficult to swallow her saliva, instinctively taking a few steps back, tears welling in her eyes as she trembled. "Mentor, what brings you here?" At this moment, Feinyao had already removed his shoes and entered the living room. After placing the durian he held down, he turned to his pallid student and expressed his remorse. "I apologize. Yesterday the teacher had already shut down the unscrupulous fish oil vendor. Upon learning that you were feeling unwell today, I specially bought the most expensive fruit from the fruit shop to visit you. As he spoke, he patted the durian in his hands. He had never tasted this peculiar fruit himself. Its appearance was daunting, and its scent was utterly off-putting, failing to stimulate his appetite. Gazing at the spiky durian, Uzuki Shien felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. This fruit was not universally adored, and she certainly was not fond of it. However, witnessing Uchiha Asatori sitting on the sofa and peeling the durian, she managed a faint, strained smile and weakly responded, "Thank you, teacher. But you needn't have gone to such trouble to buy such an extravagant fruit. You're too courteous." Asatori beckoned Uzuki Shien with a finger, then handed her the peeled durian. Inquiring with concern, "Teacher, I was once a medical ninja, and I have considerable knowledge about what patients should consume. Shien, you are feeling a bit weak right now. This is just what you need. Come, try it." Observing the concern etched on his face, Uzuki Shien lowered her gaze to her abdomen, unable to meet Asatori's eyes, and softly declined, "No, that's really not necessary. Do you recall the medical ninja regulations established by Lady Tsunade?" As Asatori stood and faced her, he walked closer while continuing, "The 3 cardinal principles of medical ninjas. First, a medical ninja must never abandon treatment before a teammate's death. Second, teammates must unconditionally accept the rescue plans proposed by the medical ninja. We are now a small team." As she perceived her guiding teacher approaching, she waved her hands in refusal while retreating. Before she could finish her protest, Uzuki Shien found him suddenly in front of her, as if teleporting. Such swift body flicker technique. Before she could react, he stuffed a piece of durian flesh into her mouth. Watching her resist, Asatori's palms once again glimmered with a green light. One hand covered her mouth while the other rested on her abdomen. He sighed, "Shien, do you know? When I left the medical field, countless people vehemently opposed my decision. Even the casino-dwelling Tsunade, upon hearing the news, hastily packed her bags and returned to Konoha. That old woman even told me that her luck was particularly good at the time, and because of my departure, she missed out on millions and wanted me to compensate her. Is this the scent of masculinity? The fragrance of gardenias?" Uzuki Shien felt that with every breath she took, the delicate aroma of gardenias would penetrate her lungs, and with each exhale, that scent would swiftly return, making her feel dizzy, reminiscent of inhaling her father's secondhand smoke. At this moment, the unique odor of the durian was entirely lost on her. Her mind was consumed solely by the fragrance of gardenias. "Hey!" Observing Uzuki Shien's flushed face, Asatori waved his hand in front of her, somewhat astonished. "Is it really that severe? What?" Upon regaining her senses, Uzuki Yuka blinked in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the words of her mentor. "I covered your mouth merely to prevent you from expelling the durian. Recently, my financial situation has deteriorated significantly, and I cannot bear to witness the waste of food. Yet, why did you lick my hand?" Observing the moisture on his hand, Asatori's gaze towards Uzuki Yuka shifted dramatically. He could empathize with such behavior. Recalling the myriad peculiar antics his female classmates at the Ninja Academy had indulged in to win his affection. "But I am your instructor. Has the academy changed? Or has the entire ninja world transformed? The essence of Jiraiya's writings seems to have faded as well." In an instant, Uzuki Yuka's face flushed crimson. She grasped her clothing tightly and hurriedly defended herself. "I was merely eating durian." "I understand," Asatori replied, patting Yuka's shoulder and shaking his head. "During my time at the Ninja Academy, my female classmates often covertly replaced my lunch with their homemade meals while I was away. Back then, I was rather naive and consumed whatever was offered. However, upon inadvertently witnessing one classmate cooking, with drool dripping into my lunchbox, I resolved to limit myself to just 2 meals a day until graduation, one in the morning and one at night, relying on sheer willpower to survive the midday hours." With a sigh, Asatori leaped out of the window, leaving Yuka's home. To his surprise, even as a teacher, he found himself still ensnared in absurd situations. "Lord Asatori, the clan leader seeks you." Just as he lost his train of thought, a figure blocking his path caught his attention, a tall individual dressed in a black high-necked short-sleeve shirt and black trousers, with a round nose. Uchiha Shirasui. Recognizing the person, Asatori halted, his gaze shifting to Itachi, who stood beside Shirasui. He idly scratched his nose, puzzled. "Why do you enjoy playing with a boy who still wets the bed?" At these words, Itachi's expression darkened. He retrieved a kunai from his bag and waved it in the air, deadpan. "I am going to train in the forest with Brother Shirasui." With a hearty laugh, Asatori exhaled onto his fist and struck Itachi on the head. Bang! Instantly, Itachi felt a heavy blow to his head, leaving his mind blank and devoid of thought. Observing Itachi crouched on the ground, clutching his head in pain, Fei Niao's palm glowed with a hint of green as he pressed it against the swelling on Itachi's head, admonishing him. Has no one taught you that kunai should only be drawn during training, missions, or wartime? Had you encountered someone else, your kunai would have been confiscated long ago. Is it too late to learn now? A cold voice interrupted, causing Fei Niao's healing actions to momentarily cease. He stiffly turned to follow the sound. The first thing he noticed was a slightly curved abdomen, adorned with a brown apron over loose clothing. This figure, with a somewhat plump physique and waist-length black hair, wore a cold smile. What should one do when encountering the mother of a child while reprimanding them? 1. Apologize. 2. Refuse to apologize. After a moment of contemplation regarding the pros and cons, Fei Niao turned to Uchiha Makoto with a serious expression, hands clasped behind his back. Lady Makoto, as the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Itachi has been exposed to various clan members since childhood. This method of cultivation will imbue him with a profound sense of inclusivity. When he one day occupies the position of Hokage and reflects upon the Uchiha clan, he will behold a vastly different world. Itachi possesses exceptional potential for Hokage. As he spoke, taking advantage of Makoto's momentary bewilderment, he quickly sent Shursui and Itachi away, his gaze settling on Makoto's slightly rounded belly. The sight prompted him to think of Sasuke, who had yet to be fully conceived. It must be said that both brothers were prodigies among prodigies. Aside from their unfortunate fates and the somewhat dire consequences for their clan, they were otherwise quite acceptable. What are you staring at? Makoto, feeling slightly uncomfortable under his gaze, hastily shielded her belly with a basket and frowned at Fei Niao. This peculiar individual, since the inception of her first pregnancy, had always sighed with a sense of urgency whenever he beheld her burgeoning belly, as if she were harboring a monster within. Lady Makoto, I must commend your genes. Your offspring are indeed geniuses among geniuses. As he mused, Fei Niao strolled toward the clan grounds. As he passed by Makoto, he lowered his voice to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. After this one, let us refrain from having more. With your 3-year gap between births, the Uchiha clan cannot endure many more lives. If the clan leader finds contraceptives uncomfortable, I could arrange for a sterilization. I'm discreet, and my skills in that regard are quite proficient. For the future of the Uchiha, 2 sons should suffice. Makoto's pupils widened in shock as she gazed at Fei Niao retreating figure. How did he know she was carrying a son? The doctor had clearly stated that the embryo had just begun to form, and specifics would take time to ascertain. How could he possibly know? No. She recalled her wedding and her previous pregnancies, realizing that Fei Niao gaze had always held a hint of urgency whenever he looked at her. What was he anxious about? As a genius of the clan, Uchiha Makoto had always kept an eye on him, and now, details she had previously overlooked began to coalesce in her mind, suggesting he was concealing something. Though her intelligence had somewhat diminished during her pregnancy, her overall judgment remained intact, connecting his sudden suggestion for her to divorce Fugaku. Makoto narrowed her eyes at her belly, pondering silently. Could it be that he possessed a pair of eyes that foresaw the future? The azure sky resembled a vast canvas, adorned with a few clouds that painted a beautifully uplifting scene. In a courtyard of the Uchiha clan grounds in the Land of Fire, Fei Niao sighed heavily, well aware that Uchiha Fugaku would not seek him out without reason. Indeed, it was due to the examination of students that I found myself reported. The timing of my arrival was rather unfortunate, as I unexpectedly encountered the elder here. The old man gazed at me as though I were an unparalleled beauty, his eyes gleaming with an almost envious light, and then he seized the opportunity to overshadow the clan leader, reprimanding me with an open mouth. Although your medical expertise is commendable, it does not justify your extreme methods of testing students. The game of snatching bells not only fosters teamwork within a class, but also cultivates bonds among peers. Most importantly, the sole peril of this game lies in your method of assessment. What can it truly cultivate? Resistance to toxins? Or perhaps merely a bond forged in shared restroom experiences? Our Uchiha clan has been unable to produce a guiding instructor for years. Do you comprehend the reason? It is precisely because of teachers like you, who disregard conventional wisdom, that have further diminished our already faltering family. It is as if you have dug a deeper pit at the bottom and kicked our standards further down into it. Noticing that the elder showed no signs of ceasing his tirade, I wiped the spittle from my face and looked up at the old man, patiently explaining. Elder, My intentions in that instance were quite clear. I merely wished to test those 3 students. Before I could finish my thought, the elder slammed his hand on the table, interrupting me while continuing his diatribe. To test their time of retreat, perhaps? With a cold sneer, I promptly closed my eyes, opting to ignore the elder's nonsensical chatter. The old man, with his delicate heart and without family, might very well end up in a hospital if I were to provoke his condition. As the sun gradually set, we had already brewed 5 pots of tea, savoring the aroma of the food wafting through the air. The elder drained his last cup of tea and looked at my troubled expression, feeling an unexpected surge of satisfaction. It had been so many years since he had experienced such joy. The last time was when he had just become a ninja and received praise from Lord Madara. I have made a promise to the parents of those 3 students on your behalf, hoping you will teach them diligently and methodically, without harboring any ulterior motives. As he scolded me, the elder stood up, preparing to return home for dinner. However, just as he rose, a sudden warmth surged through his thigh, rushing to his head. Buzz! As his mind exploded with sensation, the elder realized his legs were no longer obedient. It was over. Sitting in meditation for too long had rendered his legs numb. Watching as he dropped his cane and began to tumble towards me, I felt my pupils constrict sharply. What the hell? After enduring your incessant ramblings all afternoon, you intend to land on me as you depart? With no one around, if this old man were to collapse before me, I would be unable to explain myself. With that thought in mind, I lifted my foot and delivered a swift kick toward the elder's face. As the colossal foot loomed larger within his line of sight, the elder was about to utter a shout when he suddenly felt a tremendous blow to his forehead, and in an instant, he was propelled backward by an overwhelming force. The sound of impact echoed as he crashed through the door of the guest room in the Fayek residence, hurtling further inside. Startled by the commotion emanating from the front yard, Fayek, who had just emerged from the kitchen, swiftly appeared at the scene. Upon witnessing the gaping hole in the door, he directed his gaze towards the figure of Hina, inquiring, "What transpired here?" Taking a deep breath, Hina faced the indentation left by the elder and, with a gesture of reconciliation, spoke in a somber tone, "Elder, my apologies for this." Turning to address the clan leader, he continued, "Clan leader, the elder merely wished to test my skills, and we momentarily lost control of our strength. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Will you not stay for a meal?" Fayek offered, "Thank you for your kind invitation, but I must decline." At the moment Hina's figure faded from view, Mikoto Uchiha, wearing an apron, appeared beside Fayek. One hand wielded a frying pan, while the other grasped a spatula. Upon noticing the substantial hole in the door, concern etched her features as she asked, "Elder, are you unscathed?" "I am quite well. In fact, I am exceedingly joyful today." With that, the elder emerged from the room, leaning on his cane, a broad smile adorning his face. Observing the elder, now dust-covered with a large footprint on his visage, Mikoto hesitated before asking again, "Are you truly all right?" "Indeed I am." The elder brushed off the dust from his clothing, glanced at Mikoto's pregnant belly, then turned his gaze toward the direction in which Hina had vanished, a contemplative expression forming on his face. After a moment of reflection, he lightly tapped the stone slab with his cane and remarked, "Ever since Tsunade developed her blood phobia, that young man has become the most formidable medical ninja among our ranks, excelling in medical techniques within the combat ninja category. He is the perfect candidate for a bodyguard. Furthermore, with the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, currently in search of suitable individuals to assemble the Hokage's guard, I believe he would be an excellent fit. The Uchiha clan has endured suppression for far too long. It is time to offer them a sweet reward." Unbeknownst to Hina, the Uchiha clan was deliberating over him. He had already departed the clan grounds and arrived at the Valley of the End, the very site where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had clashed in their legendary battle. As the thunderous roar of the distant waterfall reached his ears, Hina, stroking his chin with one hand, gazed at the rushing waters and mused, "Indeed, this is an ideal place for practicing water treading. Even if one were to slip and fall from the waterfall, breaking a bone would be of little concern. After all, I am a doctor." Between the choices of the waterfall's rapid training method and the steady flow of the stream, Hina ultimately opted for the waterfall as a venue for his students to enhance their strength. The remaining time could be dedicated to other pursuits. This was no longer the era of Naruto, where ample time was available to frolic in the stream. "Hey, which household do you little ones belong to? Where are the adults?" Regarding this matter, Fei Niao had long wished to inquire. Upon his arrival at the waterfall, he noticed 3 little ones already standing there. Yet despite his prolonged wait, no adults appeared. Were they truly so carefree as to allow 3 children to venture to the waterfall alone? Ahem. One of the children placed a fist to his mouth, cleared his throat, and, mimicking the haughty demeanor of his elders, declared in a childish tone, "We are of the Uchiha clan, here to witness ban." Bam! Fei Niao swiftly kicked the speaking child off the cliff, sending him plummeting into the pool below. The 2 remaining children, witnessing their companion's abrupt revelation of identity followed by his sudden descent, were instantly filled with terror, their eyes welling with tears as they cried out, "Wow, mommy, there are bad people. I want to go home." Clang! A kunai suddenly embedded itself in the spot where the child had stood moments before. The 2 still weeping children, peering through their fingers, caught sight of the kunai radiating a dark, ominous glow, and their tears were instantly stifled. Was this fellow intent on devouring children? Before they could contemplate an escape, they felt a sharp smack upon their backsides, their feet no longer touching the ground. Glancing at the child who was flying toward the abyss, Fei Niao turned to the forest behind him, furrowing his brow. "Come out." No sooner had the words left his lips than 2 masked ninjas appeared before him, one adorned with a fox mask, the other with a tiger mask. Clad in tight black attire and white suspenders. Recognizing their garb, Fei Niao quickly deduced their origins. They were either from the Umbu or the Root. Given their immediate aggression, it was highly likely they belonged to the latter. Hey! Fei Niao rubbed his forehead, pondering the elapsed time, before questioning. "Shouldn't you have announced that Danzō wished to see me before resorting to violence?" Exchanging glances, the 2 Root ninjas drew their short blades, charging toward Fei Niao in tandem. Clang! A black kunai intercepted the short swords beneath them. The smile on Fei Niao's face gradually faded as he intoned deliberately, 20 seconds. With that, he thrust the kunai upwards, deflecting their blades, and swiftly swung to the left. Clang! He blocked the other short sword with ease, then lifted his right foot, delivering a direct kick to the assailant's chest. In a flash, he distanced himself from the 2. Fire release. Fei Niao inhaled deeply, puffing out his chest, his cheeks bulging, his eyes turning a vivid crimson, as the air around him crackled with the sensation of impending combustion. Great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, igniting the surrounding air and manifesting into a vast inferno reminiscent of a raging sea before the 2 Root ninjas. Their pupils dilated in shock as they beheld the fiery deluge, and after a nervous gulp, they hastened to form hand seals, their movements fluctuating between urgency and hesitation. Water release, water pillar technique. As the flames surged forth, the moisture in the air began to swirl violently, coalescing into 2 colossal columns of water that enveloped the 2 Root ninjas. Sizzle! As the flames collided with the column of water, a vast expanse of steam billowed forth, completely enveloping the elevated platform. The 2 Root ninjas, feeling the searing heat emanating from the surrounding vapor, removed their nearly melted masks and warily surveyed their surroundings. The thick steam rendered the environment indistinct, leaving them uncertain of where the impending attack from the Uchiha would originate. With a disdainful spit towards the ground, Fei Niao gazed at the massive cloud of steam before him. He casually picked up a stone from the ground and plunged into the mist. Within less than a second, 2 crisp sounds echoed from within the vapor. Bang! Bang! What a good hit! Noticing the stone he held had shattered, while the 2 Root ninjas remained unyielding, Fei Niao couldn't help but express his admiration. He then channeled chakra into his hand, aiming for the muscles in their arms and legs with a decisive swipe. Chakra's surgical knife. As a medic, he was well aware of where to cut to incapacitate an enemy swiftly without endangering their life. This technique proved remarkably effective. Observing the 2 ninjas collapsing to the ground, Fei Niao detached their jaws before turning to leap into the water below, intent on rescuing the 3 children. After expending a mere 10 seconds, he reasoned that the children should not have drowned. Upon locating them, he found the trio rolling their eyes back, with jets of water occasionally erupting from their mouths, confirming they had indeed swallowed a considerable amount of water. After briefly attending to the 3 children, he approached the 2 Root ninjas, squatting down to scrutinize them closely. Truth be told, throughout his tenure since graduating from the Ninja Academy, he had encountered no fewer than 10 skirmishes with Root ninjas. Some would resort to violence after exchanging mere words, while others would lure him into secluded groves under the pretext of lowering his guard before attacking. Ultimately, every encounter culminated in confrontation. However, it was his first experience of being attacked outright from the onset. Gazing down at the female ninja lying on the ground, Fei Niao reached into her mouth, extracting her tongue for inspection before shaking his head. Indeed, it was a case of the tongue being the root of calamity. Your operational standards are truly lacking. Initiating an attack without provocation. He replaced her tongue back into her mouth, brushed his fingers against her clothing, and continued. Do not regard me with such a gaze of resignation. I do not seek information. Upon hearing this, the two root ninjas displayed expressions of astonishment, soon replaced by a shadow of despair. The absence of information gathering meant they were destined for death. Rest assured, Fei Niao, seemingly aware of their thoughts, casually picked his nose and remarked, I do not spill the blood of my fellow villagers. Although you attacked me, in my view, we are all from the same village. We cannot waste our village's strength unnecessarily, can we? Weapons should be directed at outsiders. At this, the two root ninjas were left in utter bewilderment. Had they encountered a sage? Was there truly such benevolence within the Uchiha clan? After assisting the two individuals who had collapsed to the ground, Fei Niao employed his medical skills to reattach one arm of each person. He then arranged for them to sit face to face, maintaining a distance equivalent to one arm's length between them. Sighing heavily, Fei Niao took a seat beside them, revealing his Sharingan. He summoned the three Uchiha children who were pretending to be asleep and addressed them. I am Uchiha Fei Niao. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you that cannot be learned elsewhere. One of the children sniffled, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and asked, Why did you kick me? In response, Fei Niao regarded the child with a bemused expression and declared with conviction, I merely wish to avoid distraction during battle. Bang! As the child began to protest further, Fei Niao lightly tapped the child's forehead and then turned to the two root ninjas, stating, In your eyes, I perceive a strong desire for survival. Fortunately, I am not one to raise a blade against my fellow villagers. Upon hearing this, the female ninja regarded Fei Niao with a wary expression, furrowing her brow as she inquired, What do you intend to do? Regardless of the information, we will not divulge anything. We shall not inquire further. With that, Fei Niao poked the three nearby children to ensure they remained attentive. He then retrieved paper and pen from his robe, continuing, After all, I was attacked by you, and it has left me somewhat unsettled. You are to drink and play rock, paper, scissors, where the winner shall slap the loser. We shall conduct a total of 100 rounds. Once you have completed this, should I find it entertaining, we shall part ways. However, if one of you wins, yet the slap delivered is not sufficiently resounding, then I shall administer a slap of my own. Is it truly that simple? The two ninjas exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that they could be so easily spared. You mean to say that we can slap each other 100 times and then be free? Indeed, Fei Niao affirmed, nodding his head. He then produced several bottles of liquor from a sealing scroll, raising one hand high with a serious expression. I swear by the honor of the Uchiha clan that my words are true. Now let us commence. At this juncture, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the two root ninjas. They had not anticipated such leniency from their adversary. Truly, this clan seems to possess some peculiarities. It is merely a matter of slapping, the female ninja said as she exchanged a glance with her companion. I will count to 3, and we shall begin. Very well, they agreed. 1, 2, 3. As the words left her lips, the female ninja presented scissors, while the male ninja revealed paper. A sharp slap resounded, and Fei Niao observed the prominent handprint on the male ninja's face, shaking his head with a sense of regret. What a pity. He then extended the bottle of liquor toward him, offering consolation. Take a sip, too much drink will numb the pain. The male ninja, taken aback by the aroma of the liquor, glanced at Fei Niao in surprise, responding instinctively, You're actually quite nice. Indeed, Fei Niao nodded vigorously. He subsequently summoned 3 servings of mustard honey fried chicken, distributing them among the 3 children, who began to munch on the fried chicken while observing the spectacle of slapping between the two ninjas. Regardless of who emerges victorious, the avian figure offers a bottle of wine, providing verbal solace to the opponent. A child seizes a chicken leg, gazing at the two root ninjas with bewilderment filling his eyes. Are these two unwell? Clap, clap, clap. Hearing the crisp sound of their slaps, the child nudges his companion, lowering his voice to inquire, What are they doing? I have no idea. The companion shakes his head, equally expressing confusion. Nevertheless, I must say, this chicken leg is truly delicious. Clap. A sharper clap resounds as the male ninja covers his cheek, looking incredulously at his partner, his eyes brimming with perplexity. Why did you suddenly increase the force? My hand slipped. The female companion chuckles awkwardly, admitting that she indeed misjudged her strength. Or perhaps her control had waned after a few drinks. Huh. The man takes a deep breath, dismissing the incident from his mind, then turns to the avian figure, asking, how many rounds are left? 78. It's still early. Excellent. With that, he swings his arm and re-engages in the game of rock, paper, scissors. As time progresses, clap. The female ninja tilts her head to the left, gently touching her numb cheek, staring in disbelief at her companion, her eyes filled with questions. Why did you suddenly increase the force when it was already acknowledged by that Uchiha? Ahem, my body is somewhat uncontrollable. The female ninja's lips twitch as she suppresses her rising anger, snatching the wine bottle from the avian figure and taking a hearty swig, gritting her teeth. Let us go again. Clap, clap. As the instances of their hands slipping increase, the initially cautious duo becomes increasingly reckless, often delivering slaps strong enough to send the other rolling on the ground. Eventually, the avian figure looks down at the teeth strewn across the ground. Waving over the three small figures behind him, pointing at the two still engaged in slapping, asking, do you understand now? No. The three shake their heads, genuinely perplexed. However, they do perceive one thing. The intensity of the two is escalating. Observing the bewildered expressions of the three, the avian figure rises, brushing off the dust from his attire. Guiding the trio away while quietly explaining, they are loyal ninjas of Konoha, devoted to Danzō, and expecting to gather intelligence from them is nearly impossible. But almost doesn't he equate to always. Sometimes, the fissures within can prove fatal. These individuals will not divulge information about their superior, yet they might share details regarding their enemies from the root. Moreover, I am willing to pay for information about their foes, for outsiders to purchase information about our villagers. If they agree to sell, it could be deemed treason against the village. The pressure of betraying their village is immense. But who are we? We are the Uchiha, the noble clan of Konoha, the guardians of the village. If they sell us intelligence, the psychological burden diminishes significantly. Our scrutiny of root intelligence does not even qualify as reconnaissance. It is mere inspection. As the three children gazed with bewilderment, admiration gradually emerged in their eyes. Fania, hands on hips, wore an expression of smug satisfaction. This secret was one he could not divulge to those within the clan. Otherwise, they would be utterly terrified. Gathering intelligence on the root was akin to collecting information on the dark underbelly of the organization. Henceforth, he resolved to leverage the information at hand to infiltrate the hearts of Danzō's subordinates. Danzō's audacity stemmed from the unwavering support of his ninjas, which constituted 50% of his confidence, 30% from the third Hokage, and 20% from his own strength. In the future, once he possessed comprehensive knowledge of all personnel, he would penetrate their innermost thoughts, knowing even the minutiae of what someone from the root wore on a given day. In the land of fire, at the Valley of the End, he observed two root ninjas engaged in a fierce brawl, spurred by personal grievances. Fania led the three children toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Not every child of the Uchiha family could remain as composed as Itachi had in his youth, capable of contemplating adult matters. After all, children are children, even those of the Uchiha. At that moment, one of the children, clutching a bucket of fried chicken, gazed at Fania with awe and exclaimed, "Big brother." Although he could not comprehend the secrets Fania spoke of, he could certainly appreciate the deliciousness of the chicken wings. The prospect of a second bucket was delightful, far better than anything his grandfather could offer. Sighing, Fania crossed his arms behind his head, gazing at the clouds above, and advised, "When you return home, do not speak of today's events. If anyone inquires why you are wet, simply say you fell into the river while fishing. Let us keep our stories consistent and refrain from mentioning my kicking you." He had just endured a lengthy reprimand from the elder, who had recently taken to nitpicking his faults. "Yes, big brother." One child responded eagerly. "Can we get more? My grandfather has poor teeth, and the chicken inside is tender. I want to eat the skin and leave the meat for him." Such a devoted child. Had Fania not noticed the drool dripping from their mouths, he might have believed their earnest words. By the way, after refilling the children's buckets, Fania patted their heads and smiled. "Seeing you at the Valley of the End today must mean you wish to admire the legacy of Uchiha Madara. Tomorrow evening, you may visit the South Shrine, and feel free to bring your friends. I shall impart to you the will of fire as articulated by Uchiha Madara," recounting how he persuaded the first Hokage to unite and conquer together. The three children tilted their heads, eyes filled with confusion. The will of fire? Isn't Uchiha Madara a rogue ninja? Noticing their puzzled expressions, Fania chose not to elaborate further, but instead smiled mysteriously and tempted them. There will be fried chicken. And I will buy you some drinks when I return. Tomorrow night, let us listen to stories while grasping the authentic will of fire that Uchiha Madara developed. Oh, how delightful. Although the children cannot comprehend the words of this elder brother, they certainly understand the deliciousness of the fried chicken, which will be available again tomorrow night. And perhaps even in limitless quantities. Glancing at the three exuberant children, Fei Niao turned his gaze towards the direction of Konoha village. Since he had resolved not to defect, it was time to implement some measures to salvage his family. At the very least, he hoped his descendants would not turn out foolish, even if they were a bit eccentric. The will of fire, allow me to amend the system. Fei Niao called out in his heart as he pushed the door open. During his battle today, he had sensed a tremor within the system, but at that moment, engrossed in combat with two ninjas, he had not paid it much heed. As the system interface materialized before his eyes, prominently displaying the words "Mission Complete," Fei Niao raised an eyebrow in surprise, tilting his head to gaze at the white wall. Murmuring, "Has the mission concluded already? Congratulations, host. Through diligent training and arduous battles, you have successfully defeated Uchiha Naoki and recruited him as your subordinate. Would you like to claim your reward?" Fei Niao nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. Uchiha Naoki was likely one of the three children he had inadvertently kicked off a cliff. Was this considered a victory? After a slight twitch of his lips, Fei Niao sat down, his expression turning serious. "Settle." Boom. As soon as the word left his mouth, he felt a sudden warmth surge through his eyes, fleeting yet profound. Fei Niao rested his chin on one hand, contemplating. The pain endured by Uchiha Mikoto during her pregnancy must have far exceeded this warmth by several multiples. The Uchiha clan spirit was stimulated, causing their eyes to undergo corresponding changes. Once the stimulus reached a sufficient threshold, their eyes would evolve. Based on his earlier calculations, if he were to quantify his 3-tomo Sharingan in comparison to the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would roughly be as follows: before warmth, 300, 0100000, after warmth, 300, 051, 0000. He would need to complete approximately 14,000 tasks to ascend to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he accomplished 5 tasks a day, it would take him 800 days, or 767 years. According to the original historical timeline, the Uchiha clan would likely have about 65 years remaining. Good system. Fei Niao exclaimed in admiration before turning to gather his belongings. It would be foolish to rely solely on his wits to confront the Mangekyo Sharingan during the night of the clan's annihilation. Just as he stood up, a scroll suddenly fell onto the table. Picking it up casually, he read through it, only to fall once more into silence. Good system. Chidori Thousand Hands. An A-rank ninjutsu that transforms Chidori into countless sharp kunai, targeting enemies for assault. The number of kunai released correlates with the amount of chakra when combined with the Sharingan. It can strike at the enemy's vital points. After a moment of self-reflection, he looked up at the ceiling, a look of exasperation on his face. Setting aside whether he possessed lightning chakra, even if he did, he had no mastery of Chidori. How could this be? Is this the system's default assumption that it will inevitably transcend into a higher realm, thus imparting a jutsu to itself in advance? Sighing deeply, Fei Niao casually tossed the scroll into the cabinet, contemplating a future exchange with a lightning-style ninja, or perhaps trading a favor. After all, he lacked the lightning affinity. He had successfully completed the first task of the strongest counterattack system, albeit to no avail. New task released. The path of growth is invariably fraught with challenges. Yet the trials laid before you by fate seem rather excessive. The reason for your dismal defeat against Naruto in the future, aside from a slight inadequacy in external aids and the favoritism of the Sage of Six Paths, lies in the friends you have chosen, which have diminished your own prowess. Seizing the present moment while Naruto is scorned by the villagers, forge a friendship with Nara Shikamaru. His formidable intellect will perfectly complement your exceptional combat abilities. Establishing a strong bond with Nara Shikamaru now will prevent potential pitfalls when you find yourself adversarial to Naruto, as Shikamaru's keen mind could lead you astray. This task may be declined. Task rewards: an advancement in the awakening of the Sharingan, a mysterious exchange voucher, and a letter from an anonymous sender. After perusing the system's newly issued task, Fei Niao turned his gaze toward the Nara clan's domain. Nara Shikamaru? He was well aware of who that was. In fact, he had shared a drink with Shikamaru's father. If memory served him correctly, Shikamaru was still in his mother's womb at that time. Decline? Gazing at the rewards outlined by the system, Fei Niao shook his head resolutely and proclaimed, I accept. Today was a sun-drenched day, although it was February. The sun was warm enough to make one wish to shed a few layers, much like the person beside him. Yuzuki Yuin wiped the sweat from her brow, watching the green-clad figure dash past, murmuring to herself, when will I be as invigorated as Might Guy, bursting with energy every day? Good morning. A voice, lacking in vigor, interrupted her thoughts. Turning to see Hinata Hanabi approaching with a pallid expression, she felt a chill run down her spine. With white pupils and a ghostly visage, her teammate resembled a specter. Observing Hanabi's half-dead demeanor, Yuin raised her hand to greet her in kind. Good morning, Hanabi. You don't look too well either. Seeing Yuin's equally ashen face, Hinata Hanabi grimaced and forced a smile. Let us hope nothing unexpected happens today. Indeed, I've been bedridden for 2 days already. Some of those who graduated early have already completed 2 tasks, with others even finishing 3 D-rank missions. 3 in 2 days? The familiar voice of a male suddenly interrupted their conversation, prompting both to turn and see their instructor approaching, leading them to fervently pray inwardly. Hoping for a day free from any disturbances, we do not seek to acquire knowledge, nor do we wish to languish at home. The birds, oblivious to their thoughts, noticed the persistent clouds of concern on the faces of the 2 individuals. With pride, he placed his hand on their shoulders and declared, Shien, Huahua, have you heard of the legend of Konoha, completing 10 tasks in a day? Upon hearing this, their pupils dilated in shock as they exchanged bewildered glances, their minds racing with the recent rumors circulating in the village. It was said that 2 significant events had recently transpired, capable of altering the dynamics of the ninja world, prompting many villagers engaged in external work to return home, eager to witness the grandeur of the 4th Hokage's inauguration and wedding. Moreover, a middle-aged couple, perhaps long separated, had taken advantage of the night while their children slept to discreetly undertake a mission. According to the village's gossiping matrons, this involved a staggering 10 tasks in a single day. The pallor of their faces swiftly transformed into a deep crimson as they lowered their gazes, fixated on the ground as if it held some treasure. Uchiha Fei Niao glanced down, finding no such treasure, and withdrew his hands from his pockets, pressing them against the foreheads of the 2, intending to ascertain whether they were unwell once more. Suddenly, 2 piercing cries shattered the tranquility of the park, causing the students to recoil. Fei Niao's hands froze mid-air as he awkwardly retracted them, glancing upwards at the sparrows soaring above, inwardly lamenting. These students are exceedingly difficult to manage. What have I done to warrant such a reaction? Forgive me, sensei, I am late. Irika rushed in from afar, panting heavily, disrupting the awkward atmosphere. Leaning on his knees, he gasped for breath whilst repeatedly apologizing to Fei Niao. After a moment, when Irika did not receive an inquiry about his tardiness, a sinking feeling gripped his heart. Surely the teacher does not intend to punish me? He quickly raised his head to meet Fei Niao's gaze, preparing to explain his delay. Observing Fei Niao squatting on the ground, drawing circles with a dried twig, Irika blinked in confusion before his eyes fell upon his 2 teammates, exclaiming, What is wrong with the teacher? Why does he look so constipated? Humph. Hinata Huahua scoffed, pulling Irika closer and gesturing disdainfully towards Fei Niao. You just arrived, so you are unaware of the situation. Just now, he had the audacity to boast about sharing such gossip with Shien and me. Is this appropriate for a teacher? Irika looked at Fei Niao in confusion, then turned to his companion, questioning, What kind of gossip? At this, Huahua's frustration grew palpable. Her cheeks puffed up in anger as she glared at Fei Niao, muttering under her breath. It is indeed that, the legendary tale of Konoha, the one that speaks of 10 occurrences in a single day. Is it truly something to be proud of? Even if it were, such matters should not be spoken of in the presence of 2 young ladies. After uttering these words, she kicked a stone on the ground, pondering the aloof reputation of the Uchiha clan, questioning how such a lecherous Uchiha could possibly exist. 10 occurrences in a day? Irika, resting his chin on his hand, wore a contemplative expression as he slowly remarked, Isn't achieving 10 occurrences a commendable feat? During his time of leisure at home, he had investigated their instructor. It was said that the teacher had undertaken an impressive number of missions, 17 S rank, 169 A rank, 287 B rank, 334 C rank, and a staggering 3,078 D rank missions. The record of 10 D rank missions in a single day was set by the teacher when he was merely 7 years old. How many? Upon hearing the figure of 3,078, Hinata Huahua's voice escalated in pitch, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Irika. What did you say? Irika inhaled deeply. Turning to face Fei Niao, his tone filled with admiration as he recounted, 3,078, the Konoha D-rank mission enthusiast. Subsequently, the village instituted a peculiar regulation. Aside from the leading jonin, no other jonin could accept D-rank intelligence in any form. A violation would result in penalties. Eventually, their instructor, facing the risk of financial loss, personally paid the fines while disguising himself with a shadow clone to accept missions, though this arrangement did not last long. Rumor had it that a certain righteous messenger reported the teacher for disrupting the mission market, claiming he was accepting missions at a loss, prompting the third Hokage to assign several members of the Hyuga clan to blacklist the teacher, thus putting an end to the matter. Ah, Hinata Huahua murmured, gazing at Fei Niao, who appeared somewhat dejected. Is this what he meant by 10 occurrences? What else could it be? Irika regarded his companion with curiosity, often perplexed by the thoughts that occupied their minds. During school, he had overheard the girls' gossip, filled with outrageous tales. Teacher, we apologize. Hinata Huahua pulled Yuzuki Yuyue alongside her as they approached Fei Niao. They glanced at the numerous circles drawn on the ground, feeling a twinge of shame. We misunderstood the teacher's meaning. With a swift motion, Fei Niao tossed aside a twig, rising to his feet and brushing off his hands. Noticing the two girls staring at the ground with expressions of regret, he waved it off nonchalantly. I am not one to hold grudges. When you undertake missions in the future, should your physiological conditions lead to complications, I can intervene and assist in altering your physical structure. Even when you marry and wish to avoid children, you may seek my assistance for sterilization. Before he could finish his sentence, observing the two trembling girls, Fei Niao smirked and playfully ruffled their hair, smiling as he added, I truly enjoy teasing you. Come now, let's head to the mission assignment area. Initially, he pursued the path of a medical ninja, not only to master the art of blending yin and yang release, but also with the ulterior motive of confronting Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku. Those two were akin to devils, had he not struggled to find a suitable opportunity. Itachi Uchiha would have certainly never come into existence. It is a pity, for one cannot predict whether Uchiha Mikoto would ever request him to assist in her sterilization, perhaps even to eliminate Uchiha Fugaku. Upon the arrival of the four at the mission office, the smile on Fei Niao's face swiftly vanished. He regarded the Hyuga clan member seated before him, raising an eyebrow and proclaiming, I have returned. Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, the Hyuga clan member lifted his gaze to scrutinize Fei Niao's appearance and the Uchiha clan crest adorning his attire. After a moment's pause, a bolt of realization struck him. Uchiha Fei Niao? Indeed. Seeing the other nodding in acknowledgement, the Hyuga clan member inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow. You are aware that only C and D rank missions are available here. SAB tasks require approval from Lord Hokage. Well then, Fei Niao remarked as he gathered his three students close. He bent slightly, resting his chin atop the head of Yuzuki Yukaina, inhaling the alluring yet unfamiliar fragrance emanating from her. With a grin, he exclaimed, I am now a teacher. Quickly present the mission list for my selection. At that moment, he realized that Uchiha Fei Niao was not alone. He was accompanied by 3 children. How embarrassing. Noting the doubtful expressions in the eyes of his clan member, Hyuga Hanabi nodded, a hint of awkwardness gracing her countenance. It seemed as though her teacher was not particularly well liked. Hand it over. Seizing the mission scroll from the Hyuga clan member's hands, Fei Niao absent-mindedly picked his nose while surveying the tasks listed. Investigate the whereabouts of pets, conduct character assessments, gather litter, locate pets, assist in harvesting sweet potatoes, and supervise children, such mundane tasks. After a brief examination, he pointed at several missions and casually declared, I'll take 5 on investigating the whereabouts of cats, 5 for locating pets, but none for dogs. I've developed a distaste for them over the past 2 years. Additionally, I'll accept 3 litter collection tasks, but supervising children is off the table. I cannot abide unruly children. Also, include the character assessment task for me. Teacher. Just as Fei Niao was about to continue selecting tasks, he felt a gentle prod on his thigh. Looking down, He saw Yuzuki Yakina gazing up at him with an expression of urgency. Speak your mind, don't hesitate. That's enough, enough. Don't take on so many. We're not here to stockpile, no need to acquire everything at once. Fei Niao blinked, his gaze shifting to the Hyuga clan member, his tone laced with confusion. Is it too much? Humph. The Hyuga clan member regarded Fei Niao's innocent expression with a cold chuckle. He then bent down to retrieve the mission scroll from the ground and placed it heavily on the table, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Uchiha Fei Niao. Every time you come here to accept missions, it makes me feel as though I am running a storefront. Thanks. All the task scrolls were handed over to the three young ones. After the cheerful Fei Niao waved at her companions and the surrounding ninjas, she departed from the scene. Glialu, a nearby ninja, observing the four individuals departing with a heap of task scrolls, instinctively swallowed hard and expressed his bewilderment. How can they accept more than 10 tasks at once? That individual is Uchiha Fei Niao. What is going on with him? In the past, the rules at the mission office consisted of merely 3 guidelines, but since that individual became a ninja, the regulations have expanded to 11, 8 of which were instituted because of him. Teacher, we are running out of time. Even if time is short, we cannot skip a meal, can we? Fei Niao glanced at the busy hand-making food and then seated her 3 students in chairs, casually stating, Eat. Each of you will have 3 bowls. The teacher will pay. Now that you have become ninjas, I must impart to you a harsh truth. You should regard every meal as if it were your last. For you never know whether tomorrow or an unexpected fate will arrive first. At this juncture, she discreetly pointed towards the Senju clan's territory, lowering her voice. As you are aware, I was born in the 33rd year of Konoha. Senju rope tree passed away in the 37th year. By the time he died, I had already begun to form memories. TSK. I once overheard a ninja collecting his body say that when the last heir of the Senju clan died, his belly was empty, and he departed for the pure land and hunger. Who knows if there is food in that realm? Bang! Before the sentence could be completed, Fei Niao felt a heavy blow to her head. She rubbed the swelling bump forming on her crown and angrily turned to see who had struck her. Who hit me? I did. The bold admission startled Fei Niao as her gaze gradually ascended. Long, white legs, a gently rising abdomen, waist-length crimson hair, and the veins protruding from her forehead. How did she end up here? As she watched Kushina sit down right beside her, clearly ready to indulge in ramen, Fei Niao tugged at the corner of her mouth, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. Handmaker brother, bring me a bowl of luxurious tonkatsu ramen. After speaking, she noticed that behind Kushina was her clan's matriarch. Pinching her somewhat deflated wallet, Fei Niao hesitated as she glanced at the menu, asking with uncertainty, Lady Mikoto, do you have any dietary restrictions? Mikoto smiled slightly, exchanging a knowing glance with Kushina, and softly replied, I have no restrictions when it comes to free food. Seeing the two of them appear to be enjoying their meal, Fei Niao let out a cold chuckle internally and ordered a lavish bowl of ramen for the matriarch as well. Now that they are married, how could they leave their husbands behind to come here for ramen? TSK. Poor Fugaku, perhaps a divorce would be best. Observing their teacher's mischievous grin, Irika and the others exchanged glances and huddled together to whisper, what is going on with the teacher? Not quite sure. It seems like he might be pondering something unpleasant. I heard recently that the teacher's relationship with their family isn't very harmonious. With this query in mind, after the 3 finished their ramen and bid farewell to the 2 departing individuals, they simultaneously turned their gaze towards their teacher, curiosity evident in their demeanor. Teacher, what about you? Casting a glance at the gossip-laden expressions on the faces of the 3, Fei Niao swiveled his head to survey the surroundings, then lowered his voice. It's nothing. The 4th's wife once resided in the Senju household for a time. She was acquainted with Shoju and has some familial ties as well. In any case, that unfortunate child Shoju, before he passed, had not had his fill, which I can attest to, as his sister Tsunade stood before me, and her brother, too, met his demise without a proper meal. Therefore, as ninjas, you must regard every meal as if it were your last. Do not waste food. And certainly do not leave your stomach empty. Subsequently, he gazed in the direction where the 2 pregnant women had vanished, crossing his arms over his chest, and quietly lamented. Seeing their bellies grow ever larger is truly discomforting. Every night, I dream of Kushina perched upon me, commanding the 9 tails in her womb to slap me. Uchiha Mikoto's indecision regarding whether she or Fugaku should undergo sterilization left him somewhat vexed. What if a butterfly effect occurred, and after Mikoto bore Sasuke? Her belly swelled again. The Uchiha clan might as well ascend to the heavens. Irika and the other two looked up at Fei Niao, observing the struggle that occasionally flickered across their teacher's face, along with the murmured mutterings that escaped his lips. After exchanging curious glances with one another, they inquired, "Teacher, what are you saying?" Fei Niao rolled his eyes at the trio, then directed his attention to Hinata Hanabi. "Hanabi, what about sterilization? Teacher knows you yearn for freedom. You are more aware of the circumstances within the Hyuga clan than I am. Would you wish for your offspring to bear the same curse you do?" Fool. Seeing Hanabi genuinely grappling with the concept, Fei Niao rapped his knuckles lightly on her head, exclaiming with exasperation, "You really are a simpleton. I was merely jesting. And you took it seriously. Rest assured, you won't have a next generation. A fool like you won't find a boyfriend." As he spoke, he withdrew a scroll from his pocket and thrust it into the arms of the three, his expression turning grave. "The mission commences. From now on, as your guiding teacher and temporary captain, you are to obey my commands." Noticing the sudden seriousness in their teacher's demeanor, the trio quickly composed their expressions, responding earnestly, "Yes." "Excellent. Irika, Hanabi, as intelligence gatherers, you must thoroughly collect the information of households that have lost pet cats, particularly marking those with only elderly residents. Yuzuki Yugao, you shall accompany me to search for the cats." "Understood." As Fei Niao led Yuzuki Yugao away from the village, he watched Irika and Hanabi departing. "Teacher." Noticing that their path was becoming increasingly divergent and the surroundings more desolate, Yuzuki Yugao swallowed gently, inquiring, "Teacher, those lost pets wouldn't have left the village, would they?" "Not at all. Those creatures are surely still within the village." As Yusuke Yuyuin wiped her nose, she gazed at the teacher walking ahead, her mind abruptly echoing the scene from the ramen shop moments ago. "The teacher took me out of the village. Could it be that he—" "Stop daydreaming." Fei Niao waved her hand at Yuyuin, who had halted behind her, dousing her thoughts with a splash of cold reality. "No need to be so anxious. The teacher has no intention of forging copper. I'm taking you out of the village to visit Granny Cat, who resides beyond the outskirts." Yusuke Yuyuin trembled slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she glanced up at the sky, muttering, "Teacher, can you read minds?" "No. But your posture of crossing your arms over your chest betrays you. Isn't that a classic gesture when encountering a lecher? Besides me, who else is around?" "That is true." Yusuke Yuyuin scratched her head and hurried to catch up with Fei Niao, reassured that she had merely overthought the situation. Upon their arrival at Granny Cat's abode, Yusuke Yuin's eyes sparkled like stars as she beheld the multitude of kittens scattered about. So many cats of various breeds. And their fur is so shiny. "Oh, that peculiar, somewhat homely Granny." Fei Niao, ignoring the kittens vying for her affection, waved at Granny Cat, who was seated above, smiling. "Granny, I've come." "Oh." Granny Cat squinted her eyes, peering down at the familiar figure, her wrinkles deepening as her voice took on a frail tone. "Little Fei Niao, have you come to help the old woman with her business again?" "Huh, don't even think about it. I'm here for another matter this time." Upon hearing that this generous soul wasn't seeking her services, Granny Cat's smile faded by half. She set her pipe down and inquired slowly, "Speak. What do you need from me?" "I've come to take in some cats." Yusuke Yuyuin, cradling two kittens, tilted her head in confusion, questioning whether she had misheard. "Taken cats? How does one take in cats?" Granny Cat displayed no surprise. She reached for a notebook from the table, deftly flipping through its pages, murmuring, "What a rarity. I never expected your village would allow you to undertake a D-level task again. It's been many years. I thought you were no longer eligible for D-level missions. Indeed, I thought I had lost my chance at D-level tasks as well. But who would have imagined that I recently became a teacher? I decided to bring them along to tackle D-level tasks. How many do you plan to take in?" "Let us start with 20 today. There haven't been many cats lost in the village recently." "20, you say?" Granny Cat studied her notebook for a moment before whispering a few words to a nearby kitten. "Meow?" The kitten nodded, casting a glance at Fei Niao before dashing outside. In no time, to Yusuke Yuyuin's astonishment, over 100 kittens of varying colors and sizes came scampering through the passageway from which they had just arrived. At that moment, Fei Niao donned cat ears, surveying the throng of kittens before declaring, "You may follow Granny Cat, where you will only be filled but not fulfilled. However, I offer you a chance to not only be sated but to enjoy delightful fare by visiting the homes of villagers in Konoha who have lost their cats. Indulging in their hospitality. You should be familiar with the meaning of being well fed, so I shall refrain from elaborating further." What I desire are a few affectionate cats. Ones that are not overly demanding, who enjoy snuggling close to humans and delight in sharing a cozy bed for a delightful nap. It is essential that these cats are capable of enduring companionship, not merely visiting for a fleeting 2 months before vanishing. They must establish a lasting presence in their new abode. Oh, by the way, Fei Niao suddenly slapped his forehead, glancing disdainfully at the plump cat he was holding. This one is simply too overweight. It looks incapable of defending itself. You must ensure that when the original cat returns, you can drive away these newcomers and ultimately guide them to the wise old cat lady. Teacher, after a moment of bewilderment, Mu Yuxian urgently tugged at Fei Niao's sleeve, her voice laced with anxiety. We cannot execute the mission in this manner. What is the problem? Fei Niao carelessly tossed the fat cat aside and patted Xian's shoulder reassuringly. After all, those pet cats ran away on their own. They are grown cats and must face the consequences of their actions. In this world, nothing is as simple as it seems. After being cooped up at home, they expect to frolic for a few days and then return to a warm haven? If you liken cats to humans, you will understand. As he spoke, he removed the cat ears from his head and placed them upon Mu Yuxian's, continuing. This is akin to your husband seeking solace with other women for sustenance and comfort, only to wish to return home once he tires of them. Would you be pleased with that? If you cannot hold the affections of those little cats, it would be best to simply exchange them. After all, you have pointed them toward a path where they one day starve. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuxian's gaze fell upon the surrounding cats. She realized that ever since she donned the cat ears, she could distinctly understand their language. It turned out they were indeed capable of thought, humor, and even sharing adult-oriented anecdotes. Pointing to a black cat that was telling jokes, Mu Yuxian bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and turned to Fei Niao, reporting the cat's behavior. These cats are rather improper. Teacher, removing the cat ears and returning them to Fei Niao, Mu Yuxian lifted a tabby cat, her brow furrowed with concern. These cats appear somewhat different in color from the ones that went missing. Could they be discovered? Fear not. My teacher knows a salon renowned for its exceptional skills. A salon? Mu Yuxian lowered her gaze to the cluster of kittens at her feet, a complex expression crossing her face. It seemed she was beginning to piece together how her teacher had accumulated those thousands of D-level tasks. While this might seem somewhat deceitful, the thrill of it was undeniably exhilarating. Indeed, why should those cats that frolic freely outside be allowed to return to their original homes, thanks to their efforts? This situation is akin to a mundane household where the female, weary of her domestic life, considers running away to indulge in the vibrant world outside. Then, these underlings tasked with the mission must painstakingly locate her, forcibly bringing her back and compelling her to re-enter her previous life. They had initially believed they were undertaking a commendable deed, unaware that it was, in fact, an abominable mistake. If the kitten yearns for freedom, then let it be free. Finding another cat is a trivial matter. After convincing herself of this notion, Ugetsu Yuen gazed at Asuka with a hint of reverence in her eyes. It was no wonder he could assume the role of a teacher while she remained merely a student. The perspective of a teacher diverges significantly from that of an ordinary individual. Within the dimly lit cavern, Danzō unwrapped the bandage adorning his forehead, slowly unveiling his tightly shut right eye. Staring into the mirror at the crimson orb nestled within his right eye socket, along with the 3 inky black tomo swirling within it, Danzō paused in silence before turning to the root ninja kneeling below him. The deterioration of his right eye's vision had exceeded his expectations. If he could not secure a replacement before succumbing to total blindness, he would indeed be rendered sightless. Regrettably, during the war, although the Uchiha clan had suffered losses among their elite, the final corpses had not fallen into his hands. Danzō narrowed his eyes at those before him, his voice slightly hoarse as he requested a report on the Uchiha clan's activities. Yes, replied one of the root ninjas, stepping forward to kneel on the ground as he reported. The majority of Uchiha's elite have remained within the village, showing no signs of departure. 3 chunin have left the village to undertake B-rank missions, while 7 genin have ventured out for C-rank tasks. Uchiha Asuka left the village this morning for a D-rank mission. Uchiha Asuka. Danzō muttered the name in his mind before looking down at the kneeling ninja, inquiring, what of those 2 incompetent fools who caused trouble last time? They are recuperating at home. Send someone proficient in interrogation to visit them, and inform them to temporarily set aside matters concerning Uchiha Asuka. Once their injuries have healed, instruct them to come see me. Yes. Once the ninja vanished from sight, Danzō reached behind his head to continue wrapping his bandages. The elite ninjas were categorized into tiers. Under similar circumstances, the Uchiha clan's elite held a significant advantage over other clans. Defeating an Uchiha elite was not particularly challenging. Sheer numbers sufficed. However, to slay a member of the Uchiha clan's elite raised the level of difficulty considerably, especially when confronting one endowed with medical ninjutsu. Danzō shook his head, his gaze drifting toward the Uchiha compound. His last endeavor was merely to gauge that individual's strength, yet he had gleaned nothing and incurred considerable medical expenses instead. It was more exasperating than treating Hizen to a meal. Achoo! Asaka wrinkled his nose, casting a glance at the small kittens hanging from Ugetsu Yuin's arms before lifting his gaze toward the dense forest ahead, murmuring to himself, I can't shake the feeling that someone is berating me. That evening, he planned to visit the home of that root ninja to discuss matters concerning their enemies. Tomorrow, he would impart the will of fire to the clan's children. The day after, he would lead them on a mission, and on the following day, he would convene an impromptu clan meeting. Busy as ever, Yuzuki Yuin listened to her teacher's murmuring voice. She gently removed the small cat perched on her head and looked up at her teacher, puzzled. Teacher, what are you mumbling about? Nothing much, he replied. I think I've discovered the reason for my perpetual singlehood. What reason? My schedule is too packed, my vacations are too few, leaving me no time for romance. And certainly no suitable targets. Doesn't the teacher have someone he likes? At this, Fei Niao paused, lowering his gaze to scrutinize Yuin for a moment. After observing her evasive eyes, he replied, There is no one in this world that I admire. Yuin blinked in surprise. Why? Alas, Fei Niao sighed, then began counting on his fingers. I admire Tsunade's figure, Kushina's hair, Mikoto's gentleness, Inazuka Kiba's wildness, and the crimson eyes of Kurenai. Frankly, even pale eyes can be appealing. Plus, there's the intelligence of the Nara clan, the appetite of the Akimichi clan, and the diverse talents of the Yamanaka family, and so forth. Yuin interrupted her teacher's rambling, her gaze shifting to him with an odd expression as she cautiously took a small step back. Teacher, why do you only admire parts of each person? That's a rather peculiar notion, isn't it? You wouldn't understand. It's precisely because I have yet to find such a perfect woman that I remain single. Do you know Kakashi? With that, Fei Niao pointed towards Konoha, realizing he had revealed too much and needed to divert the conversation. Do you know why Kakashi has yet to find a girlfriend? Why? Yuin's curiosity was piqued, and she was keen on the gossips surrounding the village's prodigy. After all, he was Kakashi, a jonin at the tender age of 12. Despite the mask obscuring half his face, his striking features could not be concealed. His white hair invited a playful ruffle, and his formidable skills provided a sense of security. Fei Niao produced a tissue and bent down to wipe away the drool from Yuin's chin, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. A few days ago, I saw Kakashi tugging at Might Guy's pants, exclaiming that such a robust man surprisingly resembled an acorn down there. You should have seen Kakashi's face when he encountered the acorn. It was filled with regret. I now have reason to suspect that Kakashi enough. Yuin tugged at her hair, her expression turning frantic. Just moments ago, she had fantasized about ruffling Kakashi's hair. Why bring up such a matter? She looked at Fei Niao in exasperation, gritting her teeth. You've ruined my image of Kakashi-senpai. What does it matter? Fei Niao stood up, casually digging at his nose. The venerable third Hokage, whom you idolize, sneaks glances at widows bathing daily. And Jiraiya? He is hardly a saint, often perching on toads to spy on hot springs. Not long ago, when Jiraiya returned to the village, he boldly proclaimed that the wealth of ideas accumulated in his mind over the years was nearing overflow. Soon, the intimate series would be unveiled. At that time, the teacher would ensure you received a copy, discreetly delivered to your home. However, before he could finish his sentence, Fei Niao sensed a menacing gust approaching. He glanced at the fiercely determined Shiyin and then at the little cat soaring in the sky, quickly advising, Do not throw the cat. Shedding too much fur could hinder our missions. Regardless, he felt a hollow emptiness within himself. You are simply lacking affection. A manifestation of the absence of the will of fire. Allow me to remedy that. No. With that, she seized the cat perched on her head and hurled it once more towards Fei Niao. Had Shiyin been familiar with the term Dao heart, she would have comprehended that after her teacher's guidance, her own Dao heart was in disarray. Meow meow. When Irika encountered Uchiha Fei Niao again, he observed the cat hair adorning his teacher's attire and the assortment of partially furred kittens trailing beside him. After hesitating for a moment, he pointed at one of the bald kittens and asked, somewhat uncertainly. "Teacher, is your approach to catching cats so forceful?" "Alas." Fei Niao despondently shook his head, casting a furtive glance at the flushed face of Yuzuki Shiyin, then extended his hand to Irika, inquiring, "How goes the information gathering?" "All here." Upon receiving the notebook presented by Irika, Fei Niao perused the recorded details and addressed Hinata Huahua, saying, "Huahua, now is the time to assess your perceptive abilities. Treat our current undertaking as a covert operation. Take note of anyone who casts a lingering glance our way or stealthily follows us, and discreetly inform me." "Understood." Huahua responded calmly, activating her Byakugan to vigilantly survey the surroundings. Although unaware of her teacher's intentions, she trusted his words implicitly. Moreover, his speed in capturing cats was remarkable. Within just half a day, he had secured over 20. Truly a master of D-rank missions. When the four of them arrived at a small dyeing workshop with the kittens in tow, Huahua began to question her own judgment. Upon hearing her teacher present the information they had painstakingly gathered to the owner, instructing him to dye the cats into different appearances, Huahua shot a sidelong glance at Fei Niao, then tugged at his sleeve with a stoic expression, stating, "Teacher, this is deceit." Fei Niao looked at Huahua with a puzzled expression, then shook the little cat in his hand and remarked, "Irika, let me offer you an example. If you were to marry, and one day your wife suddenly went missing, leaving you in a state of desperate worry, as you issued a quest to find her, only to discover she was merely at home, bored and frolicking in the outside world for a few days. At that moment, someone presented you with a new wife. One who would coo and cling to you, never straying far, always considerate, and cherishing you as a deity whenever you provided sustenance. Would you not forsake your original spouse? She would never abandon you, nor would she disdain your lack of wealth or your dilapidated home. A mere can of food would sustain her for 3 days. Such a wife, would you desire her? Consciously reflect upon your own heart. Would you truly want her?" Upon hearing these words, Irika blinked, plunging into deep contemplation. "If the teacher insists, it seems." Observing the evident struggle in Irika's eyes, Hinata Hanabi clenched her fists and struck his head with a resounding thud. Thump. Gazing at Irika, who was crouched on the ground with his head in his hands, she crossed her arms and cast a cold smirk at Asuka, continuing, "Teacher, you are being disingenuous. Cats are not the same as humans, are they?" Asuka retrieved a pair of cat ears from his pocket and placed them atop Hanabi's head. Then, picking a green tea cat from his collection, he whispered to its ear, "Convince her, and I shall gift you 10 cans of cat food." 10 cans. Upon receiving Asuka's affirmation, the cat's eyes sparkled with excitement. It beckoned Hanabi with its paw and led her to a secluded corner, recounting tales of its ailing parents. If this pitiful feline existence cannot sway a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy, then perhaps a life of wandering would be preferable. Why has my cat gained so much weight? Oh, during its capture, I fed it several pounds of cat food, and it transformed into this. Where has the fur on my little black cat's head gone? Your little black cat bravely battled wildcats outside, courageously fending off several attacks. Why has little white suddenly become so affectionate? After wandering outside for a few days, it learned the hardships of the world and appreciated the warmth of home. This is a good thing. Humph. Hanabi scoffed, rolling her eyes disdainfully as she observed the expressions of passers-by, all while looking askance at her teacher. What a smooth talker. It's clear that the cat is no longer the same, yet he manages to spin such a tale. Teacher Asuka. Irika hurriedly trotted after Asuka, cradling the cat in his arms, his brow furrowed in confusion. Can we truly learn anything from this? Indeed. Asuka nodded affirmatively. His playful demeanor instantly replaced with seriousness as he turned to the 3 students. The D-rank cat-catching mission evaluates your observational skills, information-gathering abilities, practical skills, and teamwork. Asuka continued. You and Hinata Hanabi excelled in information gathering. At that moment, Yuzuki Yuin suddenly raised her head to look at Asuka, seizing the opportunity to interject. To avoid being discovered while fabricating our findings, we must remain vigilant of our surroundings, with each of us alert and observing the expressions of the villagers. This vigilance is crucial to prevent them from noticing our oddities and reporting us to Lord Hokage. This is akin to executing a mission outside the village. A single misstep could lead to disaster. The teacher has merely increased the difficulty of our task. Initially, the cat-catching mission required only observing cats, but now we must also observe the pedestrians. And what about our practical skills and teamwork? Listening to Irika's naive remarks, Asuka rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache coming on. In the context of a D-rank mission, one may question the necessity of practical skills. When the teacher guides you to collect litter, it indeed requires hands-on involvement. As for teamwork, the discreet demeanor of the four of us just now surely exemplifies collaboration, does it not? Observe how harmoniously we coordinated our efforts. Hinata Hanabi stood watch from a distance, while Irika and Yuzuki Yuki remained vigilant on the street, ever attentive to the peculiar gazes of passers-by. The teacher personally returned the cat to its owner, showcasing our seamless cooperation. Previously, when I undertook this task alone, I had to employ a shadow clone, which was quite cumbersome. Upon finishing his thoughts, Asuka noticed the somber expressions on the faces of the three students. A look of exasperation etched across his own. While other instructors might rigidly adhere to the monotony of D-rank tasks, I have managed to infuse some creativity into this experience. Search through Konoha, and you shall find no teacher as exceptional as I. Indeed, guiding students proves to be a troublesome endeavor. However, it is perhaps the lack of adaptability among students that truly complicates matters. Is this the distinction between a commendable educator and their rather dim-witted pupils? A sharp intake of breath escaped Asuka as he suddenly felt a prying gaze upon him, one saturated with malevolence. After a furtive glance around, his attention was drawn to Hinata Hanabi, and he inquired with curiosity, "Did you just secretly use your Byakugan to observe me?" Instantly, Hinata's face flushed crimson, and she vigorously shook her head, repeatedly denying his accusation. While she had indeed looked, she had not done so just a moment ago. Such remarkable perceptive abilities. Meanwhile, a man with short hair, adorned with an orange-black striped single-eye mask and draped in a flowing black hooded robe, stood before the memorial stone in Konoha. He reminisced about the recent events in the village, allowing a silent smile to grace his lips. Had he been a fraction slower, he might have attracted the attention of that individual. Uchiha, reflecting on the memories of his clan, he shook his head, his gaze becoming hollow. The clan had provided him with ample support. Despite being left with only his grandmother, he had never lacked sustenance or ninjutsu training. Even that peculiar member of the clan had once eagerly offered to teach him medical ninjutsu. Yet, which Uchiha would pursue the path of medical ninjutsu. However, if he were to truly study medical ninjutsu, Rinno, Uchiha Obito shook his head, dispelling the what-if scenarios that plagued his mind. He then kicked the flowers at the base of the gravestone aside, staring coldly at the monument. Without my Uchiha, this holds no meaning for me. Without Rin, this Konoha is devoid of significance. His gaze shifted to the home of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. The emptiness in his eyes gradually regained a glimmer of intensity. He had heard whispers that the seal on the nine tails would weaken significantly during childbirth. This might be one of his rare opportunities. Should he let this chance slip, he would have to wait until Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato conceived a second child. As thoughts of Rin, who had perished without ever experiencing love, filled his mind, he contemplated the impending second child of Uzumaki Kushina. Obito kicked the fruit at the base of the stone monument into the ditch, consumed by a surge of rage. Why should they bear a second child? Kushina gently rubbed her nose, her gaze drifting toward the Hokage office, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Surely, Minato must be neglecting his duties, lost in thoughts of her. Observing the foolish grin on Kushina's face, the passerby, Hayabusa, couldn't help but quicken his pace. How tiresome it was to encounter this individual everywhere he went. He held no special thoughts regarding the Nine Tails or the impending Night of the Nine Tails. Although the power of the Sharingan was formidable, it remained insufficient to control a weapon of mass destruction like the Nine Tails, unless it evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, which would come at the cost of his eyesight, making it possible to wrest control from Obito. Alas, it appeared that Konoha would soon be burdened with yet another group of orphans. Perhaps he could donate some money. With this thought, Hayabusa glanced at Kushina from the corner of his eye, lost in contemplation. The timing of Kushina's childbirth must be a closely guarded secret in Konoha. He resolved to find an opportunity to examine her and estimate the due date for necessary preparations. Hayabusa had no intention of alerting Minato or the higher-ups in Konoha. He couldn't even articulate the source of his knowledge regarding the Nine Tails, let alone explain that someone was leveraging the beast to attack the village. Informing them of such matters would yield no reward. Rather, those old fogies in Konoha's leadership would undoubtedly label him and secretly dig a few graves for him, kicking him into them. Shivering at the thought, Hayabusa turned and made his way toward a certain household in the village. Just days prior, at the Valley of the End, Although he had not recognized the identities of the two assailants at the time, he had discreetly marked them and had long since learned their residences. Both individuals, having lost their spouses due to the war, would draw attention if he visited the widow during the day. After surveying the surroundings and noting that no one seemed to pay him any mind, Hayabusa executed a swift body flicker, stepping onto the windowsill and entering one of their homes. "Who is there?" The occupant, startled by the noise at the window, shot up from the bed, warily eyeing the source. "It's me." Hayabusa waved at the swollen-cheeked ninja, tossing an apple he had taken from a traveling merchant his way. "Don't think it's too little. It's rather conspicuous to buy fruit and then come to visit you. What do you want?" The ninja did not glance at the apple rolling around on the bed, but fixed his gaze on Hayabusa, frowning. "Are you having second thoughts, suddenly wanting to interrogate me?" "I want to divulge any information." "Not at all." Hayabusa shook his head, rising to pace around the modest room, scrutinizing the surroundings. He turned to the seated root ninja, his smile gradually fading. "Oda, I am not merely an ordinary Uchiha." Just as Oda was beginning to feel perplexed, Hayabusa's expression darkened as he produced a notebook, slamming it against his chest, and continued, "Take a look and see who I am." He blinked, instinctively picking up the small notebook to find inscribed, "Konoha Jonin, Uchiha Hayabusa." Above the name, there were several striking black characters, "Assassination Tactics Special Forces." Goodness, this is indeed the Dark Division. Although the identities of its members are shrouded in secrecy, they must occasionally verify their identity when executing certain missions. This notebook serves as one such method of verification. Confronted by the astonished expression of Oda, Asuka revealed his intentions. "I am an investigator from the Assassination Tactics Special Forces. I have come to inquire about certain information regarding your root organization. We have substantial reasons to believe that Konoha harbors a formidable military force that operates independently of the 4th Hokage's command. I am here for this very matter, and we require knowledge about the root organization. Naturally, the 4th Hokage has allocated a significant budget to reward those who provide information." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Oda nodded in a daze. However, he quickly extended his tongue to reveal the seal upon it, his expression one of despair. "I am under a cursed seal and cannot divulge any secrets of the adults. No amount of interrogation will yield results." Asuka smirked, showing little interest in the secrets of Danzō. After all, he had traversed time with memories intact, fully aware of all of Danzō's secrets. What he truly wished to know was what sort of undergarments that old man wore. It would be even more beneficial to grasp the old fellow's movements. With this in mind, Asuka lightly tapped his fingers against the table, his demeanor darkening. "I have no interest in your leader's information, nor do I seek any internal details of your organization. Simply provide me with the information regarding the female ninja who attacked me that day." Upon finishing his request, he produced a stack of bills and placed them upon the table. Relying on threats would only yield temporary information. Who knows when these individuals might provide him with false intelligence? Thus, it was essential to rely on compassion. Seeing that Asuka was not probing into Danzō's secrets, but rather focusing on his comrade, Oda cast a curious glance at him. However, recalling the comrade who had viciously slapped him, a flicker of anger ignited within him. That wretched woman certainly struck hard. Wasn't it merely her personal information? He could sell it. If it were a hostile ninja village seeking information on his comrade, he might hesitate under the pressure of betrayal, for anyone chosen as Danzō's subordinate undoubtedly possessed a resolute determination to face death. Yet, given that the other party belonged to the Assassination Tactics Special Forces, his psychological burden significantly lessened. To the Dark Division, gathering information on the root organization was not mere reconnaissance, it was an inspection. Although the root and dark divisions do not have a direct hierarchy, in some respects, the root can be considered a subdivision of the dark division, essentially a mythical mother-child department. What harm is there in a subordinate reporting intelligence to its superior? We are, after all, akin to a father-son relationship. Moreover, there was money to be earned. Having resolved his thoughts, Oda wasted no time in divulging all the information he had concerning his comrade, including not only ninjutsu and abilities, but also preferences in attire and even the timing of her menstrual cycle. Truly, he had reeled in quite the catch. After departing from Dation's residence, Fei Niao strolled along the bustling streets of Konoha, his expression contemplative as he observed the passers-by. He was taken aback to learn that the female ninja possessed a rather unique identity, one that belonged to the Nara clan. A smile crept across his lips as he recalled the information Dation had just imparted. In the past, when he had procured intel, it often required monetary compensation, accompanied by threats and coercion, occasionally necessitating the use of his Sharingan. However, now that he had assumed the role within the Umbu, gathering intelligence had become a much simpler endeavor. With Minato still among the living, it was imperative that he leveraged his Umbu status to accomplish as much as possible, lest he find himself expelled from the ranks when the third Hokage ascended. Creak. Upon pushing open the door to his room, Fei Niao was greeted by the sight of a plump orange cat sprawled across his bed. Hanging his ninja tools on the wall, he approached the feline and greeted it. "Ah, you're back, fatty. Did you deliver the message?" The orange cat lazily lifted its eyelids to glance at Fei Niao before closing its eyes again, its voice adopting a girlish tone. "Yes, I delivered it. That old hag, Tsunade, nearly turned me into a pancake with her fists. But when I handed over the 100,000 Ryo, she allowed Shizen to send a letter back." "What else did she say?" "She mentioned that Jiraiya wrote her 328 letters while pursuing her, totaling over 2 million words, and only then did she begin to feel a slight thaw in her heart. Your single letter doesn't seem to hold much weight. You might as well write 500 letters first. Oh, and remember to include some money in the letters, or else that old hag's fists will come crashing down on me." As she spoke, the orange cat flipped over, gazing up at the ceiling with a human-like expression of exasperation. "Fei Niao, I feel you are engaging in futile efforts. 500 letters, each with 100,000 Ryo. That amounts to 50 million. Just how much cat food can that buy me? I could even learn a transformation jutsu to alleviate your solitude. You simply do not understand." At this, the orange cat sprang to its feet, swiftly climbing atop Fei Niao's head, sharpening its claws against his hair, and indignantly retorted. "Then enlighten me. What is the purpose of your actions? Do not try to deceive me with that excuse you used last time." Sighing, Fei Niao raised his eyelids slightly, gazing at the cat perched atop his head, and explained, "Outsiders are aware that the Senju and Uchiha clans have been adversaries for nearly a millennium. When they suddenly hear of the Uchiha clan leader seeking to marry the Senju clan leader, their immediate reaction will undoubtedly be skepticism, assuming it to be a false rumor. However, when they discover that a significant number of Uchiha clan members actually support this proposal, they will be compelled to consider the matter with greater seriousness. After all, the will of the clan members can often sway the clan leader, regardless of whether this letter is genuinely from the clan leader. It suffices for outsiders to perceive it as originating from the Uchiha clan, as it signifies the sentiments of certain individuals within. I harbor no fondness for any faction, be it hawks, doves, or moderates. Thus, I intend to adopt a more extreme approach, establishing a divorce faction, whose objective is to incite the clan leader to divorce and pursue the Senju clan leader, ultimately uniting the two clans and aiming at the 5th, 6th, and 7th Hokage. This is not merely an expression of my thoughts within the clan. It is also a demonstration for certain individuals in Konoha. After all, easing the tensions between the two clans embodies the very essence of the will of fire. Whether Senju Tsunade and Uchiha Fugaku agree or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I have taken this action. Those who witness my endeavors and resonate with my ideals will stand behind me as my supporters. Furthermore, I must ensure that my love letters do not cease, as they symbolize my unwavering determination. At worst, I can undertake missions to earn money to support Tsunade. Were I to occupy the esteemed position of the Uchiha clan's elder, my name would grace this letter. Thus, although she did not comprehend what the bird had said, upon observing his earnest demeanor, a look of realization washed over her face. "Do you genuinely wish to counsel Uchiha Fugaku to divorce?" "No, this is sincere. Not only do I wish to advise him to divorce, but I also intend to have him undergo a vasectomy. Then challenge the elder and write in your own name." "I shall not. Tsunade is somewhat aged, and I seek a younger partner. I find her quite youthful in appearance." "Did you see her?" "Not only did I see her, but while she was gambling, I even rested my head upon her chest." "Have you not witnessed it?" The night was thick with darkness. The bird, clad in black attire, pushed open the door and leaped onto the rooftop, then discerned the location of the Nara clan before vanishing in a series of swift movements into the Uchiha territory. In the ailing Uchiha clan, holding less extreme views is essential to garnering support, particularly from those conservative elders who propose notions of maintaining the second or striving for the third and fourth positions, ultimately squandering the expectations of their clansmen. Given this, why not test one's own convictions? Konoha has been established for 51 years. The elder generation is dwindling, while the new generation has coexisted with the Senju clan for just as long, having long since abandoned their hatred. Are we composing love letters for Tsunade? No, that is merely a statement of intent. Huh. A sudden screech of brakes interrupted the moment as the bird crouched atop the rooftop, closing his eyes to sense the position of the Nara ninja. Is it there? Moments later, the bird opened his eyes, gazing at the distant house now shrouded in darkness, murmuring, "This is my first nocturnal intrusion into a widow's domain." Due to a lack of discretion, upon pushing open the door and entering the room, he felt a sharp sting at his neck. "Who are you?" Lowering her gaze slightly, she glanced at the kunai pressed against his throat. The bird slowly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, speaking, "It is I, the Uchiha you attacked last time." Before she could finish her sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the kunai slipped from his hand to the floor with a thud. "Nara Ryoko, do not carelessly press a kunai against someone's neck. It is perilous." The bird rubbed his neck, then kicked the fallen kunai aside, making his way to the table to light a candle. "Do not light it." Nara Ryoko, recognizing him by the moonlight, hurriedly blocked his attempt to ignite the flame. Standing opposite him with a penetrating gaze, frowning, "You stealthily arrive at my home in the dead of night, and yet blame me for holding a kunai to your neck? Do not jest. Had I not deliberately created a commotion before entering, how would you have noticed my presence?" With that, Fei Niao boldly seated herself. Observing the displeased countenance of Nara Ryoko, she continued, "Do not overthink it. The reason I arrived at this hour is that visiting a widow during daylight would be inappropriate." Upon hearing this, Nara Ryoko glared at Fei Niao with wide eyes, retorting, "Coming at night is acceptable?" Fei Niao shrugged nonchalantly. "No one is around to witness it at this hour. What exactly do you intend to do?" Ryoko inquired. "I merely wish to engage in conversation. There is nothing for us to discuss. Do not expect me to divulge anything." As the two engaged in a hushed argument within the room, a member of the Nara clan passed by the outside of Ryoko's courtyard. She glanced at the darkened room, then looked up at the moon, which was about to be obscured by clouds, and sighed. "Ever since Ichimu departed, I wonder if Ryoko feels frightened living alone," she thought. "Perhaps I should come by to keep her company." Suddenly, a shadow appeared in Ryoko's room, causing the onlooker to blink in disbelief. Am I mistaken? Why are there two shadows in Ryoko's house? Could it be that her longing for her husband has led her to conjure his spirit? The dense, inky night enveloped everything in mystery, while the white moonlight served as a brush, painting the unfolding scenes within the house onto the window for the outside world to behold. Thus, the dark night exuded an exhilarating charm. The Nara clan member, witnessing the spectacle within the room, gasped and quickly covered her mouth with her hands, then concealed herself in the bushes to observe Ryoko on the second floor. To her surprise, the clan's secret shadow mimicry technique could be employed in such a manner. Watching the female shadow seated upon the male's lap, she instinctively licked her dry lips, her throat slightly parched. How thrilling! At that moment, Nara Ryoko, seated in her chair, cast a penetrating glance at Uchiha Fei Niao and softly inquired, "Logically, my information is highly confidential. While it is not surprising that you discovered my name and address, how did you unearth such detailed information? Oh, someone sold you out." With that, a surge of betrayal flooded Ryoko's mind. She slammed her hands on the table, rising abruptly to stand before Fei Niao, gripping her collar with both hands. Her teeth clenched as she demanded, "Who was it?" With her nose nearly touching Fei Niao's face, she leaned back slightly, and without hesitation replied, "Oda?" "Humph." Upon hearing Oda's name, Ryoko scoffed, though she had suspected something. The realization that a teammate had betrayed her still stung. "That scoundrel can sell my information now. Will he not sell me to the enemy on the battlefield? Actually, there is no need for you to be so enraged. If you sell me Oda's information, you will be even," Fei Niao suggested. "Do not even think about it." Upon witnessing the other's rejection, Fei Niao calmly retrieved a scroll from his pocket, idly toying with it before speaking. "You joined there, not merely to seek a way to heal your son. I can bring him back from the hospital. I possess the means to cure his ailment." Nara Ryoko, taken aback by this revelation, gazed at Fei Niao with disbelief. Her 2-year-old son had been bedridden in the hospital for over a year due to an incurable illness. During this time, she had visited him whenever she had a moment to spare. Had it not been for the swelling on her cheeks, she would not have returned home at all. After a moment of silence, she placed her hand on the scroll that Fei Niao had offered, her voice trembling. "Is this truly the case?" "More or less. If you could invite Tsunade over, she could also provide a cure. What is it that you desire from me?" to relay certain intelligence. My aspiration is to be the first to know whenever you adults change your undergarments. Do not jest. We bear seals that prevent us from divulging adult matters. That is merely a metaphor. Should you receive any tasks regarding the Uchiha, you may discreetly inform me. Fania rolled his eyes at her persistent wariness, exclaiming, "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in you, nor will I compel you to undertake perilous tasks. Should you feel that any of my requests pose a threat, you are free to decline. Furthermore, you need not fear that I would leverage your son against you. I will first ensure his recovery, allowing him to attend school, graduate, and undertake missions as a normal child." Upon hearing this, Nara Ryoko fell into a contemplative silence. She had anticipated that he might impose some harsh conditions or harbor ill intentions towards her. To her surprise, he seemed to impose no restrictions, almost as if he were intentionally offering assistance. Gazing into the clear eyes of this Uchiha, Nara Ryoko could no longer suppress her curiosity. Why are you helping me so generously?" Fania shrugged, taking a sip of the tea on the table before responding nonchalantly. "Because we reside in the same village and have coexisted for 51 years. In the absence of conflicting interests, is it not natural for villagers to assist one another? You are aware of the long-standing discord between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Even when Tsunade was in Konoha, despite her verbal disdain for the Uchiha, she did not hesitate to treat their patients. A healer's compassion is guided by noble sentiments, acting with kindness and integrity, untainted by earthly concerns." Noticing her skeptical expression, Fania's lips curled into a smirk as he revealed his true intentions. "In truth, my motive for healing your son is to ensure that, one day, you may remember this favor and, at a crucial moment, convey information vital to the future of the Uchiha clan. Is that so?" Nara Ryoko found herself engulfed in self-doubt, struggling to reconcile the notion that an Uchiha would suddenly take an interest in her as a villager. Yet, the sincerity behind his purpose felt genuine. "Very well," she concluded. "As long as my son is healed, this individual will possess no leverage against me. When the time comes, if the other party truly wishes for me to engage in perilous endeavors, I can simply withdraw from the ninja sequence. The debt of gratitude can be settled in the next life." Meanwhile, outside the room, amidst the grass, a member of the Nara clan found herself momentarily bewildered. What had she just witnessed? Ryoko Nara, that audacious individual, was controlling shadows, violently yanking another shadow by the collar, and then pressed her face against his in a passionate embrace. After a brief contemplation, the Nara clan member surmised the cause of Ryoko's fury. It was merely the sorrow of a husband abandoning his widow to venture alone into the Pure Land, leaving her heart heavy with melancholy. In a moment of despair, she conjured the shadow of her husband. TSK. Observing the two shadows intimately entwined, the Nara clan member shook her head and resolved to leave. She had never realized that Ryoko was such a fervent soul. As she turned away, she cast one last glance at the two shadows in the room, only to find her breath catch at the expression of longing etched upon the masculine shadow's visage. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she murmured, "Is Ryoko truly so desperate for a life of happiness?" The mere act of conjuring a shadow was one thing, but to create such a vivid manifestation. Upon seeing Ryoko's shadow, she fell into a profound silence. Instinctively, the Nara clan member reached out to grasp the air. Yet, what feeling did she encounter? None at all. It seemed that Ryoko was indeed unwell. The next day, as dawn broke, the Nara clan member, her eyes shadowed by fatigue, emerged from her home. Gazing up at the resplendent sun, she muttered to herself, "What is the sensation of grasping at air? Why did I feel nothing after trying all night? Naomi, what are you mumbling about so early in the morning?" A familiar voice called from behind. Turning to face her sister, Naomi greeted her with a weary wave. "Good morning, sister. What troubles you, Naomi?" With a sigh, Naomi observed her sister's expression of concern and beckoned her closer, whispering into her ear, "Sister, I have a secret to share, and I need your insight. This secret must not be spoken of to anyone else. It is just for us sisters." Noticing her sister's haggard appearance, she nodded, encouraging Naomi to proceed. Naomi then recounted her experiences and bewilderments from the previous night in vivid detail. After listening to Naomi's account, her sister instinctively reached out to grasp the air, her face reflecting a similar perplexity. "There is no sensation at all, however," she remarked. Observing the curiosity in her sister's eyes, "This feeling may be something you will only understand once you find a boyfriend." With that, without allowing her sister to ask further questions, She concocted an excuse and slipped away. Although she herself was perplexed by the matter, her well-informed friend would surely have insights to share. As the sun climbed to its zenith, midday had arrived. At this moment, Ryoko pushed open the door, inhaling the fresh air outside with great enthusiasm. Last night marked the most restful sleep she had experienced in a year, as her son's condition finally showed signs of improvement. "Good afternoon, Yoshino," she greeted the clan matriarch, who happened to pass by her doorstep, before closing her eyes to bask in the sunlight. The last time she felt so relaxed and content under the sun seemed to be 2 years ago. Nara Yoshino stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed on Ryoko lounging on the deck chair, her expression suddenly becoming complex. Although she lacked medical knowledge, she understood the subtleties of human relationships. Ryoko's complexion was radiant and glistening, her demeanor exuding joy, and she bore no dark circles under her eyes, indicating an excellent night's sleep. Moreover, the cold, distant aura that once enveloped her had vanished. Could the rumors circulating in the clan this morning be true? Had the widow's year of mourning truly come to an end? That evening, Nara Yoshino stormed out of Ryoko's room, making her way to the home of Yamamoto Kaichi. Knock, knock. Yamamoto Kaoru opened the door, glancing at Yoshino, whose face was flushed with indignation, and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Come in and talk," as she pulled her husband's wife into the living room. Yoshino plopped down heavily on the sofa, her expression a portrait of grievance as she looked at Yamamoto Kaoru and lamented, "Ko, do I seem like a shrew to you? Don't be angry." Yamamoto Kaoru sat beside her, gently patting Yoshino's chest to soothe her while offering comfort. When has the matriarch of the Nara clan ever turned into a shrew? Who is spreading these rumors? "I will help you." With a heavy sigh, Nara Yoshino exhaled deeply and turned to face her clan's territory, her voice trembling with anger as she recounted, "When my brother passed away, I made it clear that my sister-in-law could remarry. Yet, she told me she did not wish to divorce and wanted to continue upholding the family. Seeing her so resolute, I acquiesced. However, I also informed her that if she desired to remarry, she should simply let me know. I would support her. For life without a man in the household would undoubtedly become challenging. But now, under the guise of a widow, she brazenly brings another man into our home, and on the very bed where my brother once slept." Observing Yoshino quaking with rage, Yamamoto Kaoru raised an eyebrow, her mind racing to deduce whom she was referring to. The three families, pig, deer, and butterfly, were well acquainted with the circumstances of the other two. Yoshino's brother had perished early in the war, and his wife was seemingly named Nara Ryoko, who happened to be a cousin of the clan leader. Sensing the atmosphere in the room grow heavy with silence, Nara Yoshino took several deep breaths, forcing herself to suppress her fury as she continued, "I am not an unreasonable person. If she wishes to remarry, so be it. However, what angers me most is that this afternoon, after much indirect inquiry, she refused to acknowledge it, her face painted with a sense of grievance, as if I were coercing her into remarriage. Does she seek some sort of peculiar thrill by pursuing other men while bearing my deceased brother's name?" Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Kion finally grasped the sequence of events. It was no wonder that Nara Yoshino was so irate. Indeed, if one wished to remarry, a simple conversation with the clan leader would suffice, and they would certainly grant their consent, perhaps even presenting a monetary gift. Why resort to such clandestine measures? Yamanaka Kion quickly aligned herself with her dear friend. Observing Yoshino's chest rise and fall with agitation, she gently inquired, "Yoshino, what do you intend to do?" "I shall gather evidence of her liaison with that man. If he does not belong to the Nara clan, I shall exchange my brother's inheritance for her, allowing us to purchase a house outside the clan. Should he be a member of the Nara clan, she will relocate to his home, and my brother's property will be directly passed on to my nephew." As she spoke, Nara Yoshino rubbed her swollen eyes and turned to her friend, her tone tinged with vulnerability. "Kion, you must assist me. I will indeed help you. Do not let anger consume you. You are with child now. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the hospital for a checkup to see how little Shikamaru is developing. Oh, how I long for a daughter. Once Ino is born, we shall take turns raising them." "That is a splendid idea." The following morning, Asaka yawned as he departed from the Hokage building, concluding a night of discussions. Upon entering the clan's territory and inhaling the aroma of breakfast wafting through the air, his taut expression immediately relaxed. However, he soon appeared utterly despondent, his once upright posture now slumping. The previous night's discussions had yielded little. It would have been better to have simply returned home for rest. The incessant harassment from the Cloud Shinobi, dispatching small units to disturb the borders, was indeed vexing. Sending a large force could easily reignite the recently extinguished flames of war, while smaller contingents could fend off the Cloud Shinobi, only for them to return swiftly. Proposing the Uchiha clan met with Tobi's staunch disapproval. Suggestions for Tsunade's return were met with her refusal, as were those for Jiraiya's involvement. The notion of deploying nuclear weapons, represented by the Nine Tails, was also rejected by both the third and fourth Hokage. Kakashi expressed his desire to partake, yet the assembly remained opposed. Reflecting on the previous night's meeting of Konoha's elite shinobi, Asuka felt a profound weariness. The position of Hokage was indeed burdensome, and he pondered when the Council of Elders would finally find peace. Asukadano. At that moment, a Chunin unexpectedly blocked Asuka's path, speaking solemnly. The clan meeting has been rescheduled to commence in 1 hour. Understood. Asuka wearily waved his hand, and then redirected his steps towards the South Shrine. This clan meeting, like the assembly of Jonin, would likely yield little of substance, merely a gathering of souls exchanging pleasantries. Upon arriving at the South Shrine, he discovered a considerable number of elders from the Uchiha clan already in attendance. Good morning, esteemed elders. After greeting the elders, Fei Niao bit his finger, conjuring dozens of family buckets to distribute among the assembly, indulging in the feast while discussing the events of the previous night. The old man had already dined that morning. Elder Liang Yi patted his belly, gazing down at 2 family buckets on the table, and frowned, saying, "Have one. Consuming 2 is detrimental to the stomach." Suddenly, a cold snicker erupted from beside him, as the elder with one blind eye disdainfully regarded Liang Yi, scoffing. Lord Ban once stated that the more one strives to protect something, the more one is bound to lose it, be it friends, brothers, or even one as descendants. This holds true even now. Liang Yi, the more you attempt to safeguard your stomach, the more likely you are to lose it. You must conquer it. After a melodious belch, the blind elder faced Fei Niao, his remaining eye casting a sidelong glance at Liang Yi, and slowly proclaimed, "Bring me 3 more buckets." Liang Yi stared at the madman in bewilderment. Was he out of his mind? It was one thing to indulge so early in the day, but to consume 4 buckets in one sitting? Old man, are you not afraid of a heart attack? Noticing that the surrounding clansmen had turned their attention towards him, Liang Yi leapt in place a few times and scoffed. 3 buckets? Are you raising cats? 4 buckets. Just then, as Uchiha Fugaku arrived late, he heard applause and praises resonating through the assembly hall, followed by a rich aroma of fried chicken wafting into his nostrils. More eating? The image of the old men devouring fried chicken flashed in his mind, causing Fugaku to hesitate in his steps. At this rate, the future clan meeting would surely be filled with portly figures. Ah, the clan leader has arrived. Good morning, clan leader. Come join us. After politely declining the well-meaning offers, Uchiha Fugaku strode directly to the podium, his expression grave as he addressed the gathered crowd. Elder Danzō has declined our request to participate in battle. Thus, any forthcoming friction with the Cloud Shinobi is not our concern. A melodious belch interrupted the tense atmosphere, as Liang Yi stifled his nausea, leapt again, and spoke. The Uchiha will never produce a Hokage, and the oppressive status quo will remain unchanged. Indeed, the first Hokage surpassed Lord Ban. The second Hokage surpassed the other Uchiha. The third Hokage could easily overshadow the clan's strongest, and the fourth Hokage, a rare genius, faced no rivals within the clan. Are you all expecting the fifth Hokage to be a fool, an idiot, or a simpleton? As silence enveloped the crowd, Elder Liang Yi stroked his ample belly, casting a scornful gaze over the assembly, and continued, "We must cultivate a formidable warrior, one capable of surpassing the rest of Konoha. I observe potential in Uchiha Shursui to become such a warrior. Moreover, he is a descendant of Kagami, making his prospects of becoming Hokage exceedingly promising." Fei Niao scanned the room, noting the nods of agreement from the attendees, before abruptly rising and slamming his hand on the table in opposition. "I dissent. I propose that the clan select a girl and that the clan leader invest in purchasing a disciple position from Tsunade. That fellow has recently become quite desperate for money. With a sufficient price, he would undoubtedly sell a disciple. The title of Tsunade's apprentice is worth as much as a pair of kaleidoscopes. The second Hokage has been deceased for many years, and the descendants of the Uchiha clan hold considerably less weight in the higher echelons compared to the disciples of the legendary Sannin. One must ponder. How much would it take? Indeed, It is rumored that Tsunade's prodigal tendencies lead her to lose millions in a single day. Is the clan leader expected to sell his house? Once the thought process was ignited, the others began to deliberate on methods concerning the two. In truth, they have always been nurturing the clan's talents, yet those prodigies have been thoroughly suppressed by the Hokage faction. This has rendered them somewhat indifferent towards the cultivation of geniuses. To pit a clan's prodigy against a village's genius is, to be frank, a task of considerable difficulty. As time passed, the sun gradually ascended to the zenith of the sky. At the South Shrine in Konoha, two Uchiha clan members stood at the shrine's entrance, their eyes fixed on the main road ahead while their ears strained to catch the sounds of an argument emanating from within. One of the clan members glanced at the time and leaned against the door, his peripheral vision sweeping toward his companion as he spoke. The esteemed Jonin have been arguing for 6 hours now. Indeed, replied the other, also leaning against the door, stretching his limbs as he added, given the current situation. It seems they will continue into the afternoon. I fail to comprehend. I actually think the elder's proposal for cultivating geniuses is rather commendable. Why must there be opposition? Perhaps it is merely for the sake of opposing. Yesterday, I heard the village meeting unfolded in such a manner, each pulling at another's leg, one grasping an arm, while another tugged at hair. No sooner had he finished speaking than the two clan members noticed a small figure suddenly appear on the road, rushing toward them. As the figure approached, they nodded at each other, maintaining their solemn expressions. Youth of the clan. Itachi waved his lunchbox at the two guards, slightly out of breath. Is my father still inside? Upon hearing this, one of the clan members gestured toward the interior, his tone laden with caution. The clan leader is currently in discussion with the Jonin. Young master, if you enter now, please exercise caution. Understood. With that, Itachi maneuvered through the space between the two and entered the shrine's courtyard. Before he could steady himself, a sudden whooshing sound filled the air. Looking up, he witnessed a chair slicing through the air, rapidly enlarging in his line of sight. Itachi leaned back, his hands bracing against the ground, as he watched the chair narrowly graze his nose before crashing against the wall behind him. With a resounding crash, the sturdy white wall was instantly marred by a web of cracks. It appears the argument within is quite intense. Itachi dusted off his hands, picked up the lunchbox, and calmly walked inside. He had witnessed such occurrences countless times. Indeed, he had suffered a few mishaps at the tender age of 2, yet now at 4. He had grown wiser. Moreover, he held little fondness for clan meetings, often feeling they squandered precious time, frequently resulting in no meaningful discussions whatsoever. A sheer waste of time. Old man, your influence is so profound that you can effortlessly secure the position of the 7th Hokage? Uchiha Asuka. Plans. Do you comprehend what a plan entails? If we proceed step by step according to the plan, can't we Uchiha aspire to the role of the 7th Hokage? I aim to become the 5th Hokage. Why don't you devise a plan for me to achieve that? The 4th Hokage is still alive, and yet your gaze is already fixed upon the 7th Hokage. Truly visionary of you. As the commotion from within resonated, Uchiha Itachi's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. He hesitated briefly before the tightly shut door, clenched his fist, and lightly knocked twice. Thud, thud, creak. As the door gradually opened, Itachi intended to step into the room, but he felt the air inside stiffen, his raised leg freezing midair. Under the intense scrutiny of so many Sharingan, the pressure was overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, he approached the main seat, placing the lunchbox on his father's table, then stepped back to stand behind his father, discreetly observing the group of Jonin. One had a reddened nose, another a swollen face, while yet another had singed, curly hair, and one more was exhaling black smoke from his mouth, evidence of a brutal battle. After surveying the dire situation below, Itachi's lips twitched, and he retreated 2 more steps. It appeared the 2nd Hokage's assessment was indeed accurate. The Uchiha clan was a clan of the mentally unstable. This does not imply that there are no rational individuals within the Uchiha, but rather that the rational members cannot ascend to greatness. At the Nanha Shrine, all the clan's formidable warriors were gathered. Asuka stood atop the table, casting a glance at Uchiha Itachi before producing a piece of paper from his pocket. He unfolded it and began to speak. This is a compilation of my readings on the history surrounding our clan's founding, detailing the words and deeds of Lord Madara and his brother Izuna, which I have summarized into a document. Let the past serve as our guide. We shall not lose our way. Let the past illuminate our future. Clearing his throat, Asuka recited, Uchiha Izuna, Now we must seize power within the village. We must cleverly craft justifications and win over the Senju, so that other clans will join us in this endeavor. Once accomplished, we shall divide the spoils, with a 3-to-7 split of the power. Uchiha Madara, why only 70%? Izuna, 70% belongs to the Senju. We shall take 30%, depending on the Senju's disposition. Madara, whose disposition? Izuna, the disposition of him. Pointing to the image of Senju Hashirama. Madara, I travel all this way just to observe their disposition? Izuna, precisely. Madara, must I craft justifications? Izuna, indeed. Madara, must I win over the Senju? Izuna, correct. Madara, and I must adhere to the whims of the Senju, ultimately receiving only 30% as a reward? Izuna, yes. Then will I not be reduced to begging on my knees? If we follow your logic, brother, collaborating with the Senju would indeed be akin to begging on one's knees. Yet, many clans wish to kneel but lack the strength to do so. Let me ask you, why did I activate Susanoo the moment I entered Senju territory? It's simply because my legs are not nimble enough to kneel. I see. So brother desires to stand and vie for power? Perhaps it would be best for you to return to the back mountains of Konoha. Ban, I fail to comprehend this. As one of the two illustrious founders of Konoha, how is it that I am overshadowed by a mere clan's solitary endeavors? Izuna, to the other clans. You are a founder, yet to the Senju, you are merely a beggar on your knees, vying for power, which is hardly a disgrace. Ban, disgraceful indeed, utterly disgraceful. Izuna, so, brother, do you prefer to remain standing or to contend for power? Ban, I desire to stand tall and seize the position of the village leader. Izuna, you will not succeed. Ban, not succeed? Izuna, indeed, you will not. Ban, can this be contested? Referring to the Uchiha artifact, Izuna, yes, but only while kneeling. Ban, and what of this? Pointing at the Uchiha emblem, Izuna, that can be contested, along with the other villages. Ban, what of this artifact combined with the emblem? Can that be contested? Izuna, pray tell, what gives you such confidence? Ban opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon this, Fei Niao paused momentarily, allowing the assembly a moment to absorb the gravity of the situation before continuing. The subsequent events are well known. Lord Izuna perished at the hands of Senju Tobarama, and Lord Ban, in pursuit of peace in the shinobi world, buried the grief of his brother's death deep within his heart. Together with Senju Hashirama, he founded the village and named it Konoha. Eventually, Lord Ban's Mangekyo was unable to best the first Hokage. I recount this tale to impart to you all that the path for the Uchiha to attain the Hokage title was already delineated by Lord Izuna. The strategy is to forge alliances with the Senju and diminish the power held by other clans. Those Uchiha present at this clan meeting, though somewhat troubled in spirit, remained sharp-witted. After absorbing Fei Niao's recitation of the sayings attributed to Lord Ban, their gazes drifted, somewhat intentionally, towards Uchiha Fugaku. While uncertain if Lord Ban ever uttered such words, it is known that some of the elders once followed Lord Izuna in his youth. Lord Izuna, upon awakening his Mangekyo, was a notably sane ninja among the clan. He was vehemently opposed to the faction advocating for an alliance with the Senju, and it is highly plausible that he made statements to provoke Lord Ban, dissuading the Uchiha from uniting with the Senju. Most importantly, the present day differs greatly from the past. The Senju clan now boasts but a single member. In the past, an alliance with the Senju required the Uchiha to play second fiddle. Now, such an alliance could elevate the Uchiha to a position of dominance. Well, let us observe further without haste. At that moment, Fei Niao continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, I maintain my stance. If our Uchiha clan is to vie for the Hokage title, we must ally with the Senju clan and garner the support of the majority within the village. Therefore, clan leader, for the bright future of our Uchiha clan, when do you plan to divorce?" Upon hearing this, Fugaku's countenance darkened. Damn it, we convened to discuss the impending war with the Cloud Shinobi, and within mere moments, the conversation shifts to the Hokage position, only to veer yet again to my marital status. These clan members cannot seem to discuss anything without mentioning the Hokage, and Uchiha Fei Niao cannot utter 3 sentences without referencing my divorce. Just as he was formulating a response in his mind, he noticed someone rising from the row of jonin at the edge. "Kyuta, what do you intend to do?" As I observed my younger brother suddenly rise to his feet, I noticed Uchiha Hakadai, seated before him, crossing his arms with a furrowed brow, resembling a river's winding path. I decided to retreat to another spot. As Uchiha Kyudai began to move the table in front of him, lowering his gaze towards his elder brother while continuing, I harbor no animosity towards the Senju clan. My only concern lies in the luminous future of our family. Upon hearing the plans of those elders, I feel as though light will elude me for the next 50 years. If this is the case, why not embrace a transformation? Observing Uchiha Kyudai hastily relocate to Uchiha Feinyau's side, an overwhelming wave of bittersweet emotion surged within Hakudai. After nearly 20 years of nurturing his younger brother, he was now on the verge of departing. Kyudai was no longer the boy who would cower behind his elder brother. Most crucially, following Feinyao would lead to a bleak future. Advocating for divorce was truly unscrupulous. Feinyao, somewhat surprised, turned to Uchiha Kyudai with a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Kyudai, your arrival here is fortuitous. My team is in dire need of someone like you." Taken aback by the comment, Uchiha Kyudai's gaze first fell upon Feinyao, then himself, and finally rested upon the duo that constituted the team. It was indeed a poignant moment. This discussion, initially focused on how the Uchiha clan would engage in battle, ultimately circled back to the pressing challenge of how to produce a Hokage from within the clan. After the clan meeting concluded, Uchiha Itachi, carrying the information discussed, hurried home. Upon entering the kitchen, where his mother was preparing ingredients, Itachi came to a sudden halt at the threshold, peering inside and softly announcing, "Mother, I have returned." "Itachi, you're back." Mikoto glanced at her son, a smile gracing her features, before her gaze drifted towards the Nanga shrine, implying, "The clan meeting must have been quite intense given its duration." Hesitating, Itachi considered that one reason he had lingered at the clan meeting for half the day was due to his mother's request for him to relay the happenings. Otherwise, he would not have squandered such a significant portion of his time in the monotony of the gathering. Noticing the expectant look in his mother's eyes, Itachi organized his thoughts and began recounting the events from the meeting. The rhythmic sound of chopping echoed through the kitchen, yet as Itachi spoke, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. "Mother," he said, observing her smile gradually freeze into a pallid expression, he pointed anxiously at her hand. "It seems you have cut yourself." "Not to worry," Mikoto replied, shaking off the blood on her hand before rinsing it under the faucet. "A small cut from chopping vegetables is quite normal," she reassured, gritting her teeth and softly comforting her son. The essence of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will manifested through the creation of white Zetsu. Yet when these two forces converged, they birthed Uchiha Madara's legacy. Uchiha Madara, the former leader of the Uchiha clan, was undeniably the foremost figure of his time, his thoughts incomprehensible to the average person. For instance, under prolonged surveillance of the Uchiha clan, the records of a meeting were gathered by White Zetsu during his observation of Konoha yesterday. These documents contained information pertinent to you. At this moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, with a head full of white hair and a face etched with wrinkles, lay before White Zetsu, barely breathing. It was difficult for the world to imagine that this frail figure was once the renowned Uchiha Madara. Observing the slumbering Madara, White Zetsu waved the paper in his hand and softly called out, "Madara? Madara? Has he passed away?" After calling several times without a response, White Zetsu stroked his chin, his gaze roving over the unconscious Uchiha, contemplating whether he should relieve himself upon Madara's head before Black Zetsu returned. Although the act of defecation was a bothersome affair, he mused that perhaps he could force out a little. At that moment, a weak cough interrupted White Zetsu's thoughts. He looked at the gradually awakening Madara and hastily offered him the paper, stating, "Madara, it contains information regarding you and Izuna." Uchiha Madara abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the paper in White Zetsu's hand. After taking a deep breath, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Izuna?" "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Madara took the paper and began to read. Begging on one's knees, luring the Senju, fabricating excuses. After perusing the so-called dialogue between Izuna and himself, Madara closed his eyes, his mind delving into the recesses of his memory. How could he, the very person involved, not remember Izuna uttering such words? Nor had he ever said them himself. There is some truth to it. After a moment, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, folded the paper, and set it aside, speaking softly. "How fare the Uchiha now?" "Not too bad. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, harbors no prejudice against the Uchiha clan." "Is that so?" Madara nodded, closing his eyes once more to rest. "If you are thriving, I offer my blessings. If you are not, I also wish for your future prosperity." though I have been expelled from the Uchiha clan. As the former leader, Izuna entrusted the clan to me before his demise. I hope you all flourish in the days to come. The time is short. True peace within the shinobi world is not far off. Reflecting on his brother, Uchiha Madara's expression gradually softened. He pondered whether he would encounter his brother in the afterlife. P.S. To be honest, I am unsure how to portray Madara. I sense that at his core, he is not malevolent, merely possessing extreme ideologies. Given Madara's stature, it has been decades. Surely he does not harbor resentment towards the betrayal of his kin. After all, since relinquishing the Rinnegan, he possesses but one Sharingan with 3 Tomo, while the other eye remains void. The reasons may be manifold. However, I tend to lean towards the more favorable perspective. It would be rather absurd to suggest that within the decades of turmoil in the shinobi world, one could not attain a second set of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Thus, I shall express that while Madara harbors some sentiments for his clan, they are not particularly profound. Should any esteemed readers possess differing opinions, I welcome your comments for my reflection. A group of imbeciles. The avian figure, Fei Niao, slouched his shoulders, appearing almost zombie-like as he meandered towards the Uchiha clan's territory. He could not fathom the vast chasm that lay between individuals. It seemed greater than that between humans and felines. Today, he had endeavored to teach his 3 students the skill of climbing trees using their feet, a task that, while seemingly simple, left them unable to even maintain their balance for a moment. Recalling the 3 bruised faces, Fei Niao turned to the plump orange cat resting on his shoulder and remarked, "You are far more astute than those 3 students. Make sure to practice your transformation technique. I hope you 1T resemble today's antics again." The feline merely lifted a weary eyelid, then languidly licked its nose, responding, "You did say that being plump is beautiful." Fei Niao's frustration flared. Thoughts of the rotund cat girl from earlier caused his cheeks to flush crimson. "I certainly did say that, but your role model should be Tsunade. If not, you could at least look to Kushina. Why on earth did you choose to emulate a Kimichi? Those two are hardly synonymous." All right. The orange cat covered its ears with its paws, displaying a look of impatience. "Tomorrow, I shall transform into Tsunade, then." Upon hearing this, Fei Niao's mind conjured an image of Tsunade, complete with feline ears atop her head, whiskers sprouting beneath her nose, and a tail swaying behind her as she crouched, occasionally grooming her paws. How peculiar. After a moment of silence, Fei Niao turned to the orange cat on his shoulder and whispered, "I desire a beautiful woman with cat ears, not a Tsunade adorned with them. If all else fails, practice with Kushina first. I currently have an image of her son in my mind, and I possess a great capacity to accept her peculiar whiskers." With that, Fei Niao pushed open the grand door and entered the courtyard. Upon glimpsing the individuals gathered within, he blinked at the entrance. A hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he exclaimed, "My apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn." With a resounding thud, he shut the door behind him and stood outside, patting his chest while muttering to himself, "That was quite unsettling." Upon entering, I was greeted by 5 pregnant women chatting in the yard. When did Mikoto Uchiha move next door? Did they truly sell their previous residence, seeking to acquire a disciple's spot from Tsunade? Their actions are remarkably swift. Subsequently, Fei Niao wandered the streets, making a complete circuit before returning to the familiar exterior of his own home. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door with a stoic expression, interjecting before the 5 expectant mothers could speak, "This is my home." The women nodded in unison, "We are aware." Fei Niao inhaled once more, gesturing towards his yard, and continued, "You are currently standing in my residence. Mikoto led us here." Upon hearing this, Asuka's gaze fell upon Uchiha Mikoto, observing the noticeable expansion of her belly, which evoked a wave of melancholy within him. It took 3 years for Nezu's mother to bear him, while Ace's mother took 1 year and 3 months. Why then did Uchiha Sasuke's mother appear to be so swiftly advanced in her pregnancy? At that moment, a rather naive thought flickered through Asuka's mind. With his medical skills, he wondered if he could possibly extend Kushina's pregnancy by a few months. Seeing Uchiha Asuka lost in thought at the entrance, casting a sorrowful glance at her own belly, Mikoto placed her hands gently on her abdomen, offering a slight cover before smiling and saying, "Asuka-kun, we have come to see you today regarding some matters. Please, come inside." Awakened from his reverie, Asuka opened the door to invite them in, gesturing towards the sofa in the living room for them to take a seat. Once the 5 were comfortably settled, Asuka surveyed them, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. The wives of the leaders from the Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Uchiha, and Inazuka clans had gathered. What business could they possibly have with him? If it's a medical consultation, that can be dismissed. For you are all capable of summoning Lady Tsunade. Not at all. Mikoto shook her head, subtly gesturing to Nara Yoshino before softly speaking. It was Lady Yoshino who sought me out and requested that I bring her to meet you. Ah, Yoshino affirmed, glancing at Asuka. With a tall and well-proportioned figure, and shoulder-length black hair framing a handsome yet masculine visage, one could catch glimpses of scars through his sweat-drenched attire. It was undeniable that he was a member of the Uchiha clan. It was difficult to fathom that this Uchiha had once engaged in such endeavors. The fact that he was also a medical ninja sparked a flicker of curiosity in Yoshino regarding this formidable Uchiha. It indeed seemed to corroborate certain rumors circulating in the village. The stronger the Uchiha clan, the more troubled their minds appeared to be. After clearing her throat lightly, she retrieved an envelope from her pocket and placed it on the coffee table, squinting slightly at Asuka as she spoke gently. Asuka-kun, I have heard that you are the finest detective in Konoha. A detective is a profession dedicated to investigating cases, particularly criminal matters, akin to a civilian police officer. A private detective, on the other hand, operates through personal commissions, investigating extramarital affairs, locating individuals, and uncovering secrets. Asuka belonged to the latter category. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he lacked for nothing in terms of wealth. His initial decision to become a private detective was merely a guise, enabling him to delve into the clandestine affairs of the village's secondary characters. Having traversed the world of Naruto, it was impossible not to develop an interest in the people and events within this realm. The comic books could hardly divulge tales of infidelity or scandals. For matters that were difficult to articulate or resolve through formal tasks, it was Asuka who stepped in to assist. Leading up to the commencement of the Third Great Ninja War, he often found himself inadvertently gleaning gossip about secondary characters, aiding others in analyzing treasure maps, and seeking hidden fortunes. Over time, the moniker of Master Detective had become attached to him. Had it not been for the sudden onset of the Third Great War, this way of life might have persisted for several more years. Apologies. At this moment, Fei Niao suddenly regained his senses, leaning against the wall and shaking his head. Recently, I have been occupied with teaching students, and I may need to take a break. If you require assistance, I can recommend several equally remarkable private detectives. Fei Niao. This commission may pose a challenge for others. Upon hearing this, Fei Niao's expression stiffened. He was not fond of challenges either. He recalled a particularly demanding commission he had taken on before, to investigate why hundreds of donkeys at a villager's farm would scream in distress during the night. His initial reaction to this commission was that it was the work of a perverse individual. After some investigation, he could confirm that it was indeed the result of a disturbed mind, one that was somewhat notorious in Konoha, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. During that period, Orochimaru resembled a ghoul, often herding a group of sluggish, humanoid creatures that occasionally emitted terrifying howls past the donkey barn, frightening the animals. Later, by setting a simple trap along the path these creatures traveled, he discovered they were essentially half-finished reincarnations of the dirt. Subsequently, an anonymous letter was tossed onto the Hokage's desk, leading to Orochimaru's exposure. Nara Yoshino observed Fei Niao in silence for a moment. Although he had not outright rejected her, the prolonged silence indicated his reluctance to accept this commission. It was unfortunate. Although the Ninja World War seemed to have ended on the surface, strife continued to simmer beneath. The sensing jonin in the village were either burdened with significant missions or stationed on the front lines to defend against enemies. After searching in vain for someone available, she found herself compelled to seek assistance from the Uchiha clan. After a brief silence, she turned to Uchiha Mikoto, silently beckoning her. "Mikoto, it's your turn." After offering a reassuring glance, Uchiha Mikoto stood and approached Fei Niao. Having lived among the Uchiha for over 20 years, she possessed an intimate understanding of her clan's disposition. The tactic of provocation proved unexpectedly effective on her own kin. "Fei Niao," Uchiha Mikoto said with a smile, "for some reason. Merely seeing your face causes my fingers to ache. Were it not for this cursed identity, or had time rewound a few years, I might have already knocked on your door." After taking a few deep breaths to quell her frustration, she gestured for Fei Niao to join her in the courtyard. Once in the courtyard, she cradled her stomach with both hands and regarded Fei Niao with a hint of skepticism. "I recall you proposing at the clan meeting to forge alliances with the Senju and unite with other clans. Why, then, Are you not seizing this splendid opportunity today? Or is it that you decline this commission because you recognize that, with your current capabilities, you cannot fulfill it in a timely manner? Do you expect the clan leader to handle all opportunities for alliance? Upon hearing those words, the bird, with an enigmatic smile, regarded Uchiha Makoto. You claim I am incapable. Yet I believe in my potential. However, I have no desire to prove it to you. It is the norm for the Uchiha clan to succumb to provocation. But I am not bound by such conventions. Moreover, the endeavor of forging alliances with other clans should rightfully fall to the clan leader, who ought to sacrifice for the glory of the Uchiha, including the offering of their own flesh. After a brief interval, the bird found no further admonitions from the clan leader's wife forthcoming. Puzzled, he turned his gaze toward Uchiha Makoto, only to discover her staring back at him, her nearly obsidian eyes inexplicably radiating a sense of purity. Bathed in sunlight, they resembled a black gemstone, exuding an enchanting hue. Instinctively, the bird's gaze shifted downward, fixating on her slightly rising abdomen. With a twitch of his lips, he averted his eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto unexpectedly extended a hand, waving her injured finger before his face. Once she captured his attention, she smiled gently and remarked, "Before Fugaku assumed the role of clan leader, his abilities were considerably inferior to yours at that time. In his youth, he bore no title of genius and lacked the fortitude to study medical ninjutsu. Yet, you surpass Fugaku by a significant margin. The future of the Uchiha clan requires you to forge it with your own hands. If you aspire to alter the course of our clan, why not take this opportunity and accept this commission? Such chances to cultivate relations with other families are invaluable and will greatly aid the notion you proposed. Young Uchiha, although your suggestions often provoke ire, I hold great faith in you. Of course, you may refuse outright. Such matters are not to be coerced." Observing the gradual disappearance of the smile from his face, she gently twirled a lock of her hair, then softly continued, "If it is meant to be, it will be. If not, then let it rest. Your hesitation will only lead Lady Nara to believe you are unwilling to accept her commission. Furthermore, it contradicts the original intent of your proposal to win over the Senju and unite with other clans. Or perhaps your suggestion was merely a fleeting thought. If that were the case, it would indeed bring me some joy. One can glean much from a mere glimpse. Your prior suggestion of divorce was also just a passing whim, was it not? I thought so. How could I expect a promising clan member to engage in such treacherous and morally reprehensible behavior, inviting calamity upon themselves? In haste, the bird covered Uchiha Makoto's mouth, glancing at the smiling clan leader's wife with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Her words are venomous. Should she continue, one might expect her to utter curses of eternal damnation. Moreover, how could she dare to compare him to Fugaku? Was that insufferable son truly a product of his own lineage? After a moment of silence, the bird turned and strode back into the house. Although he remained indifferent to such provocations, he recalled that there was a task in the system related to befriending Shikamaru. Once he had seen off a few expectant mothers, Asuka pondered over the envelope in his hand, contemplating the situation described by Mrs. Yoshino, and fell into deep thought once more. Doubting that the clan leader's cousin had a man, he decided to investigate the clues regarding that man, leaving the rest to them. Combining the information provided regarding the timeline, Asuka struck his right fist against his left palm, a look of realization dawning upon his face. If his memory served him correctly, he had indeed spent an entire night in Ryoko's room on that particular evening. Could it be that the person she was searching for was him? But he certainly wasn't Ryoko's man. How could he present himself without tarnishing his reputation? The following day, the sun rose as usual. Asuka was awakened by the weight of an excessively plump orange cat. Realizing he was struggling to breathe, he opened his eyes and moved the cat to the other side of the pillow, yawning before rising from the bed. As he brushed his teeth while gazing out the window, he perused a book titled The Limits of Fashionable Beauty. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Just as he finished brushing and prepared to take a short nap, the door creaked open. A small head with purple hair peeked through the gap. Yuzuki Yuin seemed surprised that Asuka's door was not locked. After a moment of astonishment, she curiously glanced inside, only to find Asuka standing in the center of the living room, one hand holding a toothbrush and the other grasping a magazine that was clearly not meant for children. Upon noticing his well-defined abs and muscular thighs, Yuin's face instantly flushed red. "How embarrassing," she exclaimed, swiftly shutting the door and leaning against it, gasping for breath. In the chilly morning of February in Konoha, the cold air was palpable, yet it did not cool her. Instead, she felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Was it really appropriate to witness that first thing in the morning? But then, Yuin suddenly realized that it should be him feeling embarrassed for being caught peeking at an indecent magazine. Why should she hide? It was truly a cowardly act. Resolving to muster her courage, she opened the door once more. However, by then, Asuka had already dressed, the magazine discarded aside. If a toad sage could prosper by gathering materials at a bathhouse, there was no reason he couldn't achieve success through his literary pursuits. Had it not been for the overwhelming success of the intimate series in the shinobi world, Asuka, feeling somewhat envious, would have preferred to write something more respectable. Observing Yuin's complex expression, he remarked with exasperation, "What kind of expression is that? Have you not had your fill?" With that, he opened the refrigerator. Retrieving a carton of cold milk and a bowl of tonkatsu-flavored instant noodles, continuing, "Do you know the phrase night does not close its doors? The Uchiha clan possesses a commendable atmosphere. I do not lock my doors or windows at night. Please remember to knock next time." Understood. Shiyuin slightly lowered her head, and the sweat on her face, influenced by her heart's subtle hint, transformed into perspiration from running too quickly. "Teacher?" Noticing Fei Niao preparing water for instant noodles, Shiyuin hesitantly pointed to the chilled milk beside her, asking, "Are you intending to eat both hot and cold together?" "Indeed, this is a method to cultivate one's willpower." Shiyuin poked her finger, her cheeks once again flushed with a hint of crimson, feeling somewhat guilty. "Actually, I can cook." "You?" After sizing her up, Fei Niao raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Do you need something from me?" "What?" "I merely noticed you eating like this in the morning and feared you might upset your stomach." Sensing a hint of uncertainty in her voice, Fei Niao dipped his hand into the water to check the temperature before responding. "Speak. What is it that you truly desire?" After a moment of hesitation, Ugetsu Shiyuin gritted her teeth. "I think I should prepare breakfast first." With that, she jogged to the kitchen, grasped Fei Niao's sturdy arm, and dragged him to the living room, pressing him onto the sofa. She then tied on an apron and began bustling about in the kitchen. Half an hour later, Fei Niao gazed at the neatly arranged slices of egg, the pan-fried bread, and the ham on his plate. He lifted his gaze to Shiyuin, his expression shifting. To be honest, just half an hour ago, he had anticipated a sumptuous meal, and yet, this was all there was? Not bad. After biting into the ham and discovering it retained its original flavor, Fei Niao gave her a thumbs up, praising, "You did exceptionally well. There's not a hint of burnt taste. Your future boyfriend will be fortunate." He. After sharing a silly smile, Ugetsu Shiyuin remembered her purpose for being there. Her gaze settled on Fei Niao as he ate his fried egg, filled with anticipation. "Teacher, I heard you studied swordsmanship in the past." "I did, but after a while, I realized it was not what I had envisioned, so I gave up." He had indeed practiced swordsmanship for some time, initially believing he could unleash slashes from afar like in the world of pirates. However, he later discovered that wielding a katana was far less effective than ninjutsu. After using his Sharingan to replicate some sword techniques, he turned to other pursuits. "Teacher, I have a request to make of you." "Go ahead, I am quite amenable." Taking a deep breath, Ugetsu Shiyuin bent at the waist and bowed, eyes closed as she exclaimed, "Teacher, please accept me as your disciple." "Huh." Fei Niao blinked, instantly feeling that even the egg in his mouth had lost its appeal. He set down his chopsticks and turned to face her. "You mean a disciple?" "Yes." Hearing her resolute voice, Fei Niao felt as if a motor had been activated in his temples, throbbing rapidly. "What has prompted this girl to suddenly wish to become my disciple?" After voicing his inner question, he saw Ugetsu Shiyuin firmly close her legs and speak with conviction. "You are the finest medical ninja among the sword-wielding ninjas, and likewise, the most adept swordsman among the medical ninjas. Old Master Gukai has personally acknowledged that your mastery of the sword is on par with his own. Lady Tsunade has once remarked that equipping each team with a medical ninja significantly enhances the survival probability of its members. I yearn to learn medical ninjutsu. Yet I am reluctant to relinquish my swordsmanship. Alas, Yuin cannot serve two masters simultaneously." "Gukai?" "Isn't he the infamous old man? A perennial low-ranking ninja of the same ilk as Might Guy?" Upon recalling Gukai's identity, Asuka's lips curled in disdain, his expression collapsing instantaneously. He had initially acquired a considerable amount of sword techniques from Gukai, and it now seemed the time had come to return the favor. After a moment of silence, he turned to Yuin and inquired slowly, "What has transpired to ignite your sudden desire to study medicine?" Yuen clicked her tongue, adorning her face with an innocent expression, her large, doe-like eyes gazing at the ceiling in silence. During her clan's competition yesterday, she had inadvertently injured her opponent, only to receive a beating from her mother later that night. As she lay in bed last night, she comprehended why her teacher had initially pursued the study of medical ninjutsu. Through her recent understanding of her teacher, it became apparent that when her teacher embarked on learning medical ninjutsu, there was likely an underlying desire to both wound an adversary and subsequently heal them. Furthermore, she had heard that her teacher's medical ninjutsu surpassed that of anyone in Konoha, aside from Lady Tsunade. The prospect of wielding her sword with her left hand to strike down foes while employing medical ninjutsu with her right hand to heal herself was akin to creating a perpetual motion machine that would never incur injury. Realizing the significance of medical ninjutsu, Yuen was determined to rise from her bed last night to seek a mentor, but alas, her mother had restricted her. Contemplating this, Yuzuki Yuen struggled to contain her excitement, taking 2 steps forward, her large eyes blinking animatedly, yet finding herself momentarily tongue-tied, unable to utter a single word. All right. I understand, Asuka said, observing Yuen's hopeful gaze. Then glancing down at the half-eaten egg in his bowl, he solemnly declared, "The paths of medical ninjas and combat ninjas are 2 distinct journeys. Since you have made your decision, you must be prepared to endure hardships. Yes, I shall come at 5 tomorrow to prepare breakfast. I no longer wish to eat egg slices." "Understood. Now please release my arm. Do not shake it." "Certainly." Seeing the promptness of her compliance, Asuka scratched his nose and gazed up at the ceiling. Had he risen too abruptly today, leading to this surreal dream? In less than an hour, he had inexplicably acquired a disciple. Sighing softly, he ambled along the streets of the clan's territory, stroking his somewhat distended belly. As the morning vigor swiftly dissipated, despite possessing 8 well-defined abdominal muscles and lacking excess fat, he felt the morning's egg slices had rendered him greasy. At present, his stomach resembled a frying pan, with gastric juices boiling and frying the remnants of his breakfast. "Good morning, Lord Asuka." "Good morning. Ah, little bird. Would you care for some cucumbers? Given the sheen upon your face, it is evident that you have indulged in rich fare of late. Today, I have exceptionally large cucumbers here, and I shall offer them to you at a discount. This is merely perspiration, a result of my morning exercise. Furthermore, the cucumbers here do not appear to have grown naturally. Rather, they seem to have been soaked excessively, rendering them plump. In due time, I shall suggest to the clan leader that we organize a matchmaking event within our tribe. Dear aunt, you need not labor over cucumbers every dawn. It must be quite tiresome. Brother Fania, would you care for some candy? There is your saliva upon it. Do wipe it clean. Once you have licked it, there remains a bit more. Place it in your mouth and savor it. After finishing, there is still some left." Watching Fania playfully tease the child, Chien instinctively rolled her eyes as she followed behind. This instructor was not at all like the icy, unapproachable Uchiha she had envisioned. Not only was the teacher's appearance at the pinnacle of beauty in the village, but even their temperament matched that standard. They were, in fact, more human than most. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, they were undoubtedly a towering figure in the entirety of Konoha. In contrast, Chien stood at 165 centimeters. Rounded up, she was nearly 170. With a little adjustment, she might reach 175. The difference between 175 and 180 was negligible. Upon realizing that her height was almost identical to her instructor's, she breathed a sigh of relief. Dispelling the last remnants of intimidation Fania held over her with a simple rounding of numbers. Observing the casual attire of her instructor, a genuine smile graced her face, accentuated by the blood-stained tooth in their hand, which seemed hardly fitting for an Uchiha. "I wonder who bestowed upon the teacher such a dark moniker. It is truly slanderous. Ah, I did say that children should not consume candy, for it will surely lead to the loss of their teeth." Noticing the child on the verge of tears, Fania quickly conjured a family bucket to place in the little one's arms, lamenting the fact that he had done nothing productive this morning, yet found himself giving away a family meal. Witnessing this, Chien's lips curled into a smile, her eyes narrowing in delight. "Teacher, you are truly different from them." Fania rose to stretch his legs and turned to glance at the amused Chien before offering an explanation. "In truth, there is no significant difference. The Uchiha clan members are just as capable of crying, laughing, and making noise as ordinary people. However, as they experience loss, the smiles upon their faces gradually diminish. Ordinary folk may wear smiles, but once they awaken to the path of a genin, they lose half of that joy. As they ascend to chunin, they lose another half. And upon becoming jounin, they nearly lose the ability to smile altogether. "And what of you, teacher?" Shiyin inquired curiously, recalling her earlier reflections, which confirmed her instructor's assertion that the stronger the Uchiha, the fewer smiles they bore. Yet, her teacher had achieved the rank of jounin. How was their demeanor so distinct within the Uchiha clan? "Ah," Fania murmured, casting a discreet glance at the clan members passing by, lowering his voice. "Primarily, it was overwhelming. During my inaugural foray onto the battlefield, I was utterly astonished, confronted by a multitude of lifeless bodies sprawled across the plain in various postures, with flies swarming above. To make matters worse, I was assigned to a recovery team. Subsequently, I bore witness to familiar comrades falling one by one in the theater of war. Although my prowess did not significantly improve, my perspective underwent a profound transformation, what is colloquially referred to as gaining clarity." Yu Shiyin stared vacantly at the birds in flight. Her lips parted as if to speak, yet words eluded her. "Judging by my teacher's insinuations, did he falter during his first battle? And as he encountered a plethora of experiences, did he become desensitized? Ultimately, did he evolve in an entirely different direction once that numbness subsided?" Reflecting on the village legends surrounding the Uchihas, suggesting that their formidable spirits were somewhat unhinged, she observed her, remarkably stable-minded, teacher, falling into deep contemplation. Should she trust the age-old tales circulating in the village, or the singular account of her teacher? "Quit daydreaming. I shall broaden your horizons," the birds called to Shiyin, beckoning her to follow as they proceeded toward the central square of the clan's domain. Upon her arrival, she found herself momentarily frozen in place. Gazing upon the expansive and magnificent square, at its heart stood 3 colossal statues. The central statue, which she recognized, depicted the Uchiha clan's emblem. To the right of the emblem was a statue resembling a fan, while the one to the left remained a mystery. Observing the imposing figure akin to a war deity, adorned with Sharingan in its eye sockets, Shiyin hastened to catch up with the birds, breathlessly inquiring, "Teacher, what is that towering god of war?" "God of war?" The birds blinked in confusion and then followed her pointed finger to the leftmost statue, realization dawning upon them. "Ah, you mean that one. It represents a significant force during the Warring States period, where the Uchiha could contend with the Senju clan. Some sufficiently powerful Uchihas could risk their eyesight to forcibly materialize colossal chakra into this formidable being for battle. Then, teacher, can you achieve such a feat?" "Absolutely not." The birds shook their head decisively, asserting that even if they could, they would not employ such a power lightly. "Do not inquire further. The truth is, I have no brothers, and my eyes are prone to blindness. To be candid, the desire among those who traverse time to be reborn as an Uchiha, with the potential to awaken Susanoo, accounted for at least 70% of their motivation. Let us proceed." The birds called to the wandering Shiyin, guiding her to the northeastern corner of the square, stopping before a somewhat antiquated structure. Gazing up at the building, which seemed older than her grandfather, Shiyin's gaze shifted to the birds, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "This is the Uchiha clan's academy. Before the establishment of the ninja school, the children of the clan would learn ninjutsu here. Subsequently, the second Hokage established a ninja academy, where children of a certain age would attend to receive training from the village. Those not yet of enrollment age would still come to acquire some knowledge, nurturing their sense of belonging to their clans, such as the history and glory of the Uchiha clan." "Teacher, are you still teaching clan studies?" "I temporarily filled in for a while. The elderly instructor responsible for cultural lessons in the clan collapsed a couple of days ago, dizzy and unsteady on his feet. After being mocked by the elder, a scuffle ensued, and now he lies in the hospital." Having said that, Fei Niao pushed open the door, leading Yu Yin to the podium, quietly awaiting the arrival of the clan's children. He took out his copy of detailed explanation of the Will of Fire course from the Ninja Academy and placed it on the desk. This book was a part of the grand gift the system had bestowed upon him, containing annotations and insights from various teachers at the academy. Memorizing it would allow him to completely evade Danzō's scrutiny. In other words, whoever committed this book to memory would earn a name in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, who studies early in the morning? After flipping through it a few times, Fei Niao tossed the book aside. After years of schooling in his past life, morning readings and runs felt utterly inhumane, Not only was he exhausted, but he also had to memorize a plethora of material while running, a true torment. Once the children had clocked in for class, Fei Niao glanced at the time, stood up, and declared, "It's not even 7 yet, follow me." He then opened the classroom door and led a group of children to the 3 stone tablets in the central plaza. Breathing in the fresh air outside, he turned to glance at the dilapidated clan study room, muttering his dissatisfaction. Has the clan leader embezzled all the funds? This classroom has been in use for over 50 years, and stepping inside is met with a musty odor. Is there still that chicken? Chicken? Seeing the expressions of anticipation on the faces of the Uchiha children, Uzuki Yin looked at her teacher in confusion and inquired, "What chicken?" No sooner had she spoken than Fei Niao, with an air of nonchalance, formed a few hand seals and struck the ground, causing a cloud of white mist to envelop them. As the fog dissipated, suddenly, over 20 buckets of fried chicken appeared on the ground. At that moment, the teacher offered 1 bucket to Yu Yin, asking, "Would you like a portion?" No. Uzuki Yin quickly waved her hands, her complexion turning pale. Upon seeing the familiar red paper bucket with a white lid, she felt a tightness in her stomach and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Since her last experience with fried food, she had not touched anything greasy. With a clap of his hands, Fei Niao captured the attention of the 3- and 4-year-old children and began to speak. Last time, I finished recounting the history of Konoha's founding and the origin of its name. Today, I intend to elucidate Konoha's spiritual core, the legendary Will of Fire. You may eat while listening to my tale. In this era of scant entertainment for children, there is nothing better than listening to stories. The knowledge contained within textbooks is often perceived as tedious and uninspiring, even by adults, let alone children. Subsequently, a young boy named Fei Niao picked up a piece of chicken, took a few bites, and remarked, "The Will of Fire can be traced back to its origins, often attributed to the wills of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Before the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, the concept of the Will of Fire did not exist. Once these two became friends, Senju Hashirama proposed the creation of a village to safeguard children and distance them from the horrors of war. Uchiha Madara agreed, believing that this would better protect their own children as well. Thus, the Will of Fire in Konoha can be succinctly summarized as the protection of future generations. The group of children, with their mouths smeared with grease, listened intently as Fei Niao elaborated on the Will of Fire. Given that individuals in the ninja world tend to mature early, although they may not fully grasp the deeper meanings conveyed by their teacher, they could certainly comprehend the surface-level implications. As circumstances evolved, the Will of Fire gradually transformed, yet it remained anchored in the core principle of protecting future generations. At that moment, Fei Niao noticed the solitary figure of Uchiha Itachi appearing at the far end of the square, seemingly waiting for someone. It was said that this young man had been somewhat of a loner since the age of 2, refraining from associating with peers by 3 and by 4. He had already accompanied his father to the battlefield, contemplating the meaning of life. Remarkably precocious indeed. At 4, he was still engaging in playful ninja battles with children of his age. Young clan leader, Fei Niao waved at Uchiha Itachi, and upon seeing him look up, he shouted, "What is your Will of Fire?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Itachi's eyes. He gazed at the smiling Fei Niao, contemplated for a moment, and then recited what he had learned from his studies. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall perpetually thrive. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. All right, go play now. At such a young age, do you wish to burn yourself out? Surely, you intend to ignite us. Fei Niao waved dismissively, then turned his attention to the group of children, speaking in a low voice. That was nonsense. Ignore him. What he just said pertains to the Will of Fire of the 3rd Hokage and is of no relevance to us. Brother Fei Niao. Suddenly, a sweet, childish voice emerged from the crowd. A little girl stood up, wiggling her fingers, and murmured, "But I heard my brother say his Will of Fire is just this." No. Fei Niao shook his head, his gaze drifting intentionally towards the direction of the Kamizukabashi Bridge as he continued. The Will of Fire of the 3rd Hokage is his own, not yours, nor Uchiha Madara's. Each of us must cultivate our own Will of Fire. At this point, not only did the children fail to comprehend, but even the eavesdropping Uzuki Yugao was perplexed. Does the Will of Fire truly vary from person to person? What about the Will of Fire promoted during the 3rd Hokage's graduation speech? With a soft sigh, Fei Niao clasped his hands behind his back, his expression growing serious as he addressed the group earnestly. The will of fire embodied by Uchiha Madara can be interpreted as the will to dominate the ninja world. He once aspired to unify the ninja realm through sheer force, in order to secure a lasting peace for future generations. Conversely, Senju Hashirama's will of fire can be perceived as the will to maintain balance within the ninja world. He endeavored to distribute tailed beasts, striving to equalize the military power among villages, fostering mutual caution to prevent the outbreak of war. Senju Tobirama's will of fire can be understood as the aspiration to restore the greatness of Konoha. His establishment of the Ninja Academy, the development of ninjutsu, and the weakening of clan influences were all measures to unite Konoha, re-establishing it as the foremost village in the ninja world, thus shielding future generations from the ravages of war. The third and fourth Hokage are still alive, but let us set that aside for now. Personally, I find myself in agreement with Uchiha Madara. Unity is essential for enduring peace. Anko, what then is our will of fire? The gaze turned towards the young boy who had spoken earlier, and Anko shrugged casually. The Uchiha clan are the founders of the will of fire. As long as we remain true to the core principle of protecting future generations, your will of fire may take various forms. It may be absolute, willing to eliminate any potential threat at all costs, much like a certain elder from Konoha, whose personal ambitions cloud his pure intentions, destined for an early demise. Alternatively, your will of fire may be laid back, where one diligently fulfills their duties during work hours, yet indulges in leisure afterward. It could be said that the most leisurely person may achieve the most tranquil outcome, though it cannot be denied that such individuals also contribute their bit towards safeguarding future generations. Your will of fire may also embody righteousness, akin to the legendary White Fang, who ultimately chose his comrades over his mission. Therefore, there is no need to forcibly adopt the will of fire as expressed by others. If you find your current interpretation of the will of fire unsatisfactory or burdensome, consider exploring the perspectives of others and draw inspiration from them. The original intent of learning the will of fire is to protect our descendants, and we should not allow the decisions of a few individuals to jeopardize the future of our kin. Look around at your companions. They are the ones whom you must strive to protect through the will of fire. Sacrificing the small family for the greater good is the mark of a sage. Killing one's entire family for the greater good is the act of a great sage. But exterminating an entire clan, desecrating ancestral graves, for the sake of the greater good, is the folly of a fool. With a subtle glance at Itachi, who had departed with Uchiha Shursui, Anko smirked inwardly. From this moment forth, he would begin to instill certain values in the younger generation of the clan to prevent the emergence of any traitors among them. Moreover, he would impart lessons on resisting moral coercion and countering notions of love as weaponized rhetoric, which often permeate discussions in the Hokage series. In due time, he would also address the question of whether the clan leader should consider divorce. Education is paramount, and it must commence from a tender age. The bird glanced down at the bewildered children, a subtle twitch at the corner of its beak, deciding to adopt a different approach to educate them. Subsequently, it raised its hands high and proclaimed, "The fool has no family bucket." Instantly, the group of confused children erupted with excitement, holding up their chicken wings and chanting in sweet, innocent voices, "Family bucket! Family bucket! The fool has no family bucket! Family bucket! Family bucket!" The clan leader divorced and ate the family bucket. Family bucket! Family bucket! The light of day ultimately fails to reach certain places, such as a cavern deep beneath the land of grass, where a candle flickers against the stone wall, casting a faint glow in the pitch-black abyss. "Lord Madara, what have you awakened me for this time?" A low and aged voice resonated within the cave. "Lord Madara, there is news regarding you." After taking a deep breath, Madara slowly opened his eyes, his gaze wandering for a while before he accepted the information handed to him by White Zetsu. Each awakening took longer than the last, leaving him uncertain of when he might fall into slumber again and never awaken. Still over 4 months left to live? He glanced down at the information in his hand. Madara blinked in disbelief, and after a few rotations of his Sharingan, he turned his attention back to the slip of paper. "Does it say that I am presiding over the ninja world, hoping for everlasting peace? Ha ha ha. Too bad Hashirama does not share my views. He has always insisted on the existence of ninja villages." Following his laughter, Madara began to cough violently, gripping the information tightly, his gaze piercing as he looked toward the location of Konoha. If that fool Hashirama were to see the current state of the ninja world, the present Konoha, I wonder if you would agree with my perspective. Folding the slip of paper neatly, he gazed at the ever-smiling white Zetsu and instructed, gather intelligence on Uchiha Tobarama. Huh. White Zetsu scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Didn't we already collect information while searching for a replacement for Lord Madara to traverse the ninja world? You said he was the shame of the Uchiha clan and burned that information. Madara tilted his head, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his usually expressionless face. How could I have overlooked such a fitting Uchiha clan member? Had Hashirama's cells made his mind as foolish as Hashirama's? Just as Madara pondered the potential malfunction of the cells, another white Zetsu appeared on the ground beside him, its voice shrill. Lord Madara, forget about that fool. During our intelligence gathering, Uchiha Tobarama was training in medical ninjutsu. Oh, Madara exclaimed, suddenly recalling. That individual seemed to be the only combat-type jonin and medical nin within the Uchiha clan, possessing an abundance of energy, with his Mangekyo Sharingan already awakened. He then cast a dark glance toward Konoha, his tone turning icy. I said I could never be influenced by that fool Hashirama. My lady. What do you wish to say? Nara Yoshino was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at Asuka's serious expression. It seemed she grasped something profound, and after a moment's hesitation, she firmly declined. No, if this matter reaches Shika, I will be in trouble. But if you don't speak of it, neither will I. He will remain unaware. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Please, just indulge me. Asuka clasped her hands together, her gaze earnest as she looked at the matriarch of the Nara clan. Absolutely not. Seeing the other shake her head once more in refusal, Asuka took a step back, a resolute expression crossing her face, as if she had made a significant decision in her heart. 3 times, then. 3 times. Nara Yoshino rested her chin on her hand, secretly observing Asuka's robust physique, shaking her head with a sigh. She then held up 5 fingers, negotiating. 3 is rather insufficient. Let it be 5. If you agree, I shall comply. Fine. After a moment of contemplation, Asuka nodded, tacitly agreeing to the request. Here you go. Nara Yoshino retrieved a large package from the counter, handing it to Asuka, who curiously examined the parcel in her hands. The Nara clan had long been caretakers of the deer in Konoha, with their antlers serving as a precious medicinal resource. Their achievements in the field of medicine were unmatched, and most medicinal supplies in Konoha were sourced from them. As she had just arrived at the shop, she witnessed Uchiha Asuka engaged in a fervent negotiation with the clerk before she intervened, personally discussing the prices of the medicinal items. Asuka, what do you need these basic medicinal materials for? Is someone from the Uchiha clan aspiring to be a medical ninja? Not at all, Asuka replied, hiding the materials behind her back with a dismissive pout. This morning, I took on a disciple who wishes to learn medicine. She just graduated from the Ninja Academy and has a face cleaner than Lady Kurobu's. Wow, Yoshino exclaimed, her mouth agape in exaggerated surprise as she gave Asuka a thumbs up, praising her. Asuka, you truly have a way with words. Since you think so highly of my eloquence, how about 3 medical examinations? That won't do. 5 is what we agreed upon. After all, you acquired these materials at a 2/3 discount. What difference does that make from receiving them for free? Asuka's lips twitched in annoyance. Were it not for the crafty merchants of Konoha, when had he ever needed to haggle for goods? When he had contemplated defection, he sold everything he could and spent all his savings to procure weapons from Granny Cat, only to find that when he decided against leaving, the old hag had slashed the price by 1/3 when he sought to reclaim his weapons. By the time he attempted to redeem each item, those merchants had inflated the value of his ordinary kitchen knife into a legendary blade and transformed sharpening stones into stones of calamity. By the way, Asuka, how is your investigation coming along? Yoshino's voice pulled him from his reverie, as she pointed to the calendar on the wall with a helpless expression. My lady, it has only been 1 day. Is that so? I thought much more time had passed. It seems only 1 day has gone by. You must put in more effort. Understood. With a wave of his hand, Fei Niao departed from the Nara family's apothecary. As he received the medicinal herbs, he discreetly assessed the situation, and he now possessed a rough estimate of Shikamaru's birth date. Given the accelerated maturation of children in the Naruto universe, he speculated that by February of next year, he might become Shikamaru's friend simply with the offering of a lollipop. However, reflecting on Shizun's mention of Tsunade's rapid growth over the course of a year, Fei Niao adjusted his timeline further. With Shikamaru's prodigious intellect, he surmised that the child might recognize faces by a month, words by 2 months, and form friendships by 3 months. That night, within the confines of the Nara clan's territory, Fei Niao, clad in dark attire, skillfully evaded the patrolling ninjas and made his way to Nara Ryoko's chamber. "Who is it?" As the words escaped her lips, Ryoko, upon recognizing Fei Niao without his mask, rose swiftly and grasped his arm, her tone urgent. "You have finally arrived. There's no need to rush," Fei Niao reassured her, observing her anxious demeanor. He continued, "The last time I visited, I was discovered by patrolling members of your clan, and your clan leader's wife suspected an affair between us." Upon hearing this, a look of realization crossed Ryoko's face. She had been perplexed by the inquiries from Yoshino during her previous visit about whether she had a man in her life. How utterly ridiculous. My husband has just passed, and they suspect I would seek another man. In her anger, she had chased the clan leader's wife away with a broom. So that was the crux of the matter. After sizing up Fei Niao with her slender eyes, she appeared to have made a determination. "As long as my son is healed, I will not concern myself with the rumors or the truth. I do care, however." Having uttered those words, Fei Niao followed her out of the room and descended to the first floor. He was keen to prevent Danzō from realizing his intentions to approach root members and was equally disinclined to acquire the reputation of sneaking around with a widow, especially one who had a child and was not particularly attractive. Frankly, not everyone could treat another's child as one's own, as the esteemed Chow boss did. One must possess a grand vision to accomplish great deeds, and he felt that his own aspirations would likely confine him to the role of a village head for the entirety of his life. Gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, Fei Niao thought of Kagaya Otsutsuki, who resided on the moon. Although she had a son, he had perished, leaving only the one who was still aiding Uchiha Obito. He pondered whether Uchiha Fugaka's marriage to a Hyuga woman would result in any atavistic phenomena in their offspring. Having identified a pivotal point, Fei Niao resolved to propose it at the next clan meeting. Following the completion of the day's treatment, he decided to sit against the wall with Ryoko to avoid casting their shadows upon the window again. In truth, this matter was not particularly difficult. It merely required honesty with Yoshino. Ryoko, gazing at the moon outside, displayed an unusual hint of relaxation on her face. She had just realized that her son's condition had indeed improved, and after 7 or 8 more treatments, he should be able to engage in activities like a normal person. Grateful, she turned her gaze to Fei Niao and spoke lightly. "Sister Yoshino is quite understanding. Once she learns that you have come to treat your nephew, she surely will not object. Now, you've come to call her sister-in-law, yet just moments ago, you were hurling accusations at her. Moreover, the crux of this matter revolves around your esteemed elder." Fei Niao cast a sidelong glance at Liangzi. If Danzō were a fool, he would not be so dreadfully anxious. The issue lies in the fact that the old rascal is merely wicked, not dim-witted. His cunning is boundless. Should he sense any potential discord between himself and Liangzi, it is inevitable that he would pursue the matter to its roots and cleanse the situation thoroughly. What then shall we do? At this, Fei Niao rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and spoke. "In truth, I believe a union between the Uchiha clan and the Nara clan would be quite advantageous, considering that the Uchiha members are notoriously lacking in intellect." So, she gazed at Fei Niao with a look of utter bewilderment, struggling to comprehend his discourse. Could it be that he genuinely intends to marry her? While she found no objection to the idea, the suddenness of it was overwhelming. At that moment, Fei Niao turned his gaze toward the clan grounds, his eyes seemingly piercing through the myriad obstacles, fixated on a particular dwelling. "For the bright future of our clan, perhaps we should sacrifice the clan leader." Nara Liangzi blinked, and her expression of confusion swiftly morphed into one of terror. She clasped her hands tightly over her mouth, incredulous as she regarded him. Is he contemplating the assassination of the clan leader? Is it truly necessary to resolve our trivial matters in such a manner? Do not entertain such thoughts. Observing her look of fright, Fei Niao stretched lazily and retorted, "This is merely a matter I intend to shift onto the shoulders of the clan leader. I never suggested that there can only be one betrothed. As a member of the Uchiha divorce faction, I shall actively assist the clan leader in finding a suitable partner. Such a considerate clan member is indeed rare to find. When Danzō inquires about your son's recovery, you can express that it is a gesture of goodwill from me in my endeavor to propose on the clan leader's behalf. While you maintain a facade of submission, resolutely committed to a life of solitude, never wishing to marry. Moreover, given the numerous radicals within the clan, he has remained silent. What grounds does he have to target me? During the last clan meeting, One radical even suggested the execution of those Konoha elders who held an unfavorable view of the Uchiha. Nara Liangzi regarded Fei Niao in speechless astonishment. She had always known that the Uchiha family harbored many individuals with mental challenges, but she never anticipated such extremism, talk of killing Konoha elders. In this light, it seemed that the person before her was one of the rare sane individuals within the Uchiha clan. The realization that this individual had been sent by Nara Yoshino to investigate her darkened her countenance, and she turned once more toward the center of the clan grounds, muttering in frustration, "Damn Nara Yoshino, how dare you send someone to spy on me?" The following day, Fei Niao was not awoken by pressure this time. He covered his head with a pillow, resolutely shutting his eyes, intending to rest a while longer. Last night had utterly exhausted him. Bang, bang, bang. The clamor of chopping vegetables and the clatter of spatulas against pots echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of breaking dishes. Fei Niao removed the pillow and groggily wandered into the kitchen, where he observed Xian bustling about, mumbling, "Actually, you could have simply made me some instant noodles." No. As Yuzuki Yuin wiped the sweat from her forehead, she resolutely declined Fei Niao's offer. Leaning against the wall, Fei Niao stifled a yawn, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled the fragrant aroma in the air, a look of contentment washing over his face. "Thank you for your hard work. What's for breakfast today? I seem to detect the scent of tomatoes and eggs. Is it scrambled tomatoes and eggs?" Her gaze fell upon the pot, where the tomatoes had lost their form, now reduced to a mushy blend. A wave of silence enveloped her. Her intention had been to prepare scrambled tomatoes and eggs. Yet for reasons unknown, she had overcooked the tomatoes. After a moment's pause, she stirred the mixture with her spatula, her tone lacking conviction. "It's tomato egg soup. Not bad. I haven't had soup in ages. I'll freshen up first, and once I'm done, I'll take you all to complete the mission." With that, Fei Niao turned and exited the kitchen. What is the difference between tomato egg soup and scrambled tomatoes and eggs? One is thick, while the other is more broth-like. When Fei Niao returned after washing up and beheld the bowl of tomato egg soup on the table, he fell silent. The soup lacked visible tomatoes. After fishing around with his spoon, he took a sip and, without a second thought, praised, "Yuin, you've truly outdone yourself. You even blended the tomatoes. When I used to make this, I simply chopped them and tossed them in the pan. It's absolutely delicious." Indeed, Fei Niao nodded. As long as someone else prepared his meal, regardless of its taste, he would always declare it delightful. It never hurt to offer compliments, though it was a tad sweet. In the park of Konoha village, Fei Niao strolled leisurely along the path, digesting his meal while explaining today's task to the 3 students trailing behind him. "Today, your task is not difficult. It's a D-rank conduct investigation mission. A villager is about to marry his girlfriend, but he has recently sensed some unusual behavior from her and wishes for us to investigate her character to determine her suitability for marriage. This conduct investigation will test your tracking skills, information gathering abilities, and interrogation skills." Before he could finish, Irika suddenly raised his hand, puzzled. "Teacher, what do you mean by interrogation skills?" Fei Niao pondered for a moment, then gestured towards the direction of the police department's prison, explaining. Interrogation skills refer to extracting the desired answers from the interrogated subject. The Great Memory Restoration technique is commonly used in interrogations and is considered a relatively simple ninjutsu. Yuzuki Yuin searched her memory, but could not recall the precise rank of the Great Memory Restoration technique. The name sounded quite advanced. "Is it an A rank?" she inquired, voicing her curiosity. The Great Memory Restoration technique." Fei Niao paused, turning to face the trio. After organizing his thoughts, he elaborated. Its more sophisticated expression is the Secret Transmutation technique, which is a secret ninjutsu passed down by the Yamanaka clan. Its rudimentary expression is indeed martial arts, the very physical training you engage in daily. At that moment, Hinata Hanabi felt a few black lines appear on her forehead as she regarded her teacher with her Byakugan. Her tone icy. The so-called interrogation is quite literal, merely beating the opponent? One might say so. Asaka nodded thoughtfully and then pulled out a scroll from his pocket, unfurling it to read aloud. "Engaging in random violence against villagers results in a 20-day detention, a fine of 100,000, and the obligation to cover the villagers' medical expenses, along with a 3-month prohibition from accepting any tasks in any form. It is imperative not to harm the villagers indiscriminately. Should you force a confession and the victim reports it to Lord Hokage, you will find yourselves in a dire predicament. My teacher, when confronted with certain irritating scoundrels, would invariably carry the answers to confront them, and even if the matter reached Lord Hokage, the third would not utter a single reproach against him. Well then, I have shared with you the secrets of task execution. Handing the mission scroll to the three, Asuka clapped his hands and commanded, "Disperse." Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than the trio exchanged glances and instantly leaped to the nearby tree, racing toward the village. Watching their departing figures, Asuka clasped his hands behind his back, gazing nostalgically at the clouds above. When he undertook such missions in the past, encountering individuals who had betrayed their families, he would first gather evidence, pocket it, and then confront those involved. Typically, these individuals would harbor a sense of invulnerability, leading to the moment when he would employ the great memory recovery technique. With his outstanding medical ninjutsu and mastery of the great memory recovery technique, performing such tasks was as refreshing as indulging in chilled watermelon on a sultry summer day. Ah, the bliss! With this thought, he reclined on a park bench, retrieving a medical book from his bag, and began to peruse its contents. As his medical ninjutsu approached the pinnacle of this world, his curiosity about Tsunade's secrets grew ever more intense. In her childhood photographs, she appeared remarkably straight-laced, yet underwent significant transformation in a remarkably short span of time. Although his medical ninjutsu was slightly inferior to Tsunade's, it was not so far removed as to be unattainable. There must be a grand secret hidden within. If he were to uncover this secret, it would be akin to finding a fortune in a sack. At this moment, Yuzuki Yugao, Hinata Hanabi, and Irika had arrived at the task location. The mission they held was not particularly challenging. The employer had already provided the daily travel schedule of his girlfriend, and all they needed to do was track, record, and interrogate. This task could be completed with eyes closed. "Hanabi, don't lose sight of her," Yuzuki reminded. "Understood." Noticing the cold expression on Hinata Hanabi's face and the pronounced veins around her eyes, Yuzuki realized she had activated her Byakugan. She then turned to Irika and whispered, "Irika, you go ahead to the bathhouse frequently visited by our target. If she intends to go there today, book the adjacent bathing room and wait for us." "Understood." With that, Irika broke away from the group and made his way to the bathhouse. As time passed, he quickly found himself waiting there for the mission target, who arrived bearing her bathing supplies. Is she alone? Upon witnessing the other party enter the women's bath alone, Irika's brow furrowed instantaneously. The mission brief indicated that his girlfriend had recently developed a cleanliness obsession, visiting the bathhouse every morning for several hours, and had been seen in close proximity to a stranger. This was the rationale behind the assignment, to investigate her character. At that moment, Hinata Hanabi and Yuzuki Yuin rushed in from outside. Observing Irika standing there in a daze, they approached him and whispered, "Is she in the mixed bath?" "No." Irika shook his head in confusion. Gesturing towards the interior, he murmured, "She has entered the women's bath." "She?" The two exchanged puzzled glances, speaking in unison. "Are you certain?" Irika nodded, affirming that he indeed saw the individual lift the curtain to the women's bath, explaining his lingering presence in the hall. Suddenly, Hinata Hanabi began to calculate. The reward for this mission totals 5,000 Rio. After deducting the village's fees, we stand to earn 4,000 Rio. The teacher will take 1,000, leaving us each with 1,000. The entry fee for the women's bath is 150 Rio per person, so for two, it amounts to 300. Since you cannot enter, you owe Yuin and me 50 Rio each. Your contribution is notably minimal this time. Irika scratched his head then. As realization dawned upon him, he retrieved 100 Rio from his bag and handed it to the two, bowing slightly. "Thank you for your efforts." Once the two entered the bath, Yuzuki Yuin gazed at the hazy steam within, then glanced at the basket of bathing supplies in her hands, hesitating. "Is this really all right?" "Of course." Hinata Hanabi waved her hand dismissively. "We can complete the task while enjoying the hot springs. Besides, I have a feeling we won't finish the mission today." His girlfriend has gone to the women's bath, yet the mission brief clearly states she has an ambiguous relationship with a stranger. That stranger is likely male. Very well. Yuin pondered for a moment, agreeing with the reasoning. She set down the basket, placed her hands on her pants, and was about to undress when a commotion erupted from the adjacent room. "You're so naughty. Shall we go to your house? Isn't this place suitable?" Upon hearing a particularly deep voice, Hinata Hanabi's arm, poised to remove her shirt, froze in midair. With a stoic expression, she donned her clothes. emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Noticing Hinata Hanabi grasping a kunai and heading towards the side, Yuzuki Yuin frowned. Isn't that a bit excessive? No. Hinata Hanabi firmly gripped the kunai, replying coldly, we cannot show any leniency towards the pervert who intrudes into the women's bath. With that, she parted the curtain and strode directly into the adjacent single bath. A piercing scream echoed, and Hinata Hanabi glanced at the target covered in a towel, her expression unchanging. Before her gaze landed on another figure. A woman? No, it's a transformation technique. Activating her Byakugan. A member of the Hyuga clan could discern the chakra within the target's body. As Hyuga Hanabi observed the chakra coursing through her opponent's body, her expression darkened. This individual was, indeed, a ninja. Who are you? She inquired, her gaze vigilant as she clutched her kunai tightly. I am a ninja hired by your boyfriend to investigate your recent peculiar behavior. You have a boyfriend? At that moment, the ninja in the bathroom stood up, shock evident on his face. No, don't listen to that woman's nonsense. So what if I have a boyfriend? I'll break up with him right now. With that, she stood and approached Hyuga Hanabi, scoffing. You can return to your employer and tell him he no longer has a girlfriend from this moment onward. Your mission is over. Hanabi's eyelids flickered as her gaze shifted from her target to the ninja behind her. After silently mourning for her employer, she shook her head and replied, this is no longer about your employer. It concerns the intrusion of that individual into the women's bath. She then turned to the ninja, who was dressed but had not yet dispelled his transformation, and continued, produce your identification. Identification? He glanced at his male companion, bewildered. Do you possess such a thing? Haven't you not yet acquired it? Hanabi was filled with questions. No identification? An undocumented individual? No. Dear ninja, please listen to me. Before he could finish, the woman grew irate, pointing at Hanabi's nose and shouting, what do you mean, undocumented? Why do you speak so harshly? He wishes to obtain identification. But you're the ones who refuse. You claim he is a foreigner, and because of incomplete information, you want to issue it. No, that is not it. The ninja quickly waved his hands at Hanabi, perspiration dripping from his brow. What do you mean, undocumented? Dear ninja, please hear me. You are still an undocumented foreigner, Hanabi remarked, her expression turning thoughtful as she retrieved another kunai from her bag, stating solemnly, it seems you may need to be detained by the Konoha Police Department for some time. Please don't detain me. I am a merchant. I've come to Konoha for business. Why are you even arguing with her? The woman pointed at Hanabi, turning to her male companion with discontent. You should let her detain him. All the gold you secretly brought has been sold already. You have cleansed all your money. What do you fear from the police department? Let them investigate. Money laundering? This guy isn't a good person? You're involved in money laundering? Come, accompany me to the police department. Seeing Hanabi's increasingly displeased expression, the ninja quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to explain, No, dear ninja, please let me clarify. Let us not escalate this to the police department. Why are you so bothersome? What do you need to explain to her? What do you fear? We're not going anywhere, not to the police department. Interrupting her male companion, she felt a surge of frustration and pointed at Hanabi's nose. Turning to her companion as she exclaimed, Didn't you say you were a ninja? She is also a ninja. What do you fear from her? Both the Sand and Leaf villages are among the 5 great ninja villages. What do you have to fear? Hinata Henena gazed at the two individuals inside with an expression of bewilderment, her cheeks slightly stiff from shock as she inquired, Hey, do you work in Sunagakure? No, I do not work in Sunagakure. The man's forehead glistened with perspiration. He had known this woman for several years due to an unexpected encounter. His initial intent upon arriving in Konoha was to assume a new identity, but he was taken aback to find her here as well. Upon seeing her, an idea sparked in his mind. If he obtained a marriage certificate with her, he could seamlessly enter Konoha, thus securing the most reliable cover for his undercover mission. To ensure their safety, he even divulged his true identity to her, forcibly drawing her into his scheme. After all, the accusation of colluding with rogue ninjas from outside the village was a burden she could scarcely bear. Furthermore, under his hypnotic influence, she had suddenly become infatuated. This is reckless, he thought, realizing he had perhaps been too harsh in his hypnosis, turning her into a love-struck fool. What job? I am indeed a ninja from Sunagakure. Isn't there peace in the ninja world now? I'm here in Konoha. Silence. The man bellowed, slapping the overly talkative individual aside. Damn it. I was merely an intruder in the women's bath. Now, all his secrets lay bare. At this moment, Yuzuki Yuin drew her kunai and approached Hinata Hanana, her demeanor vigilant as she scrutinized the Sunagakure ninja. This mission had spiraled beyond their control, involving rogue ninjas who had stealthily infiltrated the village. In every conceivable manner. This did not resemble a D-rank mission. Could it be a B-rank? B-rank missions typically required the involvement of ninjas in combat. As she recalled the details of B-rank missions, a shadow fell across her expression, her heart racing. She remained acutely aware of her surroundings despite being in Konoha. This location was not at the village's core, and the village's ninjas would require time to arrive. Those daring enough to infiltrate one of the 5 great shinobi villages were at least Chunin-level ninjas. The likelihood of 2 genin defeating a Chunin or higher was alarmingly low. Gulp. Yuzuki Yuin swallowed nervously, her gaze fixated on the man ahead, treating him as a formidable adversary. In a flash, she discarded her kunai, drawing her sword from her waist and preparing for battle. Sigh. The Sunagakure ninja exhaled deeply, slowly revealing his own kunai, his focus not on the 2 youngsters before him, but rather on the map of Konoha's streets that materialized in his mind. As he began to plot his escape route, he had lost his wits if he intended to engage Konoha ninjas after his identity had been exposed. Boom. Confronted with the subtle pressure from the man, Yuzuki Yuin made the first move. Her body vanished from sight, leaving a crater in the wooden floor. Troublesome. She kicked the recently risen target away, her sword gleaming coldly as it sliced diagonally across the shoulder of the Sunagakure ninja. Clang. The Sunagakure ninja raised his left arm to parry, the blade colliding with his kunai, sending sparks flying into the air. At that moment, Yuzuki Yuin suddenly pivoted her sword to the left, carving through the kunai and aiming horizontally at the ninja's neck. Little brat, you have some audacity, don't you? The sand ninja retreated a step, deftly repositioning his kunai to block from the left. After deflecting an incoming sword strike, he raised his leg and aimed a kick at the face of Yuhi Hinata. At that moment, Hinata Hanabi bent down, and the 8 trigrams diagram instantly materialized in her vision. She observed the kick executed by the sand ninja, and chakra surged rapidly towards her right hand. With her fingers aligned, she targeted the chakra point in the sand ninja's abdomen and thrust her hand forward. The 8 trigrams empty palm. A shockwave erupted from her palm, hurtling towards the designated chakra point at an astonishing speed. Sensing the disturbance in the air, the sand ninja retracted his leg and, with a flash, appeared behind Hinata Hanabi, brandishing his kunai with a sinister expression. He had completely forgotten that a member of the Hyuga clan was present, if he failed to deal with her. The odds of his escape would escalate from 99 to 99.99. Hearing a shout from behind, the sand ninja hesitated, glancing over his shoulder to see a boy in gray, gripping a kunai in his right hand while clutching the boy's wrist with his left, charging towards him with fervor. Has the quality of the new generation from Konoha diminished to such a degree? Observing the boy barreling towards him with his eyes shut, the sand ninja smirked. He then retrieved an explosive tag from his pocket and affixed it to Hinata Hanabi's back before delivering a kick that sent her flying towards Yuzuki Yugao's position. Turning to face Irika. Fool. Sidestepping Irika's kunai, he raised his hand and struck downwards with force. Thud. Irika felt a numbness spread across his face, followed by a piercing pain from his forehead to his chin, causing him to drop his kunai instantly. He clasped his hands over his face, wailing in agony. It's time to go. Muttering to himself, he glanced at the explosive tag, which was on the verge of detonating. As if fearing that the Hyuga ninja might survive, he pulled several kunai from his pouch and hurled them towards the 2 girls. At that moment, Yuzuki Yugao lay on the ground, cradling Hinata Hanabi. Both hearing the crackling sound of the burning explosive tag, they frantically reached behind their backs, attempting to tear off the igniting tag. The 4 arms battled for an eternity but failed to locate the tag's position, their initial panic swiftly transforming into despair. Having just become ninjas and tasked with a D-rank mission, dying within the village, would this end up in the textbooks? How utterly frustrating. Hey, are you 2 being affectionate? Hearing a familiar voice nearby, Yuzuki Yugao quickly turned her head to the right, exclaiming, "Teacher, there's an explosive tag." Boom. Just as the words left her lips, a tremendous explosion erupted from the adjacent bath. Yuzuki Yugao instinctively shut her eyes, murmuring to herself, "Have I just caused the teacher's demise? I haven't even undertaken a high-level mission, experienced love, or shared a kiss yet." As she spoke, she felt something press against her lips. Yuzuki Yugao opened her eyes. staring in astonishment as Hinata Hanabi suddenly kissed her. Confusion filled her gaze. Why did you kiss me? TSK, you two are indeed being affectionate. After shielding the two from the explosive shockwave, Fei Niao rose to his feet, rubbing his aching back, and spoke with a hint of exasperation. The impact of such a force against one's back is indeed painful. After glancing at Irika, who was rolling on the ground in agony, he vanished from the bathhouse in an instant. There was no need to look. The scar on that fellow's face was indelibly marked. Irika's pained groans shattered the awkward silence of the bathroom. Hinata Hanaharu wiped her lips, a flush of crimson creeping from her cheeks to her forehead. Taking a few deep breaths, she forced herself to suppress her trembling voice and explained to Xiang. Earlier, when you mentioned that you had never kissed anyone, I felt as if someone pressed down on my head, and that was the result. Xiang responded with a dry sound, averting her gaze to another direction, mumbling, "We are all girls, so it's nothing." Suddenly, she recalled the fleeing sand ninja and sprang to her feet, speaking hastily. "That sand ninja, do not worry." Hinata Hanaharu gritted her teeth as she pulled the kunai embedded in her rear, her body shivering momentarily before she feigned composure. "The teacher will intervene. That wound on your back is already fortunate. Just now, the teacher dragged our bodies forward a bit, and those kunai were meant to pierce our vital areas. However, they ended up in the thickest parts of our flesh, which is the best outcome we could hope for." Noticing the concern etched on Xiang's face warmed Hinata Hanaharu's heart, yet her voice remained cold. "As a member of the Hyuga branch family, I have been prepared for death since the moment I was branded. Hanaharu, do not apply more. If you do, Irika will bleed to death." At that moment, Fei Niao grasped the neck of the sand ninja and entered the bathroom. He glanced at the two embracing each other in comfort, and then at Irika, whose complexion had turned pale. He approached Irika, placing his palm against his face, emitting a surge of green light, and continued, "You go fetch someone from the Konoha Barrier Division. The teacher will provide you with some medical expenses. I am here." A bandaged figure suddenly appeared behind Fei Niao. Upon seeing the clan emblem on Fei Niao's back, his tone softened. "This time, it was our Barrier Division's negligence, as we failed to detect his suspicious chakra." Seeing that Irika had stopped bleeding, Fei Niao stood and faced the Barrier Division ninja, sighing. "It seems your division has grown somewhat lax. Apologies." The ninja looked at the three with a face full of regret and explained, "Since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, various nations have sent ninjas to Konoha to sign treaties, resulting in a strain on manpower and inevitable oversights." "Enough." Fei Niao waved his hand, handing the ninja over to the other party, and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "When the time comes, you can say that your barrier division indeed noticed suspicious behavior from this individual, but, due to insufficient personnel, were uncertain of his intentions. You decided to follow him for a while, and just as you were preparing to apprehend him, you fortuitously encountered me, who was on a mission. Fearing that you might not be able to manage alone, you discreetly informed me, urging me to assist you in capturing this suspicious individual." Feigning normalcy, I instructed 3 students to carry out their tasks, with the intent of ensuring that the ninja covertly infiltrating the village would remain vigilant, thus preventing any inadvertent harm to innocent civilians. When the time comes, you may elucidate this matter by invoking the benevolent and forgiving nature of the 4th Hokage. Your barrier team shall not face dire consequences. The bandaged man furtively glanced around, ensuring no one was paying him heed before he nodded, unhesitatingly retrieving a stack of bills from his bag and thrusting them into the hands of the students. "This time, it is our oversight. Purchase some fruit for the students." Ultimately, this incident reflects the negligence of the barrier team, and the proposed resolution seemingly bears no detriment to them. His students had also sustained injuries. Although the wounds appeared to have healed substantially, a modicum of compensation was warranted. As he accepted the stack of bills, the student, Hinata Hanabi, while tending to the injuries on her companion's back, remarked, "We shall escort him to the interrogation department, lest he escape en route. Your efforts are appreciated, teacher." Hanabi counted the money in her hands, then looked up at the distracted figure of her mentor, tugging gently at his sleeve as she whispered, "Is it not somewhat improper for us to accept their money?" In response, the teacher's gaze softened as he glanced at the slightly embarrassed Hanabi and reassured her. "Consider the scar on your back, then recall Irika's facial scar. This compensation is indeed justifiable. After all, this is not our failing, but a matter concerning the barrier team. My actions have mitigated their negligence to the greatest extent possible. We are all part of the same village. And should they choose not to express gratitude, they will inevitably avoid us in the future. As they walked ahead, the leader of the barrier team, escorting the sand ninja, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth upon overhearing the conversation of the four behind him. Fortuitously, this outsider had not inflicted significant damage upon the village. Otherwise, despite countless excuses, they would collectively face dire repercussions. Esteemed citizens of Konoha. At that moment, an elderly man, with eyebrows cascading to his chin, bandages adorning his head, and clad in a long robe, suddenly obstructed the path of the group. After casting a glance at the apprehended ninja, his gaze settled upon the students, a benevolent expression gracing his features as he said, "I am grateful for your assistance in locating the lost Daika. His presence has caused you trouble." Peering from behind the teacher, Hanabi interjected, frowning, "This is a sand ninja. One who has infiltrated the village." "Not at all." The elderly man shook his head, his voice creaky with age. "He is an accompanying delegate, here with me to negotiate on behalf of Konoha, not a spy." "Accompanying?" Hanabi narrowed her eyes in inquiry. "Who are you, old man?" "Ah," he replied, glancing up at the rooftops to the east, then surveying the group before his eyes settled on the teacher once more. "Beyond the confines of Konoha, I am often referred to as Kyozo. However, within the village, I am recognized as the special representative of the Land of Wind, the chief negotiator for the Wind and Fire Nations, a founding elder of Sunagakure, a lifelong senior advisor, the primary proponent of peace, and the orchestrator of the Third Shinobi World War. I am also the spiritual companion of Shimura Danzō, and a confidant of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a steadfast ally of Konoha, the second mentor of Sunagakure, the second puppet master of Sunagakure, the second medical mentor of Sunagakure, the omniscient scholar of the village, the guardian of the village, the great protector of peace, Chiyo." Such an extensive list of titles left Hinata somewhat bewildered. She poked Fei Niao and whispered, "Teacher, who exactly is this old man?" "He is the brother of the puppet master Chiyo, primarily responsible for the intelligence operations of Sunagakure." "Chiyo," Fei Niao replied. "Why not just say your name is Chiyo? What a waste of words." At this moment, Fei Niao stepped forward, gazing calmly at the old man before him. "You know the situation, and so do I, Chiyo. You may discuss your terms, but remember, we cannot afford to escalate to war." Just days prior, during a meeting for the village's elite shinobi, the elder Danzō of Konoha's war faction vehemently opposed the fourth Hokage's strategies, threatening to reignite the Ninja World War single-handedly. Suddenly, the third Hokage appeared behind him, forcefully pressing his head against the table. At that moment, Danzō shot a venomous glare towards Sunagakure, filled with hatred. "Nijan, if you keep me pinned like this, I fear for the fate of Sunagakure." The atmosphere in the meeting room shifted dramatically, teetering on the brink of conflict. With a stumble, Danzō nearly fell from the roof, but quickly stabilized himself with chakra, maintaining an air of composure as if nothing had transpired. "This boy has inflated my reputation somewhat," he mused, glancing at Fei Niao and the Sunagakure delegation before gesturing to his subordinates. "There's no need to rush down. Lord Chiyo, why waste words with them? Just seize what we need." Suddenly, a kunoichi, dressed in a backless outfit with yellow-green hair and a Sunagakure forehead protector, leaped in front of Chiyo. She glared at Fei Niao, conjuring a fireball in her palm. "Is this the sincerity of your negotiations? Planning to capture our comrade and use him to threaten us for your gain, Yakura?" Recognizing the kunoichi and her fireball, Fei Niao surmised her identity. The hero Yakura. Indeed, a troublesome D-rank mission. As the fireball hurtled toward the members of the barrier team, Fei Niao furrowed his brow and swiftly positioned himself in front of her, redirecting the fireball with a flick of his hand, sending it skyward. With a resounding boom, the fireball exploded in the air, the searing heat drying the sweat on the faces of those nearby. Witnessing the confrontation, the villagers of Konoha turned and fled. "Not bad." Yakura licked her kunai and then appeared before Fei Niao in an instant, thrusting both kunai towards his eyes. Observing the old man Chiyo standing idly by without intervening, Fei Niao swiftly jumped into the air, drawing his sword and delivering a heavy strike. "Has the wind blown too hard in Sunagakure, leaving your heads empty? Are you here to negotiate or to brawl?" The clang of metal echoed as the two engaged in a fierce exchange. The members of the Sunagakure delegation stood in astonishment, watching in disbelief. Before them was their village's hero, Yekong, effortlessly sparring with a ninja from Konohagakure. How could this be? Was it a testament to the strength of Konohagakure, or the weakness of their own hero? At that moment, Hinata and her companions were equally dumbfounded, observing the combatant, Fei Niao. While they had not heard of the ninja Karu, they were well aware of the renown of Yekon. The prominent figures of Sunagakure did not seem particularly formidable. Wait. Yekon had yet to unleash his bloodline limit. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Fei Niao leaped into the air, swiftly forming hand seals. He inhaled deeply, chakra coalescing in his throat, and aimed at Yekon, unleashing a colossal fireball. Though they were at the outskirts of the village, the destructive potential of such a technique was immense. He certainly could not afford the damages. Glimpsing the blazing inferno, Yekon summoned 2 fireballs from his palm, which spiraled in the air before merging into an even larger fireball, hurled skyward. Boom! The 2 fireballs collided midair, resulting in a violent explosion that seared the surrounding moisture from the air. The shockwave washed over everyone, akin to placing a glowing iron ingot before their faces, evaporating the moisture from their skin. Not bad, Yekon remarked, clapping his hands in approval as he turned to Fei Niao. Your prowess is commendable. Fei Niao smirked, stealing a glance at Danzō perched on the rooftop, contemplating how to conceal his true strength from Danzō's watchful eyes, while swiftly concluding this futile skirmish. The Sunagakure delegation had initiated hostilities due to a captured ninja, and given their preoccupation with the hostage, it would be prudent to threaten their lives, thereby temporarily sidelining the matter of captivity. My apologies, Chief. Prepare for compensation. With that thought, Fei Niao sheathed his sword and leaped high into the air, arms raised. Yekon furrowed his brow, observing that despite Fei Niao's apparent effort, he had not yet unleashed his full potential. As a user of the Scorch release, her sensitivity to heat was acute. The moment Fei Niao raised his hands, she sensed the escalating heat gathering within his palms. Solar flare. In the next instant, Yekon's pupils constricted as he beheld the massive fireball, formed from spiraling flames, resembling a sun. Its blinding radiance radiated outward, and she felt the tumultuous fire elements swirling within. Gulping, Yekon's expression soured. This madman was actually employing such a high-level technique within her village. A lunatic. Dozens of fireballs floated from Yekon's palms, converging into a colossal sphere above him. Scorch release, vaporization. In an instant, 2 colossal fireballs erupted upon this land, igniting half of the sky above Konoha. The thermometer in the village soared as if it had boarded a train, reaching its zenith before shattering one after another. Is this the true might of the Uchiha? A masked ninja, swallowing hard, whispered as he gazed at Uchiha Fei, who hovered in midair, cradling the sun like a deity. Danzō shook his head in regret. Although the scene before him was breathtaking, it still fell short of the intelligence in his possession. There remained an ability that could enshroud the user with a certain mark, purportedly capable of exponentially enhancing combat prowess, which was the origin of his codename Blackened. Unfortunately, after his promotion to Jonin, he had not acquired further detailed data. Although preventing the Uchiha from entering the battlefield reduced the number of those capable of awakening their eyes, it equally diminished his insights into their combat capabilities, particularly regarding the detailed intelligence of the Uchiha Jonin. Boom. Suddenly, a sound of air being sliced reached Danzō's ears, prompting him to instinctively turn towards the battlefield, his pupils narrowing slightly. These 2 rascals actually hurled their fireballs? This is within the village. Witnessing Fei release the fireball, Yakura shouted to the crowd behind her, then flung her own fireball before making her escape. Her flesh was not immune to explosions, nor was it impervious to extreme heat. After stepping back a couple of paces, Yakura found the anticipated explosion had not occurred, and turning around in confusion, she saw a newcomer, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed figure clad in the white Hokage cloak emblazoned with the insignia of the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato. Sighing inwardly, Minato glanced at the blister on his palm before turning to Danzō, who was observing from the rooftop, feeling a mix of exasperation and disbelief. He should never have agreed to let him welcome the Kazekage delegation. Elder Hiruzen still afforded him a measure of respect. Hokage-sama. At this moment, Fei landed behind Minato and recounted the events that had just transpired. Those lacking strength resort to reasoning, while the powerful need not. Yet, those who possess strength, bolstered by formidable support, command an impressive presence when asserting their reasoning. Fei's previously jovial demeanor faded, replaced by an air of haughty disdain as he regarded the sand shinobi and suggested, eliminate them. Do not let them linger for another year. To act so brazenly within the village, one might presume they would dare to disturb the ancestral graves of the feudal lords outside. Minato, Your timing is impeccable. Danzō leaped down, leaning on his cane as he approached Fei, scrutinizing him before shifting his gaze to Elder Hiruzen. His voice, aged and weary, resonated. It has been quite some time. Indeed. Hiruzen nodded, his face once again adorned with a benevolent expression as he regarded Danzō. It has been over a month since we last met. Danzō, your recent espionage efforts have become increasingly amateurish, to the extent of being exposed before a mere chunin. Likewise, recently, a student from the Sand Shinobi Academy discovered a Konoha spy. Perhaps we could exchange intelligence, along with any prisoners captured during the war. TSK. At that moment, Yetsong suddenly approached Fania, and upon noticing the crest of her clan behind her, she scoffed. I knew it. You are indeed the madman from the Uchiha clan. No wonder you dare to unleash S-rank ninjutsu in the village. You foolish one from Sunagakure. You lack any semblance of intelligence. The scarcity of rain in your village is partly your fault. Heed my advice and consider an alliance with the land of rain. The common folk there are rather pitiable. If you hurl a few fireballs into the sky daily, in 10 years, you shall undoubtedly become a revered figure in the land of rain, worshipped by its citizens. Do not indulge in petty verbal skirmishes. Come with me to an open space, and let us fight once more. Fania regarded Yetsong with a cold smile. Fool, idiot. Battle maniac, this fellow has an abundance of negative traits. It is no wonder he met his demise at the hands of the mist shinobi. Poor wretch. After a moment of contemplation, Fania turned to her 3 students and admonished, as your teacher, I impart a crucial lesson in the ways of a ninja. Steer clear of fools. The notion that fools have good fortune is merely a survivor's bias. Generally, fools meet an early and miserable end, their lives steeped in darkness. Associating with such individuals brings far more detriment than benefit. Do you Uchihas not even make an effort to avoid speaking ill of someone in their presence? Do you treat the person as if they are mere clay to be molded? Hearing a cold voice from behind, Fania remarked without hesitation, before the Hokage's arrival. You were both dazed and arrogant. After the Hokage's arrival, you remained just as dazed and arrogant. Was the Hokage's visit for naught? At this, Yetsong turned her gaze towards Minato Namikaze, observing the sunny smile on his face, and opened her mouth, though no sound emerged. Lord Hokage, please resolve this personal grudge without involving the village. Minato scratched his head, intending to offer some counsel, only to find his right hand firmly grasped by Danzō. Minato, sometimes certain sacrifices are unavoidable. However, glancing at Yetsong's foot raised high, having aimed at Fania for quite some time, Minato hesitated. I sensed this sacrifice could be averted. She is Yetsong, the hero of Sunagakure. He is Uchiha Fania. This is a rare opportunity to test the waters with the Uchiha and gather intelligence on Yetsong, which holds significant implications for our village's future endeavors. A ninja must learn the art of self-sacrifice. The brief tumult did not disrupt the daily lives of the villagers of Konoha. Under the blazing sun, the sounds of vendors calling out, haggling, and provocations filled the air. Let us determine a victor, Kakashi. Do not. Kakashi cast a deadpan glance at Might Guy before shifting his position to the left, speaking as he walked. Guy, I have now entered the Umbu. Each day, I must bear the weight of lives lost. I lack the pure-hearted spirit to engage in friendly contests with you. Then reclaim that spirit, reconnect with the essence of our battles. Upon hearing this, Kakashi looked up at the sun, its glaring rays causing him to squint. The essence of their past contests came to mind. When I went to the restroom, you stood against the wall. When I bathed, you emerged from my bathtub. Even while sleeping, I could sense the presence of someone beneath my bed. Reflecting on those days when Might Guy had relentlessly challenged him, he gazed into Guy's fiery eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke with a tone of resignation. Rock, paper, scissors, best of 5. Kakashi, you're fooling around with Kai again. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind them. At the sound of that familiar tone, Kakashi's lips twitched, revealing a deadpan expression as he looked down at the ants crawling on the ground. This fellow truly does not inspire fondness. Kakashi, a man who never forgets his youthful spirit, is undeniably likable. He turned to Fei Niao, speaking in a languid tone. In truth, it matters little whether he is likable or not. However, upon recognizing the female ninja sprawled on Fei Niao's back, Kakashi's expression shifted, and his demeanor transformed instantly. A sand ninja? Is she Yitsong? What has happened to her? At that moment, Yitsong was covered in dirt, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and landing on Fei Niao's clothing. Her chin rested on Fei Niao's shoulder, gasping for fresh air, her arms seemingly lifeless, hanging limply against his chest. Fei Niao approached the two, gave Yi Tsong a gentle nudge, and then, with both hands supporting her thighs, turned to Mike Guy. Slightly out of breath. Kai, remember, youth is priceless, and the 8 gates should be utilized in the present. You're bound to win today's match. Hearing this, Kakashi's face paled. He looked at the trembling Mike Guy, instantly teleporting to Fei Niao's side to deftly change the subject. What brings Yi Tsong here? Oh, Fei Niao's eyes shifted slightly as he glanced at Yi Tsong, who rested her chin on his shoulder. She came with Hai Laozong for negotiations in the village. And this rascal kicked me out 10 meters while I was distracted. We ended up fighting in the forest outside the village. The outcome of the contest was evident. I won. I couldn't just leave her lying there, nor could I treat her on the spot, so I had to carry her to the hospital. Despicable. Yi Tsong muttered through gritted teeth, gasping for air once more. Who told you that the Uchiha clan's jonin are all combat types? Upon hearing this, Yi Tsong's eyes widened in disbelief. She felt her lungs constricting, realizing that this rascal was still carrying her, compressing her chest against his back, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Once I'm healed, I'll make sure to get back at him. Your strength has grown to such an extent? Not quite. It's just that this guy is overly confident in his abilities, never bothering to gather intelligence before a match. I've severed some of her muscle in her limbs, and the intercostal muscles in her chest as well. She's struggling to breathe, whereas the strength to fight. As he spoke, Fei Niao waved to the two, continuing toward the hospital while calling back to Kai. Kai, youth lasts but 30,000 days. Each day that passes is one less. Cherish today. Indeed. Kai clenched his fists, his eyes igniting with fervor as he gazed at Fei Niao's departing figure. He turned to Kakashi, excitement radiating from him. Kakashi, let us settle this while today, as youth has not yet faded. No sooner had he spoken than Kakashi sensed a large hand gripping his shoulder tightly, followed by his feet leaving the ground as a rush of wind whistled past his ears. That Uchiha always truly is difficult to warm up to. He always incites such restlessness in Kai. Huh. After hearing the commotion behind him, Yakura couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, panting heavily. You guys from Konoha have an abundance of oddities. That one in the tight green outfit is particularly grating. Not only do my muscles ache, but my eyes hurt as well. Well, always shook his head, somewhat wistfully. The oddity you see is merely the pinnacle of conventional ninjas. When all others fall, that remarkable individual rises, transforming into a red beast, and with a tremendous impact. Oh, you may not have heard his name yet, but his father is somewhat renowned in the ninja world. He is the one who severely injured 3 of the original 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and killed 4. Upon hearing this, Yakura's mind instantly recalled a staggering rumor from the previous year. The Sand Village and the Mist Village harbor significant enmity, and they are aware of each other's trump cards. It is said that the original 7 ninja swordsmen were meant for the Sand Village. However, unexpectedly, just days after they set out, intending to showcase the brutality of the Mist ninjas, they were severely beaten by a Konoha ninja. Mike Guy? So you know about him? Alway replied. After a brief acknowledgement, Yakura settled into an unusual silence atop Alway's back. Konoha, seemingly favored by the heavens, always produces an array of extraordinary ninjas in times of crisis. In contrast, the Sand Village, constrained by the daimyo financially, finds its military prowess lacking compared to Konoha, especially when it comes to those exceptional ninjas. During her escort of the Elder to sign a negotiation agreement, the Elder divulged some details regarding the discussions. In summary, it was quite clear, Konoha is a formidable opponent, and the Sand Village's negotiation bottom line is remarkably flexible. Hey, can you tell me about Konoha? Seeing Yakura suddenly utter such a question after a long silence, Alway paused for a moment before resuming his stride, realizing they were still some distance from the hospital. What would you like to know? I don't know. Yakura shook her head, gazing at the street of Konoha, far more bustling than even the most prosperous street in Sand, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Why don't you start with yourself? What is there to say about me? There must be many secrets you kept during our battle. I recall that the Uchiha Sharingan can replicate any jutsu. You cannot possibly be incapable of mastering the formidable 8 gates. Hey, the Uchiha are not as formidable as you think. Replication has its limits. I can only open the first gate. Moreover, the conditions to advance in that jutsu are exceedingly challenging. 1. You must train late into the night, working diligently. 2. You must wear tight clothing without any bulges. 3. You need the determination and faith to disregard appearances. 4. Lastly, you must have a father proficient in the 8 gates. If any of these conditions are unmet, you cannot unlock the 8 gates. As he finished speaking, Aoi inhaled the subtle fragrance of lavender in the air, his gaze drifting off momentarily. I cannot fathom why those predecessors chose the 8 gates technique. It is undeniably arduous to master. As night descends, the birds reappear in the Nara clan territory. How much longer must my son remain abnormal? Hearing the anxious voice of Nara Ryoko, Fei Niao glanced down at the peacefully sleeping child and pondered for a moment before responding. After 6 more treatments, your son will be able to function like an ordinary person. However, further observation will be necessary. If Tsunade returns to the village, you can seek her assistance for a fee. Ryoko gazed at her pallid son, her heart aching as she remarked, "Since my son was born, Lady Tsunade has yet to return to the village. Rest assured, that individual has nearly exhausted her funds. She is likely to return in about 6 months." Fei Niao recalled the last letter he received, his lips twitching. The letter contained but a few words, conveying the essence. "You are a decent person, but due to creditors arriving for repayment, I lack the time to write more. Farewell." The granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, the leader of the Senju clan, borrowing money from the legendary Sannin of Konoha, only to flee and injure her creditors. Such convoluted reasoning among these shinobi is truly perplexing. What do those creditors hope to gain by lending money to Tsunade? Should I too leverage the Uchiha name to borrow funds? After all, the Senju family's reputation is rather tarnished. On February 20th, 51 years into the Konoha era, there is no doubt that Uchiha Fei Niao stands out as the sole member of the Uchiha clan who embodies sunshine, charm, and gentleness. He does not exhibit the clan's characteristic pride towards outsiders and remains exceptionally patient with his foolish apprentice. After all, not everyone possesses the Sharingan to replicate jutsu like the Uchiha clan, nor is he a renowned mentor in the shinobi world. The true exemplary teacher in the shinobi world is Tsunade. She personally instructs her disciples in medical ninjutsu, transforming and in turn into a practitioner with extraordinary medical skills and strength, capable of addressing injuries that even Chiyo and other medical ninjas could not manage. Sakura Haruno, under her guidance, even surpassed the speed of creating antidotes compared to Scorpion. Another paragon of mentorship is Jiraiya. His disciples include the swiftest shinobi in the realm, Minato Namikaze, and formidable students from the Land of Rain, each a force to be reckoned with. Through his tutelage, Naruto Uzumaki evolved from the bottom of his class to a hero of Konoha, defeating formidable foes such as Orochimaru and Haiden, and reversing his once tarnished reputation. Lastly, the illustrious Orochimaru, a visionary scientist with aspirations who produces unexpected outcomes. Under his guidance, Sasuke transformed from a hopeless Uchiha orphan seeking vengeance to a figure capable of conversing with the Nine Tails using his 3-tomo Sharingan. Presently, however, his Sharingan reveals only the pale abdomen of Kushina and the delicate, faintly colored fuzz, leading to potential misunderstandings with prolonged observation. As for Uchiha Fei Niao, he finds himself in the role of an illusory teacher. With his remarkable medical ninjutsu skills, he procured discounted medicinal herbs from the Nara family's apothecary and personally ventured to the market to buy a live fish. After a couple of rough tosses on the ground, he allowed his apprentice to practice, releasing the fish if it survived or consuming it later if it did not. The theoretical lessons were crafted from his own hand, with a freshly written A4 sheet each morning serving as the day's material, emphasizing a novel approach. Although he could not match the absurd prowess of Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Orochimaru, who could elevate Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to the point of confronting Kagaya Otsutsuki with mere physical prowess in just over 2 years, he remained exceedingly diligent. He was confident that within 5 years, he could cultivate Yuyuki into a highly competent medical ninja. "This fish soup is truly exquisite," he remarked after taking a sip of the day's freshly made broth, giving Yuyuki a thumbs up in praise. "Your fish stew skills have progressed far more swiftly than your medical ninjutsu." Alas, medical ninjutsu is exceedingly challenging. Yuyuki sighed after tasting the soup, her lips forming a pout as she lamented, "It has been 4 days, and I have yet to grasp the basics." "Teacher, how long did it take you to get started?" "Me?" he replied, setting down the ladle and leaning back in his chair, lost in reminiscence. "After consuming fish soup 3 times a day for 87 consecutive meals, I finally made some headway. I feared I would starve before mastering it." Then does that mean we must also endure 87 bowls of fish soup? Yuyuki asked, instinctively swallowing as she gazed at the soup on the table, her expression blank. That is for you. I shall partake no more. With that, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, his thoughts drifting to the yet-to-be-born Sakura Haruno and the oblivious Tsunade, who was likely losing at some gambling den. As he continued, to be honest, I still cannot fathom how someone could learn in merely 2.5 years to surpass Tsuna's foremost medical ninja, leaving others in awe. That old lady has the power to resurrect the dead and imbue life into puppets. The only rationale I can conjure is that she might have noticed Tsuna's waning combat prowess and decided to curry favor with Konoha. Old lady? Yuyuki looked at him quizzically. Which old lady can bestow life upon puppets? It sounds so fantastical. Is it related to the Sage of Six Paths? That old lady is Chiyo from Sunagakure, he said, pointing towards the location of the Konoha Inn. She is indeed the elder sister of Izo, and if there exists a pinnacle in medical ninjutsu, Chiyo and Tsunade would undoubtedly be at the top, while I would merely represent a fraction of their prowess. Wow, teacher, your medical ninjutsu is so formidable? Yuyuki's eyes sparkled with wonder. She had merely heard whispers of his strength, but never imagined he could rival even half of the legendary Tsunade. Tsunade, as the tales go, possesses the ability to cure all ailments, reigning as the foremost medical ninja of the shinobi world. Noticing that his spirits had suddenly dimmed for reasons unknown, Yuyuki quickly rose from her seat and patted his shoulder in a comforting gesture. Teacher, you are still quite young. Do not let thoughts of inferiority to them cloud your heart. You merely cannot compare with Tsunade and Chiyo. However, from what I gathered from my teacher's recent narration, throughout the extensive history of the ninja world, how many individuals could possibly rival those two? Such formidable adversaries, encountered only once in a millennium, render any efforts futile. Were I in my teacher's position, I would boldly claim the title of the third strongest in the ninja world. Indeed, as Akira shook his head, shaking loose the images of the third great ninja war from his mind, he placed his hands on his hips and gazed towards the village outskirts, a proud expression gracing his face. Chiyo is 57 this year, while Tsunade is 38. Once Chiyo passes, I shall ascend to the second position in the ninja world, and when Tsunade follows, I will claim the title of the strongest. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the clock on the wall suddenly chimed. Akira glanced at the time, observing the hour hand pointing towards 10, before rising to his feet. I must step out for a while. Do return home promptly after you finish. All right. With that, Akira leapt onto the rooftop, bounding towards the Nara clan's territory. He clutched the tip-off letter in his arms, directing his gaze to the center of the clan's domain. Over the past few days, he had been relaying information about his visits to the Nara clan to Yoshino Nara. As a diligent detective, he awaited the completion of his tasks today, his final treatment of Ryoko's son, before delivering the remaining intelligence to her tomorrow. Subsequently, Yoshino would uncover that her private investigator was, in fact, the true culprit who had trespassed into the Nara clan's territory and knocked on the widow's door in the dead of night. If all goes well, there should be no unforeseen incidents. With a smile, Akira confidently pushed open the door and stepped inside. Except for Naruto, who was influenced by Ashura's benevolence, the rest of the ninja world abides by the principle of repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Creak. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Ryoko Nara, concealed within the room, turned to face the entrance. Why has he come? Upon seeing Akira sneak into the room, she immediately furrowed her brow, and then, as if recalling something, her expression shifted to one of realization. This fellow must share the same objective as us, seeking to confront the true culprit and obtain tangible evidence. Moreover, judging by his familiarity, it appears he has entered here more than once. How professional, having already gathered the necessary points in advance. How did you get in here? Ryoko asked in a hushed tone, observing Akira's sudden appearance. Akira blinked, a look of confusion crossing his face. He had visited this place several times, each time evading the patrolling personnel to gain entry. Ryoko then lowered her voice and urged, "You need to find a place to hide." This left Akira even more bewildered. "I need to treat your son and then return home to rest. Why would I hide?" With that thought, he casually closed the door and got straight to the point. "Where's the child?" Ryoko pointed towards an adjacent vacant room and whispered, "In the empty room over there." "Very well." Akira turned to leave, realizing that had he known her son was nearby, he wouldn't have come here at all. Additionally, something about her demeanor today felt rather peculiar. At that moment, Ryoko suddenly grasped Akira's arm, her brow furrowing. Where are you going? Subsequently, she rose abruptly and grasped Fei Niao's arm, lowering her voice. The calmness you exhibited when you encountered me earlier suggests that you have surmised certain matters. Indeed, based on the information you provided, we have roughly calculated that the individual in question may return later tonight. Thus, we have come here to confront him directly. It is rather surprising that our thoughts have aligned so closely. If you leave now, it could jeopardize our plan. The patrol members of the Nara clan have received orders to ignore external intruders, but anyone attempting to exit from within will easily be captured by the hidden clan members. Since you are aware of this, you might as well wait with us here. Quickly find a place to conceal yourself. Upon hearing Uchiha, Fei Niao's perplexed tone, she gestured toward the furniture surrounding them. There are already others here. The curtains conceal one, the adjacent cabinet harbors another, and beneath the bed lies dust, indicating it is empty. Fei Niao, with a solemn expression, approached the curtains and discreetly lifted one corner, revealing Lady Akido, who greeted him with a friendly smile from her hiding place. He then moved to the cabinet, creating a small opening, where he discovered Lady Nara and Lady Yamashiro tucked away inside, the latter signaling for silence. In this modest room, 5 individuals were concealed. Oh, that makes 6 of us. Should I reveal myself now or wait until tomorrow? In a small dwelling situated far from the heart of Konoha, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Under the dim yellow light, the simple and antiquated furnishings were visible, the slightly moldy ceiling contrasting starkly with the surrounding pristine white walls. In the corner stood a tall figure, idly positioned outside the cabinet door. Fei Niao crossed his arms, his index finger rhythmically tapping against the muscle of his forearm. A contemplative expression gracing his face. With 5 people inside, it was unlikely they would encounter the true culprit, particularly since the perpetrator was standing right there in the room. However, voicing this concern seemed inappropriate. It could lead to a scenario where shadow-binding jutsu might control his actions, and then the corpulent Akido would leap into the air, attempting a vicious plum blossom landing, while the Yamashiro clan members would seize his body, engaging in a series of unseemly actions. Pondering the potential for social disgrace sent a shiver down Fei Niao's spine. He then recalled the peculiar behavior of Nara Ryoko from earlier, a look of realization dawning upon his face. At last, he understood the source of the disquiet. It must be that the Yamashiro clan used ninjutsu to manipulate Nara Ryoko, employing her as bait. Now, the fish had come into the room. Alas, remaining here tonight was a sheer waste of time. He ought to attend to the child's ailments instead. Resolute in his purpose, Fei Niao briefly contemplated before turning toward the door where Nara Ryoko stood. Knock, knock. Hearing a faint rap at the door, Fei Niao halted abruptly, his expression one of confusion as he regarded the door that had been knocked upon. Goodness, could it be that Nara Ryoko actually had another man? As she gazed at the door, a large hand with distinctly masculine features suddenly appeared, prompting Fei Niao to hastily seek a place to conceal herself. Oh no, noticing that the space beneath the bed was a tad distant. She gritted her teeth and pressed her palms tightly together, allowing her still chakra to begin flowing. Bang! A fluctuation in chakra? Sensing a sudden surge of chakra emanating from within the room, the figure outside swiftly entered. Upon seeing Nara Ryoko, who was warily staring at him, accompanied by a child standing frozen in place, he quietly sighed in relief. That earlier chakra fluctuation must have been Ryoko's instinctive reaction to the unexpected visitor. Ryoko, he called out, adjusting the fox mask on his face, his voice low and grave. The adult requires your assistance. Requires me? Upon observing the mask on his face and the tone of his speech, Nara Ryoko began to surmise the identity of the individual. A subordinate of Danzō, how troublesome indeed. She had initially opposed Ryoko's involvement in that so-called Umbu training program, never anticipating that Ryoko, being the stubborn mule she was, would disregard her counsel and seek out Danzō independently. Undertaking missions as a ninja was perilous enough, but the tasks assigned by Danzō were of an even higher danger level. While entering the organization might be manageable, extricating oneself would not be so easily achieved. Contemplating that Ryoko's body was now under her control, even if it were to be returned, the individual would still have to endure until the following morning. She brushed aside the long strands of hair falling over her forehead and spoke in Ryoko's tone. What mission? Ryoko, first complete the final mental test. If your mental state is stable, we will convene at the usual place tomorrow. All right. At that moment, the root ninja glanced at Ryoko standing beside him and pointed towards the child, who was still in a daze on the floor, hesitatingly asking, "Are we not taking him along?" Ryoko looked at the ninja with a puzzled expression, then glanced at the child, her face filled with confusion. "Isn't it a mental test? Why bring him?" The root ninja frowned, scrutinizing Ryoko's reaction, his tone somewhat peculiar. "During the previous 2 mental tests, your son cried incessantly the moment you were apart, causing you to be frequently distracted, and your scores barely reached passing. This has already drawn adults' dissatisfaction. It's fine, he won't cry anymore." Just moments ago, Uchiha Fania had transformed into a child before her eyes. If he had no shame in crying, then let him, for he was not her son, and his tears would not divert her attention. Then, the root ninja, after some contemplation, resolutely stated, "It's best to take him along. We cannot afford to waste either of our time." Nara Ryoko was taken aback, gazing into the steadfast eyes of the root ninja, and the words of refusal momentarily lodged in her throat. Currently, she was utilizing the identity of Nara Ryoko. Exposing any flaw could prompt Danzō to assign several life-threatening missions. This was also the reason for her initial opposition to Ryoko joining the root. Surviving was indeed no easy feat. Upon reflecting on this, she turned, cradled the bird in her arms, shot a glance at the other party, and then returned to the side of the root ninja, stating calmly, "Let's go." Ignoring the child's struggles, Nara Ryoko followed the root ninja directly to the living room, where the mental assessment commenced, an assessment commonly known as a questionnaire. To this moment, Asuka remained bewildered. The unexpected events of this evening had indeed been overwhelming. She tugged at her hair, only to receive a sharp twist of her thigh in return. The sudden pain finally forcing Asuka to accept the reality of the situation. He observed the root ninja preparing the questionnaire, then wrapped his arms around Nara Ryoko's neck, feigning affection while whispering conspiratorially in her ear, "Can't you fill it out yourself?" Nara Ryoko gazed ahead, her right arm supporting the child's bottom, while her left hand inscribed on his back, "Be quiet, don't cause trouble for Ryoko. Danzō is not an easy person to deal with." After finishing, she patted Asuka's back and sat directly on the sofa, receiving the paper handed to her by the root ninja. After glancing at the questions, she calmly stated, "I'm ready. Let us begin." As her voice fell, Asuka noticed Nara Ryoko's expression turn serious. A survey questionnaire. He had heard of the notorious reputation of the root's investigative surveys. It was said that the questions on it tested the very essence of a person's heart. If he was not mistaken, the masked ninja before him was likely a sensor ninja, capable of discerning the examinee's loyalty to Danzō through their mental fluctuations, heart rate, and writing speed. With a spark of curiosity igniting within him, Asuka stealthily peered at the questions on the paper. Question: if you were a member of the Umbu Development Department, and the village was under attack by a formidable ninja, and you could not eliminate the adversary, what would be your first thought? 1. Rescue, evacuate, and shelter the villagers. 2. Gather the remaining ninjas on the spot, and do everything possible to halt the enemy's advance. 3. First, gather intelligence on the enemy on the battlefield, and find an opportunity to relay that information to the Hokage. 4. Proceed to the root base. Follow the orders of the superiors, and wait for the precise moment to strike, aiming for a decisive blow against the enemy. Upon reading the first question, Asuka raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of dismay. This question was rather critical. Since his entrance into the ninja academy, he had been taught that if Konoha faced an enemy ambush, Phase 1, eliminate the enemy's ambush unit. If unable to do so, immediately proceed to Phase 2. Phase 2, lead non-combatants to safety, directing women and children to the village's shelters, then move to Phase 3. Phase 3, mobilize the entire village's strength to eliminate the enemy. Who would even consider running to Danzō in Phase 1? If he were to choose, he would undoubtedly select 1 first, then 2, and finally 3. Seeing Nara Ryoko unhesitatingly choose 4, Asuka's lips twitched, and his gaze shifted to the second question. Question: if the Hokage were engaged in a one-on-one battle with a powerful enemy in the village, what do you believe you should do? 1. Rescue the villagers trapped by the aftermath of the battle. 2. Maintain a vigilant watch over the Hokage to prevent any remaining enemies from launching a covert attack. 3. Assemble nearby ninjas to encircle the 2 combatants, instilling immense psychological pressure upon the adversaries. 4. The ninjas must be prepared for sacrifice, trusting in the strength of the Hokage and the judgment of Danzō. As long as the village endures, our roots shall persist. Promptly proceed to the root base. obeying the orders of the leaders, to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the Hokage's distraction to assault the village, thus avoiding further devastation. Upon seeing Nara Ryoko resolutely select option 4, Asuka buried his head into her shoulder. There was no need to contemplate the remaining choices. Selecting Danzō was undoubtedly correct. Any hint of hesitation or doubt would surely lead to a significant deduction in points. Such a test indeed challenges human nature. However, who exactly is possessing Nara Ryoko at this moment? Isn't Lady Yamashiro supposed to be confined within the cupboard? Upon successfully passing the test and watching the root ninja depart, she took a deep breath, silently hoping her responses would not cause Ryoko any trouble. As she thought of this, she became acutely aware of the heavy weight around her neck and slowly glanced down to see Asuka, nestled against her chest, arms wrapped around her neck. As an exceptional medical ninja, the number of children he interacted with rivaled that of the third Hokage, who annually spoke at the Ninja Academy. The transformations he performed were so flawless that outsiders could find no trace of deception. He resembled her nephew even more than her actual nephew. Earlier, due to her intense mental strain, she had forgotten this detail after completing the test, and upon noticing her nephew resting on her, she had affectionately nuzzled against him. The realization that this figure was Asuka, who persistently pushed her nose away in resistance, caused her complexion to darken, veins popping on her forehead. Moreover, her earlier composure during the questioning suddenly illuminated her mind. The fog of confusion lifted entirely. 90% of the recent occurrences surrounding Ryoko were orchestrated by him. She inhaled deeply, her tone turning ice cold as she spoke. "Aren't you going to get down?" With a firm leap, Asuka landed on the floor, then transformed back, stretching his limbs. Noticing the tension in the air, he casually initiated a new topic. "What are your plans for tonight?" In response, she cast him a sidelong glance. A smile barely concealed, then rose to return to her bedroom, continuing her explanation as she walked. "I utilized the basic secret technique of the Yamashiro clan, Mind Turn, to control Ryoko. Once that man arrives, I will employ Shadowbind to restrict his movements. Following that, the Akimichi clan will incapacitate him, while the Yamashiro clan will infiltrate his mind, resorting to mental interrogation techniques to extract information. If he manages to escape, I have arranged for a tracking ninja. However, all of that may no longer be necessary. Uchiha Asuka, we must have a conversation shortly. Is it of great importance? Regardless of its significance, should you dare to flee today, tomorrow Ryo will appear at your residence. And the day after, the wedding feast shall grace the Uchiha clan grounds." Upon hearing that the widow would be sent to his home, Asuka's retreating steps faltered abruptly. He gazed at Ryo's departing figure and murmured to himself, "Could it be that I've been discovered?" When she finally sent off several assisting friends and returned to her room, the sight that greeted her was Asuka leaning against the sofa, his expression heavy with contemplation. "Uchiha Asuka, do you perceive me as a fool? How could you have deceived me for so long?" Following the sound, Asuka beheld Nara Yoshino, her countenance darkened, standing before him. Has Shikamaru's mother always possessed such intellect? I have yet to expose myself, yet here I am, revealed. "Madam Yoshino, was it you who controlled Ryo earlier?" Indeed, Yoshino nodded, observing the perplexity on Asuka's face and offering an explanation. The alliance of the three clans, known as the Inoshikacho, was established long ago during the Warring States period. Our families have historically coexisted harmoniously, akin to a single large family, something your Uchiha clan cannot rival. Through 15 generations of close collaboration, the leaders of our three clans have acquired knowledge of each other's fundamental secret techniques. After all, familiarity breeds a deeper, more seamless cooperation, does it not? Thus, why not share your intentions? For instance, what is your purpose in approaching the Nara clan? Upon hearing this, Asuka realized he had thoroughly exposed himself. He rose, gestured for Yoshino to sit on the sofa, and then moved to a position more conducive to escape, stating, "In truth, I am here to facilitate a marriage for the clan leader. I have met Uchiha Fugaku. He is not the type to engage in extramarital affairs. Do not deceive me with such excuses. What if the clan leader were to divorce?" Yoshino appeared to find humor in the notion, pursing her lips as she laughed. He would never. Observing Asuka's unwavering expression, a flash of insight illuminated Yoshino's mind. She then regarded him with the gaze one might reserve for a cherished creature, exclaiming, "So, the scoundrel that Mikoto berated is you. You Uchiha are the most accepting clan I have ever encountered. The diversity of thoughts within your ranks is truly remarkable." Madam Yoshino, since you are already aware of my intentions, I shall take my leave to retire. Not so fast. Leaning back on the sofa, Yoshino gestured toward the unconscious Ryo in the bedroom and continued, while Ryo remains in slumber, do share your other intentions. Other intentions? Asuka paused, discreetly observing Shikamaru's mother. Noting her resting her chin on her hand, with an intrigued expression, his gaze gradually lowered to her rounded abdomen, and he inquired, would forming a friendship count? Forming a friendship? Following Asuka's gaze, Yoshino looked down at herself, remaining silent for a considerable time before uncertainly responding. Are you attracted to me? No, Asuka quickly clarified. Isn't it common for men to seek friendships with women with such thoughts in mind? Noting her misinterpretation, Asuka waved his hand and elaborated. What I truly desire is to befriend your son. Huh? Jinai let out a scoff, utterly skeptical that anyone would wish to befriend her son before his very birth. Was there a power of foresight at play? Could they truly foresee that her child would grow into a figure of great significance, thus investing in him prematurely? The notion was absurd. He was still nestled in the womb. With this thought in mind, Jinai reached for a cushion on the sofa, feigning nonchalance. Shikamaru cannot yet articulate his thoughts, yet he just kicked my belly, and as his mother, I can decipher his intent. He is in agreement. Now, do share your ulterior motives. Observing Nara Jinai rambling, Asuka raised his hands in exasperation and replied earnestly, there are none. Truly, none at all. His aims were indeed twofold, to offer warmth to Danzo's subordinates, and to take advantage of Shikamaru's nascent literacy to ensnare a friendship with a lollipop. Now hear me out. At that moment, Nara Jinai cast a glance at the still unconscious Ryoko, then fixed her gaze on Asuka, her expression chilling. Your true intentions remain unspoken. Just now, while answering questions, it struck me, your demeanor upon encountering Ryoko was strikingly natural, indicating you had no inkling of my inhabiting her body. In that moment, you perceived me as the genuine Ryoko. Meanwhile, I had mistakenly categorized you as an ally, believing you were also here to apprehend someone, but in truth, the person we are after is you. Would you not agree with my assessment? Seeing Asuka rooted in silence, Jinai moistened her parched lips and continued. Ryoko's identity is marked by several distinct labels: root member, cousin of the Nara clan leader, and widow. When I momentarily borrowed Ryoko's form and instinctively sought to be affectionate, your subtle resistance revealed your disdain for her, thus eliminating the widow label. The Uchiha clan shows no interest in shadow imitation techniques, and my rapport with your clan leader's wife, Mikoto, is quite amicable. Aside from matters strictly concerning clan secrets, I share other information with her. Ryoko is fiercely loyal to her clan and would never engage in actions harmful to the Nara clan, and there are many within the Nara clan who share her lineage. Thus, that label can also be discarded. Consequently, only one conclusion remains. She is a subordinate of Danzō. The entire village is aware of Danzo's stance towards your Uchiha clan. Are you planning to take action against him? At this, Asuka rubbed his chin thoughtfully, gazing in the direction of his clan's territory, his tone wavering. Could it be possible that our clan leader has an affinity for widows of stature? Nara Jinai paused, reflecting on the unsettling gaze he had cast upon her moments prior. The clan leader favors widows of status, while the clan members are drawn to married women of repute. Logically, there seems to be no flaw in this reasoning. But is this truly the mindset of a rational individual? Taking a deep breath, Nara Jinai rose and approached Asuka. Her eyes were fixed on the grand door ahead as she murmured to herself, in order to foster the unique bond among the boar, deer, and butterfly clans. The Sarutobi clan shall act as witnesses, presenting earrings to members of the three clans, thereby attesting to our friendship. The friendship between the third Hokage and Shimura Danzō resembles that of our three great clans. In truth, I hold a certain fondness for Mikoto. However, her identity binds her to the will of her kin. Your current thoughts are perilous. Do not involve the Nara clan in the matter of healing my nephew. I shall repay you through other means. Do not attempt to use this to threaten Ryoko. As Asuka clasped his hands behind his back, he gazed at the moon obscured by the window, its pallid light casting a ghostly glow upon his face, rendering his once rosy cheeks devoid of color. The ghastly complexion, coupled with his eerie voice, sent shivers down one's spine. Madam? Sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the air, Nara Yoshino immediately heightened her vigilance. How swift! Upon witnessing Uchiha Asuka suddenly appear beside her, her pupils dilated momentarily. Before she could utter a word, Asuka firmly placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke earnestly. Our Uchiha clan shall wholeheartedly support Tsunade Senju in her bid to become the 5th Hokage. Yoshino, noticing the intensity in his gaze urging her to respond, hesitated for a moment before replying. If Princess Tsunade truly seeks to become the 5th Hokage, we shall undoubtedly lend our support. Then you do not oppose Uchiha's desire to become Tsunade's in-laws, do you? It is commendable that you have dreams. I do not oppose that. Then you would not object to my wish for the clan leader to divorce, would you? Your family's internal affairs are beyond my concern. You promised to repay me, did you not? Indeed. Should the opportunity arise, persuade Mikoto to hastily divorce. The wife of the Uchiha clan leader must always embody the spirit of sacrifice. With that, Asuka vanished from the room. Watching his departing figure, Yoshino's expression gradually stiffened. Her heart now raced with uncertainty, as the sense of control she once possessed shattered slightly. The anticipated reactions of anger, sorrow, and pride from him did not manifest. Instead, he spoke in perplexing riddles. Assist you in persuading Mikoto? Even if I were to advocate for a divorce, the likelihood of a union between the Uchiha and Senju clans is akin to the 1% chance of Tsunade marrying Jiraiya. TSK. Shaking her head, Nara Yoshino resolved to distance herself from Uchiha clan members, save for Mikoto, whom she deemed quite peculiar. However, upon glancing at the note Asuka had slipped her before leaving, she furrowed her brow and muttered, "Your daughter-in-law is gone. How utterly bewildering. Your son is still in the womb. Where does a daughter-in-law come from?" The earth lay in slumber, and besides the gentle breeze, the desolate streets were filled only with the raucous sounds of drunken men, the brawls of stray dogs, and the cries of unknown feral cats in heat. With a swish, Asuka darted across the rooftops under the moonlight. Casting a glance back at the Nara clan's residence, he scratched his nose, then leaped down to the street, strolling leisurely onward. Aliza, in the world of Hokage, two of the most unpredictable factors are the extent of Kagaya's madness in her pursuit to save her mother, and the moment when allies may turn against one another. From the very inception of the Hidden Sand Village, it has stood as an ally of Konoha. However, during the First Great Ninja War, it delivered a treacherous blow to Konoha, and in the second, it inflicted further harm. By the Third War, it audaciously advanced to the very doorstep of Konoha, akin to shattering windows at a neighbor's home. Rumor has it that the Hidden Sand is once again approaching to sign a treaty of friendship. As Fei Niao reflected on the years to come, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy at the thought of the Hidden Sand and Orochimaru possibly joining forces to avenge the 3rd Hokage. The betrayal of such an ally was indeed ruthless. Their defection was swift and merciless. As he observed a drunken man staggering down the street, his mind wandered to a conversation with Nara Shikamaru, where he had awkwardly inscribed 3 characters on the table with his tea. Wait a minute, he pondered. If the 4th Hokage had not perished, he would have been willing to wait. Alas, the 4th's life was tragically brief. Yet, she had urged him to wait. While he contemplated replacing Shikamaru's wife, would Lady Yoshino be delighted to know of his intentions to unite her son with a member of the Uchiha clan? Upon returning home, Fei Niao promptly activated the system, gazing at the prominent word completed displayed before him. After a moment of contemplation, he silently recited, "System." Sometimes, the formation of friendships does not require the consent of the individuals involved. During childhood, decisions regarding friendships were often dictated by one's mother. If she deemed the other party suitable, she would permit the friendship. If not, it was forbidden. Congratulations to the host for utilizing wisdom and diligence to forge a friendship with Nara Shikamaru during his naive years, thereby significantly broadening the path of cultivation within the ninja world. In the future, strategic planning will be largely handled by Nara Shikamaru. You need only possess a minimal level of knowledge and demeanor to learn how to be a leader. Reward for this task, an advancement in the progression of your Sharingan, a mysterious exchange voucher, and a letter from an unknown sender. Due to the unique manner in which you obtained this friendship, a hidden side quest will be unlocked. Would you like to claim your rewards? Fei Niao stood in silence for an extended period, pondering the words displayed by the system. Estimating that Shikamaru was born in September, he surmised that by October, the lad would likely recognize faces, and by November, he would be able to read words. By December, he would recognize lollipops, allowing him to deceive children. As he considered this, Fei Niao closed his eyes and declared, "Settle." A surge of warmth suddenly coursed into his eyes, and as the Sharingan activated automatically, that warmth danced within his gaze until it dissipated. The increase in the progression of his eye was astonishing, nearly 20 times greater than the last. If the Sharingan were to be digitized, prior to acquiring the system, the progress towards unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan stood at 300-0100000. After completing the first task, it advanced to 300-051-0000, and following the second task, it reached 312-051-0000. Among these numbers, 100 represents the chungguo of daily training over the past 2 months. With a deep exhale, Fei Niao's gaze fell upon the table, where he picked up an object resembling a redemption voucher. After observing it for a moment, he murmured to himself, "A mysterious redemption voucher. It can be exchanged for any style of weapon, wielding immense power." Immense power, indeed. Upon reading those words, Fei Niao's mind instantly conjured images of one of the 108 ways to annihilate the world, nuclear warfare. While it may not bring about the end of the world, it certainly has the capacity to obliterate humanity. On the day of his demise, everyone in the ninja world would witness the mushroom cloud rising in the sky. However, in this world imbued with chakra, a mere mushroom cloud seems insufficient, considering that a Bijidama from the Nine Tails possesses a power comparable to that of a nuclear explosion. If the system can accommodate such absurdities, surely there must be even more ludicrous options available. After pondering for a considerable time, Fei Niao crushed the redemption voucher in his hand, and suddenly, a blue screen materialized before him, displaying a few prominent words. "Please choose a weapon style, host. Uranium bullet of pure clarity. Weapon not matched, please select again. 6-barreled Barrett intercontinental nuclear explosion gun. Weapon not matched, please select again. How about a hydrogen bomb? The kind that could leave a crater in Konoha. Weapon not matched, please select again. Are there no conventional weapons? Then I want the black blade, the one wielded by Hawkeye. Weapon not matched, please select again." At this point, Fei Niao fell into silence, staring at the blue screen with a contemplative expression. Were my demands too lofty? Or have I overestimated your capabilities? Perhaps it is due to some underlying reason, such as the system mistakenly believing this year is the 57th year of Konoha, when in fact it is the 51st. Within the system's timeline, Sasuke should currently be 6 years old. What could a 6-year-old child conceive as a powerful weapon? Reflecting on the formidable weapons he imagined at the age of 6, Fei Niao pondered, how about a bone-cutting sword that doesn't dull? Matching weapon found, Kusanagi sword. As soon as the words left his lips, a long sword gleaming with a cold light manifested on the table. Looking down at the somewhat familiar blade, Fei Niao furrowed his brow and muttered, "Why does this resemble the one Orochimaru wields?" Meanwhile, in a certain location within the land of grass, the instinctive motion of Uchiha's right hand brushed against her surroundings. Upon realizing that nothing was amiss, she abruptly sprang up from her bed. Casting aside the pillow and blanket, she gazed at the desolate bed, blinking in confusion. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from the bed, neglecting to put on her shoes, and began to search the room with her head lowered. "Where's the sword? I was just holding it while I slept. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Oh no, I've lost Lord Orochimaru's sword." After thoroughly ransacking the room, she flung open the door and dashed towards the laboratory where Orochimaru resided. Bang! Upon hearing the door being forcefully pushed open from the outside, Orochimaru set down the vial he was holding and looked up towards the entrance. Lord Orochimaru. Seeing Akatsuki rush in with a frantic expression, Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile as he rasped, "What is it, Akatsuki?" "It's bad." Akatsuki gasped, supporting herself on her knees. "I've lost the Kusanagi sword you lent me." Noticing Orochimaru's silence, she feared he doubted her words and continued to gesticulate. "I was just holding it while I slept, and then it disappeared, just like that. Really, it vanished in an instant. When I realized I was holding nothing, I tried to find it, but it was gone." After mentally reorganizing Akatsuki's chaotic explanation, Orochimaru nodded gently, his face betraying no trace of anger. He tousled Akatsuki's hair casually. "Such a weapon is of little concern. I have others. Moreover, I sensed no chakra fluctuations here, nor did I detect the presence of any ninja. It seems likely that the culprit is a master of stealth. Do not squander time on inanimate objects. When that sword reappears, retrieve it then. Additionally, this place may have been compromised. It is time to gather our things." "All right," Akatsuki mumbled, her head bowed, kicking at a stone in disappointment. How could that thing simply vanish? Did an unknown ninja truly snatch it from me? Did they come all the way to Lord Orochimaru's base just to steal a sword from me? Though it is indeed a fine blade. Clang, clang, clang. The midnight bells tolled, and Hayato, arms crossed, continued to scrutinize the long sword in his hands. He wondered if it had been a mere illusion, for at the moment the sword appeared, when he grasped the hilt, he felt a lingering warmth emanating from it. This system is rather sophisticated. Is this sword freshly forged? Impressive. After admiring it for a moment longer, his gaze shifted to an unknown letter. A missive from a stranger, the sender, Uchiha Azuna. Uchiha Azuna? As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was well aware of who Azuna was, the second strongest in the clan and the brother of Uchiha, who perished at the hands of Senju Tobarama. That was many years ago. With this thought, Hayato opened the envelope, withdrew the letter, and began to read. The decline of vision is occurring at a rate far surpassing initial calculations. My brother frequently utilized the Sharingan in battle against the Senju, so his vision is likely deteriorating even more swiftly than mine. The strength of my younger brother cannot uphold the Uchiha clan, nor can it stand against the Senju clan. Henceforth, he shall reduce the frequency of his eye usage. The Mangekyo will not be activated unless faced with a life-or-death crisis. The 3-tomo Sharingan suffices to contend with ordinary members of the Senju clan. Certain matters have already been arranged in advance. Should he tragically perish outside, this pair of eyes will be entrusted to my elder brother. I hope he will inherit this power and continue to safeguard the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan is our pride. Yet it is precisely this pride that prevents us from truly coexisting with the other ninja clans. Our profound emotions easily lead us into darkness, destined to face their exclusion. After reading this letter, Hibiura tilted his head towards the wall, his face awash with confusion. What use does this hold for me? Is it merely a warning that excessive use of the Mangekyo may lead to blindness? Perhaps, considering the child of Sasuke within Mikoto's womb. Hibiura glanced down at the letter in his hand and began to reminisce about Uchiha Madara. He should still be alive, but likely not for long. Could this letter be intended for me to deliver to Madara in exchange for something? Yet that seems implausible. This letter was meant for Sasuke 6 years hence, by which time Madara's bones would have decayed. What could be traded from mere bones? Could it possibly concern Uchiha Obito? The very thought of Obito parading around under Madara's name, deceiving others, made him instinctively nod. It seemed highly probable that this letter was indeed related to Obito. Tossing the letter onto the table, Hibiura resumed his examination of the system. New task released. Due to the host forming a friendship in a unique manner, a hidden side quest will commence, each with its own narrative. Although the phrase "you call me dad, I call you brother" is a jest, such jesting often stems from reality. Friendships can sometimes unravel over trivial disputes, unlike familial bonds, which possess great tolerance. Becoming Nara Shikamaru's father and his friend is not a contradictory endeavor. Having a wise and diplomatic wife will facilitate your interactions with various clans in the future. Defeating Nara Yoshino in any sense will ensure she becomes your steadfast supporter. This task can be forfeited. Task rewards: an S-rank ninjutsu, a box of exquisite food pills, and a guide to skincare techniques for women over 30. Excellent. Hibiura noted that the rewards for this task were quite generous. S-rank ninjutsu is a rarity in all of Konoha, and he possesses only one, which he himself created. The exquisite stamina pills can restore a significant portion of physical strength almost instantaneously, and even temporarily elevate chakra limits, a valuable asset, which he only indulged in during times of war. As for the skincare guide, it may be beneficial for women, but Nara Yoshino is already married. I shall forfeit this task. Would you like to forfeit this task? Indeed. Task forfeiture successful. Now transitioning to a new task. As the textual prompt concluded, Hibiura sat in his chair, waiting for a moment before the system once again illuminated with brilliance. New task released. Your brother has joined the Umbu, serving alongside Kakashi as a guardian of the third Hokage. Through his own talents and relentless efforts, Uchiha Itachi has earned the recognition of all Umbu members and has become the captain of the Konoha Umbu. One day, Kakashi inadvertently witnessed you and Itachi sparring in the forest. Despite Itachi suppressing his strength to an exceptionally low level, you could not draw a single drop of sweat from his brow. While Kakashi did not mock you, he secretly praised your brother, referring to him as the greatest genius of the Uchiha clan. The underlying implication was clear: your talents, like your birth order, would forever place you in the shadow of your elder brother. Henceforth, strive to gain Kakashi's acknowledgement. This task is optional. Task reward: an increase in the progress of your Sharingan awakening, a mysterious key, and an unlimited supply of your beloved spicy and stinky snail noodles, pre-prepared. Fei Niao smiled faintly at the task and erupted into laughter upon seeing the rewards. This task was remarkably simple. His first task had involved bullying a child. The second also revolved around a child. And now the third task finally felt normal. That was the essence of a time traveler, the true nature of a conventional system. Gaining Kakashi's recognition? Fei Niao flexed his fists, picturing Kakashi, a fellow jonin, with eyes crinkled in laughter. He wondered if Kakashi was home. He decided to confront him directly the next day. At the break of dawn, Fei Niao awoke, neglecting his morning routine, and dashed towards the location of the Hitaki household. "Good morning, Fei Niao-kun," he greeted cheerfully. After acknowledging Uchiha Makoto, he paused to observe Uchiha Itachi, who was helping carry a basket of vegetables. He stopped, gave a thumbs up, and looked at Makoto with an expression of approval. "Itachi is truly filial. It brings me joy to see such an outstanding child raised by you." "Madam." Makoto's lips twitched. Although the words seemed harmless, their delivery felt oddly taunting. Noticing the subtle smile on Fei Niao's face, she placed one hand on her belly and gently stroked Itachi's hair, her expression softening. "Itachi is remarkably disciplined. He wakes early every day to train, and after his training, he freshens up and accompanies me to the market." As she spoke, she glanced up at Fei Niao, her gaze sweeping over his tousled hair, and smiled. "Fei Niao-kun, you are becoming increasingly indifferent to your appearance." Fei Niao tousled his unkempt hair and pointed towards the clan leader's house, saying, "For someone like me, who has no girlfriend, a disheveled appearance doesn't matter much. But certain men need to be cautious about their image after marriage." "Indeed, you are correct." Makoto nodded noncommittally, assessing Fei Niao with a thoughtful expression. "Some men may have no ulterior motives after marriage, yet they cannot escape the incessant whispers of those with malicious intent." "Fei Niao-kun, do you agree with my perspective?" Having spoken, she did not afford the bird an opportunity to respond, but instead seized Itachi and returned home, shutting the door with a resounding thud. Leaning against the firmly closed door, Makoto patted Itachi's head and remarked, "Itachi, some individuals simply cannot be in your company for prolonged periods, you understand?" "Mother, are you referring to Uchiha Sasuke?" Upon hearing her voice laced with irritation, Itachi felt a sense of relief in his heart, thinking his mother did not wish for him to spend time with Shursui. Shortly after Sasuke departed the room that morning, a peculiar figure emerged slowly from the floor. This white creature, adorned with green hair and marked by several scars across its face, bore sharp spines around its shoulders. Uchiha Obito had utilized an outer path to cultivate Hashirama cells and created the white Zetsu that had manifested during the last activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Since then, it had been gathering intelligence about the changes within the ninja world. The stealth capabilities of the white Zetsu were indisputable. For years, neither Konoha nor the entire shinobi realm had ever detected their presence. Even those white Zetsu that had inadvertently revealed themselves were mistaken for substitutes of certain ninjas, thus evading association with Uchiha Obito. It first surveyed the closed door of Sasuke's room. Then its gaze shifted to an envelope resting upon the table. Lord Obito commanded not to collect information on Uchiha Sasuke. He does not wish to hear that name. Lord Obito also instructed that if there were any matters concerning him in the ninja world, they should be reported without alteration. Then, what should I do if Uchiha Sasuke is related to this intelligence? The white Zetsu, which had suddenly appeared in Sasuke's room, lingered for a considerable time, its arms hanging limply as its eyes fixated on the letter. The two commands issued by Obito clashed violently in its mind. Boom! Following a burst of white smoke, a small sapling unexpectedly sprouted from its head due to the fierce struggle between the two commands. Suddenly, it shivered and murmured, "Do not mention the name Uchiha Sasuke. Simply state that this letter was found in Uchiha territory." With this thought, it discarded the letter onto the ground, bent down to retrieve it, and then seemed to sink into quicksand, gradually descending into the earth, before swiftly moving towards the land of grass. Lord Obito, floating in the darkness. Uchiha Obito heard a familiar call once more, watching as spectral images of departed souls flickered past him like a lantern. A derisive sound escaped his lips. "So, I am not dead after all." Slowly, Uchiha Obito opened his eyes, the dim light of the cave illuminating his surroundings. where a vague white figure stood not far from the glow. After nurturing Uchiha Obito, he had quietly issued commands to the white Zetsu, instructing them not to disturb him unless it was a matter of significant importance or related to him. Truly, this recent period has been quite disruptive to my slumber. With this thought, his blurred vision gradually sharpened, and he lifted his gaze to the white Zetsu, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "What is it?" "Lord Obito, I found a letter in the ninja world bearing the name of Lord Izuna." After deep contemplation, the white Zetsu felt an inexplicable reluctance to utter the names Uchiha and Konoha, so it nonchalantly discarded the letter halfway through, only to retrieve it once more. Upon hearing Izuna's name again, Uchiha Madara's gaze abruptly flickered. He accepted the envelope offered by Zetsu and, as he extracted the letter within, unfolded it with keen interest. A letter penned by Izuna? When could this have been? As the dust of forgotten memories began to lift, Madara closed his eyes, leaning slowly back against the stone chair, and began to reminisce about his youth. Inside the dimly lit cave, an unusual silence enveloped the air, broken only by the crackling of the flames. Zetsu observed as a myriad of expressions flickered across Madara's otherwise impassive face, first a smile, then sadness, anger, and finally a sense of helplessness. How remarkable that Lord Madara could exhibit such a range of emotions simultaneously. Is this what Akatsuki referred to as the sensation of being at ease? Just as Zetsu pondered this, Madara opened his eyes once more, his gaze seemingly penetrating through multiple barriers towards the Uchiha clan's territory, remaining silent for an extended moment. Both he and Izuna had once taken pride in their Uchiha heritage, yet the outcome had been so different. After a silent smile, he became acutely aware of his frail, aging body, and his thoughts drifted to whether he might ever reunite with Izuna, who lay buried beside him. Alas, in the land of fire, outside the gates of Konoha village, a weary Fubert leaned against the closed door of the Hitaki residence, sighing heavily. Kakashi had not returned home for 2 days, leaving the table covered in dust. No wonder Might Guy grew overly excited each time he glimpsed Kakashi's shadow on the street, eager to challenge him to a bout. It was indeed a rare opportunity to see him. Lord Fubert. At that moment, a ninja spotted Uchiha Fubert and approached, observing the elder, leisurely basking in the sun against the door of another's home. "The clan leader requests your presence." The familiar voice jolted Fubert from his daydream. He turned to face the member of the Two-Nose family who had suddenly appeared before him and frowned. "Shursui, why does it feel like the clan leader is treating you like a mere errand boy, sending you running around every day? Don't you need to train?" Shursui's lips twitched slightly, but he refrained from responding to Fubert's remark. After all, whenever he found leisure, he would often visit the clan leader to seek out Itachi, which inevitably increased Uchiha Fugaku's requests for him. "I have a set of 8 gates techniques. Would you like to learn them?" Upon hearing Fubert's enticing offer, Shursui pondered for a moment before replying, "I am interested." Fubert stood up and walked over to Shursui, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat as he began to paint a bright future of mastering the 8 gates techniques. "Since you're interested, you should delve deeper. The 8 gates are formidable. Are you aware of the One Tail? Open the 5th gate, and you can single-handedly overpower it. Open the 7th gate, and you become a beast without a tail. Open the 8th gate, and you will embody divinity. Our Uchiha clan's predicaments will naturally dissipate." His words rang with undeniable truth. As the 5 gates were opened, Shaoli engaged in combat with Gaara. With the 7th gate unleashed, Guy triumphed over the formidable Kisame, who was endowed with the tailed beast. After unlocking the 8th gate, could he not vanquish several elders of the Leaf Village? At this moment, Shursui was not swayed by the bright prospects painted by Fein Yao. He was acutely aware of his limitations and thus shook his head with clarity. However, since the mention of the Uchiha's predicament arose, he recalled his recent visits to Itachi's home, where he frequently encountered Itachi's mother lounging on the sofa, occasionally uttering expletives. Coupling this with the recent 2 months' news within the clan, Shursui gazed at the walking Fein Yao and inquired, "Is it true what they say about you, Lord Fein Yao?" "What rumors?" Fein Yao replied, "That you single-handedly influenced the clan elders through ninjutsu, sabotaged the clan leader's marriage, caused Lady Mikoto to weep nightly, and led Itachi to lose his original family." Fein Yao regarded the diminutive figure seriously, then interrupted him with a stern demeanor. "That is slander. Just a few days ago, Lady Mikoto greeted me with a smile." Shursui shook his head, looking at Fein Yao, who was considerably older than he. He hesitated and said, "Isn't your perspective a bit extreme? Lord Fei Niao? Extreme? Fei Niao assessed Shui with a scrutinizing gaze, subtly curling his lip. Since the Uchiha merged with the Leaf, how many pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan existed? To have two turn against the clan during the same period. If the Uchiha does not perish, who will? And you dare to call my views extreme? You wish to impose mental control over your clansmen, stripping them of independent thought and reducing them to mere puppets. Yet you reserve such ruthless tactics for your kin rather than your foes. Itachi's viewpoint is more straightforward: annihilation. I merely desire the clan leader's divorce. Who among us is truly more extreme? With this thought, Fei Niao waved dismissively at Shui. This is my peaceful method of resolution. Only 3 or 4 may be harmed. Yet it preserves the interests of the majority. When you become a jonin in 2 years, attend the clan meeting, and if your views surpass mine, I shall support you from behind the table. But, Shui sniffled. He understood the conflict between the village and the clan, yet was there truly no better solution? Encouraging the clan leader to forge alliances with other families was reasonable, but the clan leader's son was already 4 years old. There was no room for buts. Each Uchiha possessed their own thoughts and will. No one would easily sway another, unless your thoughts surpass mine. With that, Fei Niao turned and made his way toward the Uchiha territory. The Uchiha clan was not one to heed counsel easily. Even Itachi had left the Kodoame Tsukumi for Sasuke, indicating he understood that the sentiments of the Uchiha were not easily altered. Even if Madara himself stood before him, he could not change this belief. One wondered if writing a book titled Konoha, the Uchiha clan is truly open to advice, would invite backlash. Upon entering the room and surveying the surroundings, the radiant sunlight cascaded through the windows, enveloping the pastries on the table in a warm glow, imparting an unusual essence. After tasting a piece of pastry, Fei Niao closed his eyes to savor the flavor. Surprisingly, there was an odd taste, yet it was not indicative of spoiled food. Opening his eyes to gaze at the poised Mikoto across from him, Fei Niao took a sip from his teacup and remarked, "Thank you for your hospitality, Lady Mikoto. Where is Captain Fugaku?" In response, Uchiha Mikoto observed as he swallowed the entire piece of pastry, a faint smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "How does it taste?" "Not bad." Despite the food being somewhat unpalatable, Fei Niao adhered to the custom of offering compliments, for it would be impolite to express dissatisfaction in the presence of others. He then elegantly picked up another piece of pastry and began to chew. Indeed, it is quite unappetizing, he thought. Fugaku was called away just now. "Please wait here for a moment, Fei Niao-kun." "Very well." Fei Niao nodded, tasting another piece. He had to admit that despite its lackluster flavor, it was still edible. As the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, Mikoto surely would not serve anything expired, so this peculiar taste must have originated from a misstep in preparation. Pondering this, he sampled yet another piece. "It truly is difficult to enjoy. I still cannot grow accustomed to it after 4 pieces. Delicious indeed," he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Mikoto glanced at the pastries on the plate, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Earlier that morning, she had labored over the creation of these pastries, but could not discern where the process had faltered, resulting in such an unpalatable outcome. After sampling one, she had intended to discard them. Upon arriving in the front courtyard, she noticed Shui bringing Fei Niao inside, and as the host, she could not ignore their presence. So she decided to offer them the pastries. Once she placed the pastries on the table and poured a cup of water, and after inquiring about their purpose, she observed Fei Niao reaching for the plate of failed pastries. The impulse to intervene was firmly suppressed within her heart. "Fei Niao-kun, do you truly find them enjoyable?" she asked cautiously, noticing him consuming one piece after another. "Delicious, can you not tell?" "I can see that," she replied, watching him relish each bite. Yet, Mikoto hesitated, glancing at the pastries, then picked one up to scrutinize it closely. Was it possible that only the piece she had tasted was the failure while the rest were successful? If so, it would be fortuitous for Itachi to return hungry and find something to eat. With this thought, Mikoto gently bit into a piece, chewing thoughtfully, only to feel her smile falter. Indeed, it was a failure. To have sampled it once could be excused as ignorance, but to have tasted an entire plate of failures was quite foolish. "How silly of me," she mused, feeling as though donkey ears had sprouted atop her head. Meanwhile, Fei Niao's expression remained unchanged, yet she sensed an underlying mockery in his demeanor. As Uchiha Mikoto fixed her gaze intently upon him, Asuka glanced at the half-eaten pastry in her hand and spoke. "Lady Mikoto, this pastry has quite a unique flavor." "Indeed, it is rather distinctive," she replied. lifting her head to regard the Uchiha youth, who appeared both respectful and utterly engrossed in his culinary delight. A complex feeling stirred within her. At such a tender age, he harbored such thoughts, going so far as to consume nearly an entire plate in order to deceive her into believing the pastry was satisfactory. Well, observing her take dainty bites, Asuka cast a surprised glance at the pastry in his hand, stroking his chin thoughtfully while his eyes filled with scrutiny. Is it delicious? Yes, it is very delicious. Is that so? Upon receiving a nod from Uchiha Mikoto, her gentle smile elicited a furrowed brow from Asuka, who silently pondered. Could it be that she has lost her sense of taste due to some grave illness? My lady, extend your tongue. I suspect you may be unwell. Huh. Witnessing the deep furrow of Asuka's brow, Mikoto felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. She was well aware of his medical expertise. Could there truly be something amiss? Instinctively, she closed her eyes and extended her tongue. After a moment of examination, Asuka blinked, his expression rife with existential doubt. You're not ill. Yet the pastry is undeniably unpalatable. A normal person's palate would surely reject it. How could one eat while smiling? Moments later, watching Uchiha Mikoto hastily retreat towards the hospital, Asuka returned to his seat in a state of bewilderment. Until now, he had even questioned his own medical skills, never once doubting that she, like him, was forcing herself to consume it. When Fugaku returned from his errands, he noticed Asuka seated with a look of disbelief and inquired, "What has transpired?" "I am beginning to doubt my medical skills." A row of question marks seemed to appear above Fugaku's head, but lacking any expertise in medicine. He assumed Asuka had encountered some perplexing ailment. Taking a seat at the head of the table, he spoke in a low tone. "This morning, the Hokage's office notified me that you are to report to the Umbu tomorrow." At this, Fugaku raised 2 fingers and continued, "Once you join the Umbu, you must be diligent and ever mindful of the honor of the Uchiha clan. There is one more thing you must keep in mind. Although the 4th Hokage harbors no ill will towards our clan, the elders of Konoha still wield considerable power. It is not hard to imagine that they may influence certain decisions of the 4th Hokage behind the scenes. Because of this, we require our own sources of information. In general, the Uchiha clan supports any decisions made by the 4th Hokage. However, when it comes to matters affecting our interests, we must voice our own opinions." Understood. Asuka nodded, recognizing the role of a spy. However, he would not be able to fulfill this role for long, merely a span of 7 months. After the 3rd Hokage assumed office, it was highly probable that he would be dismissed from the Umbu. Meanwhile, within the home of the 4th Hokage, Kushina perused the documents on the table, accepting the morsels offered by Minato while reviewing the materials he had brought home. Did Uchiha Asuka take on a disciple? It seems quite a number of intriguing events have transpired lately. Minato, is his mental state stable? Reflecting on the aftermath of the 3rd Great Ninja War, where many shinobi within the village lost their comrades, both their bodies and minds have been tormented by incessant nightmares, shrouding them in darkness. Particularly for those as emotionally sensitive as the Uchiha. Uchiha Asuka himself is among those who have suffered such losses. No problem at all, Minato said with a smile. Peeling an apple, his mental state has been evaluated and is quite satisfactory. Furthermore, he has taken on a disciple, which should gradually fill the void within him and prevent him from descending into darkness. Is that so? Kushina, a bit skeptical after glancing at the information, took a slice of apple and mumbled, "I just remembered something about that chubby summoning beast. Once, I accidentally stepped on the tail of that fat cat, and when he looked at me with his Sharingan, I could sense his formidable ocular power. His abilities surpass those of most Umbu. Since his mental state is stable, what position do you intend to assign him?" Minato scratched his head, smiling as he glanced at the pregnant Kushina. "Perhaps something akin to Kakashi. I hear his medical ninjutsu is quite proficient. To take care of me?" Kushina shook her head, recalling the village elders. Those old men would never allow the Uchiha to come near the Nine Tails. The following morning, Asuka borrowed 2 large bowls from the hand shop and brought freshly made ramen directly to Kakashi's home. Knock, knock. A series of sounds echoed as the door quickly opened from the inside. Gazing at the bleary-eyed and lackluster Kakashi, Asuka offered him the bowl of ramen he was holding aloft with his right hand, then gestured towards the dawn's glow on the eastern horizon, expressing, "It truly isn't easy to catch you at this hour." Catch me? The aroma of the ramen wafted into Kakashi's senses, and upon seeing the steaming bowl, he looked up at Asuka, perplexed. "What do you mean catch me? Just eat first, we can discuss later." As Kakashi was forcefully handed the ramen, he yawned widely. Glancing at the time on the wall, his expression freezing momentarily. Is it only 5 o'clock? Have I only slept for an hour? Subsequently, they each took a bowl of ramen and leaped onto the roof of the Hitaki household, facing the morning glow as they began to eat. Kakashi, I didn't expect your mission level to be quite high. I couldn't glean any information at all. Slurping. Kakashi managed to regain some semblance of alertness as he gazed at the distant dawn, mumbling, missions are like that. The confidentiality level is exceedingly high. Shall we have a little contest after we finish eating? Uffed. A mouthful of hot broth spluttered out as he turned to see Asuka's excited face, then glanced down at the steaming ramen in his hands, feeling utterly speechless. Indeed, his foreboding intuition had proven correct. He had suspected that Asuka would not invite him for ramen without a reason. Rolling his eyes, he continued slurping the noodles while speaking. Let us postpone the competition for now. I am burdened with a long-term task, and excessive chakra consumption could adversely affect my mission. He, however, does not mind engaging in a duel with Asuka. In the days when my father was still alive, he often visited our home seeking guidance on various sword techniques. During the time following my father's departure, he took considerable care of me. Later, upon awakening my Sharingan, he was among the few in the Uchiha clan who supported my decision to refrain from returning it for the time being. There is no time like the present. After sipping a warm broth, Asuka placed the empty bowl on the rooftop, relishing the moment. I am soon to join the at that time. You may have time when I do not, and vice versa. Observing the glimmer of anticipation in the other's eyes, Kakashi's lips twitched, and he finished his bowl of soup, declining the invitation. Alas, I have been exceedingly busy. At that moment, Asuka retrieved a magazine from his pocket and tossed it into Kakashi's arms. Perhaps next time, he said. But before he could finish, Kakashi noticed another magazine had joined the first in his grasp. Seeing that Kakashi remained unmoved, Asuka boldly produced yet another magazine and slapped it into his hands. Presently, he could sense Kakashi's rising anxiety, his countenance turning a deep shade of crimson. Oh, these 3 enlightening magazines are a gift to you. I shall await you in the grove tonight. With that, Asuka gathered the 2 empty bowls and hurried off to the handmade ramen shop. Those magazines of his were not available in any store. They were his own creations. As for the 3 forbidden topics of ninjas, the term enlightening literature denotes a tome capable of unlocking the doors to new realms of understanding. Among the 3 prohibitions, women represent that new world. It is essential to distinguish between the ninja's 3 taboos and enlightening literature. As time progressed, with the sun rising above the horizon, the mist-shrouded Konoha gradually awakened from its slumber, and the streets began to fill with passers-by. By the time Asuka returned the empty bowls and strolled leisurely to the Hokage building, the new day's bustling activities were already in full swing. Excuse me, where do I report for the Grabbing hold of a passerby, Asuka pointed towards the residence of the 4th Hokage and spoke. The Hokage summoned me to report today, but as I passed by his home, I faintly heard the voice of the 4th's wife in a thunderous roar, indicating that the 4th will likely arrive later today. TSK. The ninja cast a sympathetic glance towards the 4th's household, then gestured towards a nearby room, smiling as he instructed. You may register there, and then take the information to the Hokage for his signature. Thank you. Watching Asuka's retreating figure and the Uchiha crest upon his back, the ninja raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. The Uchiha clan truly is approachable. Knock, knock. With 2 gentle taps on the door, Asuka soon heard an aged male voice from within. Come in. Upon entering the room, Asuka surveyed the sunlit space, its minimalist decor, and the elderly gentleman seated in a chair, adopting a serious demeanor. Good day, I am here to report for the Name, Uchiha Asuka. Ah, Uchiha. The old man paused momentarily with the pen in his hand, casting a surprised glance at Fein Yao. Although members of the Uchiha clan had ventured into the they generally preferred the security of the guard squad. It was indeed a rarity to host 3 Uchihas in a single day. Pondering this, he lowered his head and continued his inquiries. Expertise in ninjutsu, element, fire, strength. Jonin, your aspiration? Fein Yao looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Is having a dream a prerequisite for joining the Merely living a safe life seems rather inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, Fein Yao took a deep breath and bellowed at the old man. I aspire to become the 5th Hokage. This roar reverberated from the room to the streets outside, causing passers-by to pause and gaze toward the Hokage building, their hearts stirred with emotion. Listen, one can discern the person's momentum, determination, and willpower from that shout. Another ninja with the aspiration of becoming Hokage. Well done. At that moment, the old man in the room covered his ears with both hands, gazing at Fei Niao with a speechless expression. So you want to be Hokage, but why the shouting? After momentarily clearing his ears, he jotted down a few notes and continued. Once you join the Umbu, do you have any specific goals? For instance, how many missions do you anticipate completing? To what extent do you aim to reach before retiring from the Umbu? None. I simply undertake any missions that arise. Ah, a true mission enthusiast, he noted, recording the response before placing his pen on the table. With a benevolent gaze, he addressed Fei Niao. Welcome to the Umbu. Now we await the approval of the Hokage, and then you will be assigned to a team. Given your abilities, you will likely be placed in the third squad. Within the Umbu, there are many hidden masters. Those ranked within the top 15 are all Jonin. Although they lack the Sharingan, their strength is formidable. The squad leaders possess not only immense power, but also a terrifying success rate in mission execution. Even if you exert yourself to the utmost, it will be challenging to match their accomplishments in the short term. Once you enter, you must temper your Uchiha pride. Avoid creating discord among your teammates. Hiss. Fei Niao inhaled sharply, stepping forward and leaning on the table with curiosity. So, what about the strength of the Umbu squad leaders and captains? Indeed, the squad leaders possess formidable strength and well-rounded abilities. Though the distinction between a leader and a squad leader is merely a character, the disparity in experience and capability is vast, akin to the difference between you and a squad leader. May I inquire, are there any publicly known identities among the Umbu hierarchy? The left and right arms of the third Hokage hold significant positions within the Umbu, boasting considerable strength. However, I am unable to disclose specific details at this time. Is that all? Fei Niao blinked in confusion, fully aware of who the third Hokage's left and right arms were, namely, his son and daughter-in-law. The strength of the Umbu leaders likely hovered around the elite Jonin level, but achieving the rank of Hokage seemed improbable. The team leader is roughly equivalent to a particularly high-ranking Jonin. The disparity among Jonins is more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. A strikingly tall and voluptuous woman, with exquisite curves, fair skin, and impressive bosom, stands by the blackboard holding a pointer with utmost seriousness. She possesses a pair of aquamarine eyes and straight, shoulder-length silver hair, complemented by a slightly tanned complexion. Adorned with a cat-shaped mask, one can only imagine that beneath it lies an extraordinarily beautiful and alluring mature female ninja. Fei Niao holds a great admiration for his artistic prowess as he gazes down at the character he has sketched, silently giving himself a thumbs up. The resemblance is uncanny. Suddenly, the sound of the pointer striking the blackboard jolts Fei Niao from his reverie. He raises his gaze to the team leader beside the board, whose expression is solemn. Captain, you are right. With a disdainful huff, the commanding officer of the Dark Division continues to point at the blackboard, her piercing gaze sweeping over the newly inducted members. What I am imparting now is knowledge you will need in the future. These are experiences bought with the lives of our predecessors. Do not allow your momentary distraction today to lead you down the same path as those who came before you. Fei Niao nods vigorously, contemplating the Dark Division leader he has just been assigned to, feeling a tinge of sympathy. He wonders if standing for long hours will strain her shoulders. Surely, her stature surpasses even Tsunade's. When did Konoha last boast someone of her caliber? With that thought, Fei Niao tears off a small piece of paper and scribbles a few words before passing it to the person beside him. There are likely many newcomers in this Dark Division. In this very room alone, there are 5. Currently, he knows that his captain's code name is Night, while his own is Crimson Black, and the individual next to him is called Evening Crimson. This captain truly possesses a talent for naming. Turning to his companion, he observes her earnest demeanor as she listens intently. Lowering his voice, he asks, Hong, did you see the note I wrote? Discard it. Noticing her crimson eyes as she responds nonchalantly, Fei Niao's lips twitch. This Tsubaki Haruno seems to have quite the temper. After all, we are to be teammates supporting one another in the future. When we embark on missions, my back will be in her hands. At that moment, the team leader strikes the blackboard once more with her pointer, producing a roll of mission documents from her cloak. In a cold tone, she announces, as the negotiations between Tsunagakure and Konoha draw to a close, Tsunagakure has once again become our ally. This morning, we received notification from the higher-ups that Konoha will dispatch personnel to Tsunagakure for amicable exchanges. However, these friendly exchanges are not the goal. Our true purpose is to prevent Sunagakure from betraying us again and launching an assault on our village. Therefore, the personnel sent to Sunagakure will be stationed there for an extended period to observe subtle changes in the opposing village and report back to Konoha in a timely manner. The duration of the personnel stationing is approximately 3 months. To avert unforeseen incidents or enchantments, the village shall dispatch individuals for rotation after this period. Upon hearing this, Fei Niao raised an eyebrow. Isn't this akin to espionage, albeit overt? If the liaison were to meet an untimely demise, Konoha would inevitably prepare for war. Contemplating this, Fei Niao lifted her arm and inquired, "So, our mission is to protect the liaison?" "Not quite." Shaking her head, she directed her gaze towards Fei Niao and continued, "Our task is to select one individual as Konoha's representative to exchange with Sunagakure. Given that the ninja world has not yet achieved complete peace, there exists a constant risk of conflict. Should war ensue, the position of the liaison would become exceedingly perilous. Thus, he must possess formidable strength to relay ample intelligence swiftly. Consequently, the village has resolved to send a jonin, one with a summoning beast capable of transmitting information, to Sunagakure to ensure timely communication with the village. Hey Hong, your summoning beast, the ninja cat, has 2 contractors, one of whom is likely the cat elder. You are the most suitable candidate for this mission to Sunagakure. Under the guise of a medical exchange, you shall temporarily reside in Sunagakure." Oh, Fei Niao instantly comprehended. This mission entailed her acting as a covert spy, regularly transmitting intelligence through the ninja cat. Should she go missing, it would signify that Sunagakure had betrayed them once again. This task indeed posed a challenge. An S-rank mission, perhaps? Indeed. The team leader nodded, rubbing her somewhat sore shoulders. With her arms crossed over her chest, her voice rang clear. "Once you arrive in Sunagakure, remember not to engage recklessly. To strike is to shed blood. To shed blood is to forge enmity. To forge enmity is to invite death. Should death occur, turmoil would once again engulf the ninja world. The peace we have only recently attained is precious and should be cherished by every ninja. Therefore, refrain from engaging. For the shinobi of Sunagakure may belittle, insult, or even assault you due to their losses in war." Oh, Fei Niao exhaled slowly, processing the information. "So at this moment, I can strike?" "Absolutely not. If you retaliate, blood will be shed. Bloodshed breeds enmity, and enmity leads to death, which may reignite war. We cannot afford to provide Sunagakure with a pretext to resume hostilities." Upon hearing this, Fei Niao blinked, resting her chin on one hand as she regarded the team leader standing by the blackboard with astonishment. "Captain, you wouldn't happen to be from the Sarutobi clan, would you?" "Indeed, I am a Sarutobi." Casting a puzzled glance at Fei Niao, the female ninja from the Sarutobi family furrowed her brow. "What does this have to do with our current discussion?" "Nothing really. The Sarutobi clan is known for its advocacy of peace. Please, continue." At this juncture, Fei Niao surmised the identity of this individual. She must be the daughter-in-law of Sarutobi Hisashi. In the Umbu, there are only a few significant positions, yet the Sarutobi clan occupies at least 2 of them. Before her stood a team leader of the Umbu, overseeing a total of 16 individuals. It appeared that there were 4 team leaders within the Umbu. In essence, this S-rank mission is assigned to 4 separate teams, with each team dispatching a member to the prominent ninja villages of Wind, Thunder, Earth, and Mist. The female ninja from the Sarutobi clan fixed her gaze intently on Fei Niao and advised, "As long as you do not take it to heart and maintain your usual demeanor, you will be fine." "Am I not allowed to retaliate even if I am struck?" he inquired. "Is anyone attacking you now?" She countered. "No," he replied. "Then consider this matter when someone actually strikes you." "But you are the one who is going to hit me," he retorted, noticing the bewildered expression on Fei Niao's face. The ninja took a deep breath and casually beckoned with her fingers. Come on, strike me. You will know once you do." With that, Fei Niao sprang from his chair to stand before his captain, hesitating slightly as he surveyed her imposing figure. "So, you truly want me to hit you?" he asked. "Stop being so wishy-washy," she urged. The team leader nodded, positioning her feet shoulder-width apart and aligning her toes towards Fei Niao. Her knees straight and her chest proudly thrust forward, signaling him to commence. In his life, he had rarely encountered such an invitation to receive a blow. Tentatively, he squeezed his captain's taut muscles and, sensing her genuine readiness, he clenched his right fist and swung it through the air a couple of times. Then, with a forceful stomp of his right foot, spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the point of impact. However, this was not the crux of the matter. As the sound of his fist slicing through the air reached her ears, her pupils constricted, and her body instinctively attempted to evade the impending strike. Yet, given their proximity, her brain issued the command too late, and she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. With a dull thud, the novice members of the Umbu, who had just entered, watched in astonishment as their team leader's feet left the ground, her body bending backward like a shrimp as she soared away. Boom! A wall crumbled, dust and debris rapidly filling the room, causing the onlookers to cough. They stared blankly at Fei Niao, their eyes fixed on his fist, still suspended in the air, each one swallowing hard in disbelief. Cough, cough, where's the captain? I don't know. It seems she flew out. Why did she strike with such force? Silence. At that moment, the team leader's composed voice resounded from outside. She dusted off her attire and walked slowly toward Fei Niao, her tone calm. Just like this. When you arrive at Sunagakure, even if they strike you, do not retaliate. With that, she waved her hand, offering a few final instructions. Disperse. I feel a bit tired and shall return to the lounge for a rest. Fei Niao observed the captain's departing figure, his thoughts swirling. Truly, as members of the Umbu, this team leader exhibited remarkable strength. Her resilience to punishment far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, he finally understood why the captain appeared more mature than Tsunade. Such a broad-hearted nature was indeed rare. A leader of her caliber certainly deserved her stature. After the squad leader returned to the lounge, she casually picked up a sanitary napkin from the table and walked calmly towards the restroom. The door closed, and the faucet was turned on in one fluid motion. As the sound of running water filled the air, a wail echoed from within, accompanied by a few curses directed at the sudden arrival of her monthly visitor. Sighing. After stepping out of the dimly lit base, sunlight streamed through the holes in her mask, illuminating her pupils. As she shielded her eyes from the brightness, she turned to glance back at the group of newcomers emerging one after another. Why were they avoiding her? Hey, shall we grab some barbecue? Before she could finish her sentence, the group of Dark Department rookies quickened their pace, scurrying away even faster. Upon hearing the captain mention that her summoned beast was a ninja cat, they had deduced that she might be from the Uchiha clan. But they never anticipated that this Uchiha would strike the captain right off the bat. Although the captain had requested to take the hit, the forcefulness was rather excessive. Truly, the Uchiha clan was known for their ruthless demeanor. One could easily infer that someone who was so harsh would likely not be tender towards their comrades either. A gust of wind blew by, causing the arm that had been raised by Fei Niao to freeze in midair. He scratched his head and looked up at the budding branches overhead, pondering to himself. While it was well known that communication among the Dark Department was sparse, it shouldn't be to such an extreme. What was wrong with sharing a meal of barbecue to foster camaraderie? Hey, you aren't going to avoid me too, are you? Just then, he spotted Yuhi Kurinai slowly walking out. In an instant, he appeared beside her, walking in step and continuing, "Long time no see." Indeed, Kurinai replied coolly. She was 3 years younger than Fei Niao. Their relationship was neither close nor distant. They often crossed paths during their time at the Ninja Academy, where he would frequently gaze into her eyes for an extended period. While she had received many compliments about her beautiful eyes, being praised by an Uchiha, who took pride in his Sharingan, was a rarity in her life. "Kurinai, do you know who our squad leader is? Which esteemed jonin from the Sarutobi family is it? I don't recall ever seeing her before." At this, Kurinai's red eyes shifted slightly to the left. She caught a glimpse of Fei Niao's clear gaze and, noticing the absence of any lewd expression typically associated with the captain's striking physique, she spoke softly. "She is the daughter-in-law of the 3rd Hokage. She has been in the Dark Department since our time at the Jonin School. I met her when the 3rd invited me to his home. Is that so?" Fei Niao blinked, recalling the weddings he had attended since his arrival in Konoha. It seemed he indeed had never been to a wedding of the Sarutobi clan. The 3rd Hokage had barely invited him to his office for a visit. The disparity in treatment was glaringly evident. In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, at the medical department's top floor, Fei Niao ambled leisurely from the eastern corridor, carrying fruits in one hand and flowers in the other, making his way towards the west corridor. Earlier, when he sought a brief conversation with the Sand Ninja, he unexpectedly learned of a piece of news. Yakura had yet to be discharged from the hospital. He counted on his fingers and realized it had been 7 days since their battle. Although the proficiency of the medical personnel in Konoha varied, given Yakura's remarkable recovery speed, she should have been well on her way to full health in 3 days. Surely, she would not resort to deception. At that moment, a ninja clad in brown attire obstructed his path, inquiring, "You two have come to visit Yakura from the sand, haven't you?" "Indeed." He nodded, glancing at the leaf headband upon the ninja's brow, and exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know?" Many ninjas in the village have lost relatives and comrades at the hands of the sand. Upon learning of Yakura's illness, they all grasped their kunai. Eager to pay a visit, he lamented, scratching his head in distress. "Allow me to offer you some advice. Recently, an alliance between the sand and Konoha is imminent. The higher-ups have issued orders to prevent any incidents involving sand ninjas in this vicinity. Even if you manage to see Yakura, it may cost you your life. Her strength is formidable." "Oh," he mused, peering toward the hospital room and noticing two sand ninjas standing guard at the entrance, their expressions stern and menacing as they surveyed the surroundings. He now possessed a deeper understanding of the potential dangers he might encounter in the sand village. Indeed, he could very well find himself in a precarious situation. He patted the shoulder of the ninja before him, then retrieved a document from his pocket, presenting it to him. "I have been dispatched by the village to the sand for a friendly exchange, and I have come to inquire about Yakura's condition." Is that so?" The ninja examined the document briefly before shifting to the side, granting him a wide enough passage. He was indeed a ninja sent by Konoha for the exchange with the sand. Watching the figure depart, the ninja couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. The casualties among the sand at the hands of Konoha far exceeded those of Konoha in the sand's grasp. It seemed his time in the sand would not be particularly pleasant. Yakura lay on her hospital bed, perusing the latest intelligence from the shinobi world. Konoha holds the upper hand against the Mist Village. Konoha and the Cloud Village are evenly matched. Yet the collective withdrawal of the Rock Village has allowed the Cloud to draw numerous ninjas from the battlefield to guard against potential attacks from the Rock. The Rock Village has retreated to defend against the Cloud strikes while negotiating a ceasefire agreement with Konoha. Once again, Konoha has stabilized the situation. Yakura's voice echoed softly in the room. This time, Konoha has emerged victorious. I wonder what the daimyo will decide for the village next. Casting aside the bothersome intelligence report, Yakura folded her hands over her abdomen and closed her eyes to meditate. In this rare moment of tranquility, she found herself at a loss for how to occupy her time aside from sleeping. Gathering intelligence did not require her personal involvement, nor did bargaining with the daimyo. With the war's conclusion, she suddenly realized how idly she had become. As soon as Yetsong closed her eyes, she heard the door abruptly pushed open, followed by the sound of soft footsteps and the cautious movement of a chair. What could those individuals possibly want? Was it not agreed that they would refrain from disturbing me, even during meals? Having already compensated Konoha with such a substantial sum, the village might soon face famine. How could one possibly feel inclined to eat under such circumstances? Hearing faint rustling nearby, Yetsong reluctantly opened her eyes. Turning her head, she beheld a familiar figure not far from her bed, seated casually in a chair with one leg crossed over the other, holding a small knife in his right hand as he concentrated on peeling an apple. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden hue upon the dark-haired youth, enhancing his striking features and making it difficult for one to avert their gaze. In that moment, the hospital room, infused with a subtle fragrance, was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, save for the sound of fruit being peeled, which instilled a profound sense of tranquility. The Uchiha clan certainly possessed an undeniable allure. Yetsong gazed quietly at Fei Niao's face, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. "What brings you here? Awake?" Fei Niao replied, surprised by Yetsong's opened eyes, then glanced down at the half-peeled apple in his hand, continuing as he peeled. "I thought I'd come to visit since you've been in the hospital for quite some time." Hearing this, Yetsong turned her head away, scoffing. "What is the point of leaving the hospital? To endure the scorn and disdain of your Konoha villagers?" "True enough," Fei Niao said, taking a bite of the apple as he approached Yetsong's bedside. "Many met their end at the hands of your sand village. Regrettably, during the Third Great Ninja War, I was stationed on another battlefield and missed the chance to confront you. Well, now there is an opportunity," Yetsong remarked, her unwavering gaze filled with fervent determination, which caused Fei Niao to feel the sweetness of the apple diminish. "The black market merchants are not fooling me. My health has long since returned." As Yetsong spoke, a slight smirk appeared on her lips. Observing Fei Niao's stunned expression, she extended her slender, fair right hand from beneath the covers toward the ninja tool pouch on the cabinet, tauntingly challenging him. "Seeing that I'm well again, are you afraid?" Just as her arm reached halfway, she felt something new in her palm. After a gentle squeeze, Yetsong stared in astonishment at the perfectly peeled apple resting in her hand. Yetsong, this may very well be the last chaotic battle among our ninja villages. In the time to come, let us cherish the fleeting peace, Fei Niao mused. Observing the look of bewilderment on Yetsong's face, his gaze slowly moved upward to the forehead protector of the sand village resting upon her brow, and he smirked slightly. I almost forgot. In the future, the sand village, alongside Orochimaru, will rise against the third Hokage. Regardless, the future ninja world will be predominantly peaceful, he continued. Crunch. The crisp sound of Yetsong biting into the apple pulled Fei Niao back from his reverie, prompting him to share the information he had acquired earlier that morning. In the future, I shall serve as the medical representative of Konoha and spend some time in your Sunagakure, engaging in an exchange of jutsu insights with your medical department, and concurrently learning some medical knowledge from Lady Chiyo. Yakura observed Fei Niao with a bemused expression and slowly remarked, do you know? In the past, your village also dispatched representatives for exchanges, but that group often encountered misfortunes. For instance, tailed beasts went berserk, jutsu misfired, explosive tags inadvertently landed at your home, and even drinking from a well could lead to poisoning. Upon hearing this, Fei Niao, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, furrowed his brow and replied, if what you say is true, my time in Sunagakure will be rather challenging, won't it? Noticing Fei Niao's distressed expression, Yakura casually bit into the apple in her hand and said, not necessarily. If you consider me your servant, you need not worry about any threats from the village. As soon as the words left her lips, Yakura hesitated mid-bite, her gaze shifting to the hand that suddenly grasped her cheek, and she turned to Fei Niao with a displeased expression, asking, what are you doing? I'm merely gauging the thickness of your skin and how you can speak such words without a change in your countenance, Fei Niao retorted, his eyes glinting with a hint of danger. He then busied himself arranging the fresh flowers he had brought into a nearby vase, and continued earnestly. The last time you arrived in Konoha, I ended up sending you to the hospital, although I carried you for quite some time afterward. I doubt you had the leisure to enjoy Konoha's scenery. Since it's a rare occasion, it would be a pity to remain cooped up in a hospital room. This afternoon, I shall take you to explore Konoha, and in return, you must guide me around Sunagakure. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred outside, causing the white curtains to flutter softly. Observing Fei Niao's earnest demeanor and recalling how he had carried her a great distance while fending off the villagers who threw things at her and the Konoha ninjas who harmed her, she lost the desire to continue the conversation. After slowly finishing the apple, she handed the core to him to discard in the trash. Yakura took a damp towel to wipe her hands and then turned to gaze out the window, hearing laughter from the streets, her thoughts drifting to the village. Her disciple, June, would likely enjoy Konoha's apples. They are quite sweet. The afternoon hours seemed to stretch languidly, with sunlight filtering through the branches, casting a serene and warm glow upon the path. The bustling streets of Konoha were lively, as if no great battle had ever occurred, and the fallen ninjas had not disrupted the lives of the common folk. We are both at 5 victories, so we can consider this a tie. Let us settle it with this one match, she proposed. Oh, saying no seems futile now. Shall I designate the challenge? Perhaps a taijutsu duel, a 100-meter dash, diving, or even an eating contest could suffice. But then again, I should conserve chakra, so let us settle for rock, paper, scissors. I accept. I shall not be defeated, he declared. Kakashi, should you lose, I will require you to walk upside down around Konoha 500 times. It is settled then. As I gazed at the two individuals engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors beneath the nearby tree, Yetsong bit her lip with great effort, striving to suppress her laughter. The fools of Konohagakure are numerous. No, my stomach aches. I am Yetsong, the hero of Sunagakure. My composure must remain steadfast. Here are 2 sons of illustrious ninjas, one, the offspring of the legendary White Fang, and the other, the progeny of Might Guy, engaging in a contest determined by mere chance. How peculiar they are. Ever since I witnessed the bizarre antics of the man clad in a black mask, I have yearned to laugh aloud. Who would have thought that the son of the renowned White Fang, who could inspire fear enough to make an entire village abandon missions, and the son of Might Guy, who once single-handedly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen, could be so absurd? They hardly seem capable of posing a threat to our village. Let laughter ensue. I can. With a stoic expression, observed the duo, opting not to incite further mischief, especially since there was a duel with Kakashi to prepare for later. Allow him this moment of joy. Ha ha ha. I simply did not expect the son of White Fan to be like this. If Elder Chiyo were to learn of this, she would likely be amused for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Akan regarded Yetsong's expression of schadenfreude and slowly remarked, "Indeed, they have always been like this. I have fanned the flames for many years, yet it has proven futile. There must be some underlying issue." Yetsong, resting her chin on one hand, feigned deep analysis. "I have heard that Kakashi has acquired a Sharingan in one of his eyes. Could it be influenced by the Sharingan? Has this news reached Sunagekure? You Konoha shinobi have not concealed this information at all. Anyone attentive to the intelligence from Konoha is aware that White Fang's son has obtained the Sharingan." At this juncture, a flash of insight struck Yetsong, and she fixed her gaze upon Akan, questioning, "Is your Uchiha clan so willing to part with their eyes?" "Not exactly parting," Akan shrugged, slightly adjusting her direction as she continued. "The Sharingan's acquisition was entirely legitimate. It was a gift bestowed upon him by a comrade out of personal volition, further bolstered by the fact that his mentor is the fourth Hokage. If clan members have concerns, they may express them privately. Moreover, the Uchiha clan has always been loyal to Konoha, and Kakashi's prodigious talent is recognized. There is no need to jeopardize such brilliance over one eye. It is merely a two-tomo Sharingan. Aside from a few elders grumbling, the rest choose to turn a blind eye. We are not like the Hyuga." Coughing suddenly interrupted the conversation. Akan paused, turning to the nearby Hyuga clansman. "Lord Hizashi." "Indeed." Hizashi nodded, casting a glance at Yetsong, who stood beside Akan. His voice was low as he cautioned, "Ensure that no Sunagekure shinobi is harmed. The negotiations are nearing conclusion." "Understood." Akan and Yetsong stood to the side, watching as Hizashi accompanied a pregnant woman back in the direction they had come. Yetsong crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "Is that the head of the Hyuga clan?" "Indeed, the child she carries will be the next head of the Hyuga clan. In fact, I believe he is the one who ought to consider a vasectomy. As one contemplates the customs of the Hyuga clan, it becomes evident that after the birth of each child, a seal must be placed, which seems to be a disservice to the children. A vasectomy would be prudent, ensuring the happiness of the Hinata family while sparing them the turmoil of deciding whether the next generation should be divided. Indeed, the traditions of the Hyuga clan appear quite archaic. Recently, I have heard whispers that you advised your clan leader to consider divorce. How many spies have you embedded within Konoha that such matters have become common knowledge?" "Quite a few, I presume. Exercise caution during your visit to Sunagekure. Let us hope you do not lose your sight in the process." Alas, without the Uchiha bloodline, the side effects of utilizing the Sharingan are substantial. As the two figures strolled toward the horizon, their silhouettes elongated by the setting sun, the common folk on the streets lowered their gazes, catching fleeting glimpses of their shadows, which gestured exaggeratedly. The gentle spring breeze swept through Konoha, rustling the treetops in a soothing symphony. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating perseverance and cunning, thereby revealing your talent to Kakashi. Although your abilities may not yet rival those of Uchiha Itachi, he believes that with sufficient time for growth, you will undoubtedly elevate your strength to stand alongside him. You have now garnered Kakashi's recognition. Shall we proceed to settle your rewards? Indeed, to compel Kakashi to engage with you through strategy seems to contravene his own desires. Reflecting on how he had led Kakashi to expend his chakra under the pretense of instructing him in the use of the Sharingan, only to overpower him in mere minutes, he sighed. Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, he tugged at his garment, allowing the cool breeze to permeate his chest and dissipate the warmth within. Kakashi's mastery of the Sharingan had grown formidable. It was a close call to last 10 minutes against him. Settlement. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp pain coursed through his eyes. As the discomfort intensified, the Sharingan activated involuntarily, spinning rapidly. The surge of energy was astonishing, nearly 20 times greater than before. If one were to quantify the progress towards awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan prior to acquiring the system, it stood at 300-010000. After the first task, it became 300-051-0000. Following the second task, it was 312-051-0000. Now, after this task, it reached 332-051-0000, an increase of 200. Should he complete another task, it would surely not exceed 4,000, would it? Such a notion is indeed daunting. The thought of potentially awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan after merely 2 more tasks left his arm suspended in midair. What would become of him if he, like his brothers. Lost his sight upon awakening it. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed, and upon investigation, he discovered an ancient bronze key lying on the ground. A mysterious key, capable of unlocking a box filled with Uchiha secrets, which may contain forbidden techniques to enhance your strength. The bird tightly clutched the key in his hand. Rising to his feet, he circled the area several times before returning to his original position, silently pondering, "System, where's the box?" A gentle breeze wafted by, and as he gazed at the silent system, his expression gradually darkened. "So you give me the key but not the box? Where on earth am I supposed to find a box that this key can unlock?" Lowering his gaze to the ancient-looking key in his hand, the bird's lips twitched slightly before he tucked it into his pocket, feeling a wave of exasperation. As a jonin from the Uchiha clan, he was privy to many of the clan's secrets, yet he had never heard of a box that the Uchiha family could not open. Could it be that the box is at the clan leader's home or in the family storeroom? Looking up at the moon, a contemplative expression crossed his face as he muttered to himself, "I have shed blood for my family. I have accomplished deeds for my family. And now I shall soon embark on a mission to Sunagakure. Tomorrow, I will visit the family storeroom to gather some supplies. That should be no problem. The family storeroom is at the clan leader's residence, so I shall see when the time comes." Then, he shifted his gaze to the exchange voucher before him. Deliciously beloved, extra stinky and spicy loasafen. Unlimited, ready to eat. Just open the lid and enjoy. In a flash, a large bowl of loasafen materialized silently before him. The long-missed familiar stench enveloped him, filled with sour bamboo shoots, wood-ear mushrooms, and pickled beans, all generously piled with fresh greens, adorned with peanuts and snail meat. Vibrant in color and exquisite in presentation. Not bad. This exceeds my expectations. I thought it would be one of those deceptive packaged versions. The bird, holding the bowl of loasafen, couldn't resist taking a hearty sip of the broth before diving into the noodles, soon revealing a satisfied smile. The spiciness is just right, and the flavor is delightful. New mission released. After gaining Kakashi's recognition, many in Konoha village have come to know of your prodigious talent. Comparable to that of Uchiha Itachi, they are advising their children to take you as their role model. Meanwhile, numerous girls, captivated by your handsome appearance, seek your guidance. And you share a close rapport. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki also notices you. After much contemplation, he challenges you. The pride of being an Uchiha instills in you a fearless spirit towards any challenge. You agree to meet him in a small grove, commencing your fated first duel. However, after exhausting your chakra with 2 C-rank techniques and 1 B-rank technique, you find yourself drained, while your opponent, undeterred by your intentionally misfired techniques, steps forward and strikes you. At that moment, 6 words flood your mind. Insufficient chakra. Due to the slow growth of your own chakra, you must find a way to enhance it to cope with this deficiency. This mission can be opted out of. Mission rewards. Progression in the awakening of the Sharingan. A card for accelerated physical training, 30 days. And a weapon akin to the Great Blade Samahata. The system remains unchanged, providing commendable rewards. The bird gazed at the card for accelerated physical training, pondering deeply. Mastering the 8 gates in just 30 days seems rather unlikely, doesn't it? Even if that card could be utilized for an entire month in a single day, it would merely amount to 30 months. To truly master the 8 gates, one would require an unwavering dedication of over 200 months. Astonishing. He shifted his gaze from the card to the task at hand. Enhancing one's chakra through external means, Asuka was aware of several methods to augment chakra externally. Firstly, one could capture a tailed beast and seal it within their body, becoming a Jinchuriki. Secondly, there is the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Thirdly, one might become the master of the Sword of the Mist, among other possibilities. Undoubtedly, the most formidable chakra reservoir in the ninja world is the Nine Tails. In the past, the brothers Kin and Jin devoured the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails, thereby acquiring its chakra and earning the title of the 2 radiant lights in the clouds. The Nine Tails. Asuka gazed towards the village, envisioning a future where he might take a bite out of the Nine Tails, secretly licking his lips. While many in the ninja world have attempted to consume a tailed beast, only 2 have succeeded. The rest met their demise. As for consuming a Jinchuriki, Minato Namikaze feasted on Kushina daily, yet he has never manifested any trace of a tailed beast. Apart from possessing an additional pair of Sharingan and a slight blood relation to the Sage of 6 Paths, he appeared to hold no significant advantage. convincing Minato to seal the other half of the Nine Tails within himself? It seems a predecessor from another world has attempted such a feat, however. As long as Minato retains his wits, he is unlikely to bestow the Nine Tails upon the Uchiha. Alas, the second day dawned. Asuka sighed as he stepped out of his home and made his way to the elder's residence. After pondering throughout the night, he had yet to conceive a viable method to enhance his chakra. For the genuine Sasuke, this task would pose little difficulty, with a mere stimulus. He could awaken his Sharingan and experience a surge of chakra. Yet, now that he had attained 3 Tomo, unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan was no trivial matter. Elder. Upon seeing the elder emerge into the courtyard, Asuka greeted him and conveyed his purpose. The elder sat in contemplation for a moment before nodding. Indeed, the clan treasury contains certain items, although most are ninjutsu gathered over time. If you wish to select something beneficial for your journey to Sunagakure, I fear you may be disappointed. Once, the clan treasury housed numerous forbidden techniques, but alas, they were pilfered by Uchiha Madara. Reflecting on the clan's former glory, the elder's eyes brimmed with tears, and a sense of helplessness welled within him. In the past, the clan treasury was a veritable treasure trove, encompassing a variety of elemental ninjutsu, and even some family heirlooms. Yet now, the treasury appears somewhat superficial. Presently, it is filled with ornamental weapons and explosive tags, creating an illusion of abundance from the outside. When he returned with Asuka from the treasury, the elder gazed at the scroll in Asuka's hands with a sense of nostalgia. Madara had indeed provided some benefits to the clan. During the time he and the first Hokage were still on amicable terms, he procured some sealing techniques. However, few within the clan chose to study those arts. Subsequently, the clan endeavored to improve various sealing techniques, adapting them to better suit the training of their members. For instance, the Uchiha Fire Formation. Elder, I take my leave. As the other party began to delve into the annals of family history, Fei Niao felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He hastily bypassed the old man, preparing to employ his instantaneous body technique to depart from this place. His visit to the family repository was solely to locate that box, yet after a thorough search, he found nothing and merely utilized a sealing technique to exit. Upon returning from Sunagakure, he intended to search the elder's residence. At that moment, the Grand Elder seemed to recall something. He waved his hand towards Fei Niao's retreating figure and spoke in a voice weathered by age. This evening, there will be a clan meeting, and the village has approved Faye's request to head to the battlefield. Fei Niao halted his steps and turned to face the Grand Elder, confusion evident in his expression. What battlefield is there at this time? Although the Third Great Ninja War had largely concluded, sporadic skirmishes still persisted. Faye planned to take Itachi to the battlefield for a first-hand experience of war. TSK. Hearing the ambiguous sounds emanating from Fei Niao's lips, the Grand Elder stroked his beard and chuckled. I have witnessed Itachi's prodigious talent. While 4 years old may be a tad premature for the battlefield, it is likely that the ninja world will remain tranquil for an extended period. It would be beneficial for him to observe now. Observing the rosy glow on the Grand Elder's face, Fei Niao smirked. He understood the intentions of this group. It was merely an opportunity for early training. They envisioned Itachi on the battlefield, maturing rapidly, awakening his Sharingan, and subsequently dominating the new generation of the village, becoming the pride of the clan. However, the reality of war was far more harrowing, leading one to ponder the very essence of life, ultimately transforming into a man who cherishes peace, perhaps even at the expense of those who sent him forth. Old man, I shall attend the clan meeting this afternoon. Waving goodbye, Fei Niao exited the courtyard. He still needed to impart one last lesson to his 3 students, and should he wish to return for another class, it would not be until 3 months hence. In the afternoon, at the Nain's shrine, I have grown too complacent. After a bout of exercise, Fei Niao recognized his own lethargy. In the months since returning from the battlefield, he had only engaged in routine training with his Sharingan, neglecting all other forms of training, which had led to a noticeable rustiness in his physique. Were it not for the impending friendly exchange with Sunagakure, his prowess might have diminished to that of an ordinary jonin, akin to a future Kakashi. With 2 fingers pressing against the ground, Fei Niao commenced doing finger push-ups at the entrance of the Nain's shrine. 108, 201, 326. Once he reached 500, he exhaled heavily and proceeded to stretch his joints, then resumed his daily training, which he had forsaken for nearly a year. Hoping to restore himself to the level he had achieved a year prior in a single day was but a foolish dream. He could only adjust gradually, progressing steadily. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, saturating the parched earth beneath him. As time passed, the upper ninjas of the Uchiha clan began to appear near the shrine. Casting a glance at Fei Niao, who was diligently training, they refrained from greeting him, instead seeking out quiet corners to close their eyes and await the proceedings. They were not surprised by Fei Niao's presence here, for as a representative of Konoha, the perils of the exchange mission to Sunagakure were all too evident. At this moment, restoring some strength increases the chances of survival. Unbeknownst to them, the evening has arrived. Elder Liang gazes at the pitch-black night and turns to the Grand Elder seated beside him, raising an eyebrow. Old fellow, have you miscalculated the time? Is the meeting today? Indeed, the Grand Elder affirms with a nod. Although his expression remains composed, his heart begins to race. An entire hour has passed since the appointed meeting time. Could it be that he truly made a mistake? Suddenly, a peculiar odor interrupts the Grand Elder's musings. He inhales sharply, detecting the strange scent wafting through the air, and frowns at Elder Liang, speaking with irritation. Liang, did you pass gas? You're the one who passed gas. Elder Liang retorts. What in the world is that foul stench in the air? Upon the Grand Elder's remark, Liang also perceives the strange odor and turns to another elder nearby, sneering. Old man, how long has it been since you washed your socks? This rancid smell is making my eyes ache. I don't wear socks. The elder retorts, stretching his foot onto Liang's leg, shaking his toes before rising. His Sharingan spins wildly as he shouts into the distance. Get away and do your business somewhere else. Do you think the South He Shrine is a latrine? After a considerable time without any response, he believed the matter resolved, only for the odd smell to intensify. Who could it be? Liang stands, his Sharingan activated, scanning the surroundings until his gaze lands on Fei Niao, who is still enjoying a bowl of noodles, frowning. Kid, don't you fear that eating here will ruin your appetite? It's fine. Fei Niao waves dismissively at the agitated Uchiha elders, then lifts his bowl of noodles. Continuing to indulge. After a tiring training session, he was starving, and had it not been for the chief's tardiness, he wouldn't be here filling his stomach. Oblivious to the discomfort of the surrounding Uchiha clan members who have all risen, their brows furrowed and expressions contorted in pain, Fei Niao remains focused on his meal. Had it not been for the South He Shrine's presence, they might have thought they had wandered into their own latrine. Having searched the vicinity without discovering anything unusual, Liang, grumbling, approaches Fei Niao. He glances down at the boy, who is sipping soup. Just as he intends to pat the boy on the back while asking for some chicken wings, he suddenly realizes the overwhelming odor in the air. Liang pinches his nose, instinctively bending down to sniff the bowl in Fei Niao's hands. Fei Niao lifts his head, exhaling comfortably. Bang! He observes Elder Liang sitting on the ground, his face a mask of disbelief, and raises an eyebrow. Elder, were you looking for me? What are you eating? Liang stutters, pointing at the empty bowl in Fei Niao's hand, his body trembling instinctively. It seems he has found the source of the strange odor. The gaze of the bird fell upon the empty bowl. He wiped his mouth and summoned another pot, presenting it to Ryoichi. His expression suddenly turned melancholic, and in a somber tone, he spoke. We, as a clan, are a tribe of love. No family embodies love as deeply as the Uchiha. This dish I have created is tailored for our Uchiha clan. It possesses the essence of love. As the pungent odor of sourness intensified in the air, Ryoichi fell into an unusual silence. Is the taste of love truly so acrid? After a moment of contemplation, he instinctively accepted the steaming bowl of noodles, gazing down at the floating wood ears, green beans, and vegetables. Upon confirming the absence of any unsightly ingredients, he casually tore off 2 twigs nearby, scooping up a noodle to taste. Primarily, he sought to discern what love's flavor truly is. He had been devoid of love for many years. With a slurp, the noodle slid down his throat, and Ryoichi closed his eyes as visions of departed companions flashed through his mind like a lantern parade. He could savor such a novel dish now, while they lay long buried beneath the earth. Upon this realization, he took another bite of the noodles. This unpleasant taste bore a resemblance to the pang of sourness that surged within him when he witnessed others strolling hand in hand, a bittersweet echo of his own past. What are you eating? At that moment, Ryoichi heard the elder's voice behind him, laced with terror, clearing his throat, which had grown hoarse from the spiciness. He replied in a subdued tone, We, the Uchiha clan, are a tribe of love. This noodle dish is infused with the essence of love. It reminds me of things I once yearned for but could not attain. Reflecting on the heart-wrenching memories of yesteryears, he took another bite, savoring the blend of sour, sweet, and spicy flavors. The acrid tang surged through his nostrils, awakening sentiments akin to those of his past. This dish indeed suits our Uchiha. As he spoke, he extended the noodles towards the elder, inviting him to partake. The elder glanced at the peculiar noodles in Ryoichi's hands, then met his gaze filled with reminiscence. His hand, which had been tugging at his beard, froze. Was this concoction truly so extraordinary? Should he dare to taste it? However, upon observing the remnants of noodles in the bowl and the half-full portion in Ryoichi's hands, the elder's expression darkened as if he had made a resolute decision. He extended his aged arm towards Ryoichi and said, "Young man, this must be your creation, yes? Bring me a fresh bowl." Observing the elder's unwavering resolve, Ryoichi clicked his tongue and prepared another bowl of noodles for him. Slurp. Indeed, there is a certain flavor. You all should come and taste as well. Embracing the principle of sharing good fortune, the elder beckoned to the surrounding clan members after savoring a mouthful of noodles, inviting them to join in the experience of love's flavor. As more and more Uchiha clan members gathered at the elder's call to partake in the essence of love, the noxious odor in the air grew increasingly potent. "We should eat inside the shrine," he suggested. "If we continue outside, others may think our Uchiha clan is cooking excrement." Under the leadership of the eldest elder, this group of Uchiha Jonin, each holding bowls of snail powder, entered the named shrine. Surprisingly, the flavor was quite delightful, a taste of love, albeit a pungent one. An hour later, Uchiha Fugaku and his family approached from a distance. Itachi glanced up at his father and, noticing a somber expression on his face, quietly inquired, "Father, did Lord Hokage summon you for something?" "To finalize matters regarding the war," Fugaku replied. "Where are we headed? To the land of rain or the land of water? It depends on the situation at the border." Upon hearing this, Itachi nodded, feeling a deep unfamiliarity with the concept of war, having only encountered simple accounts in books. As his body ached and his insides felt unnaturally unsettled, he gazed at Itachi's silent demeanor. Mikoto gently reached out to stroke his head, a flicker of concern crossing her face before she regained her composure. As the young head of the Uchiha clan, these were experiences he must endure. The journey to the battlefield would be his first lesson in life. One must witness certain events to attain maturity. Creak. As the door of the Nange shrine swung open, Mikoto calmly regarded the clan members inside. As the clan leader's wife, she had not attended a clan meeting in quite some time. Today, she wished to observe how that scoundrel, Uchiha Asuka, persuaded Fugaku to marry another woman. "What is that smell?" Mikoto wrinkled her nose, instinctively rubbing it as she detected an unpleasant odor in the air. Was there something wrong with her sense of smell? Logically, there should be no restroom near the Nange shrine, yet this nauseating stench was perplexing. After a few more cautious sniffs, she glanced at Itachi, who was pinching his nose, and the somewhat bewildered Fugaku, and suddenly realized the source of the odor was not her nose after all. A loud, melodic belch echoed through the air as the eldest elder stood up, patting his stomach. Facing the family of the clan leader, he rasped, "Clan leader, please close the door. We wouldn't want anyone to think the Uchiha clan is cooking something unspeakable." "Understood." Fugaku nodded heavily, closing the grand door before taking his seat at the head of the table, calmly stating, "What is this odor?" "A taste of love," the eldest elder affirmed, rubbing his reddened eyes. His gaze then turned to Asuka, raising 3 fingers and speaking with conviction, 3 bowls. While Fugaku's family exchanged puzzled looks, Uchiha Asuka bit his thumb, forming a summoning technique seal, and clapped his hands on the table. In an instant, 3 large bowls filled with snail powder appeared amidst a puff of white smoke. After placing the bowls before Fugaku and his family, Asuka rubbed his irritated eyes and declared, "Clan leader, tonight belongs to the Uchiha. The noodles are imbued with the essence of love, please indulge." He regretted it. With dozens of people consuming snail powder in a confined space, the aroma was overwhelming, especially since no one had limited themselves to just 1 bowl. The scent was enough to sting the eyes. Fugaku Uchiha was taken aback by the sour and pungent aroma emanating from the bowl before him. His gaze drifted towards the upper ninjas of his clan. Observing their swollen eyes fixed upon him, hope shimmering within their expectant stares, causing his heart to flutter. After a moment of hesitation, driven by trust in his kin, he grasped his chopsticks and took a taste. The flavor is tolerable," he mused. However, Mikoto Uchiha, overwhelmed by the acrid scent that assaulted her nostrils, massaged her heavy head, and fixated her gaze on Bird with an intensity that suggested she might devour him whole. How could I possibly consume such a thing? It is akin to chocolate flavored with excrement, she thought, a true reflection of her current sentiments. After subtly pushing her bowl of snail noodles towards Fugaku, she instinctively clenched her fists. Frustration bubbled within her. How she longed to unleash her wrath. The overwhelming odor in the secret chamber had rendered Fugaku incapable of anything more than a few brief words before dismissing the upper ninjas, who were nearly dazed from the stench. His own eyes ached from the assault on his senses. As Mikoto passed by Bird, she shot him a venomous glare, accompanied by a chilling, mirthless laugh. Disregarding his suggestions, she felt herself the target of his mockery on 2 occasions. First, with the inedible pastries, and now, with the repugnant noodles. Time swiftly slipped by, and soon it was midnight. At this hour, most of Konoha village had succumbed to slumber. Itachi Uchiha reached out beside him, only to find the space empty, prompting a soft sigh from his lips. Tomorrow he would be on the battlefield, and his mother had promised to sleep beside him tonight. Was she leaving already? Slowly, Itachi opened his eyes, and through the moonlight streaming in from the window, he saw that his mother had not departed. Rather, she was seated upright, leaning against the wall, her Sharingan spinning endlessly, her pallor alarmingly pale. Mother? Upon hearing Itachi's call, her gaze shifted from the direction of Bird's household to her son, her voice cold as ice. Sleep. Aren't you going to sleep, mother? He inquired, perplexed. Taking a deep breath, Mikoto closed her Sharingan and gently patted Itachi's back. I cannot sleep. Concern etched on his face. Itachi looked at his mother with confusion. Mother, what has happened? I dreamt of entering the kitchen, and the pot was boiling over. With that, her Sharingan began to whirl once more, her eyes narrowing in fury as she glared toward the direction of the Bird household, biting her lips until they lost their color. Uchiha Bird, I await your return from Sunagakure. The following morning, at the gates of Konoha village, it was indeed a splendid day for departure. Bird, laden with his belongings, turned to gaze at the villagers who had come to bid farewell to the departing team, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. No matter how much time passed, the villagers remained as warm-hearted as ever. Alas, these individuals were not here to see him off. After all, he was now part of the team heading to Sunagakure, where animosities lingered between their village and his own. As he cast a glance at another group of ninjas rushing towards the battlefield, Fei Niao's gaze lingered on Uchiha Itachi for quite some time. Simultaneously, he sensed several pairs of eyes fixated upon him. At that moment, Uzuki Yuin squeezed through the crowd of well-wishers to the front, jumping up to wave at Fei Niao while calling out, Master, safe travels. After cheerfully waving back at her, Fei Niao noticed his other 2 students also pushing through the throng. When his eyes fell upon Irika, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at the footprints adorning the front of Irika's shirt. Could it be that this unfortunate fellow had been stepped on by the surrounding onlookers? Teacher, return soon. Hinata Hanabi cast a fleeting glance at Yuin, who was wildly waving her hands beside her. She too wished to jump up and bid farewell to her mentor, but what was she thinking? Just then, Uzuki Yuin approached. Noticing Hanabi's somewhat bashful demeanor, grabbing one of Hanabi's arms, she hoisted it into the air, waving and exclaiming, Today is the day our teacher departs. So don't wear a sorrowful face. Observing the 3 students, who, under the influence of the crowd, joyfully waved their arms to send him off, Fei Niao felt a smile tugging at his lips as he waved back at them, just as he prepared to follow the sand-hidden village delegation. His gaze unconsciously swept over the crowd, and at that moment, Uchiha Mikoto also glanced in his direction. Their eyes met in midair. He blinked, his gaze fixed on Mikoto's dark-ringed eyes and moving lips, and he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. With the superior vision granted by his Sharingan, he could easily decipher what she was saying. Yakura observed Fei Niao, who stood frozen in place, and stepped forward. Following his line of sight, she noticed a black-haired pregnant woman in the crowd of Konoha well-wishers also looking in their direction, specifically at Fei Niao. After watching the subtle movements of the woman's lips for a moment, Yakura turned to Fei Niao, her expression one of surprise. Are you married? Fei Niao shook his head, affirming, No, I am still single. Upon hearing this, Yakura looked curiously at Uchiha Mikoto, puzzled. Why does that pregnant woman keep staring at you? It seems she is murmuring something. Could it be that she hopes for your swift return? She wishes for my absence. Fei Niao sighed inwardly as he glanced at Mikoto's smiling face. then turned to Yukura beside him, reflecting. This is the first time I've seen her with such a prominent belly before me. The thought of wishing for her to miscarry briefly crossed my mind. However, as time passed, my feelings of tension, anxiety, and disappointment eased considerably. While the child's arrival shattered my beautiful dreams of the future and disrupted many of my plans, I eventually came to terms with it, accepting it as merely an increase in our clan's population, contributing a little each month as part of my duty. Now that she is expecting her second child, my feelings are complex, yet I harbor no particular thoughts beyond that. Oh, right, she is here to send off her husband. Had her husband not been heading to the battlefield today, she likely wouldn't have appeared here at all. The thought that the money I contribute each month for my missions could potentially be used for Uchiha Itachi causes a dull ache in my heart. I might as well have donated to the Konoha orphanage. It would be more meaningful. The orphanage might still issue a card of virtue. Yet it is highly probable that Uchiha Itachi will plunge a knife into his own side. With a sharp clap, Yukura struck his left palm with his right fist. A look of sudden realization dawning upon his face as he observed the complex expression on Fei Niao's visage. Drawing inspiration from the most popular recent novel in the ninja world, vivid scenes began to form in his mind. A scoundrel has caused another's pregnancy, only to see his plan for the other to abort fail. The unexpected arrival of that child has led the scoundrel to contemplate the significant responsibilities he must bear. Responsibilities that are indeed substantial. Not only does this disrupt his future plans, but it also shatters his idyllic fantasies of pursuing others. Ultimately, the other party insists on bringing the child into the world, and the scoundrel hastily offers a sum of money to brush the matter aside. Observing the situation now, it seems that this woman has seen through the scoundrel's true nature and distanced herself from him. Yukura nodded, her gaze towards Fei Niao laced with anger and contempt. Scoundrel! In an instant, she appeared beside Mikoto, and before the latter could react, Yukura draped an arm over her shoulder, gesturing towards Fei Niao and whispering, "Do you wish for that person to never return? I can assist you." Following Yukura's pointing hand, Uchiha Mikoto glanced at Fei Niao, who was greeting others, and nodded slightly. Then shook her head, her expression tranquil as she replied, "Regardless of my position within the village, clan, or as an individual, I still hope for his safe return." Noticing the sincerity in Mikoto's demeanor, admiration flickered across Yukura's face as she gritted her teeth and said, "You are so gentle. If I were in your shoes, I would have long since turned that irresponsible scoundrel into an Egyptian mummy." This remark left Uchiha Mikoto momentarily speechless. Observing the somewhat indignant Yukura, she took a moment to gather her words before forcing a smile and saying, "Yukura, I have a feeling you might have misunderstood something." Misunderstood? After studying Uchiha Mikoto for a while, Yukura gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "Let it be a misunderstanding then. Although I hail from Sunagakure, I still wish for your happiness from a woman's perspective." However, before Mikoto could respond, Yukura thrust some silver coins into her hands and then, in a flash, appeared beside Fei Niao, glaring at him with palpable hostility. Deciphering Yukura's lip movements, Mikoto's expression darkened instantly. When was she ever abandoned? Money. Fei Niao ambled along the path to Sunagakure, accompanied by the Sunagakure contingent. He glanced at Yukura's darkened countenance and smirked. "You've concocted quite the narrative in your mind. You handed the money to our clan leader's wife without a second thought. I thought you were giving her funds for baby formula. It seems I misinterpreted your intentions." Yukura's expression deepened in shadow as she cast a glance at the leading figures, including Kai Laozong, and exclaimed in frustration, "Shouldn't a clan member feel excitement and joy upon learning that our clan leader's wife is with child? Why then the unease? Are you not clearly inviting misunderstandings?" Sighing, Fei Niao turned his gaze towards the direction of Konoha, speaking with resignation. "You do not comprehend. From the moment the clan leader's wife bore her first child, the wheels of fate for our Uchiha clan began to turn, and they are spinning ever faster, gradually veering towards ruin. This is the source of my disquiet. Since you refuse to concede, there is no need for such elaborate excuses." Gently touching her withered wallet, Yukura extended her fair arm towards Asuka's chest, speaking with an air of casualness. "Sunagakure is impoverished. As a representative from Konoha, upon your arrival in the village, I fear the conditions of your lodging will be quite deplorable, and concerns regarding food safety may also arise. However, should you be willing to part with your funds, I can arrange for you a reasonably decent accommodation." "Is this how you treat the envoy from Konoha?" Yukura scoffed coldly, retracting her hands behind her back. Her words tinged with a hint of menace. Most representatives from other nations sent to Sunagakure have met with untimely accidents. In such a desolate place, where the nights are exceedingly frigid, it is not uncommon for individuals residing in dilapidated housing to succumb to the cold. Before she could finish her thought, Yukura felt a thick stack of banknotes in her hand. Surprised, she glanced at Asuka, then pinched the thickness of the bills before returning them to her wallet. Recently, the village has faced considerable reparations, and it is said that the daimyo has significantly reduced funding. As a jonin, she too must begin to budget wisely. Any surplus funds should be allocated towards the care of orphans in the village. Observing Asuka for a moment, her expression shifted subtly. Over the past few days, Yukura realized that her perspective of Uchiha Asuka had transformed as she ceased to view him through a lens of prejudice. Just moments ago, she had contemplated exhausting his wealth to support the village. When had she become so familiar with him? She distinctly recalled their first encounter, when she regarded him as an adversary. When did this change occur? Perhaps it was when she learned of the daimyo's budget cuts and felt an urgent need to secure a financial avenue for the village. What choice did I have? Given the abject poverty of my village, what compelled me to be the heroic Yukura of Sunagakure? With these thoughts, Yukura discreetly stowed her wallet into her gear pouch. At last, they had arrived. Asuka shielded his forehead with his hand, gazing into the distance at the village established amidst the desert, feeling a sense of relief. Before him, a mud-colored circular fortress loomed, beneath which lay a dreamlike assemblage of earthen-hued structures, varying in height and girth, forming a breathtaking spectacle from afar. The village built in the desert, Sunagakure, was once said to be a barren wasteland. Yet it flourished after being chosen as the site for the village by the first Kazekage. Asuka had long wished to travel to the 5 great nations. But the current shinobi world is not like that of the post-Fourth Great Ninja War. Should he inadvertently step into another village and be discovered, he could face dire consequences. From the memory retrieval technique to a game of mahjong with the Sage of 6 Paths himself, the risks are exceedingly high. Upon their arrival at the entrance of Sunagakure, they were met with a wide thoroughfare, although the vibrancy of the streets paled in comparison to that of Konoha. In this vast desert where one could traverse miles without encountering another soul, it spoke volumes of Sunagakure's prosperity. In the village of Sunagakure, pedestrians are predominantly clad in long robes, their heads wrapped in bandages or white cloth to shield against the encroaching sand. At this moment, the townsfolk have noticed the return of Lord Ezozaku and his companions, setting aside their tasks to greet them with beaming smiles. It is Lord Ezozaku and Lord Yukura. Welcome back. Was the negotiation in Konoha successful? The villagers cheerfully approached the group of ninjas, inquiring about their well-being while subtly probing for news concerning the war. Indeed, you are quite popular, observes Asuka, standing a short distance behind, a hint of envy in his tone as he watches the enthusiastic crowd envelop Yukura. Upon his return to the village at the end of the war, although he received some welcome, the villagers instinctively shifted away upon seeing the stoic faces of the Uchiha clan trailing behind him, redirecting their smiles to other ninjas. Hearing Asuka's remark, Yukura gazes at the slightly gaunt faces of the villagers, a bitter smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her mouth. The village treats them as heroes, yet they have failed to live up to such expectations. Their mission to Konoha was to sign a ceasefire treaty, one that is decidedly unfavorable to their side. You continue on. It feels somewhat inappropriate for me to linger here. I shall wander elsewhere, Asuka declares, pulling a lollipop from his pocket and departing the group to meander through Sunagakure. Although the ostensible purpose of this mission is to foster medical exchange between the two sides, he is, in truth, a spy, one whose identity is known to both allies and adversaries alike. Much like a contemporary embassy, both parties are aware of his intent to gather intelligence, yet outside of heightened surveillance, they can do little to thwart him. Following a war, expulsion is certainly out of the question. Imprisonment is far more likely. With that thought, Asuka wanders to a nearby bun shop and points at the steaming dumplings in the steamer. I'll take 2. Certainly. Upon receiving the steaming buns, Asuka takes a bite, his expression momentarily stiffening before he gives the vendor a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This is the first time I've encountered buns with sand inside. The flavor is delightful." Though a bit gritty, the vendor, slightly embarrassed, scratches his head and retrieves another bun from the steamer, apologizing. Sandstorms frequent this area, so it is inevitable that some grains find their way into the food. Having sand is no issue, The taste is indeed quite good, Asuka remarks, settling onto a chair and observing the ebb and flow of pedestrians around him, a note of surprise escaping his lips. He had assumed that the denizens of Sunagakure would predominantly be from the land of wind. Yet the burly dark-skinned man he just passed must be from the land of lightning, while that hefty fellow resembles someone from the land of earth. Once he finishes his bun, Asuka looks up at the vendor, inquiring, "Why is it that I haven't seen many ninjas on your street?" In response, the shopkeeper beams with pride, gesturing towards the distant Kazekage Tower. Recently, Lord Kazekage employed extraordinary powers to elevate the nearby desert into the heavens, where a considerable amount of gold was uncovered. The esteemed ninjas have been tirelessly traversing between the village and the desert. Indeed, Lord Kazekage stands as a formidable ninja, reigning over tens of thousands of ninjas across the nations. It is said that with just a few steps outside, he can stumble upon gold. And even during a moment's rest, he might discover a gold mine. A casual kick could yield a bag of golden nuggets. Fei Niao, stroking his chin, found the bristles somewhat prickly. Who would have imagined that the Kazekage would commence his gold mining endeavors? Such a powerful figure, even while burdened by the impoverished sand village, can effortlessly lift the endless desert with one hand while extracting a wealth of gold with the other. Alas, in these dire times, perhaps Lord Kazekage should contemplate ways to extract funds from the daimyo. Sighing at the laborious gold mining efforts of the Kazekage, Fei Niao glanced at the shopkeeper with a look of surprise. With so many ninjas absent from the village, are you not concerned about ambushes? The shopkeeper, casting a wary glance at Fei Niao, perceived his inquiry as mere curiosity and responded, "Though Lord Kazekage has departed, Lady Chiyo remains in the village. It is rumored that Lord Yakumo has also returned today. I almost forgot." Upon hearing the mention of Chiyo from the shopkeeper, Fei Niao rose and dusted off the sand from his attire, complimenting, "The buns are delightful. I shall return tomorrow." He was particularly eager to experience the combination of river snail rice noodles with buns mingled with sand. Upon reaching the Kazekage's tower and presenting the credentials bestowed by Elder Hai, Fei Niao smoothly located Chiyo, who was attending to the ailing. "You Konoha truly invest heavily," she remarked, glancing at Fei Niao after reading the message written in code by Elder Hai, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Konoha second? That hardly seems accurate." Fei Niao raised two fingers, earnestly asserting, "If we are to assess scientific medicine, I would rank as Konoha's third. Tsunade undoubtedly holds the first position, Orochimaru the second, and I fall below them, with the remaining individuals beneath me." Noting his casual mention of the legendary Sannin, Chiyo scoffed, but refrained from contesting his ranking. She was well aware of Tsunade's capabilities, having swiftly neutralized all the toxins she developed. As for Orochimaru, she was uncertain of his expertise in medical ninjutsu. Pondering this, she continued her treatment of the unconscious patient, her voice resonating with age, "Now that our two villages are allied, since Konoha has sent you to exchange medical ninjutsu with this old woman, I propose that tomorrow, you bring a group of students, and I shall bring a group of students, to share knowledge." Upon hearing this, Fei Niao scratched his ear, casting a skeptical glance at Chiyo, and questioned, "So our exchange is merely to assist the Sand Village in cultivating medical ninjas? Lady Chiyo, could you be any more straightforward in your intentions?" Chiyo smirked, revealing her toothless grin, the wrinkles on her face momentarily folding together as she replied, "What constitutes an exchange? You teach your methods, I shall impart mine. At the conclusion, we shall merge our teachings, which is what we refer to as a teaching flow." Upon hearing the old woman's convoluted reasoning, Fei Niao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, his expression a canvas of disbelief. He was a spy, dispatched to Sunagakure to acquire ninjutsu knowledge while simultaneously reporting back, not there to serve as an instructor. The old woman certainly had her schemes well calculated. However, since the village had not issued any explicit directives, it would not be amiss for him to glean some experience from Chiyo and, in turn, impart a few medical ninjutsu techniques to Sunagakure. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Fei Niao, Chiyo gazed at his retreating figure, her murky eyes gradually regaining clarity. The smile that had accumulated upon her face began to unfurl, and she spoke slowly, having lived for so long. "I have encountered a plethora of experiences and learned many truths of the world. I comprehend well that alliances with foreign nations are merely formalities, a means to safeguard our Sunagakure. Yakura, I hope you understand that alliances are but a facade. War shall inevitably return." At that moment, Yakura pushed open the door behind him and stepped outside. Chiyo observed him for a while, her aged gaze resting on her cool, serene visage, and continued. I have stepped back. The era ahead belongs to the youth. A hallmark of maturity for the young is the shedding of superficialities. Our wind country is inherently impoverished. It pales in comparison to the bountiful land of fire and even falls short of the stony terrains of the land of earth. Thus, as inhabitants of the wind country, we must tirelessly cultivate Sunagakure. I have done so, Raza has done so, and you must do so as well. Capture a sheep and grasp it firmly. With that, Chiyo's aged hand clenched tightly. She had a premonition that the village's future would be fraught with hardship. It was vital to gather resources for the village, so that challenging times could be rendered somewhat less daunting. Regrettably, Sunagakure could not attract the likes of Tsunade, the coveted figure of the shinobi world. Those who could seize her were indeed the envy of many. Raising his gaze to the visibly distressed Chiyo, Yakura instinctively furrowed his brow, for he had not participated in the negotiations and was unaware of how the village had come to sign the treaty, only knowing that it had incurred substantial losses. Observing Chiyo's impoverished state, Yakura sighed inwardly, realizing that the village had suffered significant financial hemorrhage. The vast expanse of golden sand dunes blurred under the cloak of night. Countless stars, undeterred by fatigue, twinkled incessantly against the deep blue night sky. The nighttime Sunagakure felt even more desolate than Konoha. Apart from the howling wind, silence reigned supreme. The wind carried grains of sand, battering against the window, creating an unconventional lullaby. Fei Niao slowly opened his eyes, donned his shoes, and descended from his bed to push open the window, where sand struck his face, momentarily blinding him. Casting a glance at the street below, he propped himself against the balcony railing and leaped from the third floor, landing heavily on the ground. Thud! The earth was instantly punctured by two craters. The tremendous impact sending the thin layer of sand swirling away, revealing the cobblestones laid during the village's establishment. Fei Niao straightened his back and regarded the figure before him, a being whose murderous intent was unmistakable, and yawned nonchalantly. Is it truly you, wandering about in the dead of night, exuding an air of menace? The individual, brimming with hostility, glared at the bird and exclaimed in frustration, How dare you, the filthy and loathsome ninjas of Konoha, invade our village? The bird, lowering his gaze and adjusting his nightwear, pulled out the shirt tucked into his trousers and addressed the approaching sand ninja. I must concede to your words, at times. I too perceive our village as rather unsightly. As for the reason for my presence in your village, initially, it seems I have been singled out. My exceptionally endowed captain has unceremoniously assigned this task to me. Furthermore, it is quite probable that I have indeed been targeted. For the village has entrusted me with this mission solely based on my rudimentary knowledge of medical ninjutsu. Lastly, I am undoubtedly the focus of this endeavor. Before he could finish, he noticed the sand ninja clenching his fists and advancing towards him with a savage expression, seemingly ready to strike. With a resounding thud, the sand ninja staggered backwards and fell to the ground without uttering a word. Nonchalantly, the bird delivered a light punch to the ninja's head and continued, Keep your distance. I am apprehensive when you are too close. Additionally, I suspect that the lady of the clan has employed some peculiar means to ensure I received a long-term assignment away from the village. Otherwise, why would an S-rank mission fall into the hands of a mere novice? Has anyone ever told you that you are excessively noisy? The sand ninja struggled to rise, feeling dizzy, with stars dancing before his eyes. How audacious! This Konoha ninja is utterly arrogant. To be beaten outside is one thing, but to be assaulted within the village's confines is truly dehumanizing. With a roar, the sand ninja unsheathed a kunai from his waist and charged at the bird. This is utterly unreasonable. As the sand ninja drew nearer, the bird turned to face Konoha, recalling his captain's countless warnings against provoking conflict, and sighed. Captain, I attempted to persuade him, but to no avail. My apologies. I shall return with some buns mixed with sand as an expression of regret. Ducking to evade the kunai aimed at him, the bird raised his knee and struck the ninja's abdomen sharply. A violent wave of pain surged through his stomach, causing a torrent of gastric fluid to escape his throat. He knelt on the ground, clutching his belly, convulsing like a shrimp. The bird, picking his nose, glanced at the writhing sand ninja and remarked, You are indeed the strongest among your compatriots. You are the fifth to arrive. The sand ninja lifted his head, glaring at the bird with eyes filled with animosity, only to witness the bird ignoring him entirely as he turned to knock on the gate of the adjacent yard. Yakura, this marks the 5th time tonight. With a clap, the dim room was suddenly illuminated, and Yakura, clad in her nightgown, opened the window. Glancing down at the fallen sand ninja, she then turned her gaze towards the bird, who stood with hands on his hips, an expression of invincibility adorning his face. Her eyelids twitching involuntarily. Is defeating a Chunin truly a matter of pride? When Yitsong finally calmed the sand ninja and returned to the courtyard entrance, she gazed at Fei Niao, who wore a nightcap, with a look of confusion. Is your competitive spirit so easily satisfied? Fei Niao tilted his head toward Yitsong, explaining. I just suddenly thought of Uchiha Madara. His expression when looking at his defeated subordinates must be akin to how I feel about that Chunin, exuding an air of invincibility. Yitsong's lips twitched slightly as she waved her hand at Fei Niao, feeling somewhat exasperated as she opened the courtyard door and returned to her home. She had ventured out to resolve matters 5 times that night and had not slept well either. With a sudden clap, she noticed Fei Niao blocking her path with his hand on the doorframe. Yitsong narrowed her eyes and coldly remarked, Do you wish to spar with me to satiate your invincible heart? Not at all. Fei Niao shook his head and then leaned closer to Yitsong, whispering a few words into her ear. Upon hearing him, Yitsong's expression stiffened, and her eyes widened as she coldly responded, If you seek death, I can certainly oblige you right now. Sighing, Fei Niao stroked his chin, his gaze drifting toward the sand-hidden orphanage as he slowly said, I take pleasure in supporting the dreams of others. When I was merely 4 years old, Tsunade expressed her desire to include medical ninjas in our task force and proposed the establishment of a training system for them. Without a second thought, I supported her dream. Although my plan to win her favor failed miserably, leading her to mistakenly regard me as a scheming Uchiha, I developed a habit of nurturing the dreams of others from that moment on. I understand your aspiration is to help the sand-hidden village emerge from its plight. But as your temporary ally, I cannot offer strategic counsel. I can only provide assistance within my means. Yitsong's expression faltered as she gazed into Fei Niao's clear eyes, her heart beginning to waver. The conditions he proposed were exceedingly generous. A space the size of a sofa could yield such a substantial sum. This opportunity seemed akin to a bountiful prize. Missing it would mean it would never be encountered again. The following morning, Yitsong, fully dressed, descended the stairs. Upon reaching the living room on the 1st floor and inhaling the aroma of the food in the air, she instinctively reached for her waist, where her tool pouch was secured. Then she recalled the events of last night, her gaze beginning to sweep across the living room. The neatly folded blankets and the covered dishes on the table prompted her to search for Fei Niao, but upon finding no trace of him, she approached the table. With one hand, she lifted the warm breakfast items, while the other picked up a note lying on the surface, and she began to read it aloud instinctively. This is my first time making breakfast since I was weaned. In Sand Hidden, no matter the food, it always contains sand. Even instant noodles are full of sand. With a chuckle, Yitsong couldn't help but laugh at the disgruntled note. After all, it was inevitable that Sand Hidden would experience a sandstorm every now and then. Her gaze fell upon the simple fare before her, her eyes filled with astonishment. A man who could cook was already a rarity, but a Uchiha who could cook was something she had never encountered. 10 minutes later, Yitsong pushed open her bedroom door, stretched languidly, and felt invigorated as she emerged. When she arrived at the Kazekage's conference room, most of the seats were already occupied. At that moment, a Chunin swiftly approached Yitsong, gesturing towards the designated seat of the Kazekage with respect. Lady Yitsong, there, he said. Thank you for your efforts. Yitsong nodded and briskly walked to the indicated position. Once seated, she began to survey the assembled jonin. Indeed, everyone who could attend was present, except for those stationed at posts and on the front lines. Before long, a man clad in black ninja attire and wearing a straw hat pushed open the conference room door and slowly entered. Kazekage, as he greeted the gathered jonin. Luo Sha took his place at the head of the table and raised his hand to silence the room, his voice deep as he declared, The meeting commences. Wait. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a white scarf and a scruffy beard suddenly turned to Yitsong and spoke up. Before we begin, I would like to pose a question to Jonin Yitsong. Observing the man who had interjected, Yitsong furrowed her brow and replied coolly, Go ahead. Jonin Yitsong, I have heard that the Uchiha has moved into your household. How could you possibly consent to such an outrageous arrangement? This is truly unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Yitsong chuckled. She initially wondered what the fuss was about, only to realize it pertained to last night's events. She crossed her arms, reclining in her chair with an air of pride. My sofa sold for 1 million ryo. Is your sofa lined with gold? The official instinctively asked, but quickly corrected himself. Reprimanding, Jonin Yitsong, do not divert the topic. We are discussing your situation with the Uchiha, not your golden sofa. Oh, that sofa was indeed purchased by Uchiha Fein Yao. He spent 1 million for a 3-month lease on my sofa, which means he is currently residing in my home. I simply found this transaction to be quite advantageous, which is why I agreed. As for my personal safety and the village's intelligence, I am well aware. 1 million ryo? The official stood abruptly, leaning on the table in disbelief as he gazed at Yitsong. She nodded affirmatively, then retrieved a document from her ninja tool pouch and tossed it onto the table before him. Her expression remained devoid of pride as she spoke slowly. Indeed, it is 1 million. Moreover, I donated 90,000 to the orphanage prior to my arrival. The standing official glanced at the donation certificate before picking up the documents on the table, maintaining his composure as he stated, according to reports from our spies in Iwagakure, we suspect that they may launch an attack against us once again. The village is currently in a vulnerable state, compounded by the daimyo's budget cuts, leaving our strength inadequate to support multi-front operations. Our primary objective should be to restore the post-war economy. We have reached a reconciliation with Konoha and can withdraw some shinobi from the border of the Fire Country, but this is far from sufficient. I propose that we should seek reconciliation with Kirigakure to gain their assistance. Kazakage, I have finished my statement. Understood. Luosha nodded. Currently, the finances of Sunagakure are on the brink of crisis, making it imperative to avoid multi-front warfare, which is an inevitable trend. However, negotiating with Kirigakure may prove to be quite challenging, as that village is not as amenable as Konoha. Meanwhile, Asuka remains oblivious to the fact that the wheels of fate for Yakura have already begun to turn. He is presently engaged in imparting medical ninjutsu to a group of children from Sunagakure. It is undeniable that the medical ninjutsu of Sunagakure bears a striking resemblance to that of Konoha. After briefly perusing the knowledge contained within the texts, Asuka raised his gaze to the group of children before him, their eyes filled with animosity. He wore the characteristic expression of the Uchiha clan and introduced himself, saying, I am Uchiha Asuka, of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, the very Asuka you speak of. In essence, I am from Konoha. With a swift motion, Asuka pinched a shuriken that had been hurled at him, crossing his arms as the chakra within him erupted, infused with the accumulated killing intent from the battlefield. The ground beneath him, unable to withstand the surge of chakra, cracked like a web and splintered into debris. The immense chakra stirred the surrounding air, transforming it into a tempest that swept across the faces of the children. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, as the hatred in the eyes of these inexperienced children gradually gave way to terror. Those of weaker disposition fainted on the spot, while others, trembling, sought refuge behind their peers. A few, possessing slightly stronger resolve, clenched their fists, yet their legs trembled so violently that they could barely stand. Just when the children thought their end was nigh, the Konoha ninja gradually retracted his imposing presence, becoming seemingly harmless once more. This was the essence of Konoha, or rather, the Uchiha clan. But I have heard he is a medical ninja, they whispered, their voices tinged with a hint of sobbing. Stifling a yawn, Asuka raised a finger and remarked, You may don tinted glasses when viewing others, but do not allow them to cloud your perception of their true strength. When faced with someone more powerful than you, and provided they harbor no ill intentions, your utmost endeavor should be to learn something beneficial from them. Lady Chiyo is willing to gamble her unique ninjutsu for your future. Subsequently, Asuka stepped past the still-dazed children and approached the entrance. Lifting the curtain, he glanced back at the mesmerized children and continued, Why do you stand idly? If you do not strive to learn, Chiyo will surely weep. With that, he parted the curtain and turned toward the room where the patients lay. That old woman, Chiyo, truly is something. Not only does she wager her puppet techniques, but also her medical ninjutsu. If she were to offer her forbidden technique, the rebirth of the living, that would indeed be a lucrative gamble. Contemplating the forbidden medical techniques mastered by that elderly woman, Asuka's lips twitched. To speak candidly, that ninjutsu is indeed formidable. Arguably the strongest form of medical ninjutsu in a one-for-one exchange. Yet, its shortcomings are glaringly apparent, as it entails relinquishing one's life essence to another. Alas, the drawbacks are far too significant. As the avian figure guided a group of children, who had just regained their composure, into a certain hospital room. He glanced at the sand ninja lying on the bed. Turning towards the children behind him, he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. A true medical ninja must acquire a wealth of knowledge, which requires immense effort and dedication. However, I lack such extensive energy. Therefore, I can only expedite your journey, enabling you to swiftly become competent battlefield medical ninjas. Subsequently, he approached the window, lifted the covers of the sand ninja, and pointed at his festering foot, continuing. A battlefield medical ninja need only master 3 essential skills to qualify: hemostasis, amputation, and detoxification. His injuries are apparent. The rotting foot hinders his mobility. On the battlefield, there is but one recourse: amputation. At that moment, a faint voice emanated from the bed. The sand ninja opened his eyes and surveyed the group before resting his gaze upon the avian figure, weakly inquiring, "What if it's off the battlefield?" "Even then, amputation is necessary. The delay in addressing your injury has rendered your foot irreparable," he replied. With that, he produced a length of rope from his bag and, disregarding the ninja's protests, deftly bound him to the bed. With a firm tug of the taut rope, the avian figure clapped his hands in satisfaction and turned to the group of sand children, who possessed some medical knowledge yet lacked proficiency. In this regard, Chiyo had indeed performed well. She had prepared a group of children who had learned theoretical knowledge and rudimentary medical jutsu, though they had scarce opportunities for practical application. "You should all be familiar with the hemostatic technique," he stated, nodding in agreement. The children were about to pose their questions when the Uchiha ninja unsheathed the large sword from his waist. In an instant, a cold glint flashed as he severed the sand ninja's thigh. With a thud, the rotting foot fell to the floor, etching an unforgettable and taboo image into the minds of the children. The sounds of retching echoed, prompting the avian figure to open the window to disperse the unpleasant odor. He then turned to the newly initiated practitioners of hemostasis, smiling. "I hope you can stop the bleeding before he loses too much blood. Otherwise, he may not even be able to remain a ninja in the future." At that moment, a medical ninja passing by outside the door, hearing the cacophony of sharp cries from within, darkened in countenance. Do they truly believe Konoha lacks spies among them? When teaching medical ninjas, do they not start with fish? To sever a foot in front of these children, how outrageous! However, he had no intention of intervening. Setting aside Chiyo's directives, the fact remained that the ninja's foot was beyond saving. Yet, when they performed amputations, they typically administered anesthetics. Damn Konoha! An hour later, the avian figure perched upon the windowsill, casting a glance at the unconscious ninja on the bed before turning to the few who were barely able to stand, applauding. "Well done. Your ability to endure the cries and assist in halting the bleeding is commendable." In the current room, the gaze of those present towards the enigmatic figure had transformed entirely. This individual wielded a blade with an unsettling nonchalance, exhibiting no hesitation even when it came to severing limbs. Moreover, he did so without administering any anesthesia. His adept motions prompted one to wonder how many lives he had taken. The first lesson I impart to you is decisiveness. On the battlefield, should you find yourself as the medical ninja of your squad, unable to pinpoint the source of affliction, yet capable of preserving a life through amputation, do not falter. After the severance, ensure the bleeding is staunched. Remember, amputation can remedy the vast majority of injuries encountered on the battlefield. As for anesthesia, there is no opportunity for such luxuries when saving lives amidst chaos. Having spoken, the figure cast a penetrating glance at the group of children in the room before leaping out of the window. His purpose for this demonstration was simply to sift through potential candidates. To instruct dozens of medical ninjas in one breath would be utterly exhausting. It was time for a meal. Recalling the previous day spent consuming nothing but sand, his gaze fell upon the elderly vendors selling vegetables, and his mind began to ponder what culinary delight to prepare today. Perhaps pineapple fried rice would suffice, appetizing and delightful. Furthermore, while it was indeed exhilarating to amass wealth by investing in Yetsong, funds were depleting rapidly. Tomorrow, he would need to post a few missions to earn some living expenses. With a stoic expression, Yetsong exited the conference room, the gust of wind brushing against her face causing her to instinctively squint. Ever since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, conflicts had arisen between Sunagakure and Konoha, as well as between Kirigakure and Iwagakure. Among these, Konoha frequently clashed with Sunagakure, while Iwagakure followed closely, with Kirigakure in third place. However, Fewer conflicts with Kirigakure did not imply the absence of animosity between the two villages. The village was once again on the brink of significant turmoil. As Yetsong passed by the mission center, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette, causing her to momentarily pause before approaching the individual with curiosity. "What brings you here, Asuka?" she inquired. "To post a mission," Asuka replied, his gaze fixed on the report form he was filling out, not bothering to look up. "Your village's shops refused to rent to me, so I had no choice but to come here to publish the task." Yetsong, momentarily perplexed, glanced at the task form Asuka was completing. Her eyes widened at the sight of the prominent D-rank mission, her lips twitching slightly. D-rank mission, sales. Task reward, 1,000 Ryo commission per day. After perusing Asuka's notes, Yetsong rubbed her chin, deep in thought. What does commission entail? Asuka set down his pen, handing over the completed task form to the nearby ninja for review, before turning to Yetsong to provide a succinct explanation. "It means I hire a few genin to assist me in selling goods, distributing profits among them according to a predetermined ratio. The more they sell, the more I earn." "What do you intend to sell?" Yetsong asked. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Asuka, astonished that he had ventured to Sunagakure for trading. In a flash of white smoke, 2 items suddenly appeared in Asuka's hands, one emanating a fragrance reminiscent of fried chicken, while the other exuded a rather pungent odor. "What is this?" she inquired, bewildered. "This is Uchiha honey mustard fried chicken," Asuka replied. "In years past, Uchiha Madara devised a recipe for the sake of his brother. Eventually, I uncovered this secret formula, and after years of experimentation, I managed to recreate its distinct flavor. Another creation is the Uchiha snail noodles. One fateful night, Uchiha Madara, reflecting on the fact that the Uchiha clan was the most capable of love, yet met with the most tragic of fates, crafted these noodles to allow his kin to savor the taste of love, preserving their innocent beginnings." Upon uttering these words, he observed the look of bewilderment in Yakura's eyes and couldn't help but shake his head. Were it not for the Senju clan still being in existence and notoriously formidable, he would have fancied weaving a tale involving both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Alas, that was not to be. For now, he could only invoke the name of Uchiha Madara. That old man surely had but a few days left to live. He likely wouldn't come seeking trouble. Yakura shook her head, clearing her mind of images of Uchiha Madara personally preparing fried chicken. She led Fei Niao to a secluded spot and whispered, "Do you have any knowledge regarding pregnant women?" "Pregnant women?" Fei Niao regarded Yakura with an odd expression. He indeed had some research pertaining to pregnancy, but it was limited to prenatal education. It is said that prenatal education can influence a fetus's intelligence, ensuring that children are born clever, quick-witted, and healthy. However, by the time the subject reached the age of 4, he had observed no remarkable changes in intelligence. After that, he abandoned his studies on pregnancy. At this moment, Yakura did not notice Fei Niao's expression. She was cautiously scanning their surroundings, her tone laced with hesitation. What if a pregnant woman cannot deliver her child? Hearing this, Fei Niao replied without a moment's thought. "That's simple. You can pull the child out, or if necessary, perform a cesarean section. With today's medical advancements, it's quite rare for a woman to die from complications during childbirth." "What? Does someone you know have trouble in labor?" Yakura shot him a disapproving glance, her gaze filled with concern directed toward a specific direction. Did she not know about cesarean sections? If it were that straightforward, many issues would be so easily resolved. She then buried her worries deep within and casually fabricated an excuse. "No, I'm just concerned about what to do if someone close to me encounters difficulties during childbirth. Just perform a cesarean. It's not a big deal." Fei Niao shrugged, seemingly indifferent to the matter. The medical techniques in the ninja world were almost more fantastical than those of the future. Regarding complications in childbirth, it was not far removed from treating a common cold. They could even bring the dead back to life, let alone assist in the birth of a child. For nights later, a full moon hung in the night sky, a gentle breeze urging the dark clouds to drift lazily onward. It was a rare windless night, yet a strange atmosphere lingered in the air. Outside a safe house in Sunagakure, several elite ninjas from the village stood guard, their eyes fixed intently on the sturdy structure before them. "Rosa?" At that moment, a Sunagakure ninja hurriedly approached Rosa, gripping his collar with both hands, ire evident in his voice. "Why didn't you inform me of such a significant matter in advance? Why did you not tell me sooner?" Luo Sha exhaled deeply, his arms crossed as he gazed towards the secure shelter ahead. a hint of concern betraying his otherwise somber demeanor. His tone was indifferent as he spoke of Yin Yin's frequent movements, a decision made in haste to protect the village from invasion. Furthermore, this matter was highly classified. Given your status, you are not yet entitled to know. Yachimaru, the only reason I am disclosing this to you today is because your sister may be on the brink of death, rendering confidentiality unnecessary. Stepping back, Yachimaru looked at the unfeeling Luo Sha with disbelief. My sister is dying? Tears streamed down his cheeks, falling to the ground as his shoulders shook and his teeth clenched, his voice trembling with anguish. Why? Why must she die? She is your wife. Why would you allow that creature to inhabit her body? Have you considered her feelings? At this, the pain in Luo Sha's eyes flickered away. He glanced at Yachimaru, who sat sobbing on the ground, and replied flatly, to protect the village, she consented. I am the one who sealed the tailed beast within Kururo, who is with child. If you must harbor resentment, let it be directed at me, not the village. However, as a ninja, you should comprehend the significance of the tailed beast to our village. But, that is my sister. She is also my wife, and the child she carries is my son. I have sealed the tailed beast within my own son. Yachimaru's voice rose in desperation. You must understand the fate of the previous 3 Jinchuriki after they went berserk. He was well aware of their tragic fates. Dust had been raised by Luo Sha. Gazing up at Luo Sha's cold expression, Yachimaru parted his lips, wanting to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. It was not supposed to be this way before he became the Kazekage. When he entrusted his sister's hand to him, he had promised to protect her. A gentle breeze swept through, and the dark clouds gradually obscured the moon. At that moment, the winds of Sunagakure abruptly ceased. Bird, who had been dreaming on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes, his Sharingan swirling frantically in their sockets. He straightened up, scanning the expansive sofa. Realizing he had not been transported elsewhere, but remained in the home of the Yakura family. Shouting towards the upper floor with hands cupped around his mouth, he called, Yakura, something grave has occurred in your village. The raccoon is about to dismantle the house. After shouting for some time without a response, he climbed to the top floor and, finding the room empty, concluded that Yakura must be concealing something important. Quickly gathering his belongings, he also collected any valuable items from the Yakura household. The overwhelming chakra emitted by the tailed beast was palpable, the prelude to chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The ground began to tremble slightly. As Bird packed, he noticed a clock tumble to the floor, momentarily stunned before looking northeast and murmuring, is the one tail emerging already? Yaha, I can finally break free. A sharp voice echoed throughout Sunagakure, as a raccoon adorned with sealing marks gazed up at the pristine moonlight and howled triumphantly to the sky. The piercing shriek reverberated with joy as the door swung open. The avian figure turned back to gaze at the tailed beast perched at the village's edge, its lips twitching momentarily before it leapt onto the rooftop, assuming the role of a mere spectator. Such instances of dozens of sand shinobi perishing in a single day were rare. One could only speculate the extent of Sunagakure's losses by nightfall. A single tail's gaze slowly descended, fixating upon the figure of Rasha atop the adjacent roof. With an air of excitement, it extended its palm, aiming at its target, exclaiming its intent to eliminate the unfortunate being. Rasha exhaled a cloud of vapor, casting a glance at the unconscious advisor Chio amidst the ruins. His gaze shifted to Shikaku, his expression remaining unperturbed. Has it emerged again? Shikaku's belly swelled as it suddenly slammed its palm against its abdomen, releasing a torrent of wind chakra. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Observing the swift approach of the wind technique augmented by the tailed beast's chakra, Rasha raised his arms, palms skyward, as he summoned forth, magnet release, sand gold. Between them, an enormous curtain of sand gold materialized. The colossal vacuum sphere collided with the center of the curtain, creating a profound indentation before falling silent. Under Rasha's command, the curtain surged forward like a tsunami, crashing down upon Shikaku. Rubbing its eyes, Shikaku beheld the advancing sea of sand and turned to flee. Though a tailed beast, it was no fool. The initial thrill of emergence dissipated upon realizing the presence of the human capable of sealing it away. Indeed, the emotions of humans and tailed beasts did not resonate. All it discerned was a desire for its confinement. Watching Shikaku galloping away on all fours, the avian figure perched on the rooftop blinked, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes. This fellow came out to shout a few times, and then ran off? Why hold back? At worst, one would be sealed away. As the avian pondered, it began to connect the dots, observing Shikoku's retreating figure while murmuring. Could it be that Rasha deliberately released it to demonstrate his ability to suppress a tailed beast? Indeed, this is quite plausible. Akin to showcasing a nuclear weapon in later eras. Just casually bringing out a tailed beast to flaunt one's prowess. Sighing, the avian turned back to its recently organized belongings. A twitch at the corner of its mouth. Had it known there was little danger, it would have returned to slumber. Teacher! Teacher! Amidst the cacophony of the street, a voice seemed to call out to it. The avian blinked, seeking the source of the sound, and soon spotted a young man. Adorned with a white scarf and sporting a head of golden hair, sprinting towards it while shouting, "Teacher!" As this handsome individual leapt beside it, breathless and frantic. The avian scrutinized him closely, rummaging through its memories without success, and asked in bewilderment, "Who are you?" "I am Yashimaru." "Oh," the avian responded, elongating the sound. And with a swift motion, it struck its right fist against its left palm, nodding. "And who is Yashimaru?" "Your student." Noticing that the avian seemed poised to inquire further, Yashimaru hastily lifted a woman cradled in his arms, urgency etched upon his face. "Teacher, please save my sister." At that moment, he noticed that the other person was cradling a woman on the verge of death. "Your sister is gravely injured." "How did this happen?" Lifting her eyelids and observing the gradually dilating pupils of the woman, Fei Niao extended his hand towards her pulse, sensing the increasingly feeble heartbeat. A frown creased his brow. "That," he remarked, glancing at the Uchiha insignia emblazoned on the woman's attire, then looking back at his sister's pale countenance. Yashimaru gritted his teeth, and, with closed eyes, called out, "My sister was injured during the recent turmoil." "Ah." Fei Niao's lips twitched as he recalled the earlier incident when a single jutsu had been enough for Rosa to drive away the tailed beast. He couldn't help but express his lament. "Your sister truly has had a stroke of bad luck. If I am not mistaken, she may very well be the only one injured in this chaos. Teacher, I implore you, save her." I understand. Observing Yashimaru, whose forehead was now bleeding, Fei Niao waved his hand and then lifted the blonde woman into his arms, walking as he spoke. "Guard the door for me. Do not allow anyone to disturb me, or your sister will surely perish." Yashimaru instinctively wished to follow him inside, but upon seeing the firmly shut door, he recalled that ninja from the village might soon come to investigate, and thus swallowed his words. Earlier, he had risked being trampled by the tailed beast to rescue his sister from the safety house after witnessing it being breached. However, upon seeing his sister, barely clinging to life, and Elder Chio unconscious, his mind became a chaotic muddle, and he instinctively ran toward the hospital, cradling his sister. As he rushed down the frantic street, he spotted Fei Niao squatting on a rooftop, burdened by a large parcel, seemingly preparing to flee. It suddenly dawned on him that the Uchiha Fei Niao, who had taught him medical ninjutsu, was indeed a formidable medical ninja. "Sister, you must survive," he urged, casting a glance at the tightly closed door. From his pocket, Yashimaru retrieved a kunai, his expression vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. "No one is allowed in until we have results." At that moment, Fei Niao felt somewhat overwhelmed. He realized he had underestimated the extent of this individual's injuries. This was no mere collateral damage from a tailed beast attack. This was akin to the tailed beast residing within her. Placing his hand on her emaciated abdomen, Fei Niao could distinctly sense that this woman had recently been a pregnant mother. However, the foreign chakra lingering within her indicated an extraordinary connection with the tailed beast. There were no children in her womb, yet there existed chakra belonging to the tailed beast. Could she be the difficult labor case mentioned by Yakura? Observing the intricate patterns on her abdomen, Fei Niao, having studied sealing techniques, quickly deduced that this was likely a modified sealing technique from Sunagakure. No wonder a cesarean section was not feasible. It seemed the tailed beast had been sealed directly within the fetus through the mother, with the seal preventing the tailed beast from escaping. After piecing together the sequence of events, Fei Niao placed his hand on her lower abdomen, channeling the alien chakra into his palm. After a brief moment, a vivid crimson chakra enveloped the palm of the bird-like figure. Sealing technique. As he swiftly formed hand seals, the chakra of the tailed beast rapidly concentrated at his fingertips, vanishing as it materialized into a diamond-shaped mark. Observing the mark and the burn on his skin, a flicker of disappointment crossed the figure's lips. It was evident that his studies in sealing techniques had not been in vain. He had indeed managed to seal the tailed beast chakra. However, would this meager amount of chakra suffice to unleash two A-rank ninjutsu? Alas, he had contemplated becoming a Jinchuriki, yet the tailed beasts were all domesticated. Initially, he had intended to explore the hidden mist village in search of the three tails, but unexpectedly, his first application of the sealing technique involved sealing the chakra of the one tail upon his fingertips. Moreover, the quantity of chakra was pitifully scant. As dawn broke, he pushed open the door and cast a glance at those gathered outside, his gaze settling upon the brown-haired man at the center. Kazekage, after a moment of silence, the figure spoke. Kazekage-sama, I did not expect our first encounter to be here. Indeed, Raza nodded. Then his gaze shifted past the figure into the room. Squinting as he inquired, what of her? Is she alive? Yes. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Raza regarded the figure with a penetrating stare before leading the group of ninjas away, leaving only Yakumo and Yashimaru, accompanied by a boy and a girl. Kazekage-sama, that Konoha ninja is likely aware of our Sunegakure's secrets regarding the tailed beasts. At this, Raza paused momentarily, then resumed his normal demeanor, delivering a chilling statement in the most indifferent tone. I have another son. Should war erupt and my younger son prove unable to control Shikaku, I will extract it and seal it within my other son. Furthermore, Konoha is our ally. If he perishes here, the fourth Hokage will not be as lenient as the third. Hearing this, the Sand Ninja following Raza exchanged glances, their expressions flickering. The death of a Uchiha in their village would indeed pose a problem, especially with the fourth Hokage involved. If he could not die here, perhaps it would be feasible for him to meet his end at the hands of another, thereby shifting the burden of trouble elsewhere. Hey, what are you doing? The lazy voice from behind caused the figure to stiffen. Slowly, he turned to face the doorway, locking eyes with a pair of clear, almost amber-hued orbs. Has Yakumo returned so soon? Wasn't he supposed to take her to the hospital? After a brief moment of distraction, Fania naturally placed the items in his hands onto the floor. He gazed at Yitsong's exquisitely smiling face and shrugged, stating, last night was rather eventful. I merely sought to mitigate your financial losses. In response, Yitsong crossed over to her desk, glanced up at it, and calmly remarked, is that your justification for absconding with my antique table? At her words, Fania immediately raised his hands in protest. Hey, I never intended to run away. Once you resolve the matters in the village, I will return. Is that so? Yitsong looked at him with skepticism. Recalling how Yekimaru had mentioned seeing him perched on the rooftop with a large bundle, seemingly ready to flee. Yitsong, Fania, wishing to divert the conversation from the topic of running away, swiftly changed the subject. The person I saved yesterday was Rasha's wife, right? Yes. Yitsong nodded. But before she could elaborate, Fania continued, Chio has died? Why didn't she intervene yesterday? That illness is beyond the capabilities of ordinary medical ninjas. Yet Chio certainly could have treated it. If she has indeed passed, I ought to perform a paper offering for her. You certainly have a way with words. Observing the sorrow etched on Fania's face, Yitsong let out a cold laugh, thinking how insincere he was. Shortly thereafter, she tossed her ninja tools onto the desk and reclined on the bed, staring at the dim yellow ceiling while murmuring, thank you. What did you say? Fania, who had been about to sneak out of the room, froze in place. He rubbed his ears and turned to face Yitsong, who lay on the bed, her graceful figure fully visible, and asked in confusion, I didn't catch that. After omitting the word thank you, Yitsong closed her eyes, organized her thoughts, and explained again. Elder Chio exhausted her chakra and has gone to recuperate. If it weren't for you, Karuro would certainly not have survived last night. As her words faded, Yitsong felt a tremor in the bed and slowly opened her eyes, only to find Fania's face hovering above her. At that moment, Fania knelt at the edge of the bed, looking down at her intently. After a moment of mutual gaze, Yitsong could no longer endure the intensity of his stare and turned her head to the left, retorting irritably, what do you want now? Look. Fania extended his left hand towards Yitsong, pointing a finger at her with utmost seriousness. I saved your village leader's wife. What level of mission does that constitute? I believe it must be at least an S-rank mission. And with S-rank missions come significant risks and substantial rewards. I have borne the risks, so where are my rewards? Though we are allies, surely we must keep accounts clear? Yitsong's cheek twitched. She was too weary to face him. She promptly covered herself with a pillow and mumbled, I'll treat you to lunch. Is that all it takes to settle this? You think that suffices? Fania grumbled, feeling dissatisfied. I expended an entire night's worth of chakra with nothing to show for it. Moreover, it appears that your relationship with that individual is quite amicable. Given this, it would be more prudent for you to offer some form of remuneration. Upon hearing his somewhat disheartened tone, Yitsong removed the pillow covering her face and gazed at Fei Niao with a look of incredulity. Observing the delicate beauty of Yitsong's visage from such a close distance, Fei Niao suddenly felt his heart quicken and his throat grew parched. After a laborious swallow, an impulsive thought crossed his mind. Surely, a kiss wouldn't lead to dire consequences? At that moment, Yitsong pointed to her desk, speaking rapidly. There is a fire release ninjutsu inside. Before she could finish her sentence, she caught a glimpse of Fei Niao lunging towards her. Feeling the unexpected moisture on her cheek and witnessing the handsome face of her assailant retreating, Yitsong blinked, slowly processing what had just transpired. After a prolonged silence, she sat up expressionlessly, her aura beginning to rise. I need to step out for a moment. A D-rank mission may have been claimed. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Fei Niao leapt onto the windowsill, instantly vanishing from Yitsong's view. How audacious to expect me to part with my chakra without compensation. In Sunagakure, at the hospital, Fei Niao descended from the rooftop, adjusting his attire in preparation to enter. Hello. At that moment, a child adorned with intricate patterns on his face dashed out from the hospital upon spotting Fei Niao. He hurriedly approached, panting with exertion. Thank you. Observing the child's labored breathing, Fei Niao retrieved a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to him, then popped another into his mouth, inquiring, Little one, who are you? Huh. The child hesitated before accepting the lollipop, stowing it away in his pocket, then looking up at Fei Niao with gratitude. My name is Kanjiro. Thank you for saving my mother. Fei Niao nodded, replying, No need for thanks. Your mother is quite resilient. Noticing the child standing still, seemingly at a loss for words, he placed his hands in his pockets and added, You only need to understand that your mother's willpower played a crucial role. Although I contributed somewhat, it was minimal. Kanjiro lowered his gaze, feeling uncertain about how to continue the conversation, as he sensed the dialogue had hit a dead end. Observing the child's continued silence, Fei Niao took a couple of steps forward and leaned down, stating, I accept your gratitude. However, in the future, it would be wise to choose a more private location. After all, I am a ninja of Konoha. Furthermore, only a handful of individuals in Sunagakure are aware of my role in saving your mother. Let's avoid unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope returned to Kanjuro's eyes as he looked up at Fei Niao, eagerly saying, My mother has awakened and wishes to thank you in person. Glancing at the expectant Kanjuro, Fei Niao scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Perhaps next time. My schedule today is quite full. Kanjuro trotted after Fei Niao, persistently urging, Please, may I learn the art of medical ninjutsu from you? You lack even a single chakra. Child, what purpose does it serve to pursue such a pursuit? My desire is to save lives. If you aspire to become a medical ninja, then upon returning home, procure 2 chickens from the market. With a knife, sever their necks, and utilize bandages and medicine to staunch the bleeding. If the chickens survive, continue with the process. If they perish, prepare a hearty stew for your mother come evening. Is this truly a rite of passage to becoming a medical ninja? Indeed. When the corpses of chickens accumulate excessively, remember to offer a few to the village ninjas to garner favor, perhaps to the likes of the Yuzakura clan. Meanwhile, within a mysterious cave in the land of grass, Madara-sama, Madara-sama. Responding to the call echoing in his ears, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the figure of the calling whirlpool, White Zetsu. Madara-sama, this. Observing the items presented by White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara half closed his eyes, leaning against the stone wall, seemingly disinterested. You roused me merely to eat? Indeed. White Zetsu scratched his head, subsequently placing 2 items before Madara, adopting the tone of a bird and animatedly recounting the illustrious history of these items. Uchiha snail powder, created by yours truly? The peculiar aroma of the snail powder caused Madara's brow to furrow once again. When had he ever concocted such an odd delicacy? Furthermore, he sensed something awry with this White Zetsu, born of Hashirama's cells, as it often took liberties in its dramatizations. Affectionate noodle strips? One could surmise, with a mere thought, that it was impossible for Uchiha Madara to bestow such a name upon food. Madara-sama, do try. It is said this bowl of noodles allows the Uchiha clan to relive the essence of love. Humph, a futile dish. Do not expend all your energy on Uchiha bird. Acting like a fool, Madara scoffed, yet his wrinkled hand still lifted the bowl of freshly heated snail powder, trembling as he opened his mouth and took a cautious sip. Suddenly, a fit of violent coughing ensued, as Uchiha Madara, having not eaten in ages, found himself choking. "Madara-sama, are you all right?" "No matter," he retorted, adjusting his position and resuming his slurping. Surely, he would not succumb to choking on food. Moreover, he was primarily curious as to how this bowl of noodles could evoke the sealed memories of love. Once he finished the bowl, leaning against the stone wall, he expressed his disdain. "A deception. This is far more unpalatable than ordinary food. I am not a ninja driven by culinary desires. Do not bring such dishes again. But Madara-sama, this Uchiha honey mustard fried chicken is quite delightful. I shall not eat without burping. Madara-sama, shall we eat after you relieve yourself?" "Fool. Do not pose such revolting inquiries whilst one is dining." Unbeknownst to him, a white Zetsu lingered nearby, silently observing. After all, such solitary surveillance was a privilege reserved for those under the gaze of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, with whom he shared no close rapport. As he opened the door and gazed into the living room, Feigning Age cautiously stepped inside, after confirming that everything appeared normal. He had just returned from visiting the elderly Chiyo. However, upon his return, he found himself lingering outside on the street, hesitating over whether to re-enter his abode. Could Yakura have resorted to violence? If so, so be it. After all, he had foolishly acted upon his impulses. With this thought, Feigning Age gently pushed the door open and squeezed in. Bang! Just as he closed the door, the sound of a spatula striking a pot echoed from the kitchen. Peering into the kitchen through the two glass doors, Feigning Age clearly observed a figure within, fervently stirring something in a cathartic manner. "Careful, the pot might overflow," he muttered. No sooner had he spoken than the commotion in the kitchen abruptly ceased, followed by the glass door being swung open from the inside. Yakura, holding a spatula, looked at Feigning Age, her expression devoid of emotion. "You're back?" "Yes." Feigning Age nodded, placing the items he was carrying onto the floor. He hesitated for a moment, pointing at the spatula in Yakura's hand. "Shall I take over?" "Not necessary." Bang! The kitchen door slammed shut again, though this time the noise within had diminished significantly. However, the flames appeared to have intensified, making it seem as though the kitchen was ablaze from the outside. How temperamental. Once the dishes were set on the table, Yakura sat across from Feigning Age. She glanced at the food on the plate, and then at Feigning Age, who had yet to pick up his chopsticks. With a calm tone, she said, "Go ahead. It's for you." Seeing that he hesitated to eat, Yakura initially assumed he feared her cooking was unpalatable, causing her cheeks to twitch slightly. Then, in front of him, she picked up a piece of food, chewed it a few times, swallowed, and chuckled. "There isn't much food in the village. I could never waste such provisions." Observing Yakura, who had just been venting in the kitchen, suddenly shift to a calm demeanor, Feigning Age poked at his rice with his chopsticks, a hint of concern in his voice. "Are you all right?" Yakura paused, then gently stirred her rice before speaking. "I might have to go to the front lines in a couple of days. The Wagakure has been quite active lately." Feigning Age blinked, astonished. "You're really okay?" Yakura momentarily halted her chewing, lifted her gaze to meet his, and narrowed her eyes. "If you have any intelligence regarding a Wagakure, feel free to share. After all, we are allies now." Sighing at the disjointed conversation, Feigning Age slowly replied, "I have a story. A tale of a young bloodline limit ninja who died without ever having experienced love." "A bloodline ninja? Never been in love? You certainly have a way with words." Before Feigning Age could finish, Yakura quickly immersed herself in the narrative. Her expression darkened as she glared at him, a fireball suddenly manifesting in her hand, floating momentarily before pointing menacingly at the food on the table. "Don't push me to strike you during my happiest moments. Moreover, should you cross any more boundaries, I will genuinely become angry." "Understood." The bird, devoid of greed, smiled cheerfully and nodded before beginning to extol the virtues of the dishes upon the table. However, casting a furtive glance at Yi Tsang, the bird inwardly shook its head. This fellow exhibited an unwavering loyalty to the village. It was likely that if I were to suggest to her that she might one day be traded by the village, Yi Tsang would perceive it as an attempt to sow discord between her and her community. With this thought in mind, the bird picked up some food and cautioned, "Be careful." Yi Tsang paused momentarily with her chopsticks, then resumed her normal demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. "Understood." In the afternoon, the desert, unshrouded by clouds, radiated heat as the sun blazed down upon the earth, raising the surface temperature to an astonishing degree. Kanjiro assisted Kururo in walking around the exterior of the hospital, then pointed toward the bird, who was reading in a shaded area, and remarked with confusion, "Mother, the big brother seems a bit melancholic." Following Kanjiro's gesture, Kururo gazed at the book in the bird's hands and shook her head. "The medical texts are quite challenging. Perhaps he has encountered something perplexing." Hey, the bird exclaimed, placing the medical book on its lap and turning its eyes toward the two, discussing its plight with dissatisfaction. "Your voices are rather loud when you speak of others behind their backs." In response, Kururo directed Kanjiro to assist her in approaching the bird, smiling as she asked, "Bird-kun, have you come across a difficult question?" Seeing Kururo's mother approach, the bird shifted slightly to make room in the shade and responded, "Indeed. There are some aspects I find perplexing." Kururo, curious, inquired, "May I ask what it is?" At the age of 14, the fourth Hokage rescued his wife from the Cloud Ninja, and thus began their romantic relationship. I was merely 7 at the time, and while practicing ninjutsu in the small grove, I often overheard their sappy exchanges not far off. Now, at 24, the fourth Hokage has a son. Yet here I am without a girlfriend, which leaves me feeling somewhat melancholic. Upon hearing the bird express such sentiments, Kururo blinked in surprise and questioned, "You do not have a girlfriend?" Scratching his head, the bird replied, "Isn't that rather normal?" Kururo shook her head, reminiscing about her own experiences at the bird's age, and softly remarked, "It varies from person to person. However, by the time I was 18, Himawari had already been born. After all, during wartime, the average lifespan of a ninja hovers around 30. Legends say that during the Warring States period, it was a miracle for ninjas to live past 30. If you, Bird-kun, have already turned 18, you have already traversed a significant portion of your life." With that, she turned to face the bird, a playful smile gracing her lips as if she were simply engaging in casual conversation, and asked, "Do you have someone you like?" No sooner had she spoken than she noticed the bird's gaze fixate upon her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Before she could utter a word, the bird's attention shifted to something behind her. Turning to look, she saw her daughter bounding toward them, which made Kururo's heart race anew as she felt a twinge of awkwardness. The person whom Fei Niao cherishes is unlikely to be from the sand-hidden village. Is it? Fei Niao cast a glance at the lively Tamari, then turned his gaze towards the distance and spoke slowly. It wasn't the case before, but it may not be so now. Then, Kaluo tightly embraced Tamari and cautiously inquired, "What do you see in her?" Fei Niao produced 2 lollipops from his pocket and handed them to the children. Then, tugging at Tamari's small braid, he earnestly replied, "It all started with her appearance." Observing his daughter's adorable features, Kaluo sniffed uncertainly and asked, "So, your act of saving me is also related to her?" "That's inconsequential. I hardly know you. I saved you purely because your brother, Yashimaru, called me teacher and bowed repeatedly," Fei Niao explained. Kaluo exhaled softly, glancing at her daughter and then scrutinizing Fei Niao, silently resolving, "I shall not consent to this marriage. He is too young. He is merely a few years my junior." Fei Niao, oblivious to Kaluo's thoughts, felt a tinge of melancholy. After kissing Yitsong earlier that day, he discovered that the long-dormant heart of his solitude seemed to awaken. All these years, he had set his standards for a girlfriend, Tsunade's physique, Kushina Uzumaki's hair, Mikoto Uchiha's gentleness, Inuzuka Tsum's wildness, Kurenai Yuhi's crimson eyes, coupled with the intelligence of the Nara clan. And thus, he remained single for 18 years. In a certain secret chamber on the top floor of the Wind Shadow office building, a certain sand-hidden village official slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger as he glared at the village's higher-ups. His gaze fixed upon the 4th Wind Shadow as he bared his teeth, exclaiming, "The mist-hidden village shows no sincerity in negotiations. Isn't it merely a dual-front battle? Provide me with 2,000 ninjas, and I shall bring in the Water Country ninjas to cool things down." Luo Sha, interlacing his fingers beneath his chin, doused the official's enthusiasm with cold water. "Excluding the injured ninjas who have withdrawn from the ranks, our village has only 721 combat-ready ninjas left." With a resounding thud, the official clenched his fist and struck the table in frustration. "Give me 500 men, and I will leverage them through Konoha to gather some of those water-dwelling ninjas as bargaining chips." Luo Sha cast a sidelong glance at him and chose not to dwell further on the matter. His gaze then swept over the remaining officials, ultimately falling upon the 2 empty chairs beside him. Chiyo and Izo. These siblings had relinquished their power and retreated into the shadows after he ascended to the position of Wind Shadow. Another official turned to the fourth Wind Shadow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The mist-hidden village is openly seeking Yi Tsong's life. This is untenable. Do not emulate the foolishness of Konoha's self-destructive actions. Such idiocy is not in our nature. Indeed, Luo Sha nodded in agreement. At that moment, an official, seeing no one else rise to speak, lightly tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Given the reduction in funding by the daimyo, it is foreseeable that the sand-hidden village will head towards decline. As a shadow, Raza disregarded his identity and utilized the magnetic escape ninjutsu he had mastered to gather gold sand, serving as the village's financial resource to temporarily alleviate its crisis. He viewed his biological son, Gaara, as a vessel to host Shikaku, striving to enhance the village's prosperity and bolster its combat strength. This encapsulates his present endeavors. Concerning the matter of Yakumo, I trust that Raza's actions are underpinned by his own rationale. This is not merely a justification for trading comrades for peace. Raza, even if we assume for a moment that you have not contemplated the repercussions of handing over Yakumo only to have the hidden mist village renege on their agreement, this would infuriate the higher-ups. Today, during what was supposed to be a routine meeting, Raza detonated a bombshell by announcing that the hidden mist village agreed to negotiate, but with the stipulation of surrendering the blazing release user Yakumo. One would expect Raza, as the Kazekage, to oppose this more vehemently than anyone else. However, his demeanor suggests that he has already reached a resolute decision. Raza, Konoha embodies the will of fire, and we of Sunagakure possess the will of wind. Such an act of trading comrades for peace is tantamount to undermining the very foundation of our village. Unless I am struck by a stroke today and confined to a hospital bed, you shall not succeed in passing this proposal through me. Indeed, the only way to have this proposal accepted is for the heavens to rain down blades upon me, thrusting me into the hospital. Upon hearing the uproar from the Sunagakure elite, Raza withdrew a sheet of paper from his pocket and placed it upon the table, declaring, "Every individual in the village holds value, and the worth offered by the hidden mist village surpasses that of Yakumo. This is my rationale." The high-ranking officials of Sunagakure regarded Raza with bewilderment, one rising to his side to examine the paper closely. In the interlude of scrutiny, a flicker of fervor, regret, and paternal affection flashed in Raza's eyes as he continued. "Currently, our elite combat force comprises merely myself, Yakumo, Chiyo, and Izo, with the retirement of our esteemed advisors. Chiyo and Izo, the already scant combat capacity has suffered a significant void. The absence of high-level combatants and the presence of generally gifted descendants have left an indelible scar on the village. However, should the One Tail be controllable by a Jinchuriki, it would permanently endow the village with an elite powerhouse, a prospect of paramount importance for Sunagakure at this juncture." As he spoke, Raza gradually closed his eyes, his expression tinged with melancholy. He had sealed the tailed beast within his son without Gaara's consent. Yet, if Gaara could control the beast, it would yield substantial advantages for both him and the village. While Yakumo, as one of the only two Kekkei Jinkai users in the village, is undeniably significant, her importance pales in comparison to that of a controllable tailed beast, which could offer lasting protection to the village. Rumors have long circulated within the ninja world that the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, is the epitome of one capable of harnessing the power of the tailed beasts. The official holding the paper felt his fingers tremble, and he struggled to swallow, sensing his voice falter as he questioned, "What if we exchange Yakumo for the means to control the tailed beast, only to have the hidden mist village backtrack later?" Observing that these individuals seemed to relent, Rasha exhaled deeply, his expression remaining indifferent. "I possess the means to ensure complete control over the tailed beasts." In a show of goodwill, the village hidden in the mist recently dispatched 2 bloodline limit ninjas bearing half the method for controlling the tailed beasts. The method has been validated, confirming its authenticity. The fourth Mizukage's ability to control the tailed beasts was not mere happenstance. It can indeed be artificially manipulated. At this moment, a high-ranking official interrupted his discourse, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Rasha, inquiring, "What is their objective? Is it merely vengeance against Yakura?" The leaders of Sunagakure suddenly grasped the situation. The village hidden in the mist likely aimed to leverage Yakura's life to suppress the hawkish factions within their own village, seeking a peaceful resolution to the conflicts with Sunagakure. By providing the method for controlling the tailed beasts to Rasha, they sought, in part, to persuade Sunagakure to relinquish Yakura, while also harboring aspirations of a united offensive against the village hidden in the leaves. As for the Mist Village taking Yakura's life and then pressing further against Sunagakure, it seemed they were prepared to face dire consequences. As the note circulated and eventually returned to him, Rasha surveyed the assembly and spoke, "Gentlemen, I invite your thoughts." Suddenly, one of the officials retrieved a kunai from his pocket and flung it into the air, allowing it to fall freely. Thud, thud, thud. The official did not evade. He allowed the kunai to pierce his body, collapsing onto the floor. Rasha's cheek twitched as he turned his gaze toward the individual beside him. A retching sound erupted. As this official clutched his throat, his eyelids rolling back, before he crumpled to the ground, convulsing. It appeared that without immediate medical attention, he might perish right there. Rasha took a deep breath and turned to the individual on his left. Before he could utter a word, that person began to chant as if ensnared in a jinjutsu. Digging the roots of the village. Our Sunagakure's root system is exceptionally robust. Severing one will not matter. Digging the roots of the village. Our Sunagakure's root system is exceptionally robust. Severing one will not matter. Old fox. Rasha cursed inwardly, then turned to the last high-ranking official of Sunagakure and whispered, "Do you have nothing to say?" A light cough escaped the official, his demeanor calm as he replied, "The Mist Village should not mind assisting me in dealing with Uchiha Feinyao." And then, Rasha pressed, "I have recently developed a new ninjutsu. I would be grateful for your appraisal." As he spoke, the official formed hand seals, and chakras swiftly coalesced in his throat. Water release, water prison technique. A column of water erupted from his mouth, instantly forming a water prison upon the ground. After casting a glance at the wind shadow, the official resolutely stepped into the water prison, soon appearing as though he were suffocating, bubbles escaping his lips. Within less than a minute, he had drowned in the very jutsu he had unleashed. While the collective interest of the village outweighed individual gain, he refused to shoulder the blame for betraying a hero of the village. P.S. Honestly, I too cannot fathom why Sunagakure would betray Yakura. If there were discord between the higher echelons of Sunagakure and Yitsong, they could effortlessly dispatch Yitsong to the battlefield, allowing her to inadvertently fall into the enemy's encirclement, taking down a handful of enemy ninjas in her final moments. Sacrificing her would yield minimal gain. I suppose I must concoct a narrative. Furthermore, Yitsong is the protagonist, a living heroine. The main character possesses a system, awakening their potential without reliance on sacrifice. Speaking of sacrificing heroines, in all my years, I've only encountered such a theme in that book de law. Unbeknownst to the two, Yitsong, who is executing her mission on the battlefield, and Feinyao, who is mentoring in Sunagakure, are entirely unaware of the higher-ups' intentions to sacrifice them. At this moment, Feinyao sits beneath the shade of a tree, regaling Kenjuru with tales of the illustrious profession of puppetry. This vocation has been well developed by your Sunagakure, yet it still falls short. Kenjuru bites into the chicken leg in his hand, gazing at Feinyao with wide, innocent eyes, perplexed. Not enough? Indeed. Feinyao nods, his tone heavy as he surveys the bustling crowd around them. Whether it be the renowned white secret art of Chiyo's 10 puppets, or the red secret art of Sasori's 100 machine manipulation, both merely pursue the quantity of puppets rather than their quality. As he speaks, he glances cautiously at the surrounding crowd, and upon noticing no one paying attention, he produces a model of a transformer from his cloak, placing it before Kenjuru and whispering, "When it comes to puppetry, one must select the finest materials. It matters not whether it can best others. The crater it creates should be no less than the size of your house." They say that within the works of puppeteers resides the soul of the creator. Yet, a soul is ultimately an ethereal entity. It is far superior to house a person within. At that moment, you shall sit inside the puppet, one hand steering and the other wielding a weapon. Moreover, you could install a loudspeaker in the puppet's mouth, bellowing your might before unleashing your techniques to intimidate your foes, regardless of whether you triumph or falter in battle. Your name, Kenjuru, shall resound throughout the ninja world, rivaling even that of the founder of puppetry, Wenzuo Wei Min. As the vivid imagery described by Feinyao danced in Kenjuru's mind, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He then glanced at the model in Feinyao's hands. Anticipation evident in his expression. "Really? When you developed the ultimate puppet?" Feinyao tucked away the transformer model, murmuring, "In your eyes, puppeteer Chiyo is but a relic of the past, destined to be surpassed. The infamous Sasori holds no true substance. Before the ultimate puppet, He is merely a fleeting adversary. The remaining puppeteers of Sunagakure are but mediocre talents, unworthy of your concern. Just as he was about to continue, Chiyo suddenly appeared before Kenjiro, her voice frail with age. Having heard of the Uchiha's fire release renowned in the ninja world, this old relic wishes to seek your counsel. Fei Niao, scratching his nose, looked at Chiyo blocking their path, and shook his head. Wait until Kenjiro crafts the super puppet for me. Then I shall challenge you to a duel between puppeteers. Chiyo kicked back, nudging Kenjiro aside, then squinted at Fei Niao, slowly asking, You have been in Sunagakure for quite some time, haven't you? Over 2 months now. As he spoke, Fei Niao couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He had been consuming sand for over 2 months, and in just another 10 days, he would be able to return to Konoha. During this time, his captain in the Umbu had been excessively concerned about his every move in the Sand Village, requiring daily reports of his activities, as if failing to do so would imply his imminent betrayal. Over these 2 months, he had managed to amass a considerable amount of wealth from the Sand Village, a fact that certainly stirred envy. Listening to Chiyo's somewhat bitter tone, Fei Niao smirked. Counting on his fingers, the accounts do not add up this way. Over the past 2 months, how much food have I saved you? How much unnecessary expenditure have you avoided? The old woman replied, I recently heard an intriguing piece of news and wanted to inquire about it. What is it? Fei Niao questioned, looking at Chiyo with a hint of confusion, unsure of what scheme the old woman was concocting. Where do the raw materials for the food you prepare come from? Upon hearing this, Fei Niao stroked his chin, casting a discerning glance at Chiyo before recalling the system's uncanny ability to conjure items out of thin air. He was at a loss as to how to explain the source. He could not admit that the system created them. Typically, when he provided these items to his clan, he merely claimed to have purchased the chickens and had someone else fry them. With that thought in mind, Fei Niao replied nonchalantly, Commercial secret, no comment. Is that so? Chiyo regarded him intently, before revealing the information she had learned through certain channels. Recently, I have heard that thousands of chickens from the Land of Lightning have gone missing. At this, Fei Niao shook his head, dismissing it without a second thought. That has nothing to do with me. Who would venture all the way to the Land of Lightning to steal chickens? My chickens are provided by the system. Such a miraculous entity could not possibly pilfer from others. They must have been created through some unknown means. Chiyo nodded in agreement. Upon hearing about the missing chickens from the Land of Lightning, her mind immediately linked it to the Uchiha family bucket. After all, the taste of that bucket's chicken leg bore a striking resemblance to that of the chickens from the Land of Lightning. Both were delightfully tender. As night fell, Fei Niao returned to his residence to find his ninja cat energetically gnawing on the sofa of the Yakura household. Fatty, how many times must I tell you not to chew on other people's belongings? Just sharpening my teeth, replied the ninja cat, releasing its grip and bounding into Fei Niao's arms, softly saying, Your corpulent captain might be in trouble. What happened? There might have been a death in her family. Seeing Fei Niao's puzzled expression, the plump orange cat gestured with its paws, describing, When I returned to Konoha today, she seemed distracted, repeatedly murmuring that Shinji must be safe. Now, I have reason to suspect that the son of your third Hokage may have encountered an incident during a mission. Surely not. Fei Niao turned to gaze at Konoha, a contemplative expression crossing his face. If his memory served him correctly, it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a grandson. It seems that the individual is named Konohamaru, the son of Sarutobi Konohamaru. Currently, it is rumored that both his captain and Sarutobi Konohamaru have no intentions of having children. It is likely that Konohamaru will not be born for several years, given that his father has passed away. Noticing that Asuka was unresponsive, the orange cat playfully nudged him with a paw on the chest, brimming with curiosity. By the way, I have some gossip from Sunagakure that I heard recently. Asuka shook his head, dispelling thoughts about Sarutobi Hizashi's offspring, and firmly grasped the scruff of the orange cat, stating seriously, Chubby, how many times must I remind you not to eavesdrop at night, just because you are agile and inconspicuous? Those who frequently walk by the river are bound to fall in. If you get caught, how am I, as an apparent spy, supposed to rescue you? I won't get caught, the orange cat said lazily while stretching in midair. Will you listen or not? There's also that old hag, Chiyo. Asuka placed the orange cat on the table and casually picked up a can, mumbling indistinctly. Tell me. Humph. Observing the unmistakable curiosity in Asuka's eyes, the orange cat smirked and continued. Do you know what Raza has been up to lately? What? Behind his wife's back. He has been secretly keeping 2 women with bloodline limits. Now, That is indeed a sensational piece of gossip. Asuka set down the can of meat and poured some water in front of the orange cat, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although such affairs are not unheard of in the ninja world, isn't Raza renowned for his fidelity? The orange cat sniffed the fragrant can and continued. That is all I heard. At that moment, the male ninja was so eager that he couldn't wait to proceed after that remark. I thought they would continue chatting, so I stayed by the bedroom window until dawn. In the end, it was a wasted night. How unfortunate. Asuka shook his head, his expression turning serious. Next time. Don't wait until dawn. The people of Sunagakure know you are my summoning beast. This could easily be misconstrued as my attempt to gather intelligence on Sunagakure. The orange cat took a bite of the can and mumbled, You make a valid point. That morning, I nearly got discovered. Furrowing his brow, Asuka quickly inquired, And then? The orange cat patted its chest, its face displaying a human-like expression of relief, and slowly recounted. Just as dawn was approaching, the male owner returned, and the male ninja in the bedroom intended to flee through the window. Since I was right at the window, he nearly pushed me out. In a fit of anger, I kicked him back inside. Afterward, the household erupted into a quarrel, drawing the attention of passers-by, while no one noticed me. The male owner? Asuka paused, slightly astonished. So, the couple you overheard in the middle of the night were having an affair? Indeed. The orange cat nodded emphatically, then reclined partially on the table, its eyelids drooping. In a typical household, there exists no such abundance of gossip. Which family? It cast a suspicious glance at the bird, its tone imbued with scrutiny. What? Do you wish to engage in an affair as well? Although that individual lovers could not be counted on both hands. I surmise that if she wishes to maintain her standing in Sunagakure, she would not involve herself with a leaf ninja such as you. Bah! The bird scoffed, crossing its legs with disdain. I merely inquired. Having known you for so many years, have you ever witnessed me consorting with such individuals? The orange cat instinctively nodded. Recalling that the bird had indeed adhered to propriety over the years, the sole encounter with an unscrupulous woman was likely the proprietor of the village magazine shop. She resides at 77 Snowfall Street in the desert, and her husband is a lower-ranking ninja, well regarded in the vicinity, known for his unwavering honesty. The lady of the house is named Mari, and though her appearance is unremarkable, her figure is undeniably alluring, rivaling that of the shameless vixens. Not only does she enjoy flirting with married men, but she also has a penchant for seducing married women. She often takes advantage of her husband's absence during missions to invite others into her home. On several occasions, I have witnessed this with my own eyes. At this moment, it stretched lazily upon the table, its tone brimming with intrigue. By the way, Mari recently acquired a new lover named Yuzo, who has some connection to Chiyo. Is he Chiyo's paramour? Not quite. He is the apprentice of Chiyo's younger brother, Izo. Some time ago, while passing through the capital of the Wind Country, I overheard a cat within the Lord's estate mentioning that the Lord's concubine had taken a guardian ninja as her lover, and his name was also Yuzo. Are they the same person? Likely, for it is uncommon to have namesakes in Sunagakure. Upon hearing this, the bird displayed an expression of contemplative wonder. Izo's apprentice is quite the libertine. However, this is to be expected. These ninjas frequently dance on the edge of mortality, rendering their minds somewhat twisted. During his time in the Leaf, he often heard of tales of infidelity. Yet, that honest man has not divorced his wife, which indeed redefines the bird's understanding of the concept of endurance. Reflecting on this, it gave the orange cat a thumbs up and commendation. Well done, fatty. Your talent for collecting gossip is truly remarkable. Upon receiving the bird's praise, the orange cat's mouth curled into a grin, revealing its teeth, as it replied. It is no small feat. I am finally recognized for my strengths. Indeed, the bird tugged at the orange cat's plump flesh, expressing its thoughts. The reason I initially contracted you was not only your adorable rotundity, but primarily to use you as a pillow. However, I did not anticipate such excessive shedding. How outrageous. Upon hearing the bird mention its own past, the cat's fur bristled in indignation, retorting harshly, You scoundrel. Do you dare claim that when you signed the summoning contract with me, you did not harbor thoughts of transforming me into a catgirl? You have grown too fat, causing me to lose all interest in catgirls. Go to hell. Within the room, the sounds of the cat's furious roar, the bird's sharp intake of breath, and the shattering of plates echoed for quite some time. 3 days later, alas, dear mother-in-law, you cannot bear to witness the fall of a genius into mediocrity, can you? With a thud, Kankuro clutched his head, his face contorting as if adorned with a mask of anguish. He cast a sidelong glance at his mother, who clenched her fists. And with a tone of wounded innocence, he inquired, "Why strike me? I merely wish to learn the art of puppetry from you and practice my opening lines. Where did you acquire such notions?" Karura's expression twisted into one of disapproval as she scrutinized her son, struggling to comprehend how her once obedient child could utter such foolishness. "In recent days, I have often overheard Brother Asuka speaking to himself. I learned from him." Uchiha Asuka? Upon hearing this name, Karura's brow furrowed in perplexity. "What have you been learning from him during this time?" "The art of puppetry. He practices puppetry?" "Indeed." Kankuro nodded earnestly, raising a finger with grave seriousness. "He revealed to me that the sole vulnerability of puppetry lies within the human body. Hence, I must diligently cultivate my physique. Thus, even if an adversary bypasses the puppets to engage me directly, I shall be capable of repelling them with a single kick." "Stop! Stop!" Karura hastily interrupted her son's impending discourse. After 2 months of recuperation, she had not attended to Kankuro, and he had transformed in such a manner. Taking a deep breath, she grasped Kankuro's arm and sternly commanded, "From this moment forth, you are to study the art of puppetry earnestly with Lady Chiyo. Abandon those ludicrous opening lines to avoid displeasing her." "Understood," Kankuro replied, his tone flat. This opening line had been meticulously crafted with Asuka's guidance. He still recalled Asuka patting his shoulder, saying, "Kankuro, Lady Chiyo has retired. She will not easily take you as her apprentice. However, if you learn the art of puppetry from someone like me, who knows nothing of it, for 2 months, she will grit her teeth and accept you, lest the village's future genius be extinguished. When the time comes, simply state this, and your chances of success will significantly increase." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a room of considerable size that appeared almost absurd in its vastness. Such grandeur! Upon entering and surveying the somewhat empty space, Kankuro felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. The room bore no furniture, save for a pool in the center, though he was uncertain if it contained fish. While he was lost in thought, Karura approached Aizu, conveying her purpose. Lady Chiyo's gaze then fell upon Kankuro. Observing him as he gazed about, she sighed softly, reflecting on the irrelevant knowledge of puppetry imparted by Asuka, and spoke in a voice tinged with age, "I shall impart to him some fundamental principles. Yuzo, please retrieve some basic puppets from my chamber. At once." "Thank you, Lady Chiyo." Karura expressed her gratitude with a nod, aware that the opportunity for Kankuro to learn stemmed largely from her connection to Rashi. Just then, Kankuro's attention was suddenly drawn to the ninja, who was turning to depart. So it turns out that Yozo is indeed that fellow. A child's eyes cannot conceal the truth. As the fisherman, Ebi no So, observed the reverence in Kankuro's gaze directed towards Yozo's silhouette, he spoke with kindness. "Kankuro, what are you pondering?" "Huh." Kankuro mimicked the pose of a bird and absent-mindedly scratched his nose, replying in a childish tone. "Yozo is the true ninja. He can endure over 300 pounds of impact and, through his formidable willpower, accomplish the impossible." The 3 listeners were left in a state of confusion, their heads filled with question marks. A sharp sound echoed as the fishing rod slipped from Ebi no So's hands, jolting him back to reality. Reflecting on Kankuro's earlier words and noticing the admiration in his eyes, he hesitated. "Where did you hear such words?" "I overheard that cat while playing at Imbert's house," Kankuro replied. Upon hearing this, Ebi no So's face illuminated with understanding. He glanced at Kankuro, who was being pulled away by his ear, before his gaze shifted to his sister, Chiyo. Slowly, he remarked, "Sister, that over 300 pounds must refer to the person beside the daimyo, right?" Chiyo shot Ebi no So a sidelong glance before picking up the fishing rod and casting her line as she spoke. "The daimyo has cut funding. You intend to leverage the whispers from his entourage to secure additional resources. Although the plan may seem somewhat unscrupulous, it is one of the few attempts we can make under the current circumstances. The village's finances have reached a critical point. Otherwise, we wouldn't resort to such measures." Ebi no So set down his fishing rod, sighed, and stood up. "Sister, I shall take a trip." "Very well." As Ebi no So departed, Chiyo gradually closed her eyes, her entire being seeming to enter a meditative state, remaining still. "Oh, daimyo, I wonder if our village will still possess the capacity for warfare in a decade or so." Ebi no Sodano. Where is Ebi no Sodano headed? Just taking a stroll. Greeting the passers-by along the street, Ebi no So's mind began to churn with thoughts. It appeared that the other party had been aware of the situation for quite some time. What could they desire with this leverage? Moreover, the people of Konoha should be unaware of this. Otherwise, I would have caught wind of it. Given the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha, it is highly unlikely that he would divulge this matter to those high-ranking officials, though the dead may keep secrets. No one can ascertain whether they left behind any contingency plans during their lifetime. If the truth were to surface, the daimyo might further diminish the already scant funding. Shaking his head, Ebi no So headed straight to the house of an bird. Upon opening the door, Ebi no So found an bird standing outside, slightly taken aback. Ebi no Sodano, it has been months. You still appear quite spirited. Heh. Ebi no So stroked his beard with a benevolent smile. His gaze fell upon the cat on the table inside, and a glimmer sparked in his eyes. Shall we converse inside? Certainly. And bird ushered Ebi no So in, then poured him a glass of warm water, inquiring, Are you here to bid me farewell as I prepare to return to Konoha? Not quite. Accepting the water cup from an bird, Ebi no So placed it on the table, his voice sounding ancient. I shall not dance around the topic with you, young one. You are aware of that matter, aren't you? Observing the unwavering expression on the face of Izozak, Fei Niao cast a glance at the orange cat sprawled on the table. Fast asleep. His gaze returned to Izozak as he spoke with a hint of exasperation. Your apprentice and the tale of 300 pounds? Izozak's lips twitched slightly as he met Fei Niao's incredulous eyes and replied slowly, It was merely a misguided idea for the future of the village. If not for the financial difficulties of Sunagakure, it would have been prudent to subtly influence those nobles to whisper in the ears of the daimyo. Regrettably, our lack of funds and the daimyo's reluctance to allow female ninjas to approach compelled us to resort to the most economical method. Indeed, it is a rather ill-conceived notion. Fei Niao nodded in agreement. To be honest, I never even considered taking action against those around the daimyo. During my execution of D-rank missions, I was well aware of the daimyo's preferences. It can only be described as a curiosity. Young man, how can we prevent this matter from becoming public knowledge? A very aged voice jolted Fei Niao from his reverie. He looked at Izozak's cheerful gaze, puzzled. If you bury the daimyo's concubine without anyone being the wiser, wouldn't that render the incident as if it never occurred? Your perspective is indeed perilous, Izozak remarked, noting the serious expression on Fei Niao's face with a hint of wistfulness. It is said that Uchiha Madara held little regard for the nobility. He once aspired to unify the ninja world. Had it not been for Senju Hashirama, the nobles would have found themselves in grave danger. However, based on your words, it appears that only you and that cat are privy to this matter. After a brief pause, he looked at Fei Niao with a benevolent expression and continued, Young man, can I trust you to keep this a secret? Of course. Fei Niao responded decisively with a nod. Gossip is merely for amusement. In time, it fades from memory. This left Izozak momentarily speechless as he regarded Fei Niao, who had so readily acquiesced. No conditions? He queried with some hesitation. None. You don't want money? I have sufficient funds. What about women? I maintain my integrity and am still a virgin. Ninjutsu. I have replicated nearly 1,000 ninjutsu techniques, and even using 10 a day would take me half a year. Fei Niao winced at Izozak's probing gaze, and, sensing he was about to say more, raised his right hand toward the sky and swore. I swear upon the honor of the Uchiha clan that I am merely here to listen to gossip, with no intention of leaking a single word. Currently, only I and 3 cats are aware of this matter. In the future, it will remain known only to me and those same cats. You must trust me. I am the most discreet man in the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Uchiha Fei Niao invoke his family's honor in an oath, Izozak's drooping eyelids instantly lifted. He scrutinized Fei Niao for a considerable time and thought to himself, the Uchiha clan places their family's honor above all else. Although his oath suggests a 99% probability that this matter will not be disclosed, having navigated the ninja world for so many years, I have never encountered someone so agreeable. A sense of doubt crept into his mind. Were it not for the fear of potential unforeseen repercussions and the rekindling of war, he would have been inclined to keep Fei Niao in Sunagakure. After pondering for a while, Izozak tentatively inquired, Would you not desire something in return? The bird resolutely shook its head, declining firmly. No, just a little bit. The bird looked at Kaizokuzo with a puzzled expression. Aren't you from Sunagakure out of money? If you don't take something, I cannot rest easy. Upon hearing this, the bird twitched the corners of its mouth and spoke. I am a medical ninja and have long heard that Granny Chio possesses a forbidden medical technique. Are you willing to sell it? So, he fixed his gaze on the bird's eyes, and after observing the clarity within them for a moment, Kaizokuzo, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "How much will you offer?" "Wait while I fetch the money." With that, the bird rose and approached the safe. Moments later, a loud clap echoed as Kaizokuzo watched the coins the bird tossed onto the table, his expression shifting entirely. This fellow exhibits remarkable sincerity. My sister's forbidden medical technique of reincarnation is beyond the grasp of an ordinary medical ninja. According to her, no more than 5 individuals throughout the shinobi world could master the technique she possesses. The stringent conditions for learning that ninjutsu are one thing, but the consequences are exceedingly severe. He doubted that this Uchiha would allow those high-ranking individuals from Konoha to utilize it. Contemplating this, he gazed down at the coins on the table, feeling somewhat reflective. Money should be spent sparingly. I understand. All this money is my heartfelt offering. Sunagakure earns and spends, taking not a single coin back home. Listening to the bird's resolute voice, his expression grew solemn. Kaizokuzo grasped one of the bird's hands earnestly, saying, "Wait here." With that, he immediately left the bird's room and hurried back to his residence. With this sum of money, the village could endure for a while longer. As for the matters concerning Yozo and the 300 pounds, he trusted this tight-lipped Uchiha. "Sister." A hoarse voice broke the silence. Chiyo lifted her eyelids to glance toward the doorway, observing her brother approaching with his hands behind his back. "Going fishing, are we?" "The matter remains unresolved." Kaizokuzo shook his head, casting a glance at the crystalline pond before his eyes settled upon Chiyo. "Sister, could you please transcribe the forbidden technique of reincarnation for me?" Upon hearing this, Chiyo pondered for a moment, then scrutinized her brother with her murky eyes, her tone dripping with disdain. "I thought you might bury him. Yet here you are, employing ninjutsu, and using my ninjutsu to silence others." "Sister," Kaizokuzo's voice rose in pitch, sighing as he spoke. "He cannot die. Otherwise, Shimura Danzō will undoubtedly exploit this matter. Sunagakure cannot afford to be squandered. The poison, the rate of toxin spread likely cannot match the speed at which I can heal with medical ninjutsu." "Foolish brother." Chiyo closed her eyes, then retrieved a scroll from her bosom and tossed it to Kaizokuzo, her voice aged and weary. "I hope he does not unleash this ninjutsu upon someone he detests. He should have no opportunity to do so." Kaizokuzo accepted the scroll, shaking his head. "I have already dispatched someone to the capital to clean up the aftermath. As for Uchiha Hinata, she will likely travel through the land of wind toward the land of water. Whether she can return alive to Konoha remains an uncertainty. Even if I return alive, there is nothing I can do about this matter." Before the words had fully left his lips, Hai Laozong heard his sister's snoring. He raised his gaze to the sleeping Chiyo and slowly exited the room. Having completed these tasks, he entrusted all his affairs to others. He would now spend the remainder of his life accompanying his sister. On the 3rd day, in the early morning, Yitsong walked along the village streets with a bundle on his back, relishing the warm greetings from the villagers. After being away on a mission for nearly 2 months, the village appeared to have changed little, yet somehow, it felt significantly different. Rubbing his eyes to dispel the sand within, he observed the villagers around him, who seemed to have gained weight, a wave of confusion washing over him. What have these folks been eating to gain such girth? It seems that in just 2 months, everyone has put on a noticeable amount of weight. "Teacher," a familiar voice emerged from the crowd, prompting Yitsong to halt and glance over. 1. He was taken aback by the sight of his plump disciple. He pinched his chin with 2 fingers and hesitantly inquired, "Have you been taking hormones?" "No." 1 squeezed through the crowd to stand before Yitsong, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Teacher, you're back." "Indeed." Yitsong nodded, quickly following up with, "Have you gained weight?" "Gained weight." 1 looked down, pinching the flesh around her belly, uncertain. "I feel fine." "Ah, you're back." Just as Yitsong pondered whether his eyes were deceiving him, another familiar voice reached his ears. Following the sound, he spotted Fei Niao skillfully navigating through the crowd, presenting a piece of fried chicken to his disciple, who accepted it with equal familiarity. Yitsong began to understand the reason behind her weight gain. With this revelation, he reached out to grasp Fei Niao's arm, his gaze repeatedly drifting toward his disciple, his tone laced with reproach. "Is this how you assist me in taking care of my disciple?" Fei Niao's attention shifted to Wan as he reflected, "You provide food, drink, and even ninjutsu teachings. I've never been this generous to my own disciple. She has to pay for her own meals." Yitsong's cheek twitched as he observed his disciple, who seemed to be struggling for breath. A sense of frustration welled within him. Being too overweight made even traveling laborious. How could they possibly undertake any missions? With this thought, he pinched his disciple's chubby cheek, exasperated. I'll deal with you when I return. As if recalling something, he shot a fierce glare at Fei Niao, adding, and you. With a swish, Yi Tsong vanished from sight. Fei Niao and Wan exchanged glances before Fei Niao spoke. Wan, can you defeat your teacher? Wan promptly shook her head. I cannot. Sigh. Fei Niao shoved his hands into his pockets and began to walk in the opposite direction of Yi Tsong, saying, I could. At this, Wan glanced at the piece of chicken in her hand, then lifted her gaze to Fei Niao's retreating form, suddenly finding the chicken not quite as appealing. Knock, knock. Yi Tsong rapped on the door, and a deep male voice echoed from within. Enter. Lord Fengying. Pushing open the door to the office, Yi Tsong glanced at the Kazekage, who was seated and diligently attending to official matters. She made her way to the nearby sofa, settled down, and began to rest. During the war, she had not felt the weight of her responsibilities, but now that peace had returned, she realized that the ninjas in the village seemed to be somewhat insufficient. Over the past 2 months, she had scarcely found a moment of leisure. She had anticipated that her return would afford her a few days of respite, yet before she could even step through her front door, she was summoned by the Kazekage. After completing the paperwork in his hands, Raza observed Yi Tsong fidgeting with her hair out of boredom and smiled. Yi Tsong, you've worked hard. Thank you for your concern, Lord Kazekage, she replied, setting her hair aside, her gaze falling upon him, her tone laced with fatigue. Is there yet another mission? Indeed. Raza nodded affirmatively. He rummaged through his desk and produced a scroll, placing it before her as he spoke in a somber tone. Negotiations with the Mist Village have yielded results. The conditions proposed by the opposing side have been approved after discussion among the higher-ups. Oh, Yi Tsong perked up, regarding Raza with a furrowed brow. What are the conditions? Crossing his fingers, Raza slowly articulated the terms of the truce, having amended the treaty between Sand and Leaf villages. The cessation of hostilities with the Mist Village, reparations, and the provision of military aid under certain circumstances. Upon hearing the terms of the ceasefire, Yi Tsong's expression darkened, and an instinctive surge of anger welled up within her. Reparations. Reparations. If this continues, Sand Village might as well disband. By the way, Raza continued, tossing the scroll to Yi Tsong, we need to dispatch an envoy to the Mist Village. The villagers are still unaware that we are negotiating peace, and the higher-ups fear that unrest may ensue. Thus, we have decided to keep this matter confidential for the time being, revealing everything to the villagers at an appropriate moment in the future. Hence, this is a covert mission, and you will be the sole envoy to Mist. Understood, Yi Tsong replied, rising expressionlessly to accept the mission scroll. She bid Raza farewell and exited the Kazekage's office. If given a choice, she would prefer to avoid tasks related to the ceasefire agreement. Not only did it risk humiliation, but it also jeopardized the village's reputation. Once the daimyo learned that the village had entered into such an agreement, he would likely reduce the already meager funding further. A vicious cycle indeed. At that moment, as Yi Tsong vanished in a blur, Fei Niao hurried back home to tidy up. For the past 2 months, he had been staying at Yi Tsong's residence. Although it was generally clean, cat fur was ubiquitous. With a soft thud, as he was cleaning the cat hair, Fei Niao heard a faint rustling from the windowsill and, without looking up, remarked, Fei, perhaps I should just shave off all your fur. The orange tabby, having just returned from Konoha, halted, raising its head in disbelief at Fei Niao's bustling in the living room. You scoundrel! How is this any different from stripping someone in the street? Don't worry. I'll just sew you a couple of outfits to cover up, Fei Niao retorted. Bah! Who would wear clothes made from your old trousers? With that, the cat leaped onto the freshly cleaned table, untying a secret letter from its back and tossing it onto the table, continuing its tirade. Your superior has assigned you a task. What is the task? Her husband has gone missing, and she requests your assistance in searching for him in the land of water. Upon hearing this, the bird set aside the broom in her hand, puzzled. Why not dispatch a ninja from the village? Concern breeds chaos. The orange cat yawned languidly. The village has already sent someone. However, since you are nearing the completion of your task, she thought it prudent to send you to the land of water, considering it a leisurely excursion. Upon hearing this, the bird picked up the mission scroll from the table, scanning its contents. After a moment, she turned her gaze toward the direction of the land of water, a smirk of schadenfreude crossing her face. Is Sarutobi Shino such a fool? To turn a simple assassination into such a debacle. But can one blame him? The orange cat suddenly perked up, leaping onto the bird's shoulder and whispering the gossip it had overheard. It is said that Sarutobi Shino was inadvertently unmasked by a Sand Village ninja before he could complete his mission. However, in consideration of their alliance, he refrained from taking action against the Sand Ninja. Subsequently, it appears that the Sand and Mist villages were preparing for negotiations. Yet, after a drunken night, the ninja who had exposed Sarutobi Shino's identity reported him. Soon after, misfortune befell Sarutobi Shino. The bird's gaze drifted through the window, observing the bustling pedestrians in the street, her face betraying a sense of disbelief. The people of the Sand Village truly turned traitor with alarming swiftness. Less than 3 months after signing the treaty, they swiftly sold the Leaf Ninja to the Mist Village. Their manner of operation is downright more despicable than that of the Land of Grass. However, the use of the phrase "it is said" implies a lack of evidence. In order to maintain stability with the Sand Village, the village is unlikely to take any drastic action against them. Hearing a clicking sound nearby, the bird bent down to pick up the broom from the floor, sweeping up the cat fur while saying, "You have returned." Yukura nodded, her peripheral vision catching sight of the yellow cat fur on the ground. She took the orange cat that had been lounging on the bird's shoulder into her hands, rubbing it affectionately while asking, "When do you plan to leave for the Sand Village?" The bird ignored the cat's pleading gaze and replied, "In a couple of days." As she observed Yukura's fatigued visage, she teased, "Are you planning to send me back to the Leaf Village?" Yukura pouted, settling onto the sofa with the orange cat in her lap. "Don't even think about sending me off. I have tasks ahead. I only have 1 day off and intend to spend it resting at home." "Tasks? Where do you intend to execute your next mission?" The bird looked at Yukura with pity. "Those in the Sand Village are still using you like a pawn. After just 2 months of executing tasks, you barely get a day's rest before being sent out again." Yukura gazed at the ceiling, warning, "Do not pry into such confidential matters. We are merely temporary allies. Not yet at the stage of sharing tasks. Are we not friends?" Upon hearing the word friends, Yukura paused, then scrutinized the bird with a few sideways glances before scoffing. "Friends also have secrets. Do not pry indiscriminately." Upon saying this, she noticed the other's rare silence and wondered if perhaps her previous remarks had been a bit too harsh. After carefully organizing his words in his mind, he spoke again. "Due to differing perspectives, the things I say may inadvertently bring about significant losses or even calamities for the village." Indeed, Fei Niao nodded thoughtfully, then reached out to gently stroke the orange cat's head, inquiring, "Yitsong, what plans do you have for the future?" "None." Yitsong shrugged, sinking deeper into the sofa, fatigue evident in her demeanor. "It's merely about fulfilling tasks, teaching my apprentice, and perhaps one day meeting my end on the battlefield." "And you?" "As for me," Uchiha Fei Niao leaned against the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling, reminiscing about the past. "Whether in childhood or now, my aspirations for the future seem to revolve around merely surviving, finding a girlfriend, marrying, and starting a family." Casting a glance at Yitsong, who was yawning and visibly drowsy, Fei Niao's gaze suddenly took on a peculiar quality. "Should I take this opportunity to practice a confession? Perhaps, before I depart from Sunagakure, I could express my feelings?" After a moment of internal conflict, he looked at Yitsong, whose eyes were slowly closing, and his lips moved silently. "Yitsong, I like you." Initially, Yitsong had been struggling to maintain her consciousness, intending to engage in conversation with Fei Niao. However, through the narrow gap of her eyelids, she witnessed him transition from tightly sealed lips to slightly parted ones, then uttering such momentous words, which instantly banished her drowsiness. Did he really think others couldn't read lips? An eerie silence lingered for several seconds, and just as Fei Niao was about to practice once more, Yitsong slowly raised her head, her gaze piercing into him, her brows furrowing in indignation. "Is this how you treat your friends?" Observing Yitsong's sudden alertness, he sniffed and feigned innocence. "Wasn't she asleep?" Fei Niao's mouth twitched before he raised a finger, speaking earnestly. "Actually, you're my only female friend." Yitsong's hand froze mid-motion, and as she gazed into the depths of his dark, ink-like eyes, which reflected her own image so clearly, the words "friends" are not meant to be hovered on the tip of her tongue, but ultimately retreated. He seemed to be speaking the truth. Yet, even if that were the case, what did it matter to me? We are from different villages. After a moment of stunned silence, she thrust the orange cat into Fei Niao's arms, deliberately averting her gaze, and coldly stated, "For the next 2 days, I'll stay at an inn." Before he could utter another word, Yitsong opened the door and unceremoniously pushed him out. Bang! As he stood outside, hearing the door slam shut behind him. Fei Niao looked down at the orange cat in his arms, murmuring, "Do you think this counts as a failure?" "Undoubtedly a failure. There's no chance with that woman." "Truly," the cat replied, licking its disheveled fur, unimpressed. "Moreover, I detest that woman for brushing against my fur the wrong way." Creak. Just as the last words left his mouth, the door swung open again, and Yi Tsang, her expression devoid of emotion, approached Fei Niao. She seized the orange cat by the scruff of its neck and turned back inside. Bang! After closing the door from the inside, Yi Tsang leaned against it, squinting at the orange cat that was disparaging her. The chill in its words made the cat's fur bristle. "In truth, I would gently stroke its fur." The orange cat hesitated for a moment, noticing Yi Tsang's impassive gaze, and cautiously remarked, "Although it's not the first time I've been petted against the grain. None have done so as comfortably as you." Hearing this desperate plea for survival, Yi Tsang nonchalantly nodded in acknowledgement. Glialu, realizing it might be in peril. The orange cat struggled to swallow its saliva, and after silently counting the seconds, its whiskers began to twitch instinctively. So much time had passed. If Uchiha Fei Niao intended to rescue it, he would have done so by now. With this thought, it squeezed its head past Yi Tsang's arm to gaze at the closed door, and yelled hoarsely, "Damn Uchiha, your entire clan are scoundrels. I must have been out of my mind to be tricked by a few cans." Meanwhile, outside the door, Fei Niao was scratching his ear, gazing at the swiftly moving clouds in the sky, pondering, did I just sense that Yi Tsang's breathing became a bit more rapid? The next morning, Fei Niao tidied himself up and arrived at Yi Tsang's residence, carrying a bag of steamed buns. He intended to retrieve his summoning beast and subtly inform Yi Tsang about matters that would impact her future. Unfortunately, due to the prolonged time spent traversing dimensions, he had forgotten the precise moment when Sunagakure sold Yi Tsang. How could he reveal this information without sowing discord? Knock, knock, knock. After knocking for a considerable time without receiving a response, Fei Niao was about to extract his key to enter when a cat's head suddenly poked out from the second floor, shouting down, "Hey, can you not disturb someone's sleep? Yi Tsang left last night." Looking up at the drowsy orange cat, Fei Niao stroked his chin in surprise. Fei, you're not missing any limbs, are you?" Upon hearing this, the cat recalled how Yi Tsang had tormented it all night, and a look of indignation crossed its face. It glared down at Fei Niao, then leapt from the second floor, claws swiping wildly at his face, its tone filled with resolve. "Damn Uchiha, let us perish together." The Land of Water is an island nation with a unique culture, nestled within deep mountains, often shrouded in thick mist. Its territory comprises numerous islands, each with distinct customs and traditions, and many islanders adhere to these customs in their daily lives. Reflecting on this, the orange cat licked its nose with its tongue, then rubbed its paws through Fei Niao's hair, expressing discontent. "I suspect you're placing me on your head to shield yourself from the scorching sun." "Nonsense." Fei Niao shot at a glance, speaking with conviction. "It's too hot to tuck you in my chest, and having you run alongside me is too exhausting." After much contemplation, the only option left was to balance you atop my head. This way, you 1T tire, and I 1T overheat. It's mutually beneficial. Fair enough. He nodded slightly, and continued to flip through the book titled The Undying Advice for Travelers in the Land of Water, speaking softly. "The taboos of the Land of Water. Do not enter the Hidden Mist Village." The last tourist who ventured into the Hidden Mist Village was drawn into the thick fog simply for casting a curious glance at another, never to return. Do not succumb to the allure of the women from the Land of Water. There was once a man who spent several nights with a citizen of this land, only to abandon the woman who begged him not to leave, treating her like a mere trifle. It is said that he, too, was ultimately ensnared by the fog, never to emerge again. After reading this passage, the ginger cat paused, glancing down at the flying bird hurrying by, and queried in confusion. "This book you acquired cannot be a fabrication, can it? Why must one refrain from the women of the Land of Water?" "It is not merely the women of the Land of Water," the bird replied, after crushing a scorpion hidden in a sandpit beneath its foot. Taking a sip from the water flask it carried, it continued, "The Hidden Mist Village has its own customs. As you know, that village often persecutes those with bloodline limits, resulting in the citizens of the Land of Water harboring similar sentiments towards them. The number of individuals within the bloodline limit clans necessitates that they cannot engage in perpetual intermarriage within their own kin. Marrying a citizen makes them susceptible to denunciation. Thus, some among them have set their sights on foreign travelers." "Oh," the ginger cat nodded, appearing to comprehend. In the entire ninja world, it seems that only the Hidden Mist Village is capable of such persecution against bloodline limit users. Alas, with the bird putting away the water flask and preparing to turn right, the cat quickly tugged at its own fur and pointed left. The scent of the Yakura is over there. You are heading the wrong way. The bird looked at it skeptically, raising an eyebrow. Really? The ginger cat propped the book beneath its rear, crossing its front paws over its chest with an air of pride. Cats possess a keener sense of smell than dogs, with 200 million more olfactory cells than canines. Do not doubt my judgment. No sooner had it spoken than a powerful gust surged from behind, startling it into clutching its paws to its head, the entire cat resembling a flag, fluttering in the wind. Hey, what about the third generation? Rest assured, the funds are prepared. Once the third generation elder hosts a feast, I shall take you to dine. From your tone, it seems as though you are eagerly anticipating his demise. Do not speak nonsense. As the duo, one person and one cat, disappeared from sight, the desert reclaimed its tranquility. The footprints in the sand gradually vanished under the shifting dunes. The land of water, aside from certain eerie and ominous locales, boasts scenery that can only be described as ethereal. Towering mountains piercing the clouds, perpetual thick mist, and air tinged with a hint of salt. The island itself resembles the cap of a mushroom, rising high in the center. The capital of the land of water is built upon the mountains, ascending in layers. The deeper one ventures into the inner city, the higher the terrain. Along the road leading to the inner city, fortifications and stone gates are constructed in tiers, necessitating passage through nearly 100 stone gates to reach the lofty residence of the feudal lord. Thus, this place is also referred to as the Mountain City. Upon entering the city, the bird encountered a throng of commoners from the land of water. In truth, the common folk across the ninja world are quite similar. Pale and emaciated, with unfocused eyes and an air of numbness surrounding him, the figure observed the bustling crowd. Those civilians with glimmering eyes and darting gazes were likely thieves. A sudden fit of harsh coughing erupted from the throng, prompting the orange cat, adorned with a mask, to tease, "Are you a cat or merely a timid feline? Why such cowardice? The air here is toxic. Inhaling such dense fog daily, the average lifespan in the land of water is considerably shorter than in other regions." With that, the cat decisively brandished a mask before the figure, who refused to wear it. A glance at the gathering of civilians was followed by a distant gaze and a twitch of its whiskers. My nostrils are filled with the stench of urine and the unique fog of this land. After spending half a day here, I need to acclimate. I can sense that I am close to tracking her down. All right, the figure nodded. The swift escape of Yetsong was remarkable, aside from maintaining chakra for combat. He had expended nearly all his energy in pursuit, yet he had not caught sight of his target even upon reaching the capital of the land of water. That day, he checked into a local inn. The climate here is indeed conducive to selling snail noodles. After indulging in a bowl of the dish to alleviate the dampness, he reclined on the bed, gazing at the ceiling as his eyes slowly closed. Before he could drift into a deep slumber, a violent cough erupted from the adjacent room. While upstairs, he could hear a cacophony of revelry among men and women. In this oppressive land of water, was there nothing else to occupy their nights besides crafting puppets? Growing somewhat agitated, he sat up in bed and opened the nearby window, only to be met with a thick cloud of white smoke billowing in. Observing the transformation of his room into an ethereal realm, he leaned out the window and saw a group on the ground, burning various foods and murmuring incantations to a malevolent deity. A sinister god? He quickly shut the window, lying back on the bed and muttering to himself. Is it that evil god of the Akatsuki? How can there be a stronghold in this wretched place? Once my nose clears up, I shall leave tomorrow. Just as the words left his lips, the door was abruptly flung open from the outside, and a chilling sensation gripped his throat. Lowering his gaze slightly, he found a kunai pressed against his neck and exclaimed, "Ninja, can you hear what I am saying through the door?" "Silence," the intruder commanded sharply. Observing the calmness in the figure's eyes as they pressed the kunai against his skin, threateningly. "Who are you? What do you know about the malevolent god?" The malevolent god is a cult. Some in the hidden hot springs village of the land of rivers believe in this sinister nonsense. Oh, the intruder nodded thoughtfully, seemingly recalling something, and pressed the kunai harder against the figure's neck, whispering, "How do you know so much? Who exactly are you?" "Me?" Seeing the wariness in the intruder's gaze, the figure blinked his large eyes innocently, replying, "I am Uchiha Sasuke." Jinjutsu, Sharingan. As the words fell, the three-tomo Sharingan began to swirl within the eye sockets. The moment the ninja beheld the Sharingan of her opponent, a tremor coursed through her heart. Before she could take any action, she lost control over her body, and the kunai slipped from her grasp, clattering onto the bed. Sighing at the sight of the ninja's vacant expression, Fei Niao roused the still sleeping Nico, yawning as he spoke. Fei, your favorite interrogation segment is about to commence. Following Fei Niao's pointing finger, Nico gazed at the motionless mist ninja by the bed, its once drowsy demeanor instantly sharpening. Isn't Uchiha Sasuke the son of Uchiha Makoto? Who isn't he even given birth yet? Are you yearning for maternal affection? Furthermore, what intelligence do you seek? The corners of Fei Niao's mouth twitched as he donned his attire and rose from the bed, casting a dark look at the sharp-tongued feline. If you cannot speak, then keep silent. I entrust you with the intelligence regarding the negotiations between the hidden mist and the hidden sand, as well as information about the evil god. Understood. The orange cat nodded vigorously, casting a glance at the emotionless ninja, its expression shifting to one of human-like gravity. Fei Niao's intent was clear. Aside from the request for physical data, all other information was required. Today's interrogation would truly test the capabilities of this feline. The next morning, as dawn had yet to break, the air outside was damp and chilly. The early risers among the common folk, upon opening their doors, were greeted by a blast of cold air that instinctively made them shiver. They rubbed their shoulders and commenced their activities for the day. Meanwhile, within Fei Niao's room, the mist ninja also shivered. Her vacant gaze gradually regained clarity as she surveyed the empty room, her attention soon falling upon the bed. Had that person and cat departed? After a glance at the neatly piled blankets, she stepped before the mirror, shedding her garments to scrutinize her smooth form. There were no traces of interrogation. So what had caused the pain she felt the previous night? Was it also an illusion? Knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. She calmly donned her clothing and opened the door, revealing a figure with short black hair, the forehead protector askew to the left, and the lower half of their face and neck wrapped in bandages, displaying sharp teeth. In a calm tone, they inquired, "How did you find your way here?" They scanned her from head to toe, noting her slightly weary expression, before speaking coldly. "I sensed a sudden surge of chakra from you. Linjin Yuri, have you encountered an enemy?" "No." "That's good. We have obtained intelligence regarding the evil god organization. It is time to return." "Understood." Linjin Yuri nodded, promptly retracting the weapon in her hand. She averted her gaze from her companion's icy eyes, a flicker of remorse crossing her expression. Although she had divulged considerable intelligence the previous day, it seemed to revolve solely around Terumi Mei. After all, she was a bloodline ninja. Betraying one's fellow village ninja would bring misfortune, but a bloodline ninja was exempt. Having rationalized her actions, she turned her gaze back to her companion, her expression growing equally cold. As Lin Xingyu pondered the pitying gaze of the man from yesterday, her expression darkened, and she thought to herself, "Am I gravely ill? On the brink of death?" Meanwhile, Fei Niao, scratching her ear, looked at the orange cat with disbelief. "Her name is Terumi Mei?" The orange cat nodded affirmatively, confirming, "Yes." She said her name is Terumi Mei, reflecting on the sharp teeth the man had mentioned and the figure that rivaled that of Sakura from the Ninja Academy. Fei Niao fell into an unusual silence. If her memory served her correctly, Terumi Mei was not known for having sharp teeth. The reason for her unmarried status, though related to her mouth, surely had nothing to do with her teeth. "By the way, what do you mean she won't live long?" At that moment, Fei Niao heard the orange cat's voice beside her. Shaking his head to clear the image of the toothy Terumi Mei from his mind, he casually replied, "She is gravely ill and doesn't have much time left. The disease is still in its incubation period and has yet to manifest. That is indeed unfortunate." The orange cat sniffed, detecting a faint scent in the air, then pointed northeast, his voice low. "Based on the information gathered during the interrogation and that faint presence, Yakura should be in that direction." "Understood." With that, Fei Niao infused her feet with chakra, and her figure instantly vanished from sight. As the sun rose, the morning mist thickened even further. Especially in this valley encircled by mountains, the dense fog seemed unlikely to dissipate even during the day. Yakura gazed at the steep rock walls on either side and observed the surrounding thick mist, frowning slightly. This location chosen for negotiations is indeed quite remote. It is surprising that the hidden mist village would select such a place for discussions. placing her ninja tools in a readily accessible position. She inserted a kunai into her hand and took a deep breath, stepping into the dense fog. Tap, tap, tap. Everything around was eerily silent, so quiet that Yukura could only hear the sound of her own footsteps. Suddenly, a faint noise emerged ahead, causing Yukura to furrow her brow as she turned her gaze toward the shadow enveloped in mist. Calmly, she announced, "I am Yukura from the Sand Village, here to pay a visit. Lord Yukura of the Scorch Release." The shadow in the fog stepped forward, gradually becoming clearer. His gaze fell upon Yukura, taking note of her reversed clothing, her yellow-green hair, and the forehead protector of the Sand Village. It seems the Sand Village truly sent her. Upon confirming Yukura's true identity, the Mist Ninja suppressed the hatred within, adopting a smile as he spoke. "I am here to welcome you. You may call me Mitsutani." Observing this low-profile Mist Ninja as he revealed himself, Yukura nodded, though she harbored some dissatisfaction regarding the numerous concessions her village had made to the hidden mist. After reflecting on the journey thus far, she temporarily set aside her grievances. She was well aware of the true circumstances of the Sand Village. Let us discuss this further after some time. With that thought, she regarded the smiling Mist Ninja with a neutral expression and slowly said, "Thank you for your efforts." "It's no trouble at all." Mitsutani scratched his head, stepping shyly in front of Yukura. "It is indeed an honor to meet you." The village, having noted the dense fog, surmised that you might require a guide upon your first visit to the hidden mist village, and thus dispatched me to accompany you. It is merely a matter of traversing a valley. Getting lost is hardly a possibility. However, Yitsong paid no heed to this gesture of goodwill from the village. They had previously extorted exorbitant demands, and now they send someone to welcome me. It is merely for show. I am here merely to go through the motions. Indeed, you are right. Mitsutani chuckled awkwardly, then shifted to the left, bowing slightly in a gesture of invitation, and respectfully declared, "Please, Lord Yitsong." As Yitsong passed by him, unsuspecting, Mitsutani suddenly drew a kunai from his waist and stabbed it towards her back. With a dull thud, Yitsong felt a piercing pain radiate from her heart, each beat intensifying the agony. Breathing became laborious as she struggled to turn her head and found Mitsutani, who had just been smiling, now wearing a sinister grin, speaking in disbelief. "What are you doing?" "Haha, your village has sold you out," Mitsutani sneered. Observing the kunai that was already half embedded in Yitsong's body, "I want you to experience the suffering endured by those comrades victimized by the Sand Village." With that, he tightened his grip on the kunai and thrust it forward, propelling himself backward with the force, crashing into the ground. Yitsong staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Mitsutani fleeing in the direction she had come from, as well as kunai flying down from the cliffs on either side. Although her mind commanded her to evade, her body remained unresponsive. Thud, thud, thud. The pain of the kunai embedding further into her flesh was now lost to her. The torment in her heart rendered her numb. It felt as though she had been betrayed by her own village. Moments passed. With a thud, Mitsutani reappeared before Yitsong. Observing her labored breaths and taunting, "Do not misunderstand. The grievances of our village cannot be so easily assuaged. Your death is but a slight consolation for us. The leaders of the Sand Village who handed you over surely think the same. You are merely a sacrificial pawn in this brief ceasefire agreement. For the sake of the village's interests, I have become a bargaining chip in a transaction with the Hidden Mist Village," Yitsong realized, fully grasping her betrayal. A montage of her past life flashed through her mind, and she questioned whether she had ever wronged the village. No, she truly had not. Her eyes shifted slightly, taking in the triumphant expression of the Hidden Mist Ninja, and she felt a pang of desolation. Her gaze drifted beyond him, back towards the direction she had come from, the direction of the Sand Village. Am I to perish? Perhaps it was an illusion before death. But Yitsong thought she saw the shadow of a bird flying in the direction she had come from. Surely it must be a mirage. He should have returned to Konoha by now, basking in the villagers' warm greetings. What a pity. Reflecting on the moments shared with Fania while reclining on the sofa, Yitsong felt a subtle tug at the corners of his mouth, only to find his eyelids growing increasingly heavy. That shadow resembled Fania so closely. Now, I find myself yearning to hear the tale of a young bloodline limit ninja who perished without ever experiencing love. In the next life, perhaps I shall. Ha. Observing Yitsong, who had completely lost his vitality, Mitani gazed skyward and erupted into laughter. He had personally bid farewell to Yetsong, the hero of Sunagakure. As he looked upon the dense fog above, Mitani bellowed, "Hey, did you see that? I have avenged you." Thud, thud, thud. Hearing faint footsteps from behind, Mitani furrowed his brow, the smile on his face gradually fading. He turned his gaze towards the direction from which Yetsong had come, sensing a shadow moving slowly through the thick mist. "Who goes there?" As he finished speaking, the shadow continued its leisurely approach. Mitani drew a kunai from his waist, adopting a cautious stance. "Who are you?" Huff. A breath escaped, and the silhouette of a black-haired man came into view, causing Mitani's brow to crease into a frown. Too late again. Gazing at Yetsong's lifeless form, Fania could distinctly sense the dissipating vitality of his foe. He raised his eyes towards the ascending sun, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the mist-hidden ninja. "If you had waited a moment longer to strike, you might have had the chance to enjoy lunch prepared by your family." Mitani blinked in surprise, finding the sudden appearance of this individual both perplexing and amusing. "What are you mumbling about?" Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Fania materializing before him, his pupils constricting in shock. The speed. It was incomprehensible. Instinctively, Mitani took a step back, only to feel a firm grip on his head the next moment. Fania seized the mist ninja's head and slammed it forcefully into the ground. Boom. The solid earth was instantly transformed into a vast crater, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward, enveloping both Fania and Mitani in a cloud of dust. Trash. Fania shook the blood from his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the headless corpse in the pit. "Yetsong actually fell to someone of your caliber." "Hey!" At that moment, the orange cat dashed into the dust cloud, observing Fania's extremely frosty demeanor. It stood to the side, exuding an aura of eternal detachment from the world, swallowing back the words it had intended to speak. It had been quite some time since it had seen him like this. "Are you all right?" Hearing the orange cat's concerned voice, Fania shook his head. "I'm fine. Move Yetsong's body to a safe place. I will deal with these pests." With that, Fania glanced at the dried blood on his hands, then unsheathed the unused Kazekage sword from his waist, striding towards the steep peak. Watching him depart, the cat widened its eyes, hesitating. "Aren't you afraid of causing trouble?" Huff. Fania exhaled, waving his hand dismissively as he continued onward. Should trouble arise, one might as well reignite the great ninja world war. If a single individual from Konoha were to entertain thoughts of betrayal, they could directly engage with the Black Zetsu, first razing the village, then the entire ninja world, and ultimately themselves. Should fortune favor them, they might traverse to another realm. Should they falter, they would find themselves in the Pure Land, playing mahjong with the Sage of Six Paths, observing the retreating figure of the departing bird. The orange cat's lips twitched. As the chosen summoning beast of the Uchiha clan, they were acutely aware that this family lacked any semblance of normalcy. Having accompanied Uchiha Fei-Niao for many years, they had long since come to comprehend his extreme temperament. The facade of the Uchiha, gentle, considerate, adept at communication, compassionate. The reality of the Uchiha, harboring thoughts of annihilation, frequently contemplating the obliteration of the ninja world. In moments of emotional instability, Uchiha Fei-Niao would succumb to destructive thoughts. Before Fei-Niao could venture far, he spotted a number of mist shinobi standing not far ahead. Upon sensing the disappearance of Mitsu's aura, this group of mist shinobi realized something was amiss, and they promptly began to gather their comrades, preparing to investigate the matter. However, before they could enter, those inside emerged. As Fei-Niao suddenly appeared, sword in hand amidst the dense fog, the mist shinobi collectively furrowed their brows. Subsequently, a figure from their ranks stepped forward, casting a glance at the leaf headband on Fei-Niao's forehead, and then fixating on the crimson tomo within his eyes, he spoke. "Uchiha of Konoha?" Ignoring the inquiry, Fei-Niao quietly counted the number of individuals present. "Hey, answer me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the mist shinobi witnessed the Uchiha sprinting towards them, his pace quickening with each passing moment. "He's coming. He is a high-ranking ninja of the Uchiha clan. His true strength is unknown. Beware of his eyes. Do not meet his gaze." With a resounding thud, the foremost mist shinobi raised his arm to block the punch launched by Fei-Niao. Upon sensing the force transmitted through his arm was not particularly formidable, he looked up at Fei-Niao, a smug expression adorning his face. "Is this the strength of a Uchiha high-ranking ninja? Quite mediocre. Why am I rising?" Noticing his line of sight continuously elevating, he cast a bewildered glance at Fei Niao, only to find a headless corpse standing opposite the Uchiha. Am I dead? Gazing at the smooth, mirror-like incision before him, the mist shinobi trailing behind instinctively swallowed hard. He had not even comprehended how it had transpired before his comrades had vanished. Do not fear, he is but one man. At this juncture, a nearby mist shinobi wore a disdainful smile. Their side had amassed a combat unit of 5 high-ranking ninjas, 7 special high-ranking ninjas, and 10 middle-ranking ninjas to prevent any unforeseen incidents. And yet, their adversary was merely a single high-ranking Uchiha. Could he possibly escape from here? Resolved. One of the mist shinobi drew a kunai from his waist, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. That fellow. At that moment, someone leaned in close to a special high-ranking ninja and remarked, "This individual appears rather peculiar. I feel as if I have encountered him before." Regardless, after expelling this person, the distinguished jonin tightened his grip on the kunai and aimed it at the top of Fei Niao's head, thrusting it downwards with great force. Fei Niao swiftly crossed his blade to block the attack. Glancing at the sharp fangs visible in the opponent's mouth, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him soaring into the air. Seizing the moment as the adversary ascended, Fei Niao retaliated with a swift strike, inflicting a massive diagonal wound across the chest of the Mist Village's esteemed jonin. Contrary to his expectations of a blood-splattering scene, Fei Niao raised an eyebrow as he observed the opponent's body drip with water. Is this the secret technique of the Akatsuki clan, the art of hydration? Indeed, a formidable ability. With that, he plunged his great sword into the ground, swiftly forming hand seals as he gazed up at the airborne jonin of the Akatsuki clan. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Fei Niao's mouth, enveloping the Akatsuki ninja in an instant due to their proximity. As fire met water, a dense cloud of steam enveloped the surroundings, mixing with the mist and thickening the fog even further. A thunderous explosion followed, a vast sea of flames sweeping over the onlookers, causing their faces to flush from the heat. Gulping, a member of the Mist Village team stared at the suddenly vacated area and the evaporated comrades, his eyes wide with terror. Isn't water supposed to counter fire? And earth to counter water? Where are they? The surrounding mist began to churn like a turbulent sea, continuously filling the void left by the fire technique. Once the area was restored, it appeared indistinguishable from before, save for the absence of 2 individuals. Suddenly, a kunai embedded with an explosive tag pierced the air, hurtling toward Fei Niao. Thanks to the enhanced vision of his Sharingan, the trajectory of the kunai became crystal clear. Fei Niao seized the handle of the kunai and deftly hurled it back. A violent explosion resonated among the crowd, scattering human remains like raindrops. In the valley, Akagane Hataru gazed in disbelief at the corpses of his 4 companions sprawled on the ground. He knew the Uchiha clan's jonin were formidable, and few could withstand their jinjutsu. Yet he had never anticipated that those few, including the distinguished jonin of the Akatsuki clan, would perish so swiftly. You are of the Akatsuki clan, a veritable jonin renowned for your water techniques, yet you fell to the flames. It seemed they hadn't even employed any jinjutsu. This scene equally stunned the remaining members. It was far from the chaotic brawl they had envisioned. Akagane Hataru shouted at the stunned Chunin beside him, then pointed at Fei Niao, commanding, "Do not be afraid. Restrain his movements." Earth style? As his words fell, a small-framed ninja swiftly descended into the ground, stealthily approaching Fei Niao's location. Decapitation technique. Came the unison of their movements. A subtle tremor resonated beneath his feet, prompting a swift reaction from the birds above. With a powerful kick, driven by muscle memory, he struck with force. The ground beneath him was instantly transformed, creating a sizable crater. Within it, the head of a earth-using ninja exploded in a violent burst, mingling with the surrounding mist. At that moment, a fierce roar pierced the air, and the birds turned to see a water dragon, formed from flowing currents, racing toward them. It was the water release, water dragon bullet technique. The water dragon clamped onto the bird's abdomen, forcefully pushing him backward. Feeling the constriction at his midsection, he raised his right arm and delivered a heavy elbow strike to the dragon's head, dispersing it. He then performed several agile rolls in the air, dissipating the remaining momentum before landing steadily on the ground. TSK. Observing another 2 water dragons barreling toward him, the bird swiftly formed a tiger seal, compressing a vast amount of chakra within his body, gathering it at his throat. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. In an instant, 3 fire dragons erupted from his mouth, colliding violently with the 2 water dragons. One of the fire dragons soared high into the sky, then began its free fall, crashing into the crowd below. Boom! The earth turned to scorched soil, and the ground began to sink. As he disrupted the remaining ninja's casting of jutsu, the bird drew a kunai adorned with explosive tags from his waist. His Sharingan flickered in his eye sockets, and he immediately hurled the kunai toward the 4 targeted ninjas. Clang! Clang! The 4 kunai clashed in the air, gradually closing in on their targets while disorienting the enemies. Success! The bird's gaze lowered slightly, locking onto the mist ninja who approached through the fog, blade pressed against his throat. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke. Have you ever seen eyes that can speak? Boom, 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 boom. At that juncture, the 4 kunai, bearing explosive tags, detonated violently. The mist ninja, with his blade poised at the bird's neck, experienced a fleeting deafness at the sound of the explosion. Before he could react, he beheld the 3 tomo within the bird's Sharingan begin to spin rapidly. So, the Sharingan can speak? The Sharingan does not speak, but I do. As if aware of the dying man's confusion, the bird smiled at him, then seized his arms and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Crack! His lower body and head impacted the earth with such force that a small crater formed, accompanied by a distinct sound of bone fracturing that echoed through the air. After delivering a finishing blow to the incapacitated mist ninja, the bird raised his head to survey the area. Water release, hidden mist technique. The surrounding mist ninjas felt his gaze upon them, causing their hearts to race. They promptly began expelling vast amounts of mist, obscuring the environment further. With the valley already shrouded in fog, the addition of several ninjas employing the hidden mist technique rendered visibility appallingly low. The bird raised his arm, sensing its presence, yet unable to see it. The formidable assassination techniques of these mist ninjas were indeed terrifying. Upon hearing the distant murmurs of flying birds, the mist ninjas around felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Having grown up in a misty environment, they were somewhat immune to such distractions. Nonetheless, with the fog being so dense, their visibility was severely hampered. Where did this Uchiha come from? Why did he attack without provocation? Could it be that Konoha sent reinforcements for Sarutobi Shinizuke? That seems unlikely, as Sarutobi Shinizuke is on the other side of the land of water. Should we call for reinforcements? Where would we find help? The village has already opened 3 fronts and dispatched several to capture Sarutobi Shinizuke, while also sending others here to block Yakura. Currently, the only one able to act from the village is the Mizukichi. Call some Jinin over, let them gain some experience. Upon hearing this, the mist ninjas turned their gazes toward the speaker, many of whom had family members among the Jinin. Rather than thinking of their well-being, they were suggesting sending them to their deaths. With a swift motion, Hito Hataru drew a kunai and plunged its tip into the back of the ninja, who proposed calling for Jinin's support. He then discarded the lifeless body to the side and, gazing into the thick fog, spoke calmly. I may die, but I do not wish for my family to perish. A soft sigh echoed from behind him, and as Kido Hataru felt a hand suddenly grasp his neck, his expression froze. He is alive? That is impossible. Yet, the warmth of the hand was undeniable. Slowly, he turned his head and saw the Uchiha with closed eyes materializing behind him. In truth, spending an extended time with ninja cats had sharpened his senses, without granting him the chance to use the shadow clone technique. The Uchiha's chakra-infused surgical knife sliced through his neck's blood vessels, and he swiftly turned to pursue the next target. Boom! After successfully dispatching 2 more individuals, an enormous explosion engulfed the Uchiha's body. Watching the Uchiha flybird stumble into a trap lined with explosive tags, the mist ninjas collectively exhaled in relief, some even revealing smiles. Well done. No. A sensing ninja nearby swallowed hard. Fear etched on his face as he stared incredulously into the smoke. It's not over yet. I think I recognize who he is. He is the corrupted Uchiha flybird. Impossible. This level of power just as the words left his lips. A figure emerged from the swirling smoke of the explosion. With a gust, chakra stirred the surrounding air, forming a powerful wind that swept outward. The smoke and mist gradually dispersed, allowing sunlight to rarefied illuminate the ground, casting a golden sheen upon Flybird's form. With a swift motion, Flybird tore away the remnants of his tattered shirt, revealing a physique of impressive muscle. Mystical patterns began to spread from his chest, climbing up his limbs and enveloping his face. From a distance, It appeared as though his entire upper body was shrouded in these enigmatic black patterns, resembling a magnificent suit of dark armor. The avian creature spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, raising its head with a fierce glare. You have a mere 10 seconds left. Engaging a detonating talisman with mere physical strength is impossible. After all, this bird is not akin to someone like the Raikage. It is, at its core, immortal. Yet, its rapid healing abilities obscure any visible injuries. Release the seal. As its two fingers came together, an immense chakra surged forth from within, enveloping its entire being. The sheer magnitude of this chakra sparked a flicker of fear in the eyes of the mist ninjas, though they had never encountered such a force. Its size alone indicated that it was beyond the grasp of any jonin. Had they known this adversary was so formidable, they would have reconsidered their return. What on earth is this creature? One among them collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the soaring figure, his heart heavy with despair. Its speed was blinding, and its taijutsu was overwhelmingly powerful. He could not even meet its gaze. Chakra is finite. He must conserve his energy. If all else fails, they should scatter. Just then, he felt a searing sensation on his scalp. He looked up at the crimson sky. Fire style, great fire destruction. A fireball, resembling a meteor, plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently into the ground. Flames erupted instantaneously, engulfing the mist ninjas in an inferno. In that fleeting moment before the fireball struck, those who could still muster the strength cast water jutsu to shield themselves. Surrounded by thick steam, one mist ninja observed the figure of the avian with a countenance filled with dread. Indeed, the dark hair, the peculiar black patterns adorning its body, and the vast scope of its fire jutsu, there was no mistaking it. Captain, we must flee. At that moment, far from the battlefield, a gathering of ninja cats perched on a tree branch, nibbling on their treats while watching the distant spectacle unfold. They had been summoned by the orange tabby to witness the drama. One black ninja cat, licking its whiskers with excitement, exclaimed, "Mist Ninja, congratulations. You've hit the jackpot. It's the grand prize of the year." Another tabby glanced at the plump cat before turning its gaze back to the battlefield. Its voice gravelly as it remarked, "The darkened Uchiha. Uchiha Fang Niao, having endured or witnessed the death of oneself or others, or the looming threat of death, or severe injury, resulting in a persistent psychological disturbance." The plump cat, with a shuriken in its mouth, observed the great sun slowly descending in the distance, softly stating, "To launch an attack on Uchiha Fang Niao, utilizing physical prowess or jinjutsu, would evoke a triggered emotional response, inflicting deep psychological wounds and unearthing a myriad of unpleasant memories. Any of these recollections surfacing will trigger the release of the seal, should Uchiha Fang Niao not be completely vanquished before the patterns envelop his entire body, within 2 seconds. All the chakra accumulated within his seal will be unleashed. Once the seal is broken, his defensive capabilities will double, the speed of his jutsu will double, and the range of his fire jutsu will double. The might of fire release techniques has doubled. The range of saturation strikes has also doubled. The potency of ninjutsu strikes has been magnified. Fatty. Upon hearing a nearby cat's meow directed at him, the orange cat paused momentarily before turning to look. Speaking of which, does Uchiha Asuka's chakra possess no limits? Fool. After casting a disdainful glance, the orange cat gazed at the fireball blazing in the center of the battlefield, murmuring to himself, "It merely lacks limits for 10 seconds. Coupled with his mastery of S-rank ninjutsu without hand signs, he saves precious time on seals. In those 10 seconds, he could incinerate the heavens." Boom. As the words left his lips, half the sky was instantly painted a fiery crimson. The sound of the explosion rippled through the air, echoing distantly. In the land of water, the capital city, the common folk, hearing the distant rumblings akin to thunder, looked up towards the horizon, only to witness the northeastern sky bathed in red, resembling the blush of dawn. Is another sun rising? Nonsense. The sun is right above us. Is it? Yet, I still feel something odd. Why do I feel as though I am witnessing a fiery cloud? Ordinary citizens, of course, remained oblivious to the events transpiring. However, the ninjas of the Mist Village, given the proximity of the valley to their village, felt it distinctly. A wave of heat wafted towards the village like a morning breeze. Hey, hey! One ninja, gazing at the fiery clouds above, stood up and squinted into the distance, hesitantly stating, "I sense an immense chakra over there. Congratulations. You might just become a sensory ninja in the future." Fool. After uttering an expletive, the man expressed his frustration, saying, "I sensed it long ago. You were merely the slow one to catch on. Something significant is about to unfold." Upon hearing this, he stood up to survey the surroundings. Soon noticing that many ninjas had gathered without his awareness. Lord Mizukage has issued orders. Form groups of 4 and proceed to the source of the red light. We must ascertain what has transpired there. Yes. As the command was relayed, the ninjas assembled at the entrance vanished from sight, racing towards the distant crimson sky. Terumi Mei, of the same age as Kakashi, has now attained the rank of elite chunin, and with another year of experience, she could be promoted to jonin. Serving as a temporary squad leader, she currently leads 3 genin towards the vanishing red sky. Observing her running ahead, one of the genin quietly inquired, "Captain, what exactly has happened over there?" Uncertain, Terumi Mei shook her head, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze forward. Just before leaving the village, the elder had mentioned that the red sky in the distance is man-made. Man-made indeed. Halt. At that moment, while running, Terumi Mei's vigilance heightened as 2 figures unexpectedly appeared ahead. As the figures approached, she raised her hand in a gesture to signal them to stop. Directing her attention towards the bald man, his face covered in soot, his hair and eyebrows seemingly burned away. "Who are you?" Subsequently, Terumi Mei leapt in front of the man, her gaze falling upon the lifeless woman cradled in his arms, her brows furrowing slightly. This individual seemed oddly familiar, as though she had encountered him before. A bird expelled a plume of black smoke, and he scrutinized the figure before him, a person with long, cross-hued chestnut curls, one eye obscured by hair, and pink lips, questioning, "Are you Terumi Mei?" With narrowed eyes, Terumi instinctively tightened her grip on the kunai in her pristine white hand. "Do you know me?" Noticing her lips pressed firmly together, the man took a couple of steps forward, still holding Yazong, and regarded her with a hint of uncertainty as he inquired, "Could you smile for me?" Terumi Mei looked at the bald man with a puzzled expression. "Is this a rogue I've encountered? Have rogues become this audacious? Do they now dare to tease a solitary beauty at will?" With this thought, her eyes narrowed further, preparing to confront the man and demand answers. "Forget it, you probably can't smile on command anyway." Before she could finish her thought, she noticed his eyes suddenly shift to a crimson hue, 3 black tomo embedded within, reminiscent of the legendary Sharingan. Impressive an illusion, as she stood frozen in place. The man approached her, using his finger as a makeshift toothbrush to brush her mouth twice before bypassing her entirely and striding into the distance. "Fatty, I told you the intelligence you gathered was flawed. That person with sharp teeth is not Terumi Mei at all. She claimed to be. How was I to know otherwise? She should be genuine. Her teeth resemble those of an ordinary person. Just because you say so doesn't make it true. By the way, is there still hope for Yazong? Indeed. You aren't considering using Edo Tensei on her, are you? Whatever are you thinking? I am currently the foremost medical ninja of Konoha. Even Tsunade is relegated to merely following my lead now. Could you refrain from boasting? First, you need to sort out your own hair. I'm exhausted from walking. The hair will take time to grow back. I plan to buy a hat when I return." Once Terumi Mei was freed from the Jinjutsu by outsiders, she gazed bewilderedly at the comrades encircling her, blinking in confusion. "Terumi Mei, what transpired?" It seems I as she spoke. Memories of the red eyes and the bald man flooded her mind, her tone turning somber. "I encountered a Uchiha, a bald Uchiha. A bald Uchiha?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding ninjas furrowed their brows, recalling their own encounters with Uchiha clan members. Does that clan even have any bald members? At that moment, one of the mist ninjas pointed at Terumi Mei's darkened teeth in bewilderment. "Terumi Mei, what have you been eating? Why are your teeth black?" "What?" Instinctively, she extended her tongue to lick her teeth, only to discover a mouthful of ash, casting a dark glare over her shoulder. What did that scoundrel feed me while ensnaring me in his illusion? It seemed she had indeed crossed paths with a rogue. She couldn't help but wonder if this incident would affect her prospects of marriage. A moment later, as she comprehended the unfolding events on the battlefield, Terumi Mei's expression began to reveal a tumultuous conflict within her. The molten rocks, the softened terrain, and the fathomless pits suggested that even if she pursued, victory would likely elude her. In the land of water, in a certain locale, a verdant expanse of grass lay beneath a gentle breeze, mingled with a thin mist that offered a refreshing respite to the agitated ninja cats. The fierce sun, under the mist's influence, became less blinding. A sudden gust swept through, prompting the vigilant ninja cats to groom their paws. They cast a glance at the prostrate leaf warehouse and at the kneeling figure of Uchiha Fei-Niao, who was channeling a particular jutsu. After a moment, one of the ninja cats, with concern etched on its face, quietly inquired, Fei, is Uchiha Fei-Niao performing some forbidden technique? Indeed, Fei nodded, unusually reticent. Despite assurances of safety, it harbored doubts about the absence of repercussions when invoking forbidden techniques. What sort of forbidden technique is this? Sensing the waning vitality, Fei-Niao closed his eyes and slowly elucidated. It is a life-for-a-life jutsu, a forbidden technique created by Granny Chiyo of the Sand Village. It uses one's own life as a medium to bestow life upon another, simultaneously granting vitality to puppets. This is Chiyo's unique forbidden technique, renowned as one of the most potent medical ninjutsu in the ninja world. Upon hearing this, the group of ninja cats gasped in astonishment. Has that old hag Chiyo lost her marbles? Would she so casually bestow such a technique upon others? With such a technique, who would ever fear death? As if sensing their bewilderment, the orange cat opened its eyes and, with a hint of concern for Fei-Niao, explained, firstly, the threshold for mastering this forbidden technique is exceedingly high. Only a handful of medical ninjas in the entire ninja world are capable of learning it. Secondly, those who can master this jutsu are unlikely to sacrifice their own lives to save others. Even if they heal someone, they would inevitably lose their own life. Regardless, Chiyo would not suffer a loss. Training a medical ninja demands immense effort, especially one capable of learning forbidden techniques. For instance, regardless of whom Tsunade saves at the cost of her own life, Chiyo would still benefit. The same holds true for Fei-Niao. Oh, the other ninja cats nodded, their understanding lingering in the air. It certainly made sense, based on their insights into Fei-Niao and Tsunade. Compelling them to sacrifice their lives to save the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzō seemed utterly fanciful. The formidable strength of such medical ninjas placed them at the pinnacle of the ninja world, making it inconceivable to force them to save others. Tsunade, for example, would likely prioritize the healing of her brother, while Fei-Niao, Fei, come here, my chakra is nearly depleted, Fei-Niao called out. Responding to his summons, the orange cat approached with measured steps. It gazed at the closed eyes of Leaf Warehouse, then turned its gaze toward Fei-Niao, hesitatingly asking, can you truly survive? Fei-Niao sighed, exasperated. Fei, have I ever deceived you? A person as cautious about their life as I am would never meet their end so easily. That is indeed true. The orange cat nodded, then gently placed its paw on the back of Fei-Niao's hand. Moments later, as it sensed the flicker of life within Fei-Niao waning, a glimmer of tears welled up in its eyes, and it choked out, don't die. You won T. Upon hearing this, Fei-Niao offered a reassuring gaze before collapsing backward. Hey. The orange cat rushed over, frantically slapping Fei-Niao's cheeks. Surely, he couldn't be truly dead? The group of ninja cats, alerted by the chubby one's choked voice, gathered around Fei-Niao. Observing the blood on Fei-Niao's face, the ninja cats winced. His appearance was marred. One of the ninja cats, noticing Fei-Niao's breath had ceased, pondered for a moment before stepping closer. It pried open one of his eyes and scrutinized it carefully. Then, pointing at Fei-Niao's thigh, it chuckled, chubby, go gnaw on his eggs for a boost. What a time for jokes. He.S. not dead. Then why isn't he woken up? Sighing. The ninja cat gazed at the orange cat's reddened eyes and slowly replied, you'll find out if you gnaw on the eggs. Seeing that the other seemed genuine, Chubby hesitated, glancing at Fei-Niao, weighing the decision in its heart. What is there to weigh? After scolding itself internally, it leaped onto Fei-Niao's thigh, opening its mouth wide, ready to bite down. Crack. After biting nothing but air twice, the orange cat opened its eyes, gazing at the Fei-Niao who held it in his arms, tears brimming anew. He truly hadn't deceived himself. That fool asked you to gnaw, and you actually did. With an annoyed glance, Fei-Niao turned to the ninja cat, raising an eyebrow. You seem to know quite a bit, don't you? After yawning, he looked at the orange cat nestled in his embrace and said slowly, I've heard of the name of your Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular technique, Izanagi. I knew it. You're too precious of your life to trade your own for another's. What is Izanagi? At the sound of puzzled voices around, the ninja cat crouched down and explained. The wielder of the Sharingan can use Izanagi to turn adverse events that occur within a certain time frame into non-events, choosing only favorable outcomes to manifest in reality. In other words, Even death can be altered under the influence of Izanagi. This is the true terror of the Uchiha clan's ocular technique, Izanagi. As it spoke, it glanced at Fei Niao's blind right eye, shaking its head. Izanagi can only be performed by those with 3 Tomo Sharingan, but the sole drawback is blindness. Kid, do you have a spare eye? This one is the spare. My original eye is kept in a jar for safekeeping. Once my chakra recovers, I'll switch it back. Fei Niao had nothing to conceal from this group of ninja cats. Since the moment he began to speak, they had always been by his side. He shared most of his secrets with them, and they were aware of many of theirs as well. For instance, who has a love child outside? Or who has slept with the cat of a renowned family? At that moment, a groan interrupted Fei Niao's reverie. He glanced at Yi Tsong, whose eyelids trembled, and then waved dismissively at the group of ninja cats. You may frolic about. We shall meet in Konoha. Golden sands, a sky full of yellow dust. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but sand. Why am I here? Yi Tsong muttered, gazing at her palm, her tone laced with confusion. This hand. It appears to resemble my own. Is it truly mine? As she spoke, she gradually clenched her fist, her eyes fixed ahead. A familiar little girl was diligently training, and as she observed the sweat-drenched child who refused to yield, her gaze grew distant. Who is she? And who am I? At that moment, the scene before Yi Tsong unfolded like a slideshow, replaying the early years of the little girl's life. Witnessing her gradual ascent from a genin to a chunin, and ultimately to a jounin, culminating in her becoming a hero of the village. It chronicled her development of ninjutsu to save her village, only to be slain by Mist Ninja in the end. I am Yi Tsong. A sudden tap on her shoulder jolted her, and Yi Tsong turned stiffly to see who it was. Ah, you're awake. The smooth-headed figure, devoid of eyebrows yet familiar in features, prompted her to gasp in astonishment. Fei Niao, so he has perished too? The shadow she glimpsed before her demise must have been him. He must have come to rescue her, only to be subdued by the mist. The fact that they could meet after death felt like a twist of fate. She could only hope that the Pure Land was a tranquil haven, a place of peace and prosperity. With that thought, she lifted her head and surveyed her surroundings, taking in the lush green grass. Before her gaze settled gently back on Fei Niao. I wish to hear a story. What kind of story? Fei Niao blinked, momentarily bewildered by Yi Tsong's request. Shouldn't her first thought upon waking be to seek vengeance against the mist? Why was she asking for a story? Could it be that the trauma she endured had rendered her as naive as a child? With this thought, Fei Niao squinted, scrutinizing Yi Tsong, his tone uncertain. What story do you wish to hear? A fairy tale? Seated upon the grass, with her arms wrapped around her knees and a smile gracing her face, Yi Tsong replied softly, a tale of a young bloodline limit ninja who died without ever having known love. Ah, that story. Fei Niao settled comfortably on the ground, inching closer to Yi Tsong. Seeing her smile at him, he tentatively draped an arm around her waist. Noticing she offered no resistance, he began to narrate. The first half of that tale could be titled The Heroic Saga of the Scorch Release Ninja. It tells of a young girl who, through her diligent training, became an outstanding kunoichi of the Sand Ninja Village, actively participating in the shinobi world as a Scorch Release Ninja. However, one day she received a secret mission, and while executing it, she met her demise at the hands of a rival ninja village. In her final moments, she cursed both her village and the ninjas, as life slipped away from her. However, as she spoke, Fei Niao stood with one hand on her hip, a proud expression gracing her features. The foremost medical ninja of Konoha had successfully repelled that ninja village, rescuing her from the clutches of death and bringing her back to the world of ninjas. Upon hearing this summary of the story's first half, Yi Tsong smiled and nodded. It was indeed a delightful tale, one she cherished. Then, lowering her gaze to the arm Fei Niao had draped around her waist, she spoke softly. Pinch me. Why? He inquired, astonished by her request. How curious that she, like his captain, seemed to enjoy such playful banter. With that thought, Fei Niao gently pinched the tender flesh at Yi Tsong's waist. Ouch! Yi Tsong gasped, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips. She bit her lower lip, her gaze lingering on Fei Niao's innocent eyes, gradually focusing on the pale orb that was his blind eye, her heart fluttering momentarily. Your eye? She ventured. In response, Fei Niao covered his blind eye with his hand, explaining, it came at a cost. Saving someone is never a simple task. With your condition, even Tsunade would be unable to save her life. Yi Tsong nodded gently. In the moments before death, one's mind becomes acutely aware. She had pieced together the sequence of events and realized that the final scene of her memory was not a mere illusion. She had indeed perished, yet here she was, brought back to life. Gazing at Fei Niao's eye, now a stark white, a pang of sorrow gripped her heart. Indeed, without a substantial sacrifice, how could one who had died be so easily resurrected? Had Uchiha forfeited his Sharingan to save her, wagering his entire ninja career? For reasons unknown. Yitsong felt her nose tingle, and her vision began to blur. You, she murmured, staring at him in a daze. After a prolonged silence, Fei Niao, noticing her intense gaze, quipped, "You know, in my dreams of another world, I encountered two ways to repay a life-saving favor. The first, to serve tirelessly in this lifetime, dedicating oneself wholly to repay the debt. The second, to offer oneself in gratitude, with no other means to repay." Huh. Yitsong's lips twitched as she playfully tugged at Fei Niao's ear, feigning annoyance. "Do you not feel like a scheming little villain, expecting me to serve you like a beast of burden, and to offer myself in return?" Fei Niao grinned, baring his teeth at her in mock defiance. "My lady Yitsong, surely you must repay me for my sacrifices, lest I appear the opportunist. To take without giving back is a disgraceful act." Yitsong regarded him intently, her gaze fixed on his lifeless eye, and suddenly a smile broke upon her face. With deliberate clarity, she replied, "I shall repay you well." Their faces were mere inches apart, the warmth of their breaths mingling in the air. Fei Niao's breath carried an unusual fragrance, truly enchanting. Yitsong found herself entranced, gazing at the figure of Fei Niao before her. Although she had long known that Fei Niao was exceptionally handsome, it was only upon this close encounter that she truly appreciated the exquisite details of his features, each aspect a testament to perfection, akin to a masterful work of art. His lips, undeniably soft, curved slightly upwards in a manner that evoked an irresistible urge to kiss them. For reasons unknown, Yitsong felt her heart racing, her throat parched, and her mouth seemed to have lost its ability to produce saliva, rendering it remarkably dry. "Why you come here?" Yitsong released her grip on his ear, her voice trembling with a hint of shyness. "Come a little closer. You have something on your lips." "Something on my lips?" Fei Niao instinctively raised his hand to wipe his lips, looking at Yitsong with a puzzled expression. "Is there more?" "Yes." Upon seeing his affirmative nod, Fei Niao leaned in, smiling as he said, "Well then, could you help me?" Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in disbelief as Yitsong suddenly pressed her lips against his. "This guy is so proactive." A group of ninja cats sat on the ground, gazing into the distance at the plains, watching the kissing Fei Niao, and began to fidget restlessly. One cat rubbed its eyes and said with a hint of envy, "My eyes hurt. What can you do?" Another cat replied, squinting, "You are simply envious of them. Their affectionate display has left your eyes dazzled." "Nonsense, I am a cat. It's my cat eyes that are dazzled. Damn it, I was blinded by Uchiha Fei Niao's shiny bald head." Listening to this distressed cat, the others squinted their eyes in unison, thinking, "Why did we never notice how glaring that shiny head is before? Fei Niao has treated us well for so many years. It's time to help him fund a wig." 10 minutes later, Yitsong squatted by the riverbank, tending to her slightly swollen lips as she gazed into the water. Behind her, Fei Niao sat upright on the grass, 3 bags piled atop his head, emitting wisps of smoke. How infuriating. How could he strike so hard? If I weren't versed in medical ninjutsu, I would probably be sprawled on the ground right now. "Hey, do you still feel sorry for yourself?" Yitsong, sensing the resentment emanating from behind her, turned and glared at Fei Niao. "My lips are swollen. I know it's your first kiss and you lack experience. But it was my first time too. Can't you be a little more cautious, a bit gentler? Do you know what a dragonfly skimming the surface means? What about to taste lightly? The books all say that it's best to take it easy on the first try." "I'm sorry." Fei Niao sincerely admitted his fault. Despite having watched countless romantic films over the years, he had always been deprived of practical experience. After crossing over, he had remained single for over a decade. His first kiss was awkward and clumsy, failing to provide Yitsong with a pleasant experience. "Next time, I will certainly be more careful." "Next time? You still want a next time?" Yitsong approached him, placing her hands on his cheeks and, in a fit of frustration, rubbed them vigorously. "There will be no next time. None, none, do you understand?" "I'm sorry." The cheeks of Fei Niao were swollen and distorted from being squeezed, rendering her speech indistinct. Noticing that Yuan-Ti released her grip, I thought to myself, "What on earth do you think you're doing?" Yitsong, filled with embarrassment and irritation, tightened her hold, nearly sending Fei Niao away. You're holding me so tightly. How can I push you away? After more than 20 years, my first kiss had vanished just like that. Although she had initiated it, she clearly desired to place a gentle kiss upon Fei Niao's lips. Is it typical for one's first kiss to result in such swelling? She had long fantasized about what a formal first kiss would be like. And this certainly was not it. After venting her frustration for a while, Yitsong finally released her grip, sprawling out on the grass in a relaxed manner, regaining her tranquil and elegant demeanor. Fei Niao, she sighed, looking at his swollen face, and said candidly, I had feelings for you back in Konoha. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tolerated your many outrageous actions. Yet, due to my status, that fondness could only remain as mere affection. Fei Niao absent-mindedly rubbed the bump on his head, letting out a dry sound of acknowledgement. The effects of force are reciprocal. He was now suffering from pain in his mouth, head, and body. Moreover, the after-effects of chakra depletion were surfacing. The thoughts between individuals do not always align. It was akin to Yitsong contemplating her future path, while Fei Niao pondered how to secure an identity to return to Konoha. After a brief silence, Yitsong broke the stillness, stating slowly, let us go to my house next. It's larger than yours. Upon hearing Fei Niao's proud tone, Yitsong shot him an exasperated glare but, after a moment of thought, suddenly burst into laughter. All right, I agree. Now it was Fei Niao's turn to be taken aback. This fellow didn't even hesitate and simply agreed. It's a deal then. Fei Niao stood up, preparing to wave at the ninja cats to help him tidy up his place. As for the identity issue, he intended to discuss it with Uchiha Mikoto. At that moment, Yitsong grasped Fei Niao's pant leg, looking at him with a smirk while saying, Are you that eager to live together? As she sat up, glancing towards the directions of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village, her tone grew somber. Next, I plan to wander the ninja world. In the first half of my life, I sold myself to the village, and in the second half Fei Niao, with 1,000 books in his mouth, interjected, You'll sell yourself to me. She flinched and then stood up, waving her hand in exasperation. I get it. By the way, at that moment, Fei Niao seemed to recall something and looked at Yitsong's pristine back, questioning, Yitsong, you're not planning to seek revenge against the Hidden Sand and Hidden Mist villages, are you? Upon hearing this, Yitsong closed her eyes, a pained expression crossing her face. After all, she had been betrayed by the village. However, if we were to speak of revenge, the villagers, apart from the higher-ups, were those who cared for her. Hidden Mist, she exhaled deeply, casting a glance at Fei Niao before changing the subject. First, I will escort you back to Konoha. Then I shall wander through the ninja world for a while, and after a year or two, I will seek you out. By the way, could you have your ninja cat sign this? It would facilitate the transmission of messages. Upon hearing this, Fei Niao turned to look at the chubby figure covering its eyes and nodded in agreement. It would not refuse. Yitsong gazed down at Fei Niao, a smile gracing his lips. Thus concluded the first half of the tale of the heroic saga of the Blaze-released ninja, which was quite satisfactory. The frog at the bottom of the well finally leapt out, breaking free from its confines, and ventured into a broader world. Have you contemplated how to write the second half of this story? Fei Niao nodded and smiled. I have indeed thought it through. The continuation shall be titled The Heroic Saga of Uchiha and the Blaze-released ninja. As for the content, the first chapter will depict a girl escorting Konoha's foremost medical ninja back to the village. Returning to the long-lost village. Fei Niao stood alone in the center of the road, watching as that figure gradually faded from view, unable to suppress a smirk. Moments ago, he had bid farewell to Yitsong, who had set off on a journey through the ninja world with a packed bag. Officially, it was said to be for relaxation. But the glint of hostility in his eyes revealed that he was somewhat vexed by the village's betrayal. Their parting scene bore no elements of ambiguity. It was simple, consisting of a few exchanges and a brief embrace before they smiled and waved goodbye to one another. I must put in more effort. Hearing Fei Niao's murmurs, the orange cat perched atop his head scoffed with disdain and retorted, They've already departed. When will you replace that blind eye of yours? Of course it is now. With that, he retrieved a scroll from his ninja gear, unfurling it to reveal the black character seal inscribed upon it, pressing his right hand atop it. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted, the seal vanished, and a glass vial containing a special potion materialized atop the scroll. Gazing at the eyeball suspended within the liquid, Fei Niao inhaled deeply and reached towards his own blind eye, subsequently exchanging it for the one submerged in the potion. Phew! After employing medical ninjutsu to restore the newly affixed eyeball, Fei Niao exhaled deeply and opened his eyes to gaze ahead. Indeed, it was rather arduous to see with just one eye. Upon this observation, the orange cat leaned down, watching as Fei Niao's iris shifted back to black, exclaiming in wonder, "Is this the bug you speak of? Your Uchiha clan can actually evade the risk of blindness by swapping eyeballs?" As if struck by a thought, it twitched its whiskers slightly and inquired, "By the way, since Hitsong has always been around, I have hesitated to ask you a question. Given the nature of your Uchiha clan, such a formidable ability must have attracted quite a following, has it not? Why have I not seen others employing it?" Sigh. Fei Niao sighed, adapting to his new eyesight as he replied, "Back when I joined Konoha, our clan experienced a severe internal strife due to Izanagi. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Uchiha elders, our clan sealed away the methods of utilizing Izanagi and Izanami, and now very few clan members are aware of this ocular technique. By a stroke of serendipity, I stumbled upon this method. Another reason lies in the depletion of my family's stock of Sharingan, which was entirely consumed during the recent turmoil. Presently, the scarcity of the 3-tomo Sharingan leaves individuals reluctant to become a one-eyed creature." The orange cat, seemingly comprehending, nodded its head, quickly shifting its attention to the white eye, exclaiming in awe, "I did not expect you to have a spare 3-tomo Sharingan." Noticing the sudden silence of the bird, the orange cat mirrored its quietude, appearing to grasp the origin of the eye. From the battlefield? After a brief pause, the bird shook its head, dismissing the images of comrades and trusting their eyes to him, and casually remarked, "I'm leaving, back to Konoha. Do you have any stock left?" It inquired. "The 3-tomo Sharingan is gone, but Shikinesuk entrusted me with one. I still have 2 of the 2-tomo." Upon hearing that there were still 2 of the 2-tomo, the orange cat's eyes gleamed with anticipation as it groomed its whiskers, asking, "Can a cat exchange them?" Recalling Uchiha Itachi placing the Sharingan within a crow's eye socket, the bird hesitated before nodding uncertainly. "What about me?" "You cannot." "Why not?" The bird scrutinized the orange cat with an air of disdain characteristic of the Uchiha clan, quipping, "Too terrifying. I fear I won't sleep at night." The orange cat was momentarily taken aback. Then, watching the retreating figure of the bird, it struck the ground with its paw, causing the dust to tremble as it muttered indignantly, "Uchiha Fei Niao, you will regret this." On the main road, the soft and adorable voice of the girl continued to grumble, her discontent lingering. When the bird reached its doorstep, gazing at the familiar entrance, a sudden realization struck. It appeared that the system's task had been completed, but in the excitement of Yakura accepting his confession, he had forgotten all about it. With this thought, he glanced back at the sulking orange cat, closed his eyes, and summoned the system. "System? Congratulations, host, for astutely realizing that sealing a tailed beast within oneself and utilizing its chakra allows one to function as a human canon, free from concerns of insufficient chakra. Would you like to settle the rewards?" The corners of the bird's mouth twitched slightly. He had an inkling that the system was subtly mocking him. The method of sealing a tailed beast within oneself to enhance chakra was common knowledge in the ninja world. Moreover, the minuscule amount of tailed beast chakra he had sealed was entirely spent on unleashing the forbidden technique, self-resurrection, which still proved insufficient, forcing him to borrow chakra from the ninja cat. Suppressing his desire to complain, the bird took a deep breath and calmly stated, "Settle the rewards." No sooner had the words left his lips than a surge of warmth coursed through his optic nerves, flooding his eyes, enduring the sting radiating from his eyes. A look of contemplation crossed his face. This system, at long last, seemed to have some value. He estimated that the energy just received was roughly equivalent to 2 months of rigorous training. If converted into numerical terms, it appears that he is approximately 400,010,000 progress away from unlocking the kaleidoscope. Indeed, it seems that he will require another 3 to 4 years to achieve this milestone. What a remarkable system. After offering a customary compliment with a thumbs up, Fei Niao turned his attention to 2 other items. The Body Technique Training Acceleration Card, 30 days a query and response. Question: if I practice body techniques for 1 day while others practice for 3, how long will it take for me to catch up with their training progress? Answer: with the exceedingly potent Body Technique Training Acceleration Card, your 1 day equates to 3 days of others' efforts. Question: it is unreasonable to generalize physical capacities among individuals. I have often gazed at the back of geniuses, feeling utterly lost. How can I possibly catch up with them? Answer. Utilize the immediately effective body technique training acceleration card, and in merely 1 month, you will stand shoulder to shoulder with the talented. For a full minute, Fei Niao stared blankly at the description. Goodness, is it merely a threefold enhancement in body technique training? The description is indeed quite misleading. However, in practical terms, this item does not enable him to swiftly master the 8 gates of Duanjia. Discarding it casually, he redirected his gaze to another reward. His heart inevitably stirred with excitement. A weapon akin to the great knife of shark muscle. The deep blue blade, adorned with barbs, not only serves to cut, but also absorbs the opponent's chakra, infusing the absorbed chakra into the user's body. Moreover, it is a sentient blade, recognizing only those it favors. Recalling the moment when the great knife of shark muscle lavished attention on the 8 tails, Fei Niao grimaced. He is not particularly fond of sycophants, though exceptions exist for those he cherishes. With that thought, Fei Niao glanced down at the description in his hand. A weapon similar to the great knife of shark muscle. Personality, flamboyant, and often shares the Uchiha's penchant for uproarious laughter. Generally normal but prone to screaming when agitated, possesses a sharp tongue, and occasionally mocks opponents. After perusing the description, Fei Niao fell silent once more. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding began to stir within him. It felt as though this item was not quite what he had envisioned. If memory serves, the great knife of shark muscle does not speak. Yet the item provided by the system not only possesses the ability to converse, but also utters unflattering remarks. With this realization, Fei Niao rubbed his aching forehead. Is there truly a category of mocking weapons? Suddenly, the orange cat, engrossed in its own thoughts, collided with something. It lifted its head to find Uchiha Fei Niao, who had inexplicably come to a halt, displaying a look of inner turmoil. Humph! It jabbed Fei Niao with its paw, raising its head in a haughty manner. Regretting. Are we? It's too late, don't you know? I've just realized how lovely my amber eyes are. Hearing the orange cat mumble to itself, Fei Niao blinked and hesitantly inquired. Fatty, have you ever heard of mocking-type weapons? Mocking-type weapons? Noticing that Fei Niao seemed earnest, the orange cat lowered its head, its face reflecting a contemplative expression. The weapons of the ninja world are rather limited. Shuriken, swords, spears, and fans. None of these seem particularly fitting for mockery. After deep contemplation, it struck itself on the head with a paw. Curiosity piqued. Fei, what exactly is a mocking weapon? Observing it perch on his shoulder, its eyes brimming with unabashed curiosity, Fei pondered, stroking his chin with a hint of uncertainty. I cannot say what a mocking weapon is, but I do recall some rather unpleasant instruments. Upon this reflection, he recalled the peculiar weapons he encountered during his gaming adventures in a bygone era, still vivid in his memory despite the passage of years. A super massager from a besieged city, a lingerie helmet from another game, and a tome of murder from a certain alliance that could mock the enemy when stacked, yet invite ridicule when not. Yet, these seemed somewhat divergent from what the system described, with a flamboyant personality, often akin to Uchiha's penchant for maniacal laughter, implying this weapon could produce sound, generally normal, but prone to shrieking and banter when agitated, suggesting that the sounds emitted could likely be comprehensible to humans. After a prolonged silence, he opened his door, casting a glance at the dust-laden abode, before making his way to the table. Lowering his gaze to the description in his hand, Fei squeezed it tightly. Intrigued by the essence of this mocking weapon, bang! In a cloud of white smoke, a pitch-black object materialized before them. The orange cat scrutinized the object intently, blinking uncertainly. Fei, is this what you refer to as a mocking weapon? It bears a striking resemblance to a teapot. Hearing this, Fei's expression darkened as he regarded the black object in his hand. It was not merely similar, it was indeed a teapot, in the literal sense. What purpose did the system have in bestowing this upon him? Was he to boil water and brew tea while mocking those who indulged in coffee? Clang! The object stirred. And in that moment, the orange cat leaped onto Fei's head, pointing excitedly at the teapot that had just made noise. Fei, it moves. Indeed. Fei nodded, placing the object on the table, resting his chin on his hands as he began to observe it intently. This was no ordinary teapot. It was dark, utterly dark. Although accustomed to the shadows, enveloped by an endless void, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He had not escaped. He remained sealed. Damn it! I knew not to trust the old man's visions. In the imagery painted by the elder, he was meant to frolic freely across meadows, smiling amiably at the humans pursuing him. Come chase me. Yet, the stark reality was that once the humans caught up, they would strike him, declaring him too perilous, ultimately sealing him as a weapon, imprisoned in this boundless darkness. The disparity between his expectations and the grim reality was profound, nearly intolerable. After a moment of grumbling, it felt as though the seal had dissipated. What the hell? Am I going to find an excuse to beat myself up again? Never mind, if that's the case. Then let it be. I wish to gaze at the stars. After hesitating for merely a second in my mind, I stood up, opened my eyes, and cast a glance at the world outside. Almost immediately, I crouched down again, fiercely pounding my head with my hands. What the hell? I suddenly saw Uchiha Madara grinning at me from the wall. Perhaps I should sleep a bit longer. After lying on the ground for a moment, I rose once more, gritting my teeth, and silently roared within. Today, nothing shall obstruct me from gazing at the stars. With that, I pushed the seal atop my head to create a slight opening and stealthily peeked at the spot where I had just seen Uchiha Madara. It turned out that Uchiha Madara was indeed hanging on the wall. After observing the photograph of Uchiha Madara alongside others for a while, my anxious heart finally settled. I had suspected that Uchiha Madara should have been dead long ago. Casting furtive glances around, I noticed there was only one person in the room, and a cat lay on the table, curiously staring at me. After searching for a moment and realizing that there appeared to be no one else, my initial panic gradually morphed into excitement. Bang. With a sudden motion, I closed the lid, my eyes wide as I looked at the ninja cat, astonished. Fatty, I feel as though I haven't fully awakened. My head is somewhat foggy. Then just sleep. The orange cat stretched lazily, contentedly eyeing its 10 claws, and softly remarked. You've been overly excited while spending time with Yazong these past few days, leading to a mental fog. This state of confusion is quite normal. No. I shot a glance at the teapot, uncertainty creeping into my voice. Just now, I wasn't sure if I was seeing things, but I thought I saw a certain tailed beast. A tailed beast? The orange cat blinked in confusion, and then its fur bristled in terror, exclaiming, Which one? Which one? Which one? It seemed like it had one tail. As soon as the words left my mouth, the teapot began to shake violently. I stood up, instinctively activating my Sharingan, cold sweat beading on my forehead. What a joke. Is it truly a tailed beast? This thing could indeed be classified as a weapon. But damn, I can't control it. Bang. With an excited shriek, Shikaku's head emerged from the teapot, gazing eagerly at the outside world. The world outside is magnificent. The air is sweet. Though I don't require air, I still took deep breaths. Moreover, there were no signs of being hit or scolded. So I presumed I should be safe for the time being. Gulping down the fresh air greedily, Shikaku comfortably closed its eyes. It seemed like it had been ages since I encountered a day without being beaten, scolded, or facing hostility. Moments later, sensing a heavy atmosphere in the room, Shikaku's gaze fell on the human and cat not far away, its thin voice laced with excitement, declaring, I'm finally out. After a considerable amount of time had passed, the surroundings were devoid of the terror-filled screams, human curses, and the sounds of ninjutsu that it had anticipated. The atmosphere in the room seemed to grow increasingly awkward. It gazed at the human who had withdrawn his Sharingan, instinctively stamping its foot and roaring once more, I have emerged. Noticing the man displayed no signs of panic and began to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead with a tissue, Shikaku blinked twice, its tone wavering as it exclaimed, I have emerged? Indeed. Observing the man nodding in response, Shikaku's mind began to race. This Uchiha clan member had a photograph of Uchiha Madara hanging in his home, and he appeared unafraid of its presence. Hiss, could this fellow be a descendant of Uchiha Madara, perhaps one who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? With this thought, a bead of sweat trickled down Shikaku's forehead as it regarded the approaching human with a glint of danger in its eyes, inquiring, Who am I? As Akira tossed the crumpled paper into the trash bin while walking towards Shikaku, he replied, One tail, Shikaku. Seeing that the man not only recognized it, but also approached calmly. Shikaku scanned its surroundings, seeking an optimal escape route while stalling for time. Aren't you afraid of me? I was scared earlier. Akira nodded, taking a seat and glancing at the perspiration-drenched Shikaku, shaking his head. But I'm not afraid now. Why? Gazing at the adorable Shikaku before him, Akira propped his head up with one hand and explained, Because I just pondered something. In the eyes of that individual with the golden finger, I have only recently reached the age to enroll in the Ninja Academy, It is unlikely he would grant me anything beyond my own age to control. Moreover, take a moment to feel your own chakra. At that moment, Akira began to suspect that the system might have replicated a juvenile version of Shikaku while imposing restrictions on its powers, rendering it incapable of threatening Sasuke, who had yet to enter the ninja academy. The Sharingan could also perceive chakra. Under his scrutiny, this Shikaku doll appeared rather weak. After hearing Akira's description, Shikaku began to scrutinize its own condition with earnestness, and as it did, the sweat on its forehead trickled down even more profusely. It seems I have been severed from my essence. Turning its gaze towards the direction of Sunagakure, it instinctively swallowed hard. It could now sense a mass of unconscious energy intimately connected to itself. It felt as if its consciousness had been forcibly extracted and brought to the Uchiha, while its true form remained in Sunagakure. What am I now? If I were to die, could I return? Ordinarily, when a tailed beast perished, it could resurrect after some time. However, in this peculiar situation, it was uncertain what form it would take upon rebirth. It was all too bizarre. Instantly, a myriad of confusions coalesced in its mind, threatening to overwhelm its already modest intellect. Hey! Hearing the man call out to it, a dangerous glint flickered in Shikaku's eyes. Everything might be connected to this man. It pondered whether killing him could restore its normalcy. As this thought crossed its mind, it aimed at the bird, striking its abdomen with its right hand, gathering an immense amount of chakra that erupted forth with great force. Wind release, vacuum sphere, boom. A colossal sphere of wind, infused with vast chakra, burst forth from the mouth of the Shuo, swiftly approaching the bird. The bird pinched its nose, tilted its head to the left, and effortlessly evaded the egg-sized vacuum sphere, clicking its tongue in disdain. Your power seems significantly restrained. Observing how easily the opponent had dodged its signature technique, Shoho peered at the egg-sized hole in the door, its lips twitching involuntarily. Indeed, it seemed incapable of besting even a mere child at this moment. Bang! Shoho retracted its limbs into the teapot, leaving only its head poking out from beneath the lid, wearing an expression of profound disappointment. It was engulfed in confusion. What was happening? Meanwhile, outside the room, Uchiha Mikoto pressed her skirt down with one hand while the other rubbed her bruised thigh, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed toward the bird's room. Moments ago, she had been strolling nearby with Kushina. Suddenly, Kushina seemed to sense something and pulled her to the front of the bird's house, beginning to pace anxiously. Before Mikoto could inquire about the situation, a small wind technique unexpectedly burst forth from within the house. At that moment, her focus was solely on Kushina, and given the wind technique's relatively moderate power, she felt no sense of foreboding. Only as the wind technique approached did she realize something was amiss. Just as she contemplated dodging, she noticed Kushina standing blankly beside her. If she moved aside, the wind technique would likely strike her instead. This moment of hesitation allowed the egg-sized wind sphere to collide with her right leg. It was undoubtedly swollen. Recalling her skirt that had lifted moments before, Uchiha Mikoto surveyed her surroundings with an impassive expression. There was no one nearby. Let's go? At that moment, Kushina regained her senses. After casting a curious glance at the room where the bird resided, she took Mikoto's hand and led her away. The nine tails, in its typical fits, was something she had grown accustomed to. Mikoto? Noticing Mikoto limping, Kushina expressed her surprise. What happened to you? It's nothing. Uchiha Mikoto managed a faint smile, her peripheral gaze sweeping over the bird's house before she added with a grin, just a cramp. Regardless of whether it was intentional or accidental, her grudge had deepened somewhat. At this moment, she leaned towards believing it was deliberate. How convenient. At that moment, the nine tails was bound by enormous chains to a stone pillar, gazing coldly at Kushina as she approached, letting out a disdainful huff. What was that outburst all about? Upon hearing Kushina's inquiry, the nine tails huffed again, decisively shutting its eyes. Whether it was a mere illusion, it had inexplicably sensed the presence of a certain one-tailed creature. Had a one-tailed beast really come to Konoha? Hey! Noticing the nine tails chakra gradually seeping out, Kushina furrowed her brow and threatened, "Behave yourself." As the chains binding it grew increasingly tighter, the nine tails curled its lips in a sardonic smile and retorted, "Has someone from Sunagakure arrived? What a rarity, indeed." This creature was actually initiating conversation. Kushina, intrigued, raised an eyebrow at the nine tails and inquired, "What do you ask that for?" Without waiting for an answer, she absent-mindedly rubbed her chin, a contemplative expression gracing her features as she continued, "It seems not. However, I heard from Mikoto that Uchiha Asuka has just returned from Sunagakure. Uchiha Asuka? Uchiha? Upon hearing the name Uchiha, and recalling the ominous presence sensed earlier at the Uchiha clan's territory, the Nine-Tails bared its fangs, its eyes gleaming with menace. Could it be that the loquacious raccoon had been taken to Konoha by a member of the Uchiha clan? No. It must have been forcibly brought back under the control of another Sharingan. Reflecting on its own past experiences, the Nine-Tails felt a surge of anger directed towards the Uchiha clan and the loquacious raccoon, its expression darkening further. Fixating its gaze on the Uchiha territory, it roared, "You Uchiha scoundrels truly deserve to perish." Hey! Kushina placed her hands on her hips, frowning at the suddenly irate Nine-Tails. "What has got you all worked up?" Glancing down at the red-haired woman below, the creature recalled its two previous Jinchuriki who had imprisoned it, and with a fierce swipe of its claws, it grimaced. "You of the Uzumaki clan too." With the chains tightening ever more, and the threat of being muzzled looming, the Nine-Tails surveyed its confined surroundings and unleashed a furious roar. At this moment, Senju Asuka gazed melancholically at the teapot before him. Following the recent experiment, he was beginning to grasp the nature of the weapon the system had referred to. The teapot's hardness was unquestionable. It served well as a blunt instrument, roughly equivalent to a brick. The great blade Samahata possessed life. The teapot too bore life, as it contained Shikaku within. Regarding the sharing of chakra, he rubbed the teapot's surface with his hand, akin to rubbing a magic lamp, prompting the teapot to transmit chakra that flowed through his palm into his being. However, the amount of chakra was somewhat disappointing, sufficient only to unleash a C-rank ninjutsu. Furthermore, concerning the system's mention of taunts, he had yet to observe Shikaku exhibiting any mockery. Instead, it wore a sullen expression. Noticing the dejected one-tail, Asuka reached out and poked its cheek, sighing, "Are you rendered incapacitated in this state?" Shikaku's lips twitched. "Isn't this all you're doing?" Sunagakure possessed its own essence yet lacked consciousness, while this place possessed consciousness but lacked a true form. It was as if a single being had been cleaved in two. Moreover, it sensed the foul presence of the wretched fox. The stench of the fox lingered in Konoha, and the fact that it could sense it implied that it too was in Konoha. Gazing at the photograph of Uchiha Madara hanging on the wall, Shikaku's lips twitched once more. The Uchiha clan remained entrenched in Konoha. The Uchiha Madara, who frequently employs his Sharingan to manipulate others, is hardly endearing. "Hey!" Shikaku squinted at the photograph on the wall and inquired, "What is your relationship with Uchiha Madara?" "Relationship?" Following the direction of the finger, Fei Niao turned to gaze at the picture hanging on the wall, as he beheld Uchiha Madara standing in the center of the photograph. A look of realization crossed his face as he explained. In the center of the photo is Uchiha Madara. To his right is Uchiha Azuna, and to his left stands Elder Ryoichi's older brother, Uchiha Ryoda. Next to Ryoda is my grandfather, Uchiha Feiha. He raised his gaze to the ceiling, his expression reflecting a contemplative demeanor. He detested the complexities of human relationships, finding them more intricate than those among tailed beasts. In an effort to untangle this intricate web of familial connections, Shikaku's mind began to operate at full capacity, and as time passed, wisps of white steam emanated from his head. After a while, Shikaku struck his right fist against his left palm, a look of dawning comprehension on his face as he turned to Fei Niao and nodded. "Uchiha Madara is also your grandfather." "My grandfather?" Fei Niao's lips twitched, and he extended his hand, earnestly attempting to elucidate the familial ties to Shikaku. "By generational count, Elder Ryoichi is my second great-uncle, and his older brother is my great-grandfather. However, he refers to my grandfather as older brother, which places my grandfather and Uchiha Madara on the same generational level. Moreover, since Uchiha Madara is the clan leader, my grandfather tends to call him Brother Madara when they meet. Thus, in terms of lineage, Uchiha Madara could be considered my non-blood-related great-uncle. Saying he is my grandfather isn't entirely incorrect. This complicated relationship is quite perplexing." Another puff of white vapor ascended into the air as Shikaku shook his head, flushing slightly. "So, it is still your grandfather who has separated me from my original form?" "My grandfather?" Reflecting on his system's alternative title, Fei Niao nodded. "Isn't the system also referred to as Old Grandpa Goldenfinger?" "Indeed, the nefarious Uchiha. After all, it seems to be the work of your clan." After casting a fierce glare at Uchiha Madara, Shikaku retreated into the gourd. Today had presented an overwhelming number of occurrences, leaving him somewhat dazed. In this moment, He sought inspiration from his memories. An hour later, bang, 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 as the sound of a hammer striking objects echoed throughout the room. Shikaku slowly lifted the lid of the gourd, his intelligent gaze flickering with an inexplicable gleam. After a brief nap, he suddenly recalled the words spoken by the Sage of Six Paths long ago. When the sage had separated from them, he had said, "No matter where you are ultimately one. Sooner or later, you will reunite. You shall possess different names and forms, and unlike when you were within me, you will be rightly guided along the righteous path, and you will come to understand what true power is." Although he hadn't encountered anyone capable of guiding him over the years, it did not deter him from believing in the truth of the old man's words. Therefore, as long as he refrained from self-sabotage, there remains a significant opportunity for him to return to his original form. As for its own essence, upon reflecting on its current state, Shoha tilted its head in contemplation. Devoid of its own influence, the essence imprisoned within the Jinchuriki might indeed go berserk. Yet one could surmise that such outbursts would not occur frequently. Meanwhile, after inhaling a few breaths of fresh air, Shoha wore a wicked smile, pondering the prospect of escape. Who would wish to cohabitate with humans? Would it not be more prudent to find a secluded spot and slumber until the prophecy unfolds? With this thought, it narrowed its eyes, fixating on the back of the avian figure, and spoke with an utter lack of reverence. "Hey, do I still have a chance to return to my true form?" Upon hearing Shoha's voice, the avian paused in its task of mending the door. Turning to regard Shoha with incredulity. "Return to your true form? You tailed beasts actually yearn for the 10 tails? Even with your independent consciousness, you still wish to revert to your original state?" It was evident that the thought processes of tailed beasts diverged significantly from those of humans, as they contemplated the annihilation of their self-awareness to return to their essence. Perhaps it was the allure of Kagaya Otsutsuki that even tailed beasts found irresistible? Recalling the fourth great ninja war, when this creature could revert to its original form, the avian shook its head in bemusement, then resumed hammering nails while stating, "Do not be hasty. In a decade or so, you shall return to your true form." A decade? The passage of time seemed not so lengthy to Shoha. It clicked its tongue, losing interest in further conversation with the avian. It typically slumbered for months at a time. A decade would pass in the blink of an eye. However, after casting a glance around the avian's room, it gradually made its way towards the window. It needed to ascertain one critical matter, whether this being imposed limitations upon it, and whether its current state was one of freedom, semi-freedom, or outright captivity. Arriving at the windowsill, it gazed upon the bustling world outside, slightly bending its legs before leaping skyward. With a thud, as its feet landed firmly on the ground, Shoha surveyed the familiar surroundings of the room. Noticing the grin on the avian's face, its expression darkened instantly. This constraint appeared rather significant. After making 2 more attempts to escape, it glared at the avian, its voice high-pitched with agitation. "Why are you able to summon me?" "I don't know." The avian shrugged nonchalantly. "Perhaps it's due to the contract we signed." "Contract?" Shoha pondered for a moment before breaking free from the avian's grasp and sprinting towards the window, leaping out once more. Bang! Observing itself being summoned back by that entity yet again, Shoha's face turned a deep shade of frustration. The ominous premonition in its heart had come to fruition. It had unwittingly entered into a summoning contract at some point. The avian itself was also unaware of when the contract had been forged. But as Shoha dashed out of the door, it sensed an instinctive certainty that it could call it back. Watching the obstinate Shoha attempt to flee once more, the avian leaped out of the window, following it leisurely. It would allow Shoha to run for a while longer, to truly experience the essence of despair. As for whether anyone would discover this peculiar situation, the avian instinctively shook its head while observing Shoha's current demeanor. Had he not encountered the Shikaku doll prior to his transference, he would never have associated this object with the tailed beasts. Not only had its appearance undergone a significant transformation, but its strength had similarly fluctuated. It was undeniably feeble. Moreover, this was a teapot bestowed upon him by the system. The tailed beast from Sunagakure had not been lost, so who would draw such a connection? One must admit, this little trinket appeared rather endearing, bearing no resemblance to the ferocious visage of the tailed beasts. In due time, a bit of disguise would be applied to it, ensuring that even the Sage of Six Paths would hesitate upon encountering it. At that moment, Shikaku resembled a wild stallion that had broken free from its reins. Its arms stretched backward as it summoned its strength to dash wildly down the streets of Konoha. The villagers, witnessing the teapot galloping recklessly along the thoroughfare, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the retreating figure of the teapot. Had it grown legs? No, this teapot had come to life. Surprisingly, this little entity seemed quite adorable. It appeared to belong to the Uchiha clan. I just spotted the Uchiha crest etched on its back. Upon hearing about the Uchiha insignia on the teapot, the curiosity in the villagers' eyes dissipated. Ah, a pet of the Uchiha family. Although this pet was somewhat peculiar, the ninja world is rife with oddities. With nimble agility, Shikaku evaded countless hands reaching out to grasp and torment it, before suddenly halting in front of a swaying posterior. With a screech of brakes, it turned to glance at the women behind, their eyes filled with longing, and grimaced in disdain. Hypocritical, filthy humans. When I was of considerable size, none of you wished to embrace me. Now, when I find myself outmatched even by children, you all swarm around me. Humans, you ought to sleep with your eyes wide open. After a moment of inner cursing, it pivoted, directing its gaze upward at the pair of human posteriors swaying above. Sensing a familiar presence within, a sly smile crept across its face. You foul fox, who would have thought I would encounter you here? Should I intervene? Observing the tanuki stealthily trailing behind Lady Kushina, wearing a lewd grin, the hidden ANBU members guarding her exchanged whispers. Hearing the murmurs, Kakashi shook his head, gesturing toward the mark on the teapot and then indicating the bird suspended behind, quietly stating, "Let us observe for now. That tanuki is not formidable. It may very well be a summoning beast of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Lady Kushina has already noted its presence. Indeed, despite its grotesque grin, the tanuki possesses a certain cuteness. However, can the tanuki be classified as a ninja cat? It should be considered so. The ninja cat clan is filled with oddities. So nothing is truly surprising." Under the watchful eyes of Kushina, the bird, and the ANBU, Shikaku trailed her all the way to her abode. "You foul fox." Upon hearing the tanuki that had followed her for some time finally speak, Kushina halted her steps and turned to face this impolite creature, retorting sharply. Is it customary for tanukis to speak in such a manner? Shikaku was acutely aware of the complications that would arise should its identity be revealed. After casting a sidelong glance at Kushina, it fixated intently on her burgeoning belly, initiating a mental dialogue. As long as it kept its tongue in check, and the nine tails did the same, who could discern today's identity? After a prolonged silence, the raccoon dog remained reticent. Following its gaze, Kushina turned to look behind her, and upon discovering that no one was there, she pointed to herself, inquiring, "Are you here for me?" Shikaku blinked in surprise at the Jinchuriki before nodding. "If I don't seek you, who else would I? So, you've been with me all this time just to call me a foul fox?" Observing the fiery-haired woman whose hair began to lift with fury, Shikaku felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down its face, instinctively nodding. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted from the living room. At that moment, Minato poked his head out from the bedroom, asking, "Kushina, what is happening?" "Nothing." Kushina tugged at Shikaku's cheek forcefully, veins protruding from her forehead as she gritted her teeth. "I'm just disciplining a foul-mouthed raccoon dog." "Humph. It doesn't hurt at all." Gazing at the enraged woman, Shikaku, maintaining distance from Kushina, opted to communicate with the Nine Tails through their unique connection. "Foul fox, I didn't expect your vessel to be so tempestuous. Your life must be far from that of a fox." Not receiving a response, Shikaku remained unperturbed. It withdrew its limbs and tail into its vessel, allowing Kushina to continue her playful assault while sharing amusing anecdotes from its years of existence with the Nine Tails. "The first being I could converse with was a monk. That old monk was quite amiable. In comparison to your vessel, it felt like heaven and earth. At least the old monk was reasonable, and my vessel was a monk who shunned women. I've heard your two previous vessels were both female. As one who empathizes with vessels, I wonder how awkward it is for you during the nightly unions of Jinchuriki and humans." Hey, foul fox. You're not enjoying this, are you?" Kushina furrowed her brow at the suddenly silent raccoon dog, which stared at her with an idiotic expression. Is this guy actually dazed by my teasing? However, the little creature is rather endearing. With that thought, she disdainfully placed the raccoon dog on the table, warning, "Stay put right here. Say anything else and I'll stew you." TCH. Watching Kushina turn away, Shikaku spat on the ground, then leaped off the table, following closely behind her while conversing with the Nine Tails. "Ah, the shinobi world is just like this, so hypocritical. You, foul fox, are no exception." The though you remain silent. I know you can hear me. The old man once said that even if we are worlds apart, we shall always be together. At this, a mischievous smile graced Shikaku's face as it gazed at Kushina's posterior, which held the potential for offspring, and burst into laughter. Yaha, come here. Startled, Kushina spun around and kicked the raccoon dog out of the house. She caressed her warm abdomen, her expression tinged with trepidation. That damned raccoon cat startled me. Once the noisy creature was kicked away, the nine tails nestled within Kushina's belly slowly opened its eyes. Its gaze shifted downward, fixating on the chains binding its mouth. Its countenance darkened as it glared in the direction where Shikaku had flown out. As foul-mouthed as ever, these past few days, Kuro had been exceedingly vexed. The ninja world had been rife with peculiar happenings that left it utterly baffled. For instance, the Land of Lightning had recently lost over 10,000 chickens, which had reportedly led to the bankruptcy of a young girl who raised them. Upon closer observation, Kuro noted the chicken thieves were quite cunning, leaving behind feathers, entrails, and heads, while absconding with only the succulent meat. Ordinarily, such an incident would be trivial, but considering the rampant distribution of fried chicken by Uchiha Obito, it became a matter of great significance. There must be some obscure connection that it failed to comprehend. Moreover, in recent days, Sunagakure had misplaced the tea kettle that contained Shikaku. While this too seemed inconsequential, after all, a tool for sealing a tailed beast could simply be replaced. Its importance had diminished significantly since the tailed beast was now sealed within its jinchuriki. Yet, to its utter astonishment, Kuro had encountered that very tea kettle in Konoha, with Shikaku residing within. Others might not recognize the artifact, but as a creator of ninja world history, how could it possibly fail to identify that raccoon cat? This was quite the absurdity. In haste, it made its way to Sunagakure, and upon confronting the jinchuriki of the sealed-tailed beast, it was rendered completely petrified on the spot. Sunagakure possessed Shikaku 1, while Konoha had Shikaku 2. Both were genuine manifestations of the one tail. What an inexplicable turn of events. When had the ninja world begun to witness occurrences entirely outside its control? Reflecting on the timeline, it seemed to have spiraled into chaos from the moment that cursed Uchiha Obito packed his belongings, only to inexplicably reverse his decision to leave Konoha. Initially, it had successfully guided Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Obito had taken on Madara's moniker, commencing his journey through the ninja world. All plans had been progressing methodically. However, now the situation had shifted. With the emergence of two one-tails, would sealing them both lead to complications? Or should it seal only one, risking further complications? The mere thought of causing an incident that might prevent its mother from descending filled it with dread. Should this matter be disclosed to Lord Madara? As it pondered the voice of White Zetsu resonating behind it, Kuro closed its eyes, deep in contemplation. It sensed that even if it were to inform Uchiha Madara, he would be powerless to intervene. It was impossible to forcibly merge two-tailed beasts into one. Should one be killed, the other might face unforeseen calamities, potentially robbing it of the chance to ever see its mother again. Until the nature of the connection between these two-tailed beasts was clarified, it could not hastily resort to violence. Furthermore, Uchiha Obito was not easily manipulable. As if sensing Kuro's trepidation, White Zetsu's essence contemplated for a while before speaking. Master Madara is undeniably formidable, and he has not forsaken his principles. Perhaps he will devise a solution to this matter. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu nodded in tacit agreement. Whether it is to validate his beliefs to Hashirama Senju, or due to Madara Uchiha's genuine aspirations for peace in the shinobi world, he is indeed a most efficient tool in his hands. As for Obito Uchiha, it is best left aside. Ever since Rin's demise, his emotional fluctuations have been quite erratic. Although he has now embraced the Moon Eye plan, he often engages in unpredictable actions, so it is prudent to wait for him to attain stability. That individual harboring the two tails seems to have some connection to Madara Uchiha. Perhaps it would be wise for Madara to ascertain whether there exists any peculiar bond between these two-tailed beasts. With this thought, Black Zetsu appeared resolute. It cannot permit uncontrollable entities to exist within the shinobi world, particularly with the sudden increase of the tailed beasts from 9 to 10. This poses an immense obstacle on its path to rescuing its mother, akin to a mountain forged from iron ore. What a nightmare. Master Madara, Master Madara. Responding to the calls echoing in his ears, the semi-conscious Madara Uchiha gradually opened his eyes. He lifted his gaze to behold the unexpectedly materialized White Zetsu. Before he could utter a word, White Zetsu cheerfully announced, "Master Madara, are you awake?" "Yes," Madara Uchiha replied, his expression impassive as he nodded slightly. Suddenly, his murky gaze fell upon a plastic bag resting on his thigh. Taken aback, he opened the bag slightly and peered inside. 3 colored dumplings? Upon recognizing the familiar sight, Madara raised his head to glare at White Zetsu, coldly remarking, "You fool, I should never have implanted Hashirama's cells within you." With that, he shook his head, his thoughts drifting to that man, Hashirama Senju. Both his charisma and assimilation abilities were astonishingly potent. Merely through a fragment of cells, he had managed to assimilate White Zetsu's thought processes to a ludicrous degree. The diligent White Zetsu, tirelessly executing commands with unwavering detail. The foolish Hashirama Zetsu, exhibiting an extraordinarily absurd way of thinking. Ever since it last returned from Obito Uchiha with some peculiar food items, its behavior has grown increasingly unruly, often discussing matters of excrement or bringing back strange objects. Master Madara, White Zetsu, not forgetting Black Zetsu's instructions, glanced at the 3-colored dumplings on Madara's leg. Scratching its head with a grin, it said, "Master Madara, during my extended outing, I managed to uncover 2 pieces of intelligence. They are crucial for our goal of achieving peace in the shinobi world. The tale is rather lengthy. Please enjoy your meal, and I shall relay the information at a leisurely pace. Once you are finished, I'll assist you to the restroom." "You've managed to gather intelligence?" Madara Uchiha's expression flickered with surprise. His curiosity piqued as he regarded this White Zetsu, now infused with Hashirama's cells, and inquired, "What intelligence?" "1 good piece and 1 bad. Please share both." Madara, nonchalant, placed the dumplings from his lap onto the nearby stone table. Since the death of his brother, Hashirama chose a different path, rendering the information from the ninja world inconsequential to him. Observing Uchiha Madara close his eyes, the Vortex White Zetsu hastily remarked, "The good news is that our difficulty in capturing the One Tail has significantly diminished, thereby greatly enhancing the likelihood of our plan's success. The next point. The bad news is that there are now 2 One Tails, Shikaku from Sunagakure and Shikaku from Konohagakure." Uchiha Madara opened his eyes and gazed at the stone ceiling, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Has age rendered my hearing so poor? Am I truly experiencing auditory hallucinations? How else could I have heard that there are 2 One Tails? Casting a glance at his decaying body, Madara unsteadily rose and approached Vortex White Zetsu. Striving to suppress his agitation, and spoke in a calm tone, "Please repeat that bad news." Noticing that Madara seemed to have misheard, Vortex White Zetsu scratched his head and reiterated the information. Madara took a deep breath, directing his gaze toward the village of Konoha, his brow furrowing deeply. This marked the 3rd piece of unfortunate news he had received since his brother's demise and Hashirama's unwavering commitment to his path. The Moon Eye plan had encountered a setback. Surveying the dimly lit underground cavern, he lowered his gaze to his frail form and the tubes behind him. His mind began to race. This body possessed little strength, relying solely on the power of the Outer Path's golem to sustain its life signs. Should he detach from the golem, he would surely perish instantaneously. He had once believed that his ideals could usher in eternal peace for the ninja world, yet now, with the Moon Eye plan faltering, failing to realize this ambition would render his existence less meaningful than had he perished in Hashirama's hands. Lord Madara, observing the fluctuating expressions of Uchiha Madara, Vortex White Zetsu stepped forward cautiously and inquired, "Should we not return to the Uchiha clan's territory?" "Return?" Madara glanced at the tubes behind him, a grimace flickering across his lips. Setting aside the feasibility of those tubes extending that far, what could his frail body accomplish? Perhaps, Vortex White Zetsu pondered, recalling Black Zetsu's instructions, since Lord Madara relies on the energy provided by the Outer Path Golem to maintain his life signs. Why not absorb the energy from within the golem into your own body? This way, you could move freely for a short duration. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Black Zetsu displayed an expression of resignation. It had no desire for Madara to venture out. It would be preferable for him to perish here. In fact, not long ago, it had even contemplated persuading the White Zetsu infused with Hashirama's cells to subtly encourage Madara to withdraw from the tubes. This would enable it to execute the plan alongside Uchiha Obito. Yet, now that complications had arisen, Madara needed to survive a while longer. If necessary, it might even have to restore some of Madara's strength. As dawn broke, The light gracing one's face was not solely the sun's warmth. It could also be the chill of running water from home. As the avian creature wiped the moisture from its face and opened its eyes, it beheld Yuzuki Yuin standing beside the bed, splashing cold water onto its face. The gaze then drifted past Yuin to the sun outside the window. The sun had yet to rise. Yuin was indeed quite diligent. Dressed appropriately, he yawned and ambled over to the calendar, casting a glance at the day's agenda. In the afternoon, he was scheduled to spruce up the shop's decor and, in a whimsical twist, masquerade as a raccoon, serving as the mascot for the Uchiha fried chicken establishment. Later, he would convene a clan meeting to deliberate on the recent mishap involving Uchiha Fugaku on the battlefield. Observing his tightly packed itinerary, Asuka picked up his toothbrush, preparing to freshen up. "Teacher." In the kitchen, Yuzuki Yuin poked her head out, eyeing Asuka as he brushed his teeth with a puzzled expression. "I've seen you at home these past few days. Don't you need to report to the Umbu?" "Not at all." After spitting out the toothpaste foam, Asuka gazed at his reflection in the mirror and replied, "It is said that the retirement of the third Hokage is rather dull. He longs for grandchildren, while the captain has embarked on parenthood preparations. Moreover, having just returned from a mission, the captain granted me a leave of absence, leaving me without assignments." Upon finishing his explanation, Asuka couldn't help but muse. Pregnancy is a matter of chance. It cannot simply be willed into existence. Besides, with Shino still in the hospital, I estimate my leave will last a month. At that moment, the teapot on the table peeked out, scanning the room before fixing its gaze on the distracted Asuka, its voice sharp and inquisitive. "Kid, I pondered this all night, yet I still cannot fathom. What is the meaning of 12 hours on, 12 hours off? What is there to misunderstand?" Asuka turned to the Shikigami, speaking earnestly. "You are aware of your companion's circumstances, spending day after day in the same place for decades. But you are different. You are my family, and how could I possibly restrict your freedom? You work 12 hours for me during the day. The subsequent 12 hours are your time for personal pursuits." Noticing the Shikigami's perplexed expression, Asuka rinsed his mouth, placed the toothbrush in the cup, and continued. "Freedom is a precious commodity in this era, akin to an explosive tag. It is beautiful and within reach. If you wish to gaze at the stars in the evening, then working 12 hours during the day is an acceptable compromise. Consider your adversary, the foul fox, confined to a bleak existence, enduring daily torment. Meanwhile, you can leisurely recline, counting stars atop a mound of sand. How liberating that is. Furthermore, I could capture some photographs of you in your carefree state, once developed. They would serve to vex that fox." At that moment, Yuzuki Yuin set down her spatula and sprinted over to the table, her eyes wide with intrigue at the sight of the Shikigami, which was now emitting wisps of steam. "Teacher, is this your summoned beast?" Asuka scratched his nose and gestured towards the pondering Shikigami. "It is my family, and also a shareholder and employee of the soon-to-open fried chicken shop." Upon hearing this, she scooped up the Shikigami, examining the blushing raccoon with sparkling eyes. "How adorable." She playfully pinched the Shikigami's cheeks, then looked up at Asuka with confusion. "Family? Indeed." Asuka affirmed with a nod, then murmured in a barely audible tone, "Family does not require a salary." Afternoon. Shoha perched upon the shoulder of the flying bird, observing the bustling Uchiha clan grounds, his heart once again entangled in a web of conflicting emotions. The notion of trading 12 hours of labor for 12 hours of freedom was a path he had never envisioned. Although his keen intellect sensed something amiss, he could not articulate precisely what was wrong. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the black cloak adorned with red clouds that enveloped him, nodding in satisfaction. After donning this garment, aside from his head, every part of him was shrouded, providing an exquisite concealment. Suddenly, a chorus of surprised voices jolted him from his reverie. He lifted his gaze to a nearby figure with crimson hair, a smile breaking upon his lips, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons of delight. The mischievous fox had returned. Moving forward, I must engage in conversation with that individual. Hearing Shoha's quiet murmurs, the flying bird followed the direction of his finger, spotting Kushina not far off. "So, it turns out you are his summoning beast?" Kushina approached, regarding the raccoon perched on the shoulder with concern. "This little fellow stealthily followed me yesterday, and when I finally intended to offer him hospitality upon returning home, he startled me unexpectedly, leading to an instinctive kick that sent him flying. He wasn't harmed, was he?" "Tch." Shoha scoffed dismissively, his gaze shifting to Kushina's abdomen as he began to communicate with the Nine-Tails. Mischievous fox, though you disregard me, I know you can hear me. Are you aware of what is as precious as explosive tags in the ninja world? Without waiting for a response from the Nine Tails, Shoha answered his own question. It is freedom. Before arriving in Konoha, I believed you. This troublesome fox led a vibrant and blissful life. As he spoke, he could no longer contain his mirth, bursting into laughter. I know you are furious, but do not be upset. You cannot even catch a whiff of the air of freedom. Observing the flying bird covering the summoning beast's mouth, Kushina hurriedly excused herself, returning to Mikoto with a puzzled expression. Are all members of the Nico clan so neurotic and brash? Not entirely. Mikoto shook her head, smiling as she gazed at the retreating figure of the flying bird. Birds of a feather flocked together. By the way, at that moment, Kushina seemed to recall something. Her gaze shifting to Mikoto's abdomen, a gentle glow of maternal love illuminating her face. It is already June. Is he not close to being born? Mikoto tenderly caressed her belly, replying softly, according to the medical department, it should be about a month from now. Kushina's eyes brightened, and she eagerly inquired, have you decided on a name? Looking towards the direction of the Sarutobi clan grounds, Mikoto pronounced the name she had long contemplated. Sasuke. June in Konoha had begun to grow stiflingly hot. Although it was not as unbearable as in Sunagakure, it still stirred discomfort. In the poorly ventilated chamber, the flying bird glanced at the vacant main seat before directing his gaze at Ryuichi, whispering, has the clan leader perished outside? Ryuichi's lips twitched, shooting a glare at the flying bird, responding with irritation. Youngster, if you can speak, do say a bit more, Fania remarked, stroking his chin in perplexity. Wasn't it said that the clan leader had fallen from grace? I assumed a change in leadership was imminent. Liangi shook his head and replied softly, indeed. The leader has stumbled, but not grievously. This gathering is convened to deliberate on the extent of support we ought to extend now that the fourth Hokage has begun to establish his foothold. Fania regarded Liangi with a puzzled expression and inquired, what kind of support do you envision? Ahem. Liangi scanned the assembly, his gaze landing primarily on a few elder gentlemen, and murmured, naturally, we must express our robust support. The fourth Hokage is rather amenable. I also intend to seize this opportunity to reshape the Uchiha clan's external image, and I trust that the fourth Hokage will not oppose this endeavor, given our substantial backing. Fania pondered Liangi's words and slowly responded. Are you suggesting that you aim to persuade the clan leader to relinquish the police department? How absurd. Liangi's cheek twitched, and he chuckled with irritation. Transforming the family's image and abandoning the police department are entirely different matters. The reason I sought you out today was to discuss whether you have any worthwhile ideas that we might explore together. I was wondering what this was all about. Fania exhaled deeply, casting a resigned glance at Liangi, and softly stated, this matter is rather straightforward. We can beautify our clan's history and gloss over Uchiha Madara's legacy, subtly influencing the new generation of Konoha to alter their entrenched perceptions of our family. The older generation's views have persisted unchanged to this day. If you wish to reshape the external image of our clan, we can only rely on the younger generation. As he spoke, he noticed Liangi looking at him in confusion and elaborated, we should embellish the narrative of our founding alongside the Senju clan and sanitize the history surrounding Uchiha Madara's rebellion. Such embellishments are the first step toward altering outsiders' impressions. Although beautifying and glossing over will inevitably lead to a distortion in some aspects, we must consider that Shimura Danzō incessantly disparages us, painting us in an unfavorable light, which represents a distortion in another direction. Thus, our narrative may, in fact, align more closely with historical truths. Oh, Liangi nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of the argument. He then seized upon a pivotal point and asked, Fania, what if the higher-ups in Konoha prohibit us from promoting our narrative? Finally, you've hit the nail on the head, old man, Fania replied, nodding. His gaze settled on an empty seat as he spoke in a subdued tone. Thus, the clan leader's divorce is of paramount importance. Just imagine, if the clan leader were to divorce and then marry Tsunade Senju, the implications would be transformative. We have been adversaries with the Senju clan for nearly a millennium. Her union with Uchiha signifies so much. Henceforth, we would be family, and since we are now kin, we could promote Senju Hashirama directly. After all, any promotion of Hashirama would inevitably involve Uchiha Madara. Would the higher-ups in Konoha dare to prevent us from promoting Hashirama? That would be insubordination on their part. Upon this remark, Fei Niao turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Elder Liang, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Second grandfather, since you aspire to transform our family's image, are you prepared to endorse my proposal? Hiss. Witnessing Fei Niao's roundabout approach, Liang inhaled sharply, his eyes drifting absently. In principle, I concur, and your theoretical framework is indeed feasible. However, this matter is of great significance and cannot be rushed. We must deliberate thoroughly. Cough, cough. At that moment, the Grand Elder cleared his throat lightly and approached the central seat, his eyes sweeping over the gathered clansmen. They lingered on Fei Niao for but a moment before darting elsewhere. He had overheard the earlier conversation between him and Liang. This fellow, Uchiha Fei Niao, had a peculiar knack for steering discussions on matters that could shape the family's future into strange directions. No wonder Liang, that old coot, resorted to procrastination. Should he acquiesce to Fei Niao's proposal, he could only imagine the scolding he would receive from Mei Qin in private. However, through careful observation over time, he discerned that Fei Niao's method could indeed be approached from a different angle. The intentions of Senju Tsunade were elusive to anyone. Yet he felt he had a fair grasp of Uchiha Mei Qin's thoughts. If Uchiha Fugaku were to propose a divorce, would Mei Qin experience enough heartache to unlock a more potent ocular power? She was already endowed with the 3-tomo Sharingan. Might a further stimulus awaken the kaleidoscope? If there were even the slightest chance of her awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, the emergence of a formidable powerhouse within the clan could transform the current predicament into one devoid of obstacles. As for the challenge of remarrying, yes, it posed some difficulties. Yet he anticipated retirement by then. Would he still meddle in clan affairs post-retirement? Such a course of action, which would deny the younger generation their opportunities, was not within his character. Hiss. He feared that one day, Uchiha Mei Qin might point at Fei Niao and declare that only one of them could survive. Both were pillars of the family, and the absence of either would be detrimental. He resolved to keep this strategy in mind, allowing Fugaku to make his own choices when the clan faced adversity. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was the clan leader. Fei Niao and the others observed the suddenly dazed Grand Elder, and they began to murmur amongst themselves. I wonder if the Grand Elder is past his prime? Upholding the spirit of an old steed, striving for the prosperity of the clan is commendable. Yet, with age comes the necessity to step aside gracefully. Upon hearing Fei Niao's words, Liang nodded in agreement. Continuing, the Grand Elder is indeed quite aged. He may even pass during his tenure. After dedicating so many years to the family, it is time for him to enjoy some well-deserved rest. With that, he scanned the faces of Fei Niao and the others, chest out and head held high, declaring, I shall nominate myself. Will you support me? With a cold smirk, Fei Niao slapped a note bearing the word divorce onto Liang's table, stating, support is reciprocal. TSK. Liang glanced at the note on the table, turned to the person beside him, and continued, I shall nominate myself. Will you support me? Fei Niao's statement holds true. Support is indeed reciprocal. He then placed his own request on Liang's table, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Recently, I pondered the prejudice that the Hidden Leaf Village harbors against us, which seems to stem from the overly feeble image we project to the outside world. I have resolved to organize a one-on-one competition, intending to consolidate the strength of our clan and subdue the entire village, compelling them to acknowledge our might without a word of dissent. Liang Yi, observing this audacious individual, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. To suppress the village with the might of a clan? Such grand aspirations are dreams I would not dare to entertain. Subsequently, he cast his gaze beyond this individual to the blind elder, and before the elder could utter a word, he witnessed the elder crossing his arms and scoffing. Liang Yi, if you wish for my support, you must first extend yours to me. Liang Yi stared at the blind elder in bewilderment, a mix of humor and frustration bubbling within him. At that moment, the elder turned around, his gaze landing on Fei Niao and the others, declaring with unwavering conviction, after years of studying Senju Hashirama, I have discerned the source of his formidable strength. Let me clarify, my admiration does not stem from a fondness for Senju Hashirama, but rather a desire to extol his virtues. In contrast to the Uchiha clan, there exists a stereotype that the Senju clan excels in familial strength, political acumen, and ideological prowess. Having resided among the Uchiha for many years, I have found this perception to be, indeed, accurate. Numerous Uchiha members are narrow-minded, constrained by the boundaries of their clan from a young age, and they believe that individual power is the panacea for all dilemmas. Simultaneously, many perceive the Uchiha as the architects of conflict, while the Senju are seen as the resolvers of such issues. The crux of this matter lies within Senju Hashirama himself, who embodies a spirit of empathy and understanding toward others, a quality that becomes even more pronounced when juxtaposed with our own clan. That man wields the most fearsome power in the ninja world, which is his extraordinary personal charisma, enabling him to draw individuals from various clans towards him. As the blind elder continued his fervent oration, Fei Niao tugged at Liang Yi's sleeve and whispered, "Old man, what exactly does that fellow intend to convey? Is he planning to relinquish the police department, or perhaps dissolve the clan?" Upon hearing this, Liang Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, utterly speechless. He had been extolling Senju Hashirama since their time in the ninja school, a discourse spanning decades. His demand was rather straightforward: to resurrect Senju Hashirama, allowing him to once again lead the Hidden Leaf, ultimately eradicating the discrimination against the Uchiha under Hashirama's formidable personal charm. However, that old fellow lacked any research aptitude. After decades, he had produced nothing of significance. He wished to enlist us all in a quest to discover a method for resurrecting the dead, with the idea of infinitely reviving Senju Hashirama, thereby establishing peace in the ninja world, ensuring tranquility in the Hidden Leaf, and allowing our clan to endure for eternity. Fei Niao's eyelids twitched. He had thought himself sufficiently ruthless, only to realize that this elder sought to resurrect Senju Hashirama indefinitely, allowing him to reign for countless generations. At that moment, the Grand Elder finally regained his composure, surveying the disordered crowd below before clearing his throat and commanding, "Silence." As the cacophony gradually subsided, he retrieved a piece of paper from his robe, his voice frail yet resonant. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gradually solidified his position, coupled with the relationships we had previously established and the support we would offer in the future, he developed a favorable impression of our clan. Now, it is time for us to contemplate how to extend this positive image outward. I shall speak. Upon hearing the sound of birds from below, the elder took a sharp breath. He instinctively tightened his grip on the paper, musing to himself that this young man must not meander off into strange topics again. At that moment, he saw the young man rise, surveying the Uchiha clan members in the chamber, and began to speak. "It is indeed challenging for our clan to alter our external image, but it is not without possibility. I am certain you have all perused various magazines and comic strips depicting themes of justice and evil. The protagonists often embody justice, while the antagonists represent malevolence, with justice ultimately triumphing over evil. In the era of Uchiha Madara, we were portrayed as the antagonists obstructing peace in the ninja world, only to be swayed by the charisma of Senju Hashirama, becoming part of the righteous side. Now, we find ourselves once again depicted as the discordant villains in the village. At this juncture, we urgently require a herald of justice to inspire us." Upon hearing the young man's words, which seemed to diverge from his expectations, the elder let out a long sigh and began to reflect on the young man's remarks, curious to hear more. "Please continue. The clan meeting is a space for open discourse. Speak your mind." "Indeed." The young man nodded and continued. "It is highly suspicious for one who has long been labeled as evil to suddenly seek redemption and transform into a good person. However, when an evil individual is defeated by a messenger of justice and subsequently becomes virtuous, it is entirely reasonable. To alter our clan's reputation, we must first identify a messenger of justice who can naturally influence us. Subsequently, the Uchiha clan needs to create a sense of contrast in our daily lives to instill a feeling of change among the villagers of Konoha. I will elaborate on the specific methods in due course. I understand the rationale." The elder stroked his beard, a pained expression on his face. "But where is this messenger of justice who can inspire us and earn the trust of the people of Konoha? Far away yet close at hand." Upon hearing this, the elder scanned the chamber and turned his gaze toward the proud young man, uncertainly asking, "Are you speaking of yourself?" "No." The young man shook his head and replied, "I am referring to Princess Tsunade." A sense of foreboding surged within the elder, and he hesitated in his tone. "So, when will the clan leader be getting a divorce?" With a sudden clap of his hand against his forehead, he stood frozen in disbelief. "Disgusting. This fellow's antics are truly revolting. Once again, he has twisted the conversation to the topic of divorce. Ugh." At that moment, a man standing on the far left stepped forward, spat on the ground, and gazed expressionlessly at the young man. "Uchiha Fei, how has the clan leader wronged you?" The young man turned his attention to the standing clan member, recognizing him as a supporter of Uchiha Fugaku, and replied coolly, "Uchiha Udai, the clan leader, is not at fault with me. His shortcomings lie with the Uchiha clan. A leader who prioritizes the future of his family would hardly concern himself with matters of marriage," Udai remarked, narrowing his eyes. "Even if the leader were to divorce, what guarantee do you have that he could win the heart of Tsunade? Remember, Jiraiya pursued her for many years, both before and after his death, yet made no progress. Why do you presume that your desires dictate reality?" Aoi nodded, gazing at Udai as if he were a simpleton, casually responding, "I do not deny the allure of Dan, especially with the added mystique of his death. The allure of a lost love is most potent, as it effectively locks Tsunade's heart away. But what does that have to do with me? I am not the one pursuing Tsunade." Hearing this, Uchiha Udai's face flushed crimson, and he pointed an accusing finger at Aoi, exclaiming in frustration, "Before the leader's divorce, Tsunade did not favor him, and after the divorce, she still does not. Was the leader's divorce meaningless? Hey! At this moment, Shikaku emerged from the teapot, casting a peculiar glance at Udai and tauntingly remarked, "Have you sacrificed your intellect to your eyes? What they spoke of was an opportunity in intimacy. You, with your unappealing appearance and lack of wit, continue to argue here. It truly baffles me what your mindset is." As Udai activated his crimson Sharingan, seemingly ready to strike, Shikaku placed his hands on his hips and continued to mock him. "Think about it. For someone like Tsunade, who seals away her emotions, what can be done besides forceful entry? Rely on love? Or perhaps with fire release, fire dragon flame bullet." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Udai unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, swirling like a raging dragon. As 3 fire dragons surged towards him from the front, left, and right, Shikaku's eyes narrowed in excitement. "Hey kid, we've got a fight on our hands. I see it." Aoi positioned himself in a horse stance, quickly forming hand seals as a surge of chakra pooled in his throat. At that moment, Shikaku opened his mouth wide, inhaling a massive amount of air until his belly was round, aiming at the trajectory of the 3 fire dragons. With a sudden forceful clap of his belly, he shouted, "Wind release, great fire extinguishing technique." The flames, empowered by the wind, ignited into a vast sea of fire that filled the entire chamber. In the instant Aoi and Shikaku executed their combined ninjutsu, the pupils of the Uchiha ninjas within the chamber dilated sharply. A combined technique? Damn it, when did you learn this? Are you planning to throw the entire clan's techniques into a single pot? As the elder attempted to prevent Fei Niao from unleashing his jutsu, he suddenly sensed a tug on his sleeve. The clan assembly had concluded today, and it would not reconvene until next time. With a resounding shout, Liang grasped the elder's arm and dashed out through the door with remarkable familiarity. Boom. Feeling the flames pursuing him from behind, Liang quickened his pace while reflecting, "That lad has indeed grown stronger. It is a blessing for the clan." The elder's lips twitched slightly, choosing not to engage in the conversation. Each time the clan gathered, it often escalated into chaos. Over the years, the few instances where disputes did not arise coincided with the clan's most devastating internal conflicts, during which clan members were either bedridden in the hospital or recuperating at home, leaving him as the sole attendee. Quite serene indeed. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku lay in bed recovering from his injuries, gazing through the window at the sky, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he noticed a patch of fiery clouds in the distant sky, momentarily taken aback. That seemed to be in the direction of the Nana's shrine. Have they begun fighting again? What could possibly be the topic of discussion? Half an hour later, Fugaku struggled to sit up, casting his gaze upon the recently delivered meeting records. With a rustle, as he turned the pages, he quickly found the remarks made by Uchiha Fei Niao. Beautifying history, embellishing Uchiha Madara? There is some merit to that. Filtering out the unfavorable comments towards himself, he focused on those favorable to the clan, nodding inwardly. Indeed, the clan's history warranted some embellishment. As for Uchiha Madara, time to eat. At that moment, Mikoto entered, carrying a tray. She observed the furrowed brow of Uchiha Fugaku as he lay in bed, placing the tray down on the table and gently saying, "First, nourish your body, and once you're well, then attend to clan matters." "All right," Fugaku replied, setting down the records. He accepted the steaming porcelain bowl, eating while speaking, after resting for another 2 days. "I intend to return to the police department to handle some affairs. Will you not rest a bit longer?" Mikoto inquired with concern. tidying the scattered meeting records on the bed. The medical department advises that your body still requires some time to recuperate. No. Fugaku shook his head, thinking of the mountain of tasks awaiting him at the police department. There was much to be done, and not enough time to remain in bed. At that moment, he noticed Makoto's expression suddenly darken. Lowering his spoon, Fugaku asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." After organizing the meeting records, Makoto sat beside the bed, gazing at her longtime companion, and softly asked, "May I pose a question?" Fugaku regarded Makoto with curiosity and replied, "Ask away." If the clan, under your leadership, were to attain a higher status and power within Konoha, and the future of the clan appeared exceedingly bright, what would be your foremost desire? Upon hearing this, Fugaku began to envision the scenario Makoto had painted, and soon, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. Will there truly come a time like that? Gazing into Makoto's inquisitive eyes, he smacked his lips and casually remarked, "Let us establish some heritage for the clan." Uchiha Makoto pondered for a moment before tentatively inquiring, "Is that all?" After stepping down as clan leader, one ought to take a proper rest, he replied. "Is that all? Move the clan from a corner of the village to the center? Is that all?" Uchiha Fugaku paused mid-bite, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What else is there?" Upon hearing this, Makoto's expression darkened, and she waved the meeting notes in her hand, pursing her lips. "What about Uchiha Itachi?" With his gaze fixed on the documents in Makoto's possession, Uchiha Fugaku discerned her unspoken question. Realizing this, he shook his head and chuckled. While some of his remarks may be questionable, the rest of his statements hold merit. Before Fugaku could finish his thought, he noticed Makoto suddenly snatch away her bowl, coldly declaring, "Stop eating. The doctor said overeating is detrimental." Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his stomach, glancing at the meager morsels he had barely touched, a look of resignation on his face. All of this is for the future of the Uchiha clan. Yet, Uchiha Itachi's perspective aligns with the clan, with suggestions that serve the clan's interests at the expense of his own. Observing that Uchiha Fugaku seemed genuinely disinclined to continue eating, Makoto narrowed her eyes, pressing him further. "Do you not even intend to make things difficult for him?" Uchiha Fugaku pointed to himself, his tone tinged with impatience. "I am the clan leader. What would it mean to make things difficult for a clan member? Would that compel him to turn against his family? After all these years, you should understand my character well enough to know I would never resort to such actions." "It is precisely because I know your character that such behavior seems plausible," she shot back. A sudden crash echoed through the courtyard, startling Itachi, who was deep in thought. He looked up toward the source of the noise, his brows furrowing in concern. That must be father's room. Could it be that his injuries have rendered him incapable of holding a bowl? Before he could approach the door, he heard a heated argument erupt from within. Uchiha Itachi halted, gazing at the closed door in confusion. How could his parents, who had always shown each other respect, suddenly be at odds? Then, a flash of realization struck him. Recalling his visit to the hospital with his mother and the doctor's cautions, Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted to one of understanding. During pregnancy, due to fluctuations in hormone levels, women often experience heightened emotions, irritability, and agitation. Sighing, he hoped his father could show some understanding toward his pregnant mother. With this thought, he turned and left the courtyard, granting his parents the privacy they required. Shikaku expelled a plume of black smoke into the air. Uchiha Makoto, blocked from view, watched the smoke emanating from the raccoon dog in Itachi's hands, her eyelids twitching. She hadn't anticipated that the tiny creature would possess such formidable power. If it were to explode near her hoof. With a cold snort, Uchiha Makoto shot Itachi a fierce glare before turning to leave. Moments later, she exclaimed, "You dare use me as a shield against a tailed beast bomb." Hearing the sound of Shoha's gritting teeth, Fei Niao explained as he made his way home. "Who would have imagined that you would unleash it so recklessly? Moreover, at that moment, lacking a suitable weapon, I could only express my sympathy for you." Reflecting on the perilous situation back then, he shook the tea kettle in his hand and cautioned, "In the future, refrain from carelessly using that device. It could cause considerable trouble if it injures someone." Shoha disdainfully glanced at Makoto's departing figure, asserting, in the face of an irate human woman, "Equality among all beings is the most effective means to resolve issues." Sighing at Shoha's apparent lack of understanding, Fei Niao shook his head, losing interest in further banter. Instead, he chose to focus on how to illustrate a comic featuring Hinata, Sakura, and Azuki. After shaking off the images from his mind, he rubbed his slightly flushed cheeks. discreetly glanced around, and then hurried back home. Crafting a comic for the beautification of the family is no easy task. On the afternoon of the third day, Fei Niao weakly stepped outside, arriving at the largest bookstore in Konoha. After 3 consecutive days of intense effort, his body was on the verge of collapse. It could only be said that creating such works is quite exhausting. Fei Niao, what brings you here today? The amiable Uchiha ninja recognized him as a regular customer and noted that the latest magazine had yet to be released. However, today, the ninja's countenance appeared somewhat unwell. With a swift motion, Fei Niao tossed the completed book to the store manager, then reclined onto a chair, closing his eyes in fatigue. Take a look. The manager peered down at the 2 volumes on the counter, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He had been fortunate enough to admire Fei Niao's artistic talent before. Every stroke was exquisite, evoking a sense that the characters had come to life. Unfortunately, his previous attempts to publish Fei Niao's works had been rejected. After all, the artist was a ninja from Konoha's foremost clan, where painting was a hobby, sharing a virtue, and money merely a string of numbers. Is this the Kato Duan's Ninja Tales, Uchiha chapter in Uchiha's Ninja Tales, Kakurou chapter? After washing his hands with clean water, he solemnly opened the first volume of the Uchiha chapter. Before long, the store manager's complexion also became flushed. The level of detail in the illustrations was masterfully executed, and what delighted him most was the portrayal of body proportions, which were nothing short of perfect. It was evident that despite enduring prolonged warfare, Fei Niao's artistic skills had not only been maintained, but had even flourished. Too detailed. Hearing a sudden sound of someone bleeding nearby, Fei Niao opened his eyes to see the store manager with a nosebleed and remarked, "Hey, that's a bit exaggerated." The manager promptly wiped his nose, carefully set the book aside, and lamented, "This book is harmful to one's health. One shouldn't view it excessively." Saying this, he quickly pulled down the shop's curtains, leaned closer to Fei Niao, and whispered, "Is this Kato Duan truly capable of such feats?" Fei Niao casually picked his nose and replied, "I merely fantasized. How would I know what Kato Duan is capable of?" The store manager gave Fei Niao a thumbs up. His face filled with admiration. "Your imagination is truly boundless." Ahem, the shopkeeper cleared his throat and presented his fruit platter before Fei Niao, closing his eyes as he began to reminisce about the captivating tale he had just encountered. It must be said, it was indeed remarkable. The preceding chapters narrated the lascivious escapades of the lustful and uninhibited Kato Don, who found himself amidst a plethora of beautiful women in the land of fire. The latter chapters, however, introduced him to a prickly yet endearing Uchiha girl, whose icy demeanor captivated him at first sight. In that tome, he vividly portrayed the Uchiha maiden, who was both hard-headed and soft-hearted, fiercely proud, yet vulnerable. Once read, her image was indelibly etched in his mind, impossible to erase. Such a Uchiha was truly unprecedented. Regrettably, the tale remained unfinished. However, after perusing the prologue, he could surmise the conclusion. "Lord Fei Niao," he whispered, pondering aloud. "The ending of this book should entail Kato Don winning the Uchiha maiden's affections, leading to a life devoid of shame, correct?" "Not at all." Fei Niao shook his head, his voice grave. "Kato Don perished during a mission, his insides obliterated, while the Uchiha girl, bearing his dreams, ultimately ascended to the position of Hokage. I penned this narrative solely to present a glimpse of the Uchiha's character to outsiders." "How revolting," the shopkeeper grimaced. "The protagonist meets such a grim fate. What is the point in reading this?" Observing the shopkeeper's distressed countenance, Fei Niao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and continued, "Please proceed to print and distribute this book." As for the author, he considered his fellow writer, the Sage of Toads, and after a contemplative pause, he declared, "The author simply writes, Steel Hand is here." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression of despair transformed, his spirits lifted. Although the story was far from exemplary, its illustrations were exquisite. And splendid illustrations meant profit, which in turn would enrich his coffers. "A fool who doesn't seize the opportunity to earn is not worth his salt," he mused. Dismissing the fate of the characters, with renewed determination, he picked up the second volume and began to read. Before long, the flush returned to his cheeks. This one had an ending, and it was devoid of tragedy. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's nosebleed once more, Fei Niao's face lit up with satisfaction. Though his artistry was transcendent, the culturally impoverished world of ninjas often marveled at even the simplest of creations. These 2 volumes were destined to be bestsellers. Regrettably, in his imagination, the cat girl bore vibrant orange ears and a tail, with a figure that was alluring and reminiscent of the Reaper Uruchi. In reality, however, the cat girl had a waist thicker than his own, indulging in 8 meals a day, resembling the Akimichi clan. After perusing the volume featuring the Uchiha, who was both critical and genuine, and the cat girl's conquest, the shopkeeper hesitated before turning to Fania, inquiring, "Shall we distribute this as well? Might it provoke the Uchiha clan's ire?" "Yes," Fania replied with a nonchalant shrug. "This endeavor has been authorized by the elder, and no trouble will arise." His intent was merely to showcase the Uchiha's character and the means of engaging with them, thereby diminishing their perceived aloofness in the eyes of outsiders. In a couple of days, I plan to illustrate a common girl who triumphs over the Uchiha. Lord Fania, may I discreetly inquire? As I gazed upon the visage of Kato Danrin, I could not help but notice a striking resemblance to Lady Tsunade's late paramour. Upon hearing this, Asuka cast a questioning glance at the bookstore owner. "You mean her deceased boyfriend? Are you afraid Tsunade might dismantle your establishment?" "Indeed." The proprietor nodded apprehensively. Raising 5 fingers in a gesture of urgency, gritting his teeth, he declared, "A 50-50 split. My dear Asuka, undertaking this printing venture entails substantial risk, not to mention the costs of promotion and production. A 50-50 division is the utmost I can offer." Observing the gleam in his eyes, a blend of avarice, trepidation, and a resolute disregard for life and death, Asuka sighed and shook her head. "Let us make it 40-60. You should find 2 subcontractors to ensure you don't bear the brunt alone. We have been friends for many years." Upon realizing that Asuka, out of concern for his safety, was willing to concede a portion of the profits, the bookstore owner puffed out his chest and, with a fervent expression, vowed, "Rest assured. Even if Lady Tsunade comes knocking, I shall not betray you, even at the cost of my life. Fear not. If the pressure becomes unbearable, you may divulge my involvement. Tsunade cannot do anything to me." With that, Asuka rose, patting the owneress' shoulder as she made her way towards the exit. In the face of Tsunade, one could argue she is both formidable and vulnerable. She is akin to a diode, exceedingly powerful, yet equally fragile. After all, the most potent medical ninja of Konoha has succumbed to a severe phobia of blood, while the second best is not without her own challenges.